Chen Qiuyao was once a super socialite with a net worth of hundreds of billions and great brilliance. However, overnight, she made a decision that shocked the world, transferring shares worth hundreds of billions of dollars at a very low price. Everyone was talking behind her back, thinking she had gone crazy. But Chen Qiuyao turned a deaf ear to it. After receiving the funds, Chen Qiuyao took quick action. Her first step was to spend $30 million to transform her private villa into an impregnable top fortress. Then, she spent billions of dollars to nearly empty out Walmart warehouses across the province and move all the merchandise into her secret hoarding spaces. Not only that, Chen Qiuyao also secretly purchased a batch of extremely powerful thermal weapons to ensure that she could protect herself under any circumstances. Finally, she quickly converted the remaining funds into large quantities of supplies, food, and energy resources, which she hoarded like mountains. Each of her steps seemed crazy, but in fact, they were full of mysteries. Because Chen Qiuyao had a shocking secret that no one knew about. She was reborn. She brought a huge space back to 1 month before the apocalypse. This space was infinitely vast, enough to store tens of billions of supplies. At this moment, in a luxurious villa, Chen Qiuyao suddenly woke up from her dream. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Her eyes were red, and her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. Her fingers clenched the bed sheets tightly, and her body was still shaking slightly with anger. Where is this? She looked around, and her expression froze for a moment. The bright and warm room, the soft bed, and even the familiar pink world. All of this turned out to be her room. The room she had when she was 18. I was reborn? The corners of Chen Qiuyao's mouth twitched slightly, and the memories of her past life surged wildly in her mind. On January 1st, 2070, the world faced the end of the world. Extremely high temperatures swept across the globe, and glaciers disappeared in the violent melting. The melting of glaciers caused floods that swept across the world and the spread of viruses that devastated humanity. Then, wave after wave of disasters followed. Typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, as if the earth was using up its last bit of strength to declare war on humanity. In such a doomsday, Chen Qiuyao survived for decades with difficulty, witnessing the earth's transformation from a vibrant land to a snow-covered silence. A new ice age officially arrived. As a young lady spoiled by her family, Chen Qiuyao has read countless novels about rebirth and time travel. He even invested in and filmed several TV series of this kind, just to satisfy Chen Qiuyao's own little fantasy and to make her best friend, Lin Yu, famous. I was so blind at that time. When Chen Qiuyao thought of Lin Yu, her eyes became bloodshot again, and she felt so angry that her teeth ached. The woman whom Chen Qiuyao once regarded as a sister, when the end of the world came, he protected her at all costs, taking her to escape and collect supplies. As a result, Lin Yu teamed up with her fiancé and sent her to the laboratory, attempting to take away her spatial ability, causing her tragic death. Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and forced herself to calm down. The years of the end of the world had long taught her not to show her emotions. People who were not cunning would have been buried 3 feet deep in the grass on their graves. Reborn, very good. Chen Qiuyao's lips curled up slightly in a sneer. The grudges of the previous life would have to be repaid bit by bit sooner or later. That scumbag and bitch were destined to live a life worse than death. Chen Qiuyao's fingers gently touched the dragon-patterned ring necklace hanging around her neck. It was a token of love given by her father to her mother, and also a treasure passed down in the family. In her previous life, before her death, Chen Qiuyao realized that this seemingly ordinary ring actually concealed a huge secret, the source of spatial ability. Without any hesitation, Chen Qiuyao bit her fingertip hard, and bright red blood dripped onto the ring. With a flash of red light, the ring suddenly disappeared and turned into a red mole imprinted on Chen Qiuyao's palm. Sure enough, the space is still there. Chen Qiuyao let out a long sigh, closed her eyes, and silently said, "Go in." The next second, Chen Qiuyao appeared in a huge space. The mountains were undulating, the rivers were winding, but everything was as barren as she remembered, without a trace of green. In her previous life, Chen Qiuyao opened this space 1 month after the end of the world. But by that time, the disaster had already swept the world, and Chen Qiuyao had missed the best time to stock up on supplies. Although the rivers in space run through the entire area, no life has ever grown there. Although the land is vast, it is extremely barren. After exiting the space, Chen Qiuyao looked at the mobile phone beside her pillow. The time showed December 1st, 2069, 1 month away from the end of the world. Time is running out. We have to hurry up and make money. Chen Qiuyao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She would never waste her time on those hypocritical people again in her life. In the president's office of Lingtian Technology, Chen Tian was sitting behind a large desk processing documents. Suddenly, Chen Qiuyao, wearing a pink dress, appeared at the door. Yao Yao, why are you here? Chen Tian was startled when he saw her, but then a smile appeared on his face and his tone was full of kindness. Oh, kindness? Chen Qiuyao sneered. This second uncle was a hypocrite in his previous life who seemed to be caring but actually coveted her shares. Uncle, I heard that you have been constrained recently because of insufficient shares in the board of directors? Chen Qiuyao said calmly, suppressing the disgust and murderous intent in her heart. Although this person was an accomplice, she still needed him to help her do something. Chen Tian's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. Her niece was simply a little white rabbit, spoiled since childhood, and knew nothing. He had been coveting the 40% of shares in her hands for a long time. You mean, Yao Yao, are you willing to help your second uncle? Chen Tian asked tentatively, thinking about this huge deal in his mind. Uncle, I will sell you the shares I hold for $50 billion. Chen Qiuyao's tone was calm, as if she was talking about a meaningless little thing. Chen Tian was stunned. $50 billion? Although it was not low, compared with the actual market value of Lingtian Technology, it was nothing but a beggar's money. Lingtian Technology controls half of the country's industrial lifelines. Even though it has declined in recent years due to poor management, 40% of the shares are worth at least $300 billion. But Chen Qiuyao offered $50 billion? This was much lower than he had imagined. Chen Tian suppressed his ecstasy and acted hesitantly. $50 billion? Are you sure? Well, $50 billion is $50 billion, but I want US dollars. Chen Qiuyao nodded calmly. She knew she was losing money, but now money was not the most important thing. Time was the most urgent resource. The end of the world is approaching, and Chen Qiuyao needs to complete a large amount of material storage in a short period of time. $50 billion is enough for her to do whatever she wants. Chen Tian's inner ecstasy almost overflowed, but he still pretended to be cautious. Okay, since Yao Yao said so, second uncle will certainly not treat you unfairly. Walking out of the gate of Lingtian Technology, Chen Qiuyao looked back, took a last look at the company that her parents had created with half their life's hard work, and then turned and left without any reluctance. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. Chen Qiuyao smiled coldly. Since Chen Tian took over the company, except for the name of the company, everything else has changed beyond recognition. When she was a child, her mother would hold Chen Qiuyao in her arms while she inspected the company. That warm and prosperous scene has long become a distant memory. The company is no longer what it used to be. But if these shares can help me survive in the apocalypse, my parents will be happy for me, right? Chen Qiuyao shook her head, and the brief sadness quickly dissipated. As a survivor who has experienced the apocalypse for decades, Chen Qiuyao has long since gotten rid of unnecessary emotional entanglements. What she needs now is decisiveness and action. Suddenly, her stomach made a rumbling sound. Chen Qiuyao blushed slightly. Since her rebirth, she had been busy opening the space and dealing with her second uncle's hypocritical smile, and she didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. Walking around Lingtian Technology, due to the prosperity of the company, most of the restaurants in this area are mid to high-end. Chen Qiuyao randomly picked a restaurant that looked good, walked in, and sat down at a seat by the window. Chen Qiuyao had long lost her habit of being picky about food. After all, in the apocalypse, even stale rice could be eaten with relish. Now that I have the conditions to enjoy it, why not? She thought to herself. What would you like to order, sir? The waiter handed over the menu with a smile, polite and proper. No need to look anymore. Bring me all the signature dishes in your restaurant. Chen Qiuyao waved her hand. Seeing Chen Qiuyao's reaction, the waiter was stunned for a moment, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his professional smile. After all, the customers of a restaurant that can be opened near Lingtian Technology are either rich or noble. Chen Qiuyao is wearing luxury goods, and no one will refuse her face to face even if she makes an outrageous request. Soon, the table was filled with all kinds of exquisite delicacies, including pan-fried salmon, filet steak, caviar, cream soup, etc. But in Chen Qiuyao's eyes, the food on these plates was really too stingy. People who came back from the end of the world no longer care about their table manners. As long as they can fill their stomachs, everything is good. Chen Qiuyao began to eat calmly, as fast as a whirlwind, but she still maintained her natural elegance. When others saw this scene, although they were surprised, they could only praise her for her magnanimity. At this moment, a disgusting voice came to my ears. "I-O." The voice was sweet and artificial, with a strong sense of falsehood. Chen Qiuyao frowned and slowly looked up. Sure enough, it was Lin Yu. Lin Yu was holding her fiancé Zheng Yunqi's arm and looking at the pile of empty plates in front of her with surprise. Seeing Chen Qiuyao looking at them, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with guilt, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Looking at these two familiar figures, Chen Qiuyao's murderous intent surged like a tide, but she quickly suppressed it. Killing them now would be too easy. Chen Qiuyao lowered her head and continued to eat, but her eyes were as cold as ice. I will make them lose all their dignity in the end times and live worse than a dog. Revenge is not a one-shot deal, but to make them stay in a high position where they can only look up to them but never reach them. I-O, don't get me wrong, Brother Chi just helped me up because he saw I was tired. Lin Yu explained delicately, with a face full of false concern. Also, why do you eat so much? As a lady from a noble family, you still have to pay attention to maintaining your figure. Take the plate away and bring another portion. Chen Qiuyao said coldly to the waiter without even raising her head. After all, meals are just for show, the taste is average, and the quantity is pitifully small. If it weren't for the desire to enjoy a normal life, Chen Qiuyao would have found other ways to eat. Chen Qiuyao, where is talking to you? Zheng Yunqi finally came to his senses at this time, and his face could not hide his astonishment at Chen Qiuyao. When did she become so ignoring him? It's okay, I-O didn't mean it. Lin Yu kindly comforted Zheng Yunqi, still with that persuasive expression on her face. I-O, although uncle and aunt left early and didn't have time to teach you these rules, there are still some things you have to pay attention to. Brother Chi doesn't like women who are too fat. Chen Qiuyao lowered her head. A sneer appeared on her lips. This woman was really good at acting. Looking at her innocent appearance, she was pretending to be so serious. Lin Yu, why didn't I notice your hypocritical face before? She thought to herself. Lin Yu looked at Chen Qiuyao without any response, and the malice in her eyes gradually revealed. No matter how beautiful you are, what? In the end, Zheng Yunqi is still mine. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with pride. Brother Chi said long ago that I only married you to get your family shares. Once I get them, I will be Mrs. Zheng in the true sense of the word. Is it annoying? Chen Qiuyao glanced at Zheng Yunqi's arrogant behavior, and at the same time noticed that Lin Yu was already dreaming in the rich aroma of tea. She felt her stomach churning. Chen Qiuyao was in a good mood today, so she decided to collect some interest first, as the real fun was yet to come. You keep calling me brother all the time. Are you a hen in heat? Please don't pollute everyone's eyes in public. Chen Qiuyao raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Yu indifferently, her tone full of mockery. In the last few decades of the last days, Chen Qiuyao had long since transformed from a weak little girl into a strong and decisive woman. Suffering did not make Chen Qiuyao vulgar, but instead gave her a kind of cold determination. After all, in that era, if you didn't take revenge on the same day, you might never have another chance. And you, Chen Qiuyao turned her cold gaze towards Zheng Yunqi, with a hint of amusement on her lips. If you like green tea, go to a tea house. Why come to a Western restaurant? Do you really think that your verbal engagement is the golden rule? Who gave you the courage to teach me a lesson here? Chen Qiuyao's family background is not simple. Her parents were both influential figures in their time, and they had some connections with the wealthy families and even the government in Kyoto. Chen Qiuyao holds 40% of Lingtian Technology's shares and is worth hundreds of billions. Even though her parents are dead, she is still a role model among the famous families in Kyoto. Many people envy her position and wealth. Besides, let's talk about it. You have been trying to please him for so many years, but has he given you as much as I have casually given you? Chen Qiuyao raised the corners of her mouth slightly and stared at Lin Yu coldly. This was the best way to kill someone and break their heart. Lin Yu's face froze instantly, and a trace of unbearableness flashed in her eyes. Although Zheng Yunqi's family is one of the four major families, he is not the real heir of the Zheng family, so the shares in his hands are naturally pitiful. Compared with Chen Qiuyao, who inherited a huge inheritance from his parents, there is a world of difference. An idea suddenly popped up in Lin Yu's mind. She had tried her best to please others for so many years, but in the end, she could not get as much as Chen Qiuyao's charity. You think everything I give you is charity and tramples on your dignity? Chen Qiuyao sneered. What dignity do you have? Kneeling and licking a man who only knows how to scheme against women. Is this your dignity? In the previous life, it was not until her death that Chen Qiuyao saw through Lin Yu's thoughts. The friendship that Chen Qiuyao once cherished was nothing more than an insult and charity in Lin Yu's eyes. How ridiculous! If you feel your dignity is being trampled on, why are you so active when collecting things? An ungrateful person is still an ungrateful person after all. Even if you raise a dog, it still knows how to wag its tail. Chen Qiuyao. Zheng Yunqi finally reacted, his face flushed with anger, and he yelled at her in anger, as if trying to cover up the weakness in his heart with his anger. Then, Zheng Yunqi rushed over and stretched out his hand towards Chen Qiuyao, intending to subdue her. Brother Qi, don't be angry. A Yao is not. Lin Yu tried to interrupt with a hint of gloating in her tone. Before Lin Yu finished her words, Chen Qiuyao stood up quickly and threw Zheng Yunqi over her shoulder with her backhand, leaving him upside down like a turtle that couldn't turn over. Who do you think you are? Chen Qiuyao glanced at him with disdain. Do you really think you're the only smart person in the world, and that others are blind and can't see through your little calculations? Don't you even look at the shares I have? Are you really that easy to fool? Is it your turn to be a hero? Chen Qiuyao smiled coldly, her eyes like knives, mercilessly cutting through Zheng Yunqi's remaining pride. We don't even have an engagement. Whoever wants to play love with you can go ahead. I'm so sick. Do you really think you're the male protagonist of Mary Sue? Which woman has to fall deeply in love with you? Foolishly going through fire and water for you. What a joke. After saying that, Chen Qiuyao turned around gracefully, ignoring the surprised looks of the people around her, and left without looking back, leaving Zheng Yunqi lying on the ground in a mess, with the roars getting farther and farther away behind her. Back in the car, Chen Qiuyao calmed down. She knew that time was running out, and she had to seize every minute and every second. So, Chen Qiuyao called Chen Tian, and the action was so fast that it caught people off guard. In just one meal, all the transfer materials were ready, waiting for her to go to the notary office to sign. For Chen Qiuyao, this was something she had been longing for. She got on the car without hesitation, in a very good mood. The sooner the money arrived, the sooner she could prepare to travel around the world and stock up on supplies for the end of the world. Xiaoyao, you better think it through. These are shares of Lingtian technology. Even though you can get a lot of money from selling them, it will ensure you have food and clothing for the rest of your life. Yi Hong looked at her anxiously, with a hint of regret in his tone. Yi Hong was Chen Qiuyao's mother's confidant and had watched her grow up. After Chen Qiuyao's parents passed away, Yi Hong was kicked out of the company by Chen Tian. Yi Hong started her own law firm and lived a good life. And Hong, I know what I am doing. Chen Qiuyao smiled, looking calm and composed. Yi Hong was speechless for a moment and could only sigh. Well, since you said so, I won't persuade you anymore. Although she was puzzled, her trust in Chen Qiuyao remained the same. How could the daughter of a woman as smart and capable as her mother be a naive and innocent woman? Total of all the goods, I only want 10 billion, and the rest will be your labor fee. Chen Qiuyao waved her hand generously, with determination flashing in her eyes. Yi Hong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. With money in hand, Chen Qiuyao felt at ease. Early the next morning, she drove to the foot of the famous Longquan Mountain in Kyoto. This place is a health resort for the powerful people in Kyoto. There are even troops stationed in the core area, making it extremely difficult for civilians to get close. At that time, Chen Qiuyao's mother Su Qingqiu was assigned to a small villa on the mountainside because of her outstanding contributions in a national project. It can be regarded as a symbol of the home of a hero. Although the geographical location is remote and life is inconvenient, and takeout and online shopping are not possible, this place has become an excellent refuge after the end of the world. Yulong Mountain has a dangerous terrain. After the end of the world, the country's first base was established here. In the previous life, until Chen Qiuyao's death, this base remained as stable as a rock. Although natural disasters and man-made calamities occurred one after another outside, there had never been a destructive disaster such as an earthquake. Looking back on the previous life, Lin Yu and Zheng Yunqi, that scumbag couple, together with Chen Tian and his son Chen Long, all relied on this house to live a very comfortable life in the early days of the apocalypse. They even took advantage of Chen Qiuyao's secret space and other resources after she left this safe haven, leading to her tragic end. With mixed feelings, Chen Qiuyao walked into the familiar small villa. The house covered an area of more than 200 square meters, plus the open space in the yard. It was as much as 300 to 400 square meters. She knew that with a little planning, this place could be turned into a small fortress. Digging a cellar and expanding the space would make this place her strongest support in the future. Without staying too long, Chen Qiuyao went straight to find the person in charge of Longquan Mountain, Li Changjun. "Uncle Li, long time no see." Chen Qiuyao greeted him with a smile, but she had already made plans in mind. When it comes to connections, you still have to win them over at critical moments. When Chen Qiuyao's mother Su Qingqiu was alive, she often brought her to Longquan Mountain for a short stay, and Li Changjun was also an acquaintance of hers. "Yao girl, it's really you. You've grown up so much." Li Changjun was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, smiling and patted her shoulder. He was not a stranger to Chen Qiuyao, but since her parents passed away, Chen Tian had intentionally or unintentionally separated her from these old friends, resulting in her not having come here for several years. "Why did you think of this place today? Did someone bully you?" Li Changjun asked with concern, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone, obviously aware of what Chen Tian did. After all, everyone in this circle knew that Chen Qiuyao's parents were once very successful, but she had been gradually marginalized over the years. "No, I just miss my mother. When I was sorting out her belongings, I found some things and thought of handing them over to the higher-ups. By the way, I also want to renovate this house. Is that okay?" Chen Qiuyao smiled calmly, with a calm tone in her voice. What Chen Qiuyao was going to hand over to the country was the simplified information of the first edition of the nutrient solution. In fact, this material was not her mother's posthumous work, but was researched by the National Research Institute in the second year after the apocalypse. But Chen Qiuyao decided to submit it in the name of Su Qingqiu, on the one hand to borrow the power of the country, and on the other hand, she sincerely hoped to help the motherland overcome the impending crisis. Chen Qiuyao would not directly talk about the end of the world. After experiencing countless betrayals and indifference, she had long seen through human nature and no longer had the great sentiment of saving the world. The disasters on the earth are a punishment for human arrogance. Only when the human population drops to a certain level will the disasters stop. The only thing Chen Qiuyao wants to protect is her motherland. Nutrient solution is the most suitable spark for the current situation. As long as people don't starve to death, Chen Qiuyao firmly believes that the descendants of the dragon will be able to survive tenaciously in the doomsday. Hearing her mention this, Li Changjun's expression immediately became serious. "Yao girl, this thing is very important?" "Yes, it is very important. However, it is only a semi-finished product at present." Chen Qiuyao nodded. She knew the importance of this information, but also knew that it was incomplete. She hoped to use this as an opportunity to help the country develop a real nutrient solution as soon as possible. With Li Changjun's help, Chen Qiuyao soon met Su Changkong, the senior executive in charge of such matters. "Little girl, you have grown up so big. I am Uncle Su. I held you in my arms when you were a child." Su Changkong seemed kind and friendly when he saw Chen Qiuyao. After seeing the information about the nutrient solution, this important figure of the country was filled with surprise and approval. Nutrient solution can not only solve the problem of food and clothing, but long-term use can also slowly improve physical fitness and reduce the occurrence of hidden injuries. For the military, this is undoubtedly an extremely important strategic material. "We will never forget the contributions your mother has made to the country. Yao girl, if you need any help, just tell Uncle Su." Su Changkong patted her shoulder, his tone full of concern. The reason why Su Changkong was so enthusiastic was that he had already found out that Chen Qiuyao had recently sold off a large number of Lingtian technology shares. He couldn't help but wonder if this girl might have been wronged or deceived. "I haven't been wronged, but I do have something I would like to ask Uncle Su for help with." Chen Qiuyao smiled slightly and said calmly, "Can you give me that piece of vacant land halfway up the mountain? I want to renovate my house and plan to live here in the future." Su Changkong was stunned for a moment, then readily agreed to her request. "That piece of land is already empty, so it's no problem to give it to you. I'll round it up for you, 1,000 square meters of land around the villa. As long as you're alive, it's yours, and you can do whatever you want with it." To outsiders, every inch of land in Longquan Mountain is worth a lot of money, but to a big shot like Su Changkong, 1,000 square meters of land is nothing, especially in the outer areas. Those who really need to protect their identities have already moved into the core area. Chen Qiuyao's villa is located at the edge of Longquan Mountain, so naturally there are not too many concerns. The land in Longwa has never been privately owned, so these lands can only be considered temporary use rights. Only Chen Qiuyao can enjoy the ownership of this land while he is alive. After Chen Qiuyao dies, the land will be returned to the public, and the only thing left will be a villa. Great! Thank you, Uncle Sue. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Qiuyao's eyes, and she was thinking about how to make use of the 1,000 square meters of land. Will soon take shape as a self-sufficient fortress. You said you want to renovate the house. Do you need me to introduce a construction team to you? Su Changkong asked. After all, although there are no troops stationed outside Longquan Mountain, not just anyone can enter and exit. Special treatment still needs to be given. Of course. This is the drawing I designed. Thank you, Uncle Sue, for your help. Chen Qiuyao smiled brightly, took out a carefully drawn drawing from her bag, and handed it over, appearing confident. When I designed it, I didn't think there would be so much extra land. You can tell the engineering team to turn the rest of the land into vegetable fields and farms. Chen Qiuyao joked, thinking about the previous limited space, so there was finally a place to accommodate big animals like cattle, sheep, and pigs. Su Changkong looked at the blueprint carefully and frowned slightly. Girl, your design is a bit strange. Chen Qiuyao's plan is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Not only are the security facilities in the villa yard extremely strict, the entire house is covered with bulletproof glass, plus stainless steel fences and electric fences. In addition to turning the yard into a vegetable garden, cattle pen, and pig pen, a huge storage room will also be open under the villa. The entire house also has an independent solar power circulation system, and a heating system will be installed in the entire area. You wouldn't be like that brat in my family and believe in some doomsday prophecy, right? Su Changkong was silent for a while and couldn't help asking. Su Changkong's son is a doomsday fanatic. A few years ago, he made a fuss about the Mayan prophecy and the solar eclipse for a long time. He stockpiled a lot of supplies that filled half of the house, and there is still a lot that he hasn't finished eating. Chen Qiuyao's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that there would be such a person in an official family. However, she had a playful smile on her face and tried to act like a willful little girl. Of course, this is cool. I just want to live a self-sufficient life at home, especially with the glass and heating system. I don't have to worry about winter. Okay. Su Changkong shook his head and laughed. After all your troubles, I'm afraid it won't be possible without a few $100 million. I have money, Chen Qiuyao said as a matter of course. You must use the best materials for me. The stronger the building, the better. Su Changkong laughed in silence, thinking that this little girl was really generous. But she had money and was willing to spend it, so let her do it. Okay, I'll ask Brother Mingxian to help you keep an eye on him. This guy should have something in common with you. That's great. Thank you, Uncle Su. A hint of cunning flashed in Chen Qiuyao's eyes. It seemed that Su Mingxian was the apocalypse enthusiast that Su Changkong mentioned. With such a person to help, there might be some unexpected surprises. After explaining the matters concerning the nutrient solution and the house renovation, Chen Qiuyao embarked on her journey abroad. The end of the world is approaching, and she must prepare for a rainy day. She cannot put all her resources in the country. After all, the laws and identity management of Dragon Country are very strict. If a large amount of supplies suddenly disappears, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Being asked to go to the police station is not her plan. Therefore, Chen Qiuyao planned to fly abroad first, apply for a fake identity, and purchase and store supplies abroad, which was both covert and safe. By the time foreign countries wanted to investigate her, she had already fled far away. As the first stop, Chen Qiuyao chose Country M. It was winter now, and the cold weather in Country M made her shiver as soon as she got out of the plane. Even though the helicopter landed directly in her manor, she still felt a bit of biting cold. Miss, be careful not to catch a cold. A middle-aged butler in a tuxedo walked up respectfully and put a pure silver mink coat on her. After putting on the mink coat, Chen Qiuyao's aura instantly seemed more noble, like a real aristocrat. The butler's name was Calvin Charlie. He was an old friend of Chen Qiuyao's father. He had saved his life and had always been loyal to their family. In addition to collecting food, Chen Qiuyao also specifically instructed him to buy weapons and ammunition. After all, gun ownership is legal in Country M, and not having weapons in the end times is tantamount to putting oneself on the chopping block. Uncle Charlie, are the things I want ready? Chen Qiuyao asked as she walked, with a hint of urgency in her voice. Charlie shook his head, with a trace of helplessness on his face. Miss, you want too many things. Even if I have 8 hands like an octopus monster, It is impossible to prepare them all in 2 days. However, I have bought 2 large farms, 2 supermarkets, a clothing company, and a canning factory. Do you want to take a look? Of course I have to go. Everything on my list must be prepared within 20 days, especially the weapons. Chen Qiuyao said firmly. She knew what it meant to be without guns in the apocalypse. Without weapons to protect yourself, you will sooner or later become someone else's prey. Yes, miss, everything is being arranged. However, I have prepared an authentic American meal for you. Why don't you take a rest first? Charlie suggested gentlemanly. Okay, but I have to take a shower first. It's so cold today. Chen Qiuyao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief as she walked. Although she had been busy for several days, everything was going on in an orderly manner, and she could finally relax for a moment. Chen Qiuyao knew that such quiet and peaceful days would be one day less each day. With the end of the world approaching, she had to cherish every minute and every second of peace. After less than a day's rest, Chen Qiuyao began to work nonstop. She shuttled between several companies, supermarkets, and farms every day. After all the places she had just acquired had closed down and were waiting for her to deal with them. The warehouse was filled with various supplies, just waiting for Chen Qiuyao to put them into the space one by one. As a large amount of materials were stored in the space, Chen Qiuyao's mental strength gradually began to be overdrawn. She felt dizzy and could hardly hold on. Chen Qiuyao struggled to put the last of the supplies into the space, then locked the warehouse door and threw the key into the space. Let's put the farm matter aside for now. No one is allowed to enter for the time being. Let's talk about it in 2 months, Chen Qiuyao thought to herself. She would be returning to China in 2 months, and the end of the world would have come. By then, even if others found out something was wrong, it would be too late. Miss, are you okay? Seeing Chen Qiuyao's pale face, the butler Charlie asked worriedly. It's okay. I'm just tired. Let's go back. Chen Qiuyao waved her hand, gave a brief explanation, and then fell into a deep sleep. Even on the way home, she was carried into the room by the maid. I slept until the next morning. The first thing Chen Qiuyao did when she woke up was to enter her space. As soon as she entered the space, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Originally a barren space, now it is covered with green grass, fruit trees, cattle and sheep frolicking on the grass, and even mountains and rivers. This is no longer the bare place she remembered, but a small self-sufficient world. However, she always felt that something was missing. Looking around, there were mountains, grasslands, and rivers, but there were still no rivers, lakes, seas, or aquatic life such as fish and shrimp. Chen Qiuyao realized that this was exactly the part that needed to be filled next. Just as Chen Qiuyao was scanning the space, she suddenly discovered a wooden house and a pool made of white jade in the distance. Above the pool was an exquisite dragon head sculpture, with water dripping slowly from the faucet. Spiritual spring? Chen Qiuyao's eyes lit up, but when she tried to get closer, she was blocked by a transparent film, and she fell to the ground with her buttocks. Chen Qiuyao smiled bitterly and shook her head, thinking that perhaps the level of the space was not high enough and it had not yet been opened for use. So Chen Qiuyao temporarily put aside her expectations for the spiritual spring, quickly washed up, had a hearty breakfast, and went back to work. The next day, Chen Qiuyao continued to purchase supplies and put all the supplies into the space. On this day, Chen Qiuyao cleared out the inventory of 3 large international department stores. Fortunately, time stood still for the items in the space, otherwise the food would have rotted long ago. On the 3rd day, the special plants and animals that Chen Qiuyao ordered from Manga also arrived. She personally took her bodyguards to the port to receive the goods, and all the tens of thousands of plants and animals were stored in her space. Chen Qiuyao looked at the full containers and large cargo ships, and her heart was itching to seize all the supplies in one fell swoop, but reason prevailed in the end. After all, she did not want to attract international attention. That night, Chen Qiuyao could not hide her excitement as she finally waited for the space to be upgraded again. The next morning, Chen Qiuyao couldn't wait to enter the space. Sure enough, there was a lake and an ocean in the space. Various fish and shrimps were swimming in it. The river became wider, nourishing the entire space. The film that originally blocked Chen Qiuyao also disappeared, and the wooden house turned into a spacious courtyard with rooms, kitchen, bathroom, tables, chairs, and stoves. The only thing that disappointed Chen Qiuyao was that there were no panaceas or cultivation techniques in the house, only some simple furniture. Although she felt a little disappointed, Chen Qiuyao quickly adjusted her mindset. The space was already so magical that she shouldn't be greedy. Next, Chen Qiuyao decided to try using the spring water in the pool. To be cautious, Chen Qiuyao did not drink the water directly, but caught several animals for experiments. Chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and a white wolf were all given a spoonful of pond water. What surprised Chen Qiuyao was that the chickens and ducks died on the spot. Sheep and pigs did not appear to have any noticeable changes. As for the white wolf, its fur became more shinier, and its eyes seemed to become more spiritual, as if it had suddenly become enlightened. Chen Qiuyao thought for a moment and captured another white wolf for the experiment. Fortunately, she was like a god in this space and could control everything. Otherwise, with the ferocity of this white wolf, it would have attacked her long ago. Chen Qiuyao stared at the white wolf, only to see a painful expression on the white wolf's face. But soon, the pain gradually disappeared, and then its fur became smoother, and its eyes gradually showed a light of wisdom. Sure enough, the spiritual spring water is not poisonous and is good for the body. Chen Qiuyao felt relieved. However, as to why chickens, ducks, and geese die directly, it may be just like ginseng is too tonic and children cannot digest it, so these small animals are also too weak to be nourished. After feeling relieved, Chen Qiuyao took a cup of warm water, dropped a drop of spiritual spring water into it, and then drank it all. Sure enough, after drinking the spiritual spring water, she immediately felt a warmth spreading from her stomach to her whole body, and the headache that had previously occurred due to excessive use of her mental power also disappeared instantly. Good stuff! Chen Qiuyao raised the corner of her mouth, her heart filled with joy. But before she had time to celebrate, she continued to devote herself to her sweet burden, continuing to collect supplies. She has already completed most of the necessities of life, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The next things are housing and transportation. Chen Qiuyao first bought a large number of solar panels, solar generators, kerosene generators, and diesel generators, selecting the best quality for each device, and bought a total of 100. In addition, she also stockpiled thousands of tons of gasoline, diesel, oil, and coal, enough for her to use for a lifetime. She was also generous in spending on medical resources. She bought all kinds of medicines for colds, allergies, stomachaches, and injuries. Chen Qiuyao bought a few $100 million worth of various prescription and over-the-counter drugs, as well as alcohol, gauze, scalpels, sutures, and other medical supplies. In this regard, she purchased various sleds, snow bikes, off-road vehicles, bulletproof cars, as well as small yachts and RVs. In particular, the 10 waterproof, cold-proof, and bulletproof amphibious RVs that cost $5 billion to be customized are still being produced and are expected to be delivered in half a month. In addition, Chen Qiuyao also stockpiled hundreds of sets of repair tools and thousands of tires to ensure the long-term use of the vehicles. Chen Qiuyao also prepared for extreme weather by buying a large number of ice machines, air conditioners, heating equipment, firewood, lighters, and 100,000 tons of mineral water. Although there are rivers and lakes in Chen Qiuyao's space, most of the water is used for fish farming. Boiling water is too troublesome, so stocking up mineral water is obviously more convenient. Faced with possible viral infections, she prepared a large amount of concentrated alcohol, disinfectant, protective clothing, masks, gas masks, and even purchased DNA-customized insecticides to deal with possible insect plagues in the end times. Of course, weapon storage is also a top priority. Although the bulk of the armaments are still on the way, she has already stockpiled countless cold weapons: swords, spears, halberds, bows and arrows, crossbows, and even iron whips and axes, which are enough for her to deal with various emergencies. In order to enrich her entertainment life, she also did not forget to stock up on snacks such as cola, milk tea, functional drinks, chocolate, etc., 10,000 bottles and 10,000 kilograms of each. In addition, emergency foods such as noodles, vermicelli, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, etc. were also purchased in large quantities. Chen Qiuyao stored all the compressed biscuits, self-heating foods, and hot pot bases in the space. She also prepared hundreds of game consoles and iPads for the future, downloading various movies, TV series, and variety shows. In order to ensure normal charging in the future, Chen Qiuyao stockpiled dozens of power banks and thousands of GB of memory cards to ensure that she could pass the time when she was bored. In order to pass on culture, she also specially collected a large number of books to fill her space. Chen Qiuyao's shopping list covers almost everything she can think of. She purchased various daily necessities, tools, and supplies online. All the express deliveries were ostensibly delivered to the underground warehouse of the manor, But in fact, they were all stored in her space, greatly enriching her doomsday survival reserves. The days abroad passed quickly, and stockpiling became Chen Qiuyao's main daily activity. However, this peaceful life was soon broken by a sudden piece of news. "Miss, our goods have been seized." The other party said that the amount of this batch of military equipment is too large, and Chen Long, the boss of the underground forces in Country M, wants to see you. Charlie reported with a serious expression. Chen Qiuyao frowned. This batch of military supplies included firearms, ammunition, bulletproof vests, etc., with a total value of $5 billion US, enough to equip a small private armed team. Losing these weapons was definitely not a consequence she could bear. "I'll go see him." Chen Qiuyao didn't hesitate at all. These weapons were the foundation of her future in the apocalypse, and she couldn't give them up. Although the end of the world is approaching, superpowers will always be a fantasy of mankind. Even if some humans undergo genetic mutations in the future and gain the ability to enhance physical strength, vision, or recovery, they are still flesh and blood and cannot resist thermal weapons. Chen Qiuyao had already made a plan in her mind. She had to get the weapons back this time. Although the other party was powerful, she was not a powerless lady. The effect of the spiritual spring has obviously begun to show, opening her genetic lock in advance, allowing her to have hearing, vision, and strength far beyond that of ordinary people, and her recovery ability has increased 4 or 5 times. Coupled with the courage and skills that Chen Qiuyao has acquired over the past few decades in the last days, even if a conflict really occurs, escape should not be a problem. In City A of Country M, in a large abandoned warehouse, the atmosphere was solemn. Chen Qiuyao was wearing a black tight combat suit and a mask. She looked heroic and exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time and was on the tip of a knife. In order not to attract attention, Chen Qiuyao only brought 9 team members dressed as bodyguards. However, she noticed that the other party came even less, only 2 cold-faced bodyguards in suits. When she looked at the man lazily leaning on the chair in the middle, her steps paused slightly and she was stunned. "Ji Yanli," she muttered in her heart, and her eyes under the mask suddenly froze. The aura that the man in front of her inadvertently revealed and his half-covered face undoubtedly made Chen Qiuyao recognize him. The mysterious head of the Ji family in Longwa, Ji Yanli. This man was once the leader of the first base in the south. After the end of the world, he was honored as Nanji, and he was once Lin Yu's biggest backer. Thinking of the relationship between this person and Lin Yu, Chen Qiuyao gritted her teeth and hatred surged. The tragic state before her death might have been condoned and tolerated by Ji Yanli. After all, the human body research laboratory that once existed in the southern base could not have been completely unrelated to Ji Yanli. "I've always heard that Chief Chen Long is the most trustworthy person. What's wrong? Now he wants to destroy his own reputation?" Chen Qiuyao suppressed the hatred in her heart, spoke in a cold and calm tone, and sat on the chair. Ji Yanli raised his eyes slightly, his voice magnetic and lazy. "How could it be? It's just that a new friend came, and I wanted to meet him." His attitude was casual and nonchalant, as if the $5 billion worth of arms was nothing to him. However, it was precisely because his men found out that the buyer might be from Longwa that he became curious. Although Ji Yanli's arms business was on the edge of the law, he always had a bottom line and would never allow his weapons to enter Longwa. "Now that we have met the leader, what should we do next?" Chen Qiuyao asked back coldly. A cold light flashed in her eyes, her body slightly tensed, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. She quietly used her awakened mental power. Although it was not as powerful as in the novel, it could detect the surrounding environment. Chen Qiuyao knew that although the goods were hidden deep inside, she could put them in her own space in the next second as long as she wanted, and the cost was just a huge consumption of mental energy. Ji Yanli smiled indifferently, narrowed his eyes, and said in a tired tone, "It's not that great. I just want to tell you that if you buy my things, you have to abide by my rules. My goods are not allowed to flow into Longwa." Chen Qiuyao already knew his rules. Although she hated this man, she agreed with this rule. Although she needed arms, she was unwilling to let Longwa fall into chaos. "Chief Chen Long is worrying too much," she replied calmly, and while speaking, she subconsciously pulled the piece lock hanging around her neck. This is a talisman carved by her parents, and she never leaves it. In her previous life, she lost it while fleeing, and now that she has it back, she cherishes it even more. However, when Ji Yanli saw the piece locket, his eyes froze instantly. His originally careless expression suddenly restrained, A hint of complex emotions flashed in his eyes, and he even subconsciously reached out to touch it. "Where did you get this thing?" Ji Yanli asked with a hint of anxiety, his eyes fixed on the peace locket. Chen Qiuyao tensed up instantly, mistakenly thinking that he was going to attack, so she swung her palm directly towards Ji Yanli's throat. However, before Chen Qiuyao could complete her action, a strong, murderous aura suddenly erupted around her, and the air seemed to be frozen in an instant. Chen Qiuyao suddenly woke up and realized that there were snipers hiding around. She broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that no matter how good her kung fu was, she would not be able to defeat the opponent's hot weapons. Helplessly, Chen Qiuyao could only withdraw her attack, but still fiercely shook Ji Yanli's hand away. "Chief Chen Long, this behavior is not very gentlemanly," Chen Qiuyao said coldly. Ji Yanli didn't seem to care about her reaction. Instead, the two bodyguards in black beside him looked aggressive and took an attacking stance, as if they were just waiting for Ji Yanli's order to rush up and kill Chen Qiuyao. However, unexpectedly, Ji Yanli did not get angry but gave in first. "Sorry." Afterwards, Ji Yanli frowned slightly and signaled to the bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately put away their murderous aura, and the oppressive feeling of being watched around them also disappeared. "This thing looks very similar to one of my old friends. I'd like to ask where you got it from." Ji Yanli's tone softened a lot, as if the conflict just now had never happened. Chen Qiuyao sneered. "Chief, you have the wrong person. This thing was carved by my parents themselves and has never left my body since I was born." Chen Qiuyao knew that this peace locket might be insignificant in the eyes of outsiders, but for her, it was the only relic left by her parents. Where did the similarity come from? Moreover, this thing was neither exquisite nor a work of a famous artist, so the possibility of mistaking it for someone else was almost zero. "Really?" Ji Yanli's eyes flashed with a complicated expression, but he quickly concealed his emotion and said calmly, "Even if I have offended you, as an apology, I will waive the balance of the goods." "How about that?" Chen Qiuyao was moved when she heard this. The final payment of 2.5 billion. Of course she would not refuse. The leader is generous. She smiled slightly, secretly happy in her heart. It seemed that the goods had been settled. "Do you need me to send someone to help you move?" Ji Yanli suddenly asked. "No need. If you withdraw your people, someone else will naturally take over." Chen Qiuyao refused immediately. She didn't want to expose her secret. Ji Yanli said no more and signaled the people around him to evacuate. Chen Qiuyao used her mental power to determine that Ji Yanli's men had all withdrawn and immediately stored all the military supplies in the space. This batch of supplies was stored in an underground warehouse, and the layers of chains and access control ensured that no one would notice that the goods were missing in a short period of time. At midnight, Chen Qiuyao planned to send a few more trucks to make it look like she was there. Even if someone found out that there was no cargo on the trucks, they would not suspect her. After all, who would have thought that she had the spatial ability described in the novel? After completing this thrilling operation, Chen Qiuyao began her global stockpiling journey. Chen Qiuyao still has 10 days left, and if she doesn't mind the fatigue of the journey, she can go through several countries to make a final round of stockpiling. During this trip, Chen Qiuyao declined Charlie's suggestion to arrange a bodyguard to accompany her. With the physical enhancement brought by the spiritual spring, the arsenal she carried with her, and years of experience in surviving the apocalypse, she no longer needed outside protection. And although Charlie knew a lot of Chen Qiuyao's secrets and had become a hidden danger, he would not follow her back to Dragon Country. Chen Qiuyao believed that after the end of the world, Charlie would be able to occupy a place with his estate and armed forces and live a pretty good life, and she had done her best for him. In the next 10 days, Chen Qiuyao quickly traveled to Country A, Country D, Country F, Country X, and other places, emptied dozens of warehouses, and stockpiled supplies and specialty foods worth tens of billions of dollars. Today, Chen Qiuyao's space is fully equipped with everything from red cannon to embroidery needle, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Even in the end times, Chen Qiuyao's quality of life still exceeds that of most people. It's a pity that I still have 10 billion left to spend. Just now, Chen Qiuyao received a transfer notice of 10 billion US dollars. This was the money from the company's shares and real estate left to her by her mother after they were sold with the help of Yi Hong. This 10 billion can be used to buy Dragon Country's specialties. Chen Qiuyao looked at the beautiful scenery in her space and smiled to herself. She had already stockpiled various supplies, but the only thing she lacked was Dragon Country's delicacies. After the end of the world, these delicacies will not affect people's livelihood. Chen Qiuyao can enjoy the 8 major cuisines and various snacks. As for the remaining money, Chen Qiuyao plans to buy food supplies and donate them to the country. This will be her last contribution to the motherland. Chen Qiuyao knew very well that the end of the world was the Earth's self-salvation and punishment, and no one could stop this disaster. Chen Qiuyao did not intend to become a savior, and could only watch this killing of natural selection with cold eyes. This catastrophe will only stop when the human population and the threat to the Earth drop significantly. After returning to Dragon Country, Chen Qiuyao came to the villa in Yulong Mountain again. Su Mingxian had already built a doomsday bunker for her. Sister Yao, look at this bunker that my brother personally supervised. Isn't it cool? Su Mingxian excitedly showed off to her like a sunny and cheerful big boy. Although there were bruises under his eyes, his enthusiasm did not diminish at all. The villa in Yulong Mountain has been completely transformed into a doomsday fortress, with a 6-meter-high wall and a bulletproof glass cover and stainless steel fence on the outside. Su Mingxian also added a layer of titanium alloy cover, and the entire yard seemed to be wrapped in a solid shell. Even blizzards or hailstorms cannot break this defense, and even the AK-47 is helpless. The yard is divided into warehouses, vegetable fields, and breeding gardens, and a large pond and a 40-meter deep well have been newly built. Not only is the house equipped with floor heating, there is also a fireplace on the wall. The entire courtyard wall is also equipped with a firewall device. Once it is started, even if the outside temperature drops to minus 100 degrees Celsius, the courtyard will still be as warm as spring. The underground part is even more amazing. Not only is there a huge storage room, but there is also an ice storage room. The space is so huge that it is almost built into an underground fortress. How is it? Are you satisfied? This is my most proud work. Even if zombies come, they can't get in. You can live in it for the rest of your life, without any problem. Su Mingxian showed off with sparkling eyes. Thank you. Chen Qiuyao smiled brightly as she looked at the house, which was more surprising than she expected. The lotus in the pond, the grape trellis, and various small potted plants all showed the careful design. Hey, what are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you. Building such a dream house has been my dream since I was a child. Su Mingxian scratched his head excitedly. Although he looked pale and exhausted, he still looked excited. He built this fortress in 20 days, which showed how hard he worked. By the way, do you still need to stock up on supplies? Why don't you leave it to me? I have experience and can guarantee good quality and low prices. Su Mingxian suggested enthusiastically. Okay, just buy according to the list. As long as the goods are good, don't worry about the price. Chen Qiuyao took out a deliberately simplified list of supplies and handed Su Mingxian a card. Although she already had almost everything in her space, she still needed to have a source of supplies in order to avoid suspicion. Wow, the rich sister is really well prepared. Su Mingxian was full of admiration after reading the list. There are 9 billion in the card. You can also buy another one according to the order. You can use the remaining money to buy supplies and donate them to the country. Chen Qiuyao said without hesitation. Damn, you are so generous. You donated so many supplies. Do you really believe that the end of the world is coming? Su Mingxian was shocked by her generosity. Not really. Chen Qiuyao shook her head, speaking fluently and naturally. My mother taught me to be patriotic since I was a child, and this is what I can do. I don't know where the money will be used, so it's better to donate supplies, which can at least help those in need. Besides, who would dare to take advantage of the National Reserve? It can also satisfy my little hobby, so why not do it? Chapter 10. Chen Qiuyao tried her best to play the role of an ignorant girl who loves shopping and spending money. How could she have known that the end of the world was coming? It was all just a coincidence. She is just an apocalypse enthusiast like Su Mingxian. If there is any difference, it's that she is richer than Su Era. Therefore, they are no longer satisfied with hoarding goods on their own, but are instead pulling the country together to hoard goods. Don't worry, I'll do everything right for you. Su Mingxian was a little excited and a little frustrated. He is also a person who has touched 9 billion yuan, but the frustrating thing is that he cannot touch even a penny of the money in the card. Although Chen Qiuyao clearly stated that she could buy herself a portion of the supplies as a reward, the remaining money had to be exchanged for supplies and donated to the country. Su Mingxian promised that if he dared to spend any money other than Chen Qiuyao's share, his father would break his legs. Fortunately, Su Mingxian has always been an optimistic person. If he doesn't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Anyway, the end of the world will never really come. He built a fortress and bought supplies. Although they all belonged to other people, he still got to experience the apocalypse. But whose newly built villa over there belongs to? Chen Qiuyao frowned. Although the villa was under construction, it was only about 100 meters away from her yard. You can see it all at a glance, but it's too close, which is not good. However, Chen Qiuyao remembered that there was no villa here in her previous life. Butterfly effect? In the previous life, until the end of the world, a base was built near Longquan Mountain, and bungalows began to be built one after another on the hillside to accommodate some minor leaders and their families who had less important status in the base. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Needless to say, a group of people huddled together in such desperate times are noisy. The quality of the people is still uneven, and there are many people who covet his villa and want to take it for themselves. But that's not easy. Except for Chen Qiuyao, the other two people living in this villa are bad to the core. How could they be bullied by them? But there were always many greedy, sticky, and malicious gazes around the villa in the previous life. Chen Qiuyao thought that if she made a comparison, perhaps this newly built villa would also be a good choice. At least she has a place, and there won't be so many messy people around her. As for the issue of privacy, Su Mingxian did a really good job. The bulletproof glass in the yard does not block sunlight, but is opaque when viewed from the outside. As for whether the people in the villa are good or not, maybe you'll feel more proud now that you can live in a villa? As long as Chen Qiuyao didn't show off her wealth, she thought that others probably wouldn't covet her. This villa belongs to the Ji family in Nancheng. The head of the Ji family directly bought the property rights of all the land on the hillside, except your piece, for more than 500 years at a high price. Su Mingxian was filled with doubts amidst his emotion. He is the elusive head of the Ji family in Nancheng. His Haiqing group covers a wide range of industries and has always been the top enterprise in Manhwa. He is also well known for his patriotism and donates billions every year. It is said that their ancestors were once respected and meritorious officials of the Dragon Kingdom. According to their status, they are qualified to live in the core area, but I don't know why they prefer the periphery. Ji family? Ji Yanli. Chen Qiuyao's heart skipped a beat, and the hatred that had been suppressed by Rebirth in the last days, squandering billions of assets, 43822, burst out. Chen Qiuyao had originally planned that if Ji Yanli did not bother her in this life, the grudges from the previous life would be written off. After all, Chen Qiuyao had no evidence that he directly caused or participated in her death in her previous life. It was just suspected tacit consent, and Chen Qiuyao did not intend to offend such a future strong man based on speculation. After being reborn, Chen Qiuyao had no idea of becoming the king in this life. She didn't have the brains for it and didn't want to suffer the hardship. I just want to live in peace until the end of the world. But why does Ji Yanli linger around? Ever since she acquired mental power, Chen Qiuyao's intuition has been very accurate. Her intuition told her that Ji Yanli might already know her identity. That's why I followed you. Otherwise, why would the leader of the southern base, who had never set foot in the north in his previous life, want to build a villa on Longquan Mountain in this life? Why not choose the inner circle where the location is better, but choose the outer circle where I will be my neighbor? Maybe it's for surveillance. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao felt a chill in her heart. Why? The head of the Ji family, the world's largest arms dealer, would want to monitor a small person like me? Could it be that I accidentally revealed a flaw? Is it space? Or rebirth? Chen Qiuyao thought back to what had happened since her rebirth. He was very sure that he had been extremely careful, and he even used the space to shake off several waves of people who were following him. Even though these multiple countries were collecting supplies, they were using different identities. She had also used her mental power to locate and block all surveillance in advance. The secret of space cannot be discovered. Otherwise, how could I return to Dragon Country so smoothly? Return to Longquan Mountain in Kyoto? It's basically impossible to catch her here. As for the secret of rebirth, that is even more impossible. Chen Qiuyao has never told anyone about it. Even though she lavishly renovated her villa and collected supplies, there were still many apocalypse enthusiasts in this world, both at home and abroad. There are also many wealthy people in the world who are afraid of death and do this. Although it is rare, it is not uncommon to build your own manor fortress. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that neither of her two secrets had been revealed. Why did Ji Yanli mobilize such a large army? Chen Qiuyao paused and rubbed the peace locket around her neck thoughtfully. The only time she and Ji Yanli had any contact in their lives was the military transaction. If there was anything wrong, it was this peace locket. Is it really just for this little peace locket? Chen Qiuyao tightened her grip and wanted to take the locket off. If she couldn't afford to offend her, couldn't she just hide from her? But after a moment of silence, he still didn't do it. No matter how ugly this peace locket is, it represents the love of her parents. Besides, she knew Ji Yanli. He must have some substantial evidence to have mobilized such a large force. In this case, let's use stillness to counteract movement. In a game between two parties, the one who loses his composure first will always suffer. Moreover, unless she ignited the ammunition in her space and set off fireworks, causing both of them to die together, Chen Qiuyao had to admit that her strength was indeed no match for Ji Yanli's. After all, in this world, nothing can be accomplished alone. But fortunately, because of the relationship between her mother and the nutrient solution, Chen Qiuyao can be said to have the support of the official. It is not of much use, but it is very good to use it to take advantage of the situation. No matter how arrogant Ji Yanli is, he can't do anything to her under the official nose. This is good news. Chapter 11. In a villa in Golden Bay, Kyoto. The moon was already at its zenith, but the villa was as bright as day. The light is soft, like a veil, and as natural as moonlight, and does not hurt the eyes at all. Second master, Miss Chun has returned to China. G.E., a handsome man in a black suit, respectfully reported to Ji Yanli, who was sitting at the top. How is the investigation going? Ji Yanli was wearing a gray gown, with a face as white as jade and handsome features. At this moment, all his imposing aura was restrained, leaving only an air of nobility emanating from his bones, making him look somewhat like a distinguished young man in troubled times. Please punish me, second master. The only thing we can confirm now is that the peace locket is something Miss Chun has always had since she was a child. Ji lowered his eyes. As the number one assistant under the second master, he deserved to be punished for not being able to do such a small thing as getting information. As for whether she had been to Fengqi Mountain when she was about 10 years old, and whether she had been kidnapped, these are unknown. Forget it, go down. The country is full of talented people. Qiuyao is indeed a senior worthy of admiration. Ji Yanli casually turned the dragon-patterned ring on his hand. There are talented people in every generation. In the previous generation, only Qiuyao, the number one young master in the capital, was the most brilliant and talented, with extraordinary means and scheming. At that time, Lingtian technology was at its peak and was truly the number one enterprise in Dragon Country. Even the Haiqin group at that time had to take a back seat and was firmly surpassed by it. With Chenju around at that time, how could Chen Qiuyao's affairs be revealed? Even if there were any, they were just harmless remarks or things that happened after both husband and wife passed away. It's a pity that he died too early, Ji Yanli said with regret, but suddenly he clenched his fist against his lips, coughed lightly, and his face became pale and weak. Perhaps the biggest regret in his life is that he doesn't have a rival who is a military rival, but has an opponent who respects him. Ahem. But his daughter does have some of his style. She is flattered to death. She is not necessarily naive. As Ji Yanli spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he thought of that day, the woman with clear eyes and calm behavior. It was rare for him to see someone who could remain calm under his deliberate pressure. Second master, you should take medicine. Hearing his cough, Ji was very nervous and said anxiously, "What are you afraid of? If I die easily, even the king of hell would be unable to explain it to me." Ji Yanli didn't care at all that if he died so easily, he would not have been born 20 years ago. I'll post a notice tomorrow to invite her to meet me. This evening, Chen Qiuyao was mentioned more than once, including Chen Tianyi. Are you sure that girl has returned? Chen Tian frowned as he looked at his son, who was not doing anything beside him. Chen long hoped his son would become a successful person, but this unruly son went against his expectations. Not only did he indulge in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, he also had a dull mind. You are not the type to inherit the family business. If it weren't for the fact that no matter how many women he had with over the years, he only had one son, Chen Tian would have given up on him long ago. Who wouldn't recognize her pretty face? She went to Longquan Mountain as soon as she came out of the airport. Chen Long's face was pale and his eyes were dark, as if he had been drained of all his energy, but even so, there was still a silver evil flash in his eyes. She has become more and more beautiful recently. She used to be bright and ostentatious, but now she is as unattainable as the snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains. This can best arouse a man's desire to conquer. Chen Long thought so, and threw out some photos. Put away your dirty thoughts. Chen Tian, with a worried look on his face, turned around and glared at Chen Long fiercely. His son is really ridiculous. Doesn't she have a best friend named Lin Yu? Go find her and ask her to persuade Qiuyao to come back tomorrow. Chen Tian's hair was almost turning white with worry. He was so angry looking at his son who was ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Ling Tian technology has been slowly declining since the death of Qin Ju, and now it has somehow offended the higher-ups, making it difficult to move forward. If they don't find a way to solve the problem, they will have to step down from the top wealthy family and start a family. Everything has been arranged, but the project is stuck. The only variable is Chen Qiuyao, Su Qingqiu's daughter. She is indeed nostalgic. In this case, Chen Qiuyao will have to spend the 50 billion yuan slowly. Thinking of this, Chen Tian became a little anxious. After all, that was all the company's working capital, and now it was all in the hands of a delicate young lady who only knew how to dress up. As for whether it was Chen Qiuyao who complained, Chen Tian didn't think so. He has always been a good uncle who obeys everything and thinks he is in no position to be blamed. The only bad thing done to Chen Qiuyao was to flatter her to death. But how many people can see this? At least Chen Qiuyao herself didn't realize it before. After all, no one can say anything if a niece whose parents have both passed away is spoiled and pampered. Who are you looking for, Lin Yu? I'll go. Chen Long touched his chin, volunteered, his eyes sparkling. We are a family, aren't we? I'm afraid you'll go in vertically and come out horizontally. Chen Tian sneered, not giving his son any face at all. What is Longquan Mountain? It is estimated that the sharpest eyes of the entire Dragon Kingdom are there, and people with bad intentions can be seen immediately. For such a beast in human clothing, breaking his legs is the least of his worries. Brother Yunqi. Lin Yu was wearing a pure white suspender nightgown. Her pretty face was full of tenderness and gentleness as she nestled in Zheng Yunqi's arms. Zheng Yunqi held Lin Yu in one hand and held a glass of red wine in the other, looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, his face full of gloom. What's wrong with Lin Qiuyao recently? How come she suddenly has a brain? Zheng Yunqi's voice was filled with impatience. And how can she sell her shares? They should be mine. Although he was also officially born of the legitimate wife, he was unfortunately the youngest son, and his ability was not as good as that of his eldest legitimate brother. Therefore, Chen Qiuyao and the shares she held were his only capital to turn the situation around. But now the whole Kyoto is buzzing with the news that Chen Qiuyao shares in Lingtian technology have been acquired by Chen Tian. This made Zheng Yunqi dumbfounded for a moment, and he felt angry as if things were out of control. But he couldn't settle the score with Chen Qiuyao, because Chen Qiuyao went traveling around the world. Now that he has finally come back, he actually hides in Longquan Mountain. Even if Zheng Yunqi was extremely angry, there was nothing he could do because he couldn't enter the mainland. His elder brother could still make the connection, but with his status, he wouldn't even know which way the door opens. It's okay, Brother Yunqi. Chen Qiuyao has more than just Lingtian technology shares in his hands, both large and small. He also has shares in dozens of companies. If you add them all up, it shouldn't be much less than Lingtian Technology's share. Chapter 12. Besides, Chen Qiuyao sold her shares, but she must have kept the money. Otherwise, how could she travel around the world so freely? Lin Yu comforted her softly, but in her heart, she kept sneering at Lin Qiuyao's stupidity. This idiot was almost enough to tell someone his bank card password after some coaxing and tricking. But she seems to be different. Zheng Yunqi's face was full of annoyance. He remembered Chen Qiuyao's flamboyant and sharp eyes that day, which seemed to be able to see through all the filth in the world. It is like a rose blooming on the top of a mountain, but surrounded by thorns. It attracts people to pick it, but it is out of reach. When Zheng Yunqi thought of Lin Qiuyao like that, he was also amazed and his desire to conquer her was aroused. But when he thought of her stupid look and the fact that she was smaller than a walnut, the anger in Yunqi's heart suddenly died down. She was nothing but a fool with a pretty face. Zheng Yunqi actually has a little-known quirk. He just likes smart women. Even if that woman is scheming, she still has to please him for money, right? She is much better than that arrogant and domineering woman Chen Qiuyao. So now when he thought of Chen Qiuyao, Zheng Yunqi was more annoyed after she was out of control. What's the difference? It's just jealousy. Someone must have instigated it. Lin Yu didn't take it seriously. They could still wear the same pants the day before the quarrel. That idiot even spent 30 million to buy her a set of sapphire jewelry. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly stopped, and she remembered Chen Qiuyao's question. She had been servile enough to please Zheng Yunqi, even sacrificing her innocence and dignity. But it seemed that what she got was not as much as what she got from Chen Qiuyao. That idiot must have spent 100 million on himself over the past few years, right? Is it just because her mother died just like hers? What a ridiculous reason. What a stupid person. No, I'm not wrong. Lin Yu shook her head and said to herself, so what if Chen Qiuyao treats her well? She will get married sooner or later. By then, all that money, shares, and jewelry will belong to someone else. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Didn't Lin Qiuyao say that she could share everything she had with her? So what if I share my fiancé? That must be the case. Otherwise, how could that idiot think of so many things? Aren't we just holding hands? Zheng Yunqi said affirmatively. Good, Yue, I'll have to put you in trouble for a while until I coax this idiot back. After all, she has at least hundreds of billions in her hands. Are you willing to let her go? Zheng Yunqi coaxed Lin Yu gently. Halfway through his speech, his face suddenly distorted. Because he had to admit that even though Chen Qiuyao was a stupid woman, and even though he had sold his shares in Lingtian Technology, the hen that laid the golden eggs, her wealth was still beyond his reach. You are her best friend. If you coax her well, she won't be angry. Then you can see if you can get her to take you to Longquan Mountain as well. That place is full of big guys. If you can get the eyes of one of them, it will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. As Zheng Yunqi was talking, he began to fantasize. If he could get close to the big boss on Longquan Mountain, plus Chen Qiuyao's wealth, then the big brother who had been suppressing him since he was a child would probably be beaten by him, without any chance to fight back. I'll listen to you, Lin Yu said softly, but there was a gleam in her eyes. Yes. Why should I keep staring at Zheng Yunqi, a loser who is not as rich and generous as Lin Qiuyao? There are many powerful people in Longquan Mountain. If I can get close to one of them, it will be enough to live a glorious life for the rest of my life. By then, with Chen Qiuyao, my rich best friend, oh no! By then, even the always arrogant Chen Qiuyao would have to bow down to her. As she thought about it, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. In his heart, he also blamed Chen Qiuyao for being selfish. With such good resources, why didn't she take him there earlier? How much time has she wasted with that loser Zheng Yunqi? She also lost her innocence. What would happen if her future husband found out? Fortunately, with current technology, as long as you are willing to spend money, there are always other ways. Chen Qiuyao had no idea that 3 parties were thinking about her. She stayed up until midnight organizing supplies and slept peacefully in the room she designed. Although transporting supplies is a happy and satisfying thing. After traveling to several countries in 10 days and going through a dangerous negotiation, people are always tired. But it's not enough. It's not enough. Thinking of the hungry life of the previous generation, Chen Qiuyao felt that no matter how much she stockpiled, it would never be enough. She walked on the streets of a foreign country where there were a lot of people in cars. Children from unknown families were running around in the crowd without restraint, looking so happy. However, no matter how prosperous a place is, it will be overwhelmed by disasters. And no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it will become devastated. All that was left afterwards was panic and people's endless crying. Chen Qiuyao bought a bunch of specialty snacks and placed them in the space where dead objects were still. They would be preserved forever and would become the final evidence that these cities had once been prosperous. This was the last check for omissions. After finishing everything, Chen Qiuyao breathed a sigh of relief on the return flight. After finishing all the work, Chen Qiuyao felt somewhat relaxed as she looked at the space filled with supplies. But while relaxing, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, I felt inexplicably heavy. The end of the world is approaching, and these relaxing and comfortable days will be completely gone. Even the clean blue sky and white clouds of Yuanquan will become a luxury after the end of the world. Heavy rain, heavy snow, hail. Except for extremely hot days and natural disasters, the sky is covered with dark clouds most of the time, without a trace of sunshine. When the Earth really fell into the Little Ice Age, it was somewhat stable except for the extreme cold and food shortage. But the sky is always covered with white fog, which blocks the sunlight completely. Even the children who were born with great difficulty during the Little Ice Age after the apocalypse no longer knew what the sun was. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao closed her eyes. Everything will be fine. Is there any year in this world where there is no disaster? Humanity has made it through. The Earth is kind and will not completely exterminate human beings. Although he has almost covered all the advanced civilizations of mankind, there will always be new civilizations, right? There are countless books in my own space. which are the crystallization of human wisdom. With them, civilization will develop much faster after the natural disaster. Chapter 13. When Chen Qiuyao returned to the manor, she saw that Su Mingxian had indeed done a good job. The several warehouses, specially reserved in the entire garden, were filled with supplies. The cold storage is also filled with various fruits and vegetables. There are more than a dozen refrigerators embedded in the walls scattered around the villa, which are filled with various practical and delicious snacks. Even in the villa, except for a master bedroom and a guest bedroom, all the other rooms are full. The deep well in the yard was equipped with an automatic water dispenser, and fish and shrimps were swimming in the pond. All kinds of seeds in the vegetable garden have now grown into seedlings, and even the chickens, ducks, and geese are half-grown, and we will be able to eat fresh eggs soon. There was even a new cow in the yard. Fortunately, Chen Qiuyao bought a lot of machines, and there is also small equipment in the space to turn milk into milk powder, so there is no need to worry about waste. But what made Chen Qiuyao frown was that the villa of her enemy across the street seemed to have been completed in just 20 days, and there were signs of occupancy. I think maybe we will celebrate the new year here tomorrow as well. But tonight is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. If Ji Yanli doesn't go back, it will not be easy for him to return to Nanshi. Chen Qiuyao thought it was indeed a fantastic thing that the first leader of the southern base in the previous life might be trapped in the north at the end of the world in this life. I don't know if there will be any major changes in the southern base in this lifetime, but it is indeed a good choice to replace the leader of the southern base with someone who is not as capable and skilled. After all, this way the southern base will not be out of official control. Look at the past life. Without official supervision, the Southern Human Body Laboratory was established. It looks strong, but in fact chaos has already occurred, which is not a good sign. Sister Yao, the big boss wants to meet you. Su Mingxian looked excited, holding a banner with the top 10 philanthropists and smiling foolishly, as if the recognition was for him. However, he did not get no benefits. The 9 billion yuan in material donations all went through his hands. It is said that the big boss also praised him. Therefore, the old man and his family, who had always been disappointed with him, was also proud of him. I accept the commendation, but let's forget about the meeting. I have social phobia. Chen Qiuyao accepted the banner and made up a random excuse to reject the idea of a meeting. She knew that the big boss wanted to see her not only because of the 9 billion, but also probably because of the relationship between his mother and the nutrient. Although this banner is just a face-saving project now, after the apocalypse base is established, this honor can be transformed into 10-on-10 supplies and privileges. In times of chaos, special matters are handled specially. Although on the surface everyone is equal, in reality, the more you do, the more you get. We can't let those who have made contributions feel disappointed, right? But meeting the big boss is really just a face-saving project. Real honor, but it has no other use except honor. Moreover, those in high positions all have sharp eyes that can see through demons, ghosts, gods, and monsters. Chen Qiuyao had struggled on the edge of a knife in her previous life, and there was no way she could go back to being the carefree 18-year-old she was today. If you really try to explore it, it's easy to reveal the flaws. Chen Qiuyao knew that most officials were good people, but she didn't want to compare herself with the people of the world. Ah, that's such a pity. Su Mingxuan's face was full of regret, and he almost wished he could accept the honor on behalf of Chen Qiuyao. Although his family background allows him to meet the big boss often, the feeling is different. Okay, the boss is busy with all kinds of things. Why would he want to see a rich and stupid young lady like me? I just want to live my life in peace. Chen Qiuyao still refused. What a pity that her mother is no longer around, and she can't recognize most of the people she met in Longquan Mountain when she was a child. Otherwise, with such a large network of contacts and a mother who takes care of everything, Chen Qiuyao really doesn't have to worry about anything. Well, actually, there's nothing to see about the big boss. He's just 2 eyes and a mouth. Su Mingxian was indeed a well-educated person. Although he felt very sorry, he did not force it, but comforted Chen Qiuyao instead. By the way, today is New Year's Eve, and my dad asked you to come to my house for dinner. Su Mingxian talked about another thing. A trace of sympathy flashed across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. I feel that Chen Qiuyao's only relative after her parents passed away is not a good person. It is really too lonely for her to be alone during the new year. No, I want to spend this year at home. After all, I spent billions to build this fortress, but I haven't lived in it yet. Chen Qiuyao still refused. It was the last night of the apocalypse, the last new year, and she wanted to spend the last bit of peaceful time alone. Ah, Although what you said makes sense, my dad will break my legs if I fail to complete the task. Su Mingxian first nodded in agreement, and then immediately made a bitter face, looking like a sad husky. Then I will give you the latest smart wheelchair, the kind that can transform into Iron Man. Chen Qiuyao burst out laughing. Her eyebrows were curved, and her already bright face blossomed with a smile. Her long hair draped over her shoulders was truly stunning. Even Su Era, who had always been a thick-skinned man, couldn't help but blush and stand there in a daze when he saw this scene. The two of them stood opposite each other, one bright and charming, the other sunny and handsome. Somehow they were a perfect match. But Ji Yanli, who was sitting by the window, found this scene extremely dazzling. He narrowed his eyes and unconsciously turned the ring on his hand. Looking at the two people below who were laughing so happily, I don't know why I just felt very annoyed. Let's go and wish Marshal Su a happy new year. The new year hasn't even ended yet. Ji was a little confused and complained to himself, but he still quickly prepared. Ji secretly glanced at Ji Yanli, who was looking at the man and woman smiling at each other below with a thoughtful look on his face. In the end, Su Mingxian went back alone. When she came, she was relaxed, holding only a banner. When she left, her body was covered with decorations, and she even had a bag of local specialties brought back by Chen Qiuyao in her mouth. In the name of giving New Year gifts and thank you gifts, Chen Qiuyao gave at least hundreds of kilograms of supplies. Most of them were doomsday gift packages that made Su Mingxian very excited. It is the kind of doomsday gift package that is extremely famous among doomsday enthusiasts. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per set, and Su Mingxian has never been willing to buy it. So even though he knew that if he took so many things back his father would really break his legs, he still didn't put the things down. As for whether it would be too expensive, Su Mingxian, the husky, didn't think it was a big deal. Chen Qiuyao's generosity is known to everyone in Longquan Mountain, and it's just a few $100,000. Besides, Su Mingxian felt that he had been busy taking care of this villa for a month and almost died of sudden death. So he really deserved this big gift package. Even if his legs were broken by his father, this is what he deserves. Chapter 14. The entire Longquan Mountain was brightly lit. It wasn't bustling with people, but there was indeed some laughter and noise from the fireworks. The usually quiet and silent night also becomes colorful. Chen Qiuyao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, holding a glass of red wine, looking into the distance. She was speechless at the exploding fireworks and the faintly visible lights of thousands of homes. Behind him were all kinds of delicious food that had just been taken out of the space. As the candlelight flickered, the steaming aroma filled the air. Suddenly, something rubbed her calf gently. When she looked down, she saw a black and white husky with a silly look on its face. It stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail vigorously, smiled foolishly, and kept rubbing against Chen Qiuyao's calf. It seemed as if he understood her sorrow. Ouch! When she looked over, another furry figure appeared in the room, pounced towards her, and stopped at her feet. Just like the first husky, he rubbed against each other and acted coquettishly. Chen Qiuyao was immediately surrounded by two furry creatures. In this situation, these guys simply can't tell that they have half-wolf blood, as the seller said. Looking at the silly and worry-free smiles on their dog faces, Chen Qiuyao really feels that it deserves its nickname, Era. Ever since Chen Qiuyao realized that the spiritual spring water had the function of enlightening animals, she had been planning to raise a pet. After all, Chen Qiuyao, who had been completely betrayed after returning from the end of the world, fell into an embarrassing situation. A person feels lonely but doesn't really want to get along with others. That's why I thought of raising a pet to relieve boredom. After all, pets are much purer than humans. After much selection, they chose a few huskies that were said to have wolf bloodline. It is said that this thing is particularly amusing. Moreover, if an animal like a dog explodes, it will be not much different from a wolf. It can be used as a pet as well as a fighting force, and has a great price-performance ratio. As for why we chose husky instead of other breeds, it's because it is cold-resistant. It is said that the colder the weather, the smarter the animals become. During the Little Ice Age, a sled could be used as a means of transportation. It's a pity that 6 were bought at that time, and only 2 of them became smarter after drinking the spiritual spring water, and they also had a natural liking for Lin Qiuyao, who had space. Knock, 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 knock. Lin Qiuyao, who was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, naturally heard the knock on the door outside the yard. Who is so tactless on New Year's Day? Chen Qiuyao stood in front of the window and looked down impatiently. Oh, it's indeed an uninvited guest. Ji Yanli. In the light of the fireworks, Chen Qiuyao looked at the slender figure below and frowned into a Chan shape. She closed her eyes, her whole body expressing resistance. It's New Year's Day, the last bit of peaceful time before the end of the world. Who wants to waste it on this bastard? But after taking a deep breath, Chen Qiuyao had to compromise. If it was just the power of the Ji family, Chen Qiuyao would not be afraid. But this plague god might find out his identity, so he would have to meet him. After all, it would be difficult to explain the 5 billion worth of arms once the news got out. Coming, Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath, quickly went downstairs, and opened the gate. Ji Yanli was wearing a white gown. His face was handsome, and he had a smile on his lips, which made him look more elegant and diluted his imposing manner. Against the backdrop of the colorful fireworks behind him, he really looked astonished. Even though Chen Qiuyao didn't like him in this situation, she was shocked by the beauty in front of her. After coming back to his senses, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes elegantly in his heart. Why are you pretending? I can't freeze you to death. The winter in the north is very freezing. Although spring is almost here, the temperature is still low. The white gown looks good, but it is also very beautiful and freezing. Chen Qiuyao looked at Ji Yanli, whose expression was calm, but whose face was actually pale, and she almost laughed to death. Should cough, cough. A clear cough woke Chen Qiuyao up, only to see Ji Yanli holding his fist against his lips and unable to stop coughing. There was a hint of sickness on her face, but surprisingly, it made her look even more beautiful. It is actually very rare to see such a beautiful man. If this man was not Ji Yanli, Chen Qiuyao might be moved and even feel a little pity. But this person happened to be Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli, who was in cahoots with Lin Yu. Chen Qiuyao's emotions were surging. Second master. This time it was Ji Air who followed. Seeing this scene, his face was very nervous. It was a pity that his body was full of New Year's goods, and he really couldn't free his hands. Who are you? What's going on during the New Year? Chen Qiuyao pretended not to recognize him. After all, he was wearing a mask when they met last time. Neighbor, come and wish a happy new year. Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao in surprise, not knowing whether she believed it or not, but suddenly he chuckled. He silently moved a step to the side, revealing Ji Air, who was holding the New Year gift behind him. Puffed. Chen Qiuyao really smiled. Her eyes and eyebrows were so beautiful. She knew this Ji Air. In the last life, he was Ji Yanli's trusted general and a well-known figure. It's rare to see him looking so funny, with a bunch of things in his hands and one hanging around his neck, and a hint of despair on his cold and handsome face. Ahem! Who's the nice guy coming to pay New Year's greetings on New Year's Eve? Chen Qiuyao cleared her throat and suppressed her smile, her diswelcome almost written all over her face. Now that I'm here, are you really not going to invite me in? Ji Yanli didn't seem to hear the impatience in Chen Qiuyao's words, and just uttered a classic Chinese quote. Now that you're here, do whatever you want. Chen Qiuyao's mouth twitched, and she suddenly felt deflated. She wanted to see what this guy was doing. How could I have deserved the favor of the head of the Ji family? Why don't you turn on the lights? Ji Yanli suddenly asked as he followed Chen Qiuyao into the yard. New Year's Eve should have been a night of bright lights, but it was unexpectedly pitch black here, illuminated only by the fireworks. There is a faint light from the second floor of the villa, like a candle. Ji Yanli thought silently. Is she short of this little bit of electricity? Thinking about the billions of dollars of arms, and this obviously renovated house that would cost billions of dollars. Is it your business if I want to have a candlelight dinner? Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes scrupulously in the dim light. Isn't this because the world will end tomorrow? It doesn't matter if it's hot. The most important thing is the disordered magnetic field. But who knows whether this magnetic field disturbance is sudden or gradual? If you are not careful, the lights and refrigerator in the house and the smart roof in the yard will all be ruined. It is safer to turn off the power. Anyway, she probably won't be able to use up all the candles she has collected in her lifetime. Besides, isn't it a nice mood to have a candlelight dinner with fireworks during the New Year? It's cold, isn't it? Look at how pale your face is. You're frozen. You can't choose elegance over warmth. I have a floral cotton jacket on top. How about you just wear it? Looking at Ji Yanli's strange expression, Chen Qiuyao snorted in her heart and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Why are you pretending to be noble? Why are you pretending to be a handsome gentleman in white clothes? Who didn't know in his previous life how cruel Ji Yanli was, killing people without shedding blood? Chapter 15. After saying this, Ji Yanli's expression became even weirder. My pale face is caused by my physical condition. As for my clothes, the fabric is the latest product developed by Haichin Group that is impervious to cold and heat. There's a piece of clothing like this among the New Year gifts I brought. If you're interested, you can try it. Ha! Why are you pretending? Chen Qiuyao's face became even uglier, as if she had never seen the world. It is also immune to cold and heat. If you have the guts, go to the apocalypse and experience extremely hot or cold natural disasters to try it out. I can't kill you. But while feeling indignant, Chen Qiuyao was thinking about the rumors from her previous life. Yes, Ji Yanli's poor health was no secret in his previous life. There are always some secrets among the wealthy and powerful families. This guy is truly beautiful, strong, and miserable. Premature birth, posthumous child, mother died at birth, plus fetal poison and mild heart disease. But even with so many buffs stacked up, he just wouldn't die. It was as if God was chasing him and feeding him. At a young age, he defeated the elders of the family and became the head of the Ji family, stirring up trouble in South City. What's even more infuriating is that even at the end of the world, the virus didn't kill him. On the contrary, it seemed to have unlocked his genetic locks, making him healthier. He continued to stir up trouble in the last days and turned the mixed southern base into a large base that could compete with the official base. It was simply a disaster for his descendants. If this kind of person is not suitable for Lin Yu to collude with, Chen Qiuyao will admire him. After all, he is a brilliant person like her father. But alas! The second floor is specially designed to be very spacious, and the sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner on the exquisite large round wooden table can be seen at a glance. The flickering lights of dozens of candles did not seem dim, and combined with the fireworks outside the window, it was quite artistic. Would you like some tea? Chen Qiuyao looked at Ji Yanli, who sat on the chair very familiarly, and the corners of her mouth twitched. No need to bother, just a glass of wine. Ji Yanli pointed to the rambutan sweet wine on the table. Since returning from the apocalypse, Chen Qiuyao has loved sweetness. Life has become too bitter. Second master, Ji Air, who almost turned into a human Christmas tree, finally put down the pile of gifts and was a little disapproving of Ji Yanli's words. This shows how much Ji Yanli trusted them. Otherwise, a man of such a decisive character would not tolerate any interference from the hostages. Have a drink. Ji Yanli really ignored him. Although his health was not very good, he never wanted to live cautiously. Chen Qiuyao took out a wine glass from the cabinet and poured him a glass of lady's sweet wine with a strange look on her face. Ji Er really doesn't have to worry, because this wine has no alcohol content. Sure enough, Ji Yanli took a sip and paused for a moment, then put down the glass without changing his expression. My name is Ji Yanli, and my courtesy name is Yangon. You can also call me Ji Yangon. He smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. Chen Qiuyao. Doesn't anyone want to know your name or your pen name? If you have something to say, just say it. What are you here for? Can you please just give me some answers? But Ji Yong'an, why does it sound familiar? Chen Qiuyao thought for a moment, but couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Seeing Chen Qiuyao's confused expression, Ji Yanli was a little disappointed but not anxious. That similar face, and that peace locket that really doesn't look like a peace locket. Ji Yanli also has an identical one in his hand, which he carved himself based on his memory. It is almost covered with patina, a person on New Year's Day. Ji Yanli lowered his eyes and looked at the combination of famous state banquet dishes and local specialties on the table. No, there's also a dog. Chen Qiuyao had a wooden face. What on earth did this guy want to do? Don't even mention that he wanted to have New Year's Eve dinner with her. This is so scary. Sui sui. Peace. Chen Qiuyao roared and summoned the divine beast. Come on, let the sand sculpture in your blood flow to your heart's content. Get this annoying guy out. If this continues, this shameless guy might really have to eat New Year's Eve dinner at her place. Chen Qiuyao is afraid that he will suffer from indigestion. The two huskies lived up to everyone's expectations and pounced towards Chen Qiuyao like wild horses. Sui Sui, who was more alert, looked at the stranger Ji Yanli in the room and howled as if he was about to pounce on him. But he was frozen in place by Ji Yanli's murderous look. He was even so scared that he tucked his tail between his legs. Chen Qiuyao, do you have to be so cowardly? Chen Qiuyao was silent, and after a while she decided that these two guys could only be pets and means of transportation at best. As for expecting them to stand up and protect themselves, seeing how cowardly you are, it's better to just forget about it. If she really took it to the battlefield, Chen Qiuyao was afraid that it would defect to the enemy. Ji Yanli, what on earth are you going to do? Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath and went straight to the point and spoke first. I can't bear it. What if he recognized that it was her? Do they really dare to say it easily? Or do the authorities know that this official top 10 philanthropist who receives awards and banners every year is actually the world's largest arms dealer? Stop pretending? Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao's angry expression and curled his lips slightly. You always seem to be hostile to me, why? He asked seriously. Ji Yanli from Country M had sensed it. Chen Qiuyao concealed it very well at the time, but some people are naturally sensitive to emotions. Because I hate people who are richer, more powerful, and more pretentious than me, isn't that okay? Chen Qiuyao sneered and said nonsense. What about you? I don't know what else about me, besides being rich, that deserves the attention of Master Ji. Chen Qiuyao asked back. After a pause, an idea suddenly occurred to her, and the cliched romance novel she had read when she was young and ignorant in her previous life emerged in her mind. Or is there a grudge between our elders? Chen Qiuyao asked sincerely. Her father was the most distinguished young master in Kyoto, and her mother was a legendary beauty. Both of them have countless suitors, so which one of them is unable to get the love that makes their son recognize the peace locket carved by that person personally at a glance? You are lying, Xiao Xiao. Ji Yanli suddenly looked at Chen Qiuyao steadily. How do you know my nickname? Chen Qiuyao was surprised when she heard the familiar name. It's been a long time since my parents passed away. The head of the Ji family has extraordinary powers. Chen Qiuyao sneered. You told me about Fengqi Mountain in Yushi County about 8 or 9 years ago. Do you remember? Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao with anticipation in his eyes. Oh, which clay monkey are you? Chen Qiuyao paused, her emotions surging, and she held Sui Sui and Pingin's hands tighter and tighter. She remembered that because she was young and naive, she always longed for freedom, so even though she was well protected at the time, she still experienced a kidnapping. Because he was rescued quickly, he didn't suffer much. He also did a good deed by doing a good deed every day. He used the expensive special life-saving medicine he had been carrying with him since he was a child to save a mud monkey that was about to die. But after Chen Qiuyao was rescued, people were asked to look for her, but she was nowhere to be found. I only vaguely remember that the clay monkey said something like Yongin or something like repay. Chapter 16. But it's precisely because I remember it that it seems so ridiculous. She saved his life. But in the previous life, he protected her enemy and watched her die miserably. What a precise way of repaying kindness with enmity. Yes. Ji Yanli's eyes flashed. Get out. I don't need your reward. Chen Qiuyao suddenly collapsed. What was this? Was it her bad luck? You. Go out. Have I ever done anything to let you down? Looking at the emotional Chen Qiuyao, Ji Yanli suddenly felt confused and at a loss. This was different from the recognition he had imagined. Why? Has he done anything to offend her? Why is her hostility so obvious? The disgust in her eyes so obvious? No! Chen Qiuyao suddenly felt a little powerless. He has done nothing in his life, so he seems to be making trouble for no reason. You don't need a reason to hate someone, Ji Yanli. In that case, I'll leave first, but if you need anything, you can come to me and I will do my best. Looking at Chen Qiuyao, who was full of resistance, Ji Yanli lowered his eyes. His eyes were dark, and he knew in his heart that now was not the time to explore the matter, so he could only take a step back for the time being. Downstairs, looking at the villa with dim candlelight, Ji Yanli stopped. It was you who first proposed to repay me for saving your life. I promised, so you can't go back on your word. Ji Yanli spoke in a low voice. It was fate that he met her when he was most desperate. Ji Yanli didn't know what the saying childish words are beyond measure meant. He only knew that a promise made between life and death could never be broken. He has promised to marry me, so no one can break the promise. Why is she so hostile to me? It was getting late. The dew was heavy and the night was noisy. But in the room, Ji Yanli was holding Chen Qiuyao's information, flipping through it over and over again. But I never got an answer. They've only met 3 times in total, right? One was for saving my life. One was for an arms dispute. And one was today. The only time they had a conflict was probably the day of the arms incident. Although he seized the arms, he also took the initiative to waive half of the fees at that time. Could it be that Chen Qiuyao was so disgusted by such a small matter? Wait, Ji Yanli finally discovered the blind spot. Before, I was blinded by the joy of reunion. But now think about it. Why would a grown lady like Chen Qiuyao by so many arms. Also, although she only attacked once that day, it was obvious that her moves were skillful, clean, and neat, and even carried a hint of murderous intent. These do not match the information found at all. The Chen Qiuyao in the information is a young lady who is overpraised. Although she is spoiled, she is very simple. Uncle, Bisti, fiancé. He is a familiar person and can be trusted without reservation. Even my fiancé and my best friend have been secretly together for over a year without me noticing anything. But the turning point came in early December this year. It was as if the soft bun had suddenly been reborn. She first forcefully dumped her fiancé, and then went crazy and sold all her assets to travel around the world. Crazy collection of supplies and arms in Country M. A fortress-like garden was built on Longquan Mountain. Then, billions of materials were donated to the country. They're just one confusing operation after another. What exactly can cause a person to change so much in a short period of time? The murderous aura that can only be acquired after seeing blood and the calmness and strategizing can be developed overnight. Forget it. Ji Yanli clicked on the information casually. No matter what was wrong with Chen Qiuyao, as long as she was his savior and the person he had promised to marry when he was on the verge of life and death, that was enough. As for these mysteries, time will give the answers. Why are you so cowardly? Are you worthy of your wolf mother? Chen Qiuyao was still in a heavy mood after driving Ji Yanli away. So she was furious and grabbed her own dog and started to torture it inhumanely. These two little guys were bought for 640,000 international coins. During the auction, the seller swore that although it was a dog, its wolf blood was absolutely pure, and its mother was a rare wolf king in nature. That's the result? Chen Qiuyao felt that if the seller was not lying, then her father's bloodline was too powerful. Whoa! The ravaged Sui protested in dissatisfaction. Can you blame it for being timid? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame this man. His aura is too strong, okay? Woo-woo, Ping'an could feel Chen Qiuyao's irritable mood. Looking at his companion who was being rubbed into a mess, he walked to Chen Qiuyao with a fearless attitude and acted coquettishly in the most gentle voice. It kept rubbing against Chen Qiuyao's calves, shaking its tail madly, rolling around, and even exposing its belly. So safe. Seeing this, Chen Qiuyao finally smiled, let go of Sui, hugged it, buried her head in its lush hair, and rubbed it continuously. Or you can change your name to Yangon. She smiled, with a rare childishness in her eyes. Oh, Ping'an seemed to understand, and yet not understand. His big watery eyes looked at Chen Qiuyao innocently. Humph, let. But before Chen Qiuyao could finish her words, she felt something unusual. The calm mental power became a little disordered at this moment. The window that was originally brightly lit suddenly became dark, with only some fireworks that had not yet burned out in the sky. Chen Qiuyao was silent for a moment, pulled the thick curtains, and brought Sui and Unin into the space courtyard. When I turned on the clock, it was exactly a dozen seconds past midnight. In this end times, they really don't want to suffer any loss. If they say today, it's today, not a second less. Chen Qiuyao's face, which had been smiling, began to become heavy again. This year has been a horrible one. Bad things have happened one after another. Will you stay here or go out with me for the New Year's Eve dinner? Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath and called Sui and Ping'an again, and her heavy mood eased a little. This New Year's Eve dinner, which coincides with the advent of the end of the world, is really meaningful. It would be a shame not to eat it. Animals are much more sensitive than humans. Sui and Ping'an also felt the moment the end of the world was coming. Fortunately, they entered the space in time, otherwise there would be ghost howlings. Seeing that Chen Qiuyao was about to leave, someone anxiously stopped her in front of her and grabbed one of her trouser legs. It's still safe here. Can't bear to leave me? Then let's go out together. Don't be afraid. You will have to accept it. Ignoring the resistance in the two dogs' hearts, Chen Qiuyao led them out of the space. After all, a New Year's Eve dinner for one person is a little too lonely. Maybe no one has realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Chen Qiuyao felt that the fragrant food she ate was tasteless. Looking at the darkness outside the window, listening to the noise caused by the power outage and the howling and crying of countless animals, my heart was filled with indifference. Chapter 17. Let it be the end of the world. We still have to live. Chen Qiuyao drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and poured all the touched and untouched dishes on the table into Sui and Ping'an's bowls. In her previous life, She was just a delicate young lady with nothing but space, and she was accompanied by a group of burdensome people with ulterior motives. Yet, didn't she persist for decades and finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel? What's wrong with having space, supplies, spiritual springs, and a dog in this life? Although the following is a natural disaster, is there ever a day without disasters around the world? Just big or small. If I could be reborn, maybe man could conquer nature. Eat slowly, you guys can't miss out. After Chen Qiuyao finished her pretentiousness, she saw her own dog eating with a mouth full of oil, shaking the dog while eating. The dog turned from a silent and somewhat handsome husky into a dirty dog. Although the dog became dirty, Chen Qiuyao's mood inexplicably improved. Spiritual springs and viruses can also open the genetic locks of animals, so these little guys can eat anything that humans can eat, regardless of how heavy the taste is. He is strong and can at least accompany her to see the light of day. In the core of Longquan Mountain, in a house that could be described as simple but with first-class security, the bright firelight reflected the solemn face of the big boss. Listening to the cries of birds, he, who was always calm and composed, now had his heart pounding like thunder, and his sense of crisis reached its peak. This shouldn't be the case. Longquan Mountain has its own power system and is watched by professionals 24 hours a day. There has never been a malfunction in decades. Boss, the power system and communication system are all paralyzed, and there is no ruling out that there is a hacker attack. Within 2 or 3 minutes, someone immediately replied. Of course, we are only talking about Longquan Mountain. As for other places, all communications are paralyzed, and we will not be able to get any information for a while. However, looking at the night sky without a single ray of light, I imagine the situation in Kyoto won't be good either. The altitude of Longquan Mountain is one of the highest in the whole Long Kingdom. Even halfway up the mountain, you can see the lights of thousands of homes, but now they are all gone. No, it's not a hacker attack. The big boss closed his eyes and looked at the flashlight on the table that still couldn't be turned on. There was a rare hint of fatigue and panic hidden in his steady voice. Activate the Level 1 emergency plan. He covered his pounding heart and gave the order calmly. Yes. The guard was startled and ran out quickly. But after a while he came back with a serious look on his face. Reporting to the boss, all the cars won't start, satellite communications are not working, and all electrical appliances seem to have been damaged. The boss' heart suddenly fell into an abyss and his whole body went limp. If he had not been sitting on a chair, he would have lay on the ground. Communications and electricity are almost completely out of service. Even satellite communications are not spared, and the entire Dragon Country will be paralyzed in an instant. Lost control of the country. Notify all leaders, scientists, geologists, astrologers. Call everyone who can be called to come to the auditorium for a meeting. Oh, and also the doctor. The leader's voice was steady, and the dim candlelight concealed his trembling hands well. Although I don't know exactly what happened, the world must have undergone tremendous changes. Second Master, the communication and power systems are completely paralyzed. We have lost contact with the South. In addition to the big boss, Ji Yanli was also one of the first people to feel the end of the world. He is like the big boss, and perhaps like all those who can achieve great things, his sixth sense is extremely accurate. Because of his heart disease, his wildly beating heart made his face pale, and he even had some difficulty breathing. But he remained calm, just his face was terribly heavy. What about satellite communications? Or short-range walkie-talkies? Everything is damaged. G-Air, and I want to check it out. Everything in the villa that has electricity is damaged. G took out his dead satellite phone with a heavy face. Come with me to find the boss. No, let's go to the villa first. Decades of habit and reason told Ji Yanli that he should go to find the big boss, but because of his deep feelings, he was worried about Chen Qiuyao. Miss Chun, why should you worry? He has already used candles. He probably doesn't even know there is a power outage yet. Seeing his master with a pale face, but worried about another loyal person, Ji felt a little upset. Ji Yanli paused. Yes, she had already used candles there. Is this a coincidence? Ji Yanli lowered his eyes, thinking of Chen Qiuyao's hostility and resistance to him and the excitement just now, and decided to go to the boss first. Maybe she is already asleep at this time, and probably wouldn't like me to disturb her and add to her worry. The candlelight in the auditorium was really dim. After all, technology is very advanced these days, and power outages are something that only happen once in a few years. Candle factories are about to go bankrupt. Apart from ladies who like the atmosphere, who would stock up a bunch of candles at home for no reason. What happened during Chinese New Year? Why did the power outage trigger the Level 1 warning plan? Could it be that there are hackers on the other side? Yes, the equipment at the power station on the mountain needs repair. I was eating when a light bulb exploded and almost hurt someone. There was a lot of noise in the auditorium. Most people thought it was just a power outage and didn't realize that communications were also paralyzed. After all, it's Chinese New Year and the family is reunited. Anyone who has nothing to do but look at their phone will have their legs broken. No, the power outage is probably happening throughout the capital. Didn't you notice that you can't see any lights when you look down from the mountain? Said a thoughtful person. The reason why the big boss chose Longquan Mountain as the residence for all the leaders is because it has the highest altitude in the entire capital and can overlook the lights of thousands of homes in the capital. But now when I look around, I can't see any light at all. Doesn't this explain the problem? Damn it, it must have been done by Country Yam. Where are the technicians? Why don't they repair it quickly? Once it's fixed, bring the hackers to fight back. A hot-tempered person exploded on the spot. But now all communications, including satellite communications, are paralyzed. Electrical appliances and even flashlights are all damaged. The speaker was the big boss who came to step one because he took a few quick-acting heart-saving pills. He asked the guards around him to take all the quick-acting heart pills. I believe that once people realize the seriousness of the problem, many people will need this. What? Gasps were heard one after another. The economic losses caused by the citywide power outage alone were incalculable, and the communication was also paralyzed. This is going to be chaos. No wonder the first-level early warning plan had to be activated. What's going on? Is Country M so powerful now? Or maybe they have joined forces? Su Changkong spoke first. He and the big boss were the second in command, one in literature and one in martial arts. He was also the first to come to his senses because of his good health. Preliminary judgment is that it was not caused by human intervention. The big boss covered his still wildly beating heart, and there was a sense of powerlessness in his tone. What kind of hacker could damage both a flashlight and a car? It is even more troublesome because it is not something that can be done by human power. In this era of ubiquitous communications, they're almost isolated from the world now. What's even more serious is that they still haven't figured out why this happened. Maybe it's the end of the world? Chapter 18. Maybe it's the end of the world. A cold and elegant voice suddenly emerged in the silence. It was a young man next to Su Changkong, wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Su Minghan is currently in politics, but his position is not even at the core. The reason he could be here again is also because of his father's help. What are you talking about in such a serious occasion? What do you mean by the end of the world? That's just the imagination of young people. Young people just aren't very stable. Su Minghan's words were like a bomb dropped into the calm water, causing countless sounds. Even Su Changkong looked at him disapprovingly. Didn't you notice that the temperature has been rising in just a short while? Su Minghan adjusted the frame of his glasses and remained calm in the face of danger. Thanks to his brother, who is a fan of the end of the world, he has been talking about the end of the world every day at home recently. The end of the world. The end of the world. All power supply and communication systems are paralyzed. The electrical equipment cannot be turned on and is suspected to be damaged. The temperature is rising rapidly. Su Minghan paused. I suspect it's a problem with the Earth's magnetic field. There was a sudden silence at the scene. Many people were so nervous that they didn't notice it. They were really old. In this kind of weather, they felt cold even wearing cotton-padded jackets, but now they had started to sweat. In just a short while, the temperature probably rose by more than 10 degrees. Some professionals who are more sensitive to this issue spoke out, but without a thermometer, they couldn't give a specific number. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Su Minghan again. We should ask more professional people about this. He looked at the astronomical researchers present. We need equipment. Several old professors' hearts trembled. Hurry up, the big boss ordered the guard beside him. Yes. Hey, those are very valuable and delicate things. Please handle them with care. The things were quickly carried over and placed outside the spacious auditorium. Several old professors took turns to observe it, but the more they observed, the more solemn they became. The Earth seemed to be completely shrouded in darkness, and even with a professional telescope, not a single star could be seen. Bang! An older professor suddenly fell down, holding his chest. It would be fine if the magnetic field disturbance is only temporary. Otherwise, the hundreds of years of technology and development of the Dragon Kingdom will be destroyed. Doctor, the big boss had expected this and seemed to be in good order this time. but the tense muscles on his face still showed his inner unrest. "What are you afraid of?" the big boss said in a deep voice, his voice still very powerful. "Nothing is certain yet, and we in Dragon Country have always believed that man can conquer nature, and we are not afraid of disasters." Hundreds of years ago, when there were no mobile phones or satellite communications, wasn't the Dragon Kingdom established? Wasn't the country unified? No one should panic now. The people still need us. As the boss spoke, sweat began to form on the tip of his nose. The temperature was indeed rising at an incredible rate. "Comrade Su, please tell us more about your conjecture about the end of the world." The big boss looked at Su Minghan. "Although this idea is far-fetched and even a bit alarmist, it is not impossible. This is just my guess. The consequences of the disturbance of the Earth's magnetic field should be evaluated by more professionals." Su Minghan said no more. He was not a passionate young man with fantasies, nor was he a professional in this field. I've never studied things like the magnetic field at the end of the world. The only thing he knew was the novels about the end of the world he heard from his younger brother, who had a second-year syndrome. But how can such things be discussed in such a serious place? Chapter 19. Anyway, no matter what, let's make emergency disaster preparations first. The big boss took off his cloak, placed it in the guard's hand, and supported him. Looking at the people being carried away one after another, the boss of Renmin University rubbed his brow tiredly. His pounding heart and the sense of crisis at the peak almost made him overwhelmed. But he can't fall. In the crowd, Ji Yanli, whose lips were blue and whose face was as pale as a ghost, listened to Su Minghan's words with a thoughtful look on his face. Finally, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Chen Qiuyao's villa, with worry flashing in his eyes. Chen Qiuyao in the villa was also awake. She was wearing a thin silk nightgown with a mercury outdoor thermometer that she had prepared long ago beside her. It's been less than 2 hours, but the temperature has already risen from a few degrees below zero to 40 degrees and stabilized at 42 degrees. Chen Qiuyao knew that the most difficult time would be when the sky brightened. The temperature will change with the light and break through 60 degrees little by little over time. But although the temperature was high, there was no sunlight except for the thick clouds, and it seemed as if this world had really turned into a huge steamer. Because of the 3-day continuous magnetic field disturbance, fans, air conditioners, and refrigerators all lost their functions. The blue planet used temperature to clear out the first batch of humans who could not adapt. Such high temperatures will last for a whole month. It took away all the surface water resources, melted the glaciers, released the viruses, and then there were heavy rains and floods that continued for half a year. Then came typhoons, tsunamis, severe cold weather, and finally the Little Ice Age. If someone had not seen the virus and unlocked some of the genetic locks to make the body's adaptability stronger, humans would probably have been extinct in natural disasters again and again. But there is still hope. More than a decade after the end of the world, some scholars finally proposed that everything is the retribution for human beings' use of technology to destroy the environment and harm the Earth. Human beings have become a burden and virus to the Earth through their actions. This series of natural disasters is nothing more than an antivirus program that is passively activated when the Earth reaches a certain critical point. Just like the white blood cells that fight viruses when humans are sick. When a certain period of time has passed and the threat level has been reduced to a certain extent, this mode will slowly shut down. The Earth will slowly enter a recovery period. This statement was verified in the following decade. Chen Qiuyao truly saw the dawn of the end of the world. Unfortunately, she was betrayed by the people closest to her and died on the eve of dawn. At least it's better than the direct extinction of the Earth and the direct extinction of mankind. Chen Qiuyao hugged her dog tightly with trembling hands, trying to find joy in the midst of suffering. Because of the spiritual spring and constant manipulation of space, she has gained a certain amount of mental power. Because of this, she is more sensitive to changes and crises in the world. Also, because there is no systematic training method, it is impossible to control the mental power freely. So I can only passively feel this chaotic magnetic field and this heavy atmosphere. She could have entered the space, but she didn't. The magnetic field was disrupted and lasted for about 3 days at its strongest. Later, its intensity was greatly weakened, but it never disappeared until a few years before the dawn of the late apocalypse, when it slowly recovered. Therefore, it is better to adapt to this magnetic field disorder as soon as possible. If you can't adapt, it will be a great torture for people with keen 5 senses and strong mental strength. On the contrary, those who have dull 5 senses, are careless, and are in good health don't feel much. Perhaps even if the virus can open their genetic locks, they do not have enough mental strength to sense the disorder of the magnetic field. Chapter 20. Looking at the very restless dog, Chen Qiuyao thought about it and decided to take out a few drops of spiritual spring water from the space, soak them in warm water, and share them between herself and the two dogs. Although the output of Lingquan water is very low, less than 10 drops a day, but since I have these two little guys, I will treat them as family members. For every bite of meat she had, the two little ones would drink some soup and chew on some bones. Watching Sui Sui and Ping and gradually calming down, Chen Qiuyao thought of Ji Yanli for some reason. The magnetic field disorder at the beginning of the end of the world is extremely unfriendly to people who are physically weak but have keen five senses. Ji Yanli happened to have both of the above characteristics. Not only was he born with poison in his mother's womb, which made him a little weak, but he also had a heart disease buff. No one knew how he survived the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life, but Chen Qiuyao heard from people that this guy had a narrow escape from death when he opened his genetic lock. Wait, Chen Qiuyao paused. Why should she bother with this? Good people don't live long, but evil deeds leave their mark for thousands of years. This guy lived quite long in his previous life, at least much longer than mine. But I heard that all time travel and rebirth will have the so-called butterfly effect. This guy is no longer in the south, but in the north. Could it be? Chen Qiuyao's thoughts were scattered. After all, she was a big boss in her previous life. If she was frustrated in this life because of the butterfly effect, then Chen Qiuyao felt slightly guilty. But she soon realized that Ji Yanli was probably one of those rare people with a very strong character. It's not easy to die. What if I really get killed by her butterfly? There is no need to feel guilty. Just treat this guy as giving his life back to himself. Maybe this is fate. This is God's retribution. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao suddenly felt happy. He immediately got up, returned to his room, and threw himself on the bed, which he had already covered with an ice silk mat. Then he took out a large bucket of ice cubes that had been prepared long ago from the space. Although Lingquan opened her gene lock in advance, her actual tolerance to cold and heat has increased a lot. But why suffer when you can live comfortably? Chen Qiuyao, feeling very cool, even happily took out a portion of takoyaki from the space. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the two little guys Sui Sui and Ping and ate until they were full. But because the end of the world came suddenly, Chen Qiuyao didn't eat much. Bang bang, bang bang. The next day, Chen Qiuyao was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. She frowned, quickly changed her clothes, and went to the yard. When I opened the door, there was a dark-complexioned soldier with a gun on his back and a serious look on his face. Miss Chun, your relatives and friends are visiting. Originally, there were only people patrolling the outskirts of Longquan Mountain, and one could enter after simply registering. But didn't the big boss activate the first-level emergency plan? Now the entire security team is mobilized. The area within 100 meters around Longquan Mountain is under martial law. Not to mention setting foot in. If they hadn't happened to meet Li Changjun, they would probably not be waiting in the security room, but in the interrogation room. My relatives and friends? Chen Qiuyao frowned. With the arrival of the end of the world, the magnetic field became chaotic. Chen Qiuyao's mental strength was not good, so her temper became worse. Chapter 21. Friends and relatives are nothing but ungrateful people who repay kindness with enmity. If Chen Qiuyao hadn't felt that death was too easy for them, they would definitely not be alive today. But it's still worth seeing them. After all, appreciating their helplessness and embarrassment is a very pleasant thing, isn't it? Yes, it is said that it is your second uncle, cousin, best friend, and fiancé. The soldier's face was scorching. It was the first-level alert period, so many people came at once. I'm really itching to do this. Maybe there's a walking first-class merit in there. Chen Qiuyao was suddenly speechless. Wow, they have come in complete groups. The main culprits, those who aided and abetted him, and those who betrayed him in his previous life were all gathered together. Isn't this a God-given opportunity? If I don't abuse him, I will be sorry for God's kindness. Sorry, I'll go with you right away. Chen Qiuyao smiled apologetically. She also knew that this was a special period, and it was probably level 1 alert. She could tell from the soldiers who passed by her circle every 15 minutes. Ji Yanli? Chen Qiuyao ran into Ji Yanli halfway through her journey. Ji Yanli looked pale, but calm as ever. Do you mind if I go and watch the fun? Ji Yanli smiled slightly. It wasn't a chance encounter at all. He just waited here on purpose. Although communications are now completely paralyzed, he still brought a team of subordinates with him. In short, she is definitely more informed than Chen Qiuyao, a lonely person. Ji Yanli, who had almost torn apart all the information about Chen Qiuyao, knew exactly what kind of people her uncle, cousin, fiancé, and best friend were. Even though he knew that Chen Qiuyao would not suffer any loss with her personality, he still couldn't help but worry. Whatever. Chen Qiuyao looked at Ji Yanli, whose face turned pale and was about to die, and didn't waste any more time with him. She thought, maybe it was God's will. Ji Yanli would meet Lin Yu after all. Is Ji Yanli really so heartless that he would repay kindness with enmity for the sake of a woman, even though he knew that the person had done him a favor? There were 4 soldiers guarding the security room. If there is not a shortage of manpower now, there will definitely be more manpower. After all, during the first level alert period, anyone who behaves abnormally can be treated as an enemy spy and dealt with directly. Therefore, in such a tense atmosphere, when the 4 people saw Chen Qiuyao, they were almost crying. What are you doing here? It was daytime, and the temperature was approaching 50 degrees. The 4 people were hot, frightened, and scared, and naturally looked very miserable. The 3 men were fine, and most their clothes and hair were soaked with sweat. But Lin Yu looked much more disheveled. Her carefully groomed hair now lay limply on her forehead. The makeup on her face was all smudged, with black and red patches. She looked just like the opera singer at the village entrance. The iconic little white dress was also completely soaked with sweat, tightly wrapped around her body, exposing her curves and even revealing. Earlier, a soldier couldn't bear to see this and offered a coat out of politeness. Because the weather was too hot, Ling Wen now tied it around her waist. The world is probably going to be in chaos now, and we are worried about you, girl Yao. The speaker was Chen Qiuyao's second uncle Chen Tian. Having been immersed in the business world for many years, he can be considered an old fox. He felt something was wrong when communications and electricity were completely paralyzed yesterday. They haven't been restored until this morning, and now there is already quite a stir in the capital. Chen Tian's keen intuition told him that the world was about to fall into chaos. But this is the capital, and the authorities will certainly not ignore it. But how you live in the future depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Chapter 22. So early in the morning, Chen Tian brought Chen Long to Longquan Mountain while the authorities had not yet reacted and started to restrict the people. If you want to know where is the safest place and where there are the most opportunities, it must be Longquan Mountain. And fortunately, Chen Qiuyao lives there now. Isn't this a godsend? As for Zheng Yunqi and Lin Yu, they met them halfway. Look at them. Chen Qiuyao looked at Chen Tian with a smile, pointing at the soldiers who were carrying guns on their backs and staring at them fiercely. Why should I worry? If someone with bad intentions comes here and makes trouble, it will definitely be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, embarrassment and confusion flashed in Chen Tian's eyes. From the day he sold his shares, he felt that this niece seemed different. But when I saw him flying abroad immediately to travel around the world, as if he was still that innocent and carefree rich girl, I didn't care about it and just thought it was an illusion. After all, how could a naive person who has been praised to death for nearly 10 years suddenly change, unless he changed his brain? Hey, stop talking so much and let us in quickly. Look at what we've become. Isn't it all to find you? Chen Long's face was pale, and he looked impatient. He had long been drained of his body by alcohol and sex, and now he felt extremely uncomfortable. In a 50-degree heat, walking from Kyoto to Longquan Mountain, even if you bring food and water, you're still half dead, okay? Moreover, because they encountered Lin Yu and Zheng Yunqi, 2 burdens, and some of their food and water were taken away, they have not had water to drink for some time. Being guarded like a prisoner by so many soldiers, and feeling frightened, thirsty, and tired, Chen Long did not faint. This really showed his strong willpower. Chen Qiuyao didn't react when she heard this, but Ji Yanli, who was standing outside the door and didn't come in, frowned first. After reading the information, he naturally knew what kind of person this Chen Long was, a beast in human skin who was so lustful that he could covet his cousin. Now in the security room of Longquan Mountain, in front of so many soldiers, he dared to be so arrogant. This shows what kind of life Chen Qiuyao lived in the past. You're dreaming. Chen Qiuyao stared at Chen Long with a smile and a cold look in her eyes. If Lin Yu and Zheng Yunqi were beasts who repaid kindness with enmity, then he, Chen Long, was the worst of beasts. In the first few years after Chen Qiuyao lost her parents, she lived with Chen Long and Chen Tian. Both of her parents were stunning beauties. As their daughter, although Chen Qiuyao had not grown up yet, she did have a very good foundation. But after a few days, I began to feel dark and sticky gazes lingering on my body. Although the little girl didn't understand what was going on, she instinctively felt disgusted. I knew something was going on a few years later. Although I was almost flattered, I was still disgusted and moved out overnight. Since her rebirth, she has only been busy hating Lin Yu, Zheng Yunqi, Chen Tian, and Ji Yanli. This beast never appeared in front of Chen Qiuyao, so Chen Qiuyao naturally forgot about him. Until this first meeting after rebirth, even if she were to live her life again, she would still feel sick to the point of vomiting. Yao Yao, don't be willful. Things are going to change. No matter where you are, you need family to rely on to be safe. Has your second uncle been bad to you over the years? Today, because I was worried about you, I brought your cousin here on foot early in the morning. After hearing what Chen Qiuyao said, Chen Tian's eyes were dark, but when he raised his head, his face was full of tolerance, kindness, and hurt. He tried to play the emotional card, or even moral kidnapping. Yes, Yao, we have been best friends for nearly 10 years. How can you be so heartless? Is there someone instigating something in front of you? But it doesn't matter, I won't blame you. Didn't I bring Brother Qi to find you as soon as I realized something was wrong? I know you were scared, but don't worry, I will definitely be with you. Lin Yu had sharp eyes, and she immediately spotted the slender, elegant, and noble Ji Yanli standing at the door. Chapter 23. Anyone who lives in Longquan Mountain and can have such momentum must be either rich or noble. Moreover, he has a handsome face and an elegant temperament, which is very eye-catching. Lin Yu fell in love with him at first sight. There was a flash of shyness and determination in her eyes. Therefore, she immediately wanted to step on Chen Qiuyao to establish her image as an independent and strong little white flower. The voice was so charming that it seemed to drip water, yet it also had a bit of pitifulness and stubbornness. It was a pity that she didn't bring a mirror, so she couldn't see her bruised and red face. All her awkwardness and pretentiousness seemed ridiculous against this face. Look around. The soldiers who had received special training and had stern faces turned red when they saw this scene, and they were almost losing their composure. Hey, Ji Yanli, why don't you come in and take a look? You just came here to watch the fun, and you got yourself into trouble with a romantic relationship. Chen Qiuyao has mental power, so she can naturally see Lin use every move and see her ambition and determination to win. Therefore, he stepped aside a few steps to make way for Lin Yu and Ji Yanli to see each other more conveniently. Some things may be bound to happen and cannot be prevented. But Chen Qiuyao didn't believe Ji Yanli, and she could still fall in love with Lin Yu at first sight when she saw her like this. If this is true, Chen Qiuyao can't help but sigh at the greatness of love. Io, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yu pretended to be panicked and shy, but his eyes were full of charm. Chen Qiuyao, what nonsense are you talking about? The one who was angry and embarrassed was Zheng Yunqi. Lin Yu was truly his woman. Chen Qiuyao's words made him wear a green hat. Moreover, Zheng Yunqi looked at Ji Yanli, whose eyebrows were as beautiful as a picture and whose nobleness could not be concealed even when leaning against the door, and there was a subtle flash of inferiority and jealousy in his eyes. After all, although Ji Yanli looked pale and in poor health, he was far superior to him in terms of appearance and temperament. Moreover, he is accompanied by two equally impressive bodyguards, which shows that his status is also extremely important. Although Zheng Yunqi didn't think that Li Yue, who had become his woman, would fall in love with someone else, but what if? And even if Lin Yu doesn't know how to do it, what about Chen Qiuyao? The two of them seem to be very familiar with each other. What do you care about what I say? Besides, even a fool would know which one to choose when comparing the two. Look at Lin Yu's eyes. They're almost tearing. Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes and laughed mercilessly. People like Zheng Yunqi are real ungrateful and ungrateful men. This attribute is not obvious in peacetime. After all, he was considered a rich man's son at that time. But at the end of the world, everyone is down and out, and this attribute becomes apparent. A grown man is even more pretentious than Chen Qiuyao, a delicate young lady. Even though she was almost starving to death, she refused to humble herself and find a job. The whole family had to rely on Chen Qiuyao alone to support them. If it weren't for the villa left by her mother and the care of her old friends, Chen Qiuyao might not have been able to survive. Chapter 24. Please don't speak ill of me. Who would dare to want such a bad love? Ji Yanli actually strode in and looked at Chen Qiuyao helplessly. Although Lin Yu's face was covered with makeup with patches of white and red, like she was in an opera. Ji I really didn't say this because I judged people by their appearance. What made him feel sick was Lin Yu's eyes and the ambition in them. Of course, it is never wrong to be ambitious, but the glaring greed in one's eyes and heart is particularly disgusting. Ji had seen many women like this. Even later, no matter how noble their status or how beautiful they were, such women could never catch his eyes or enter his heart. The only person who can make Ji admire him a little is an ambitious rival in the business world. Instead of this kind of woman who overestimates her own abilities, thinks highly of herself, and is full of malicious calculations. When Lin Yu heard this, embarrassment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up, leaving only 7 points of hurt, 1 point of pitiful, 1 point of strength, and 1 point of stubbornness. Seeing this, Chen Qiuyao felt that it was not unreasonable that this woman had successfully stabbed her in the back in her previous life. He is indeed very flexible and full of drama. As expected, the person who has the last laugh at the end of the world in the previous life, no matter how weak and insignificant he looks, must have advantages that others cannot match. He cough. Ji put his fist against his lips with a smile on his face. But the mockery and disgust in Lin Yu's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Chen Qiuyao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, but she also felt a little puzzled. In his previous life, this guy was Lin Yu's loyal licker. In this life, just because Lin Yu's makeup was ruined when she first met him, the relationship that was talked about by everyone in the southern base in the previous life was lost by Butterfly? Is this too easy? It doesn't seem real. Why don't you take another look? Chen Qiuyao was silent for a while, then suddenly took out a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. Of course, she didn't mean well. She just wanted to make sure that if Ji didn't have this dramatic face as an obstacle, would he fall in love with Lin Yu like he did in his previous life? This is very important and determines her attitude towards Ji in the future. If he is sure that he will not be entangled with Lin Yu in this life, although Chen Qiuyao will not completely forget the hatred, she can still consider treating Ji as a partner who can be won over. After all, Ji ability and influence combined far outweigh the not in Chen Qiuyao's heart. The most dangerous thing in the end times, besides natural disasters, is human nature. It is always better to have more friends than more enemies. Chen Qiuyao must repay the life-saving grace in this life, and must not let it go to waste. Lin Yu didn't react at first. Because it was so hot, the high temperature and the symptoms of heat stroke made her remaining brain dull. Your smudged makeup can scare people to death when you go out at night. Chen Qiuyao mocked mercilessly. No matter what, Lin Yu's dark history today will probably exist for the rest of her life. Even if Ji really lost his mind and fell in love with her again, today's incident would still be a problem. Lin Yu finally reacted. He saw clearly how miserable he looked from the reflection in Chen Qiuyao's eyes. She screamed, grabbed the tissue, and turned around quickly. My heart is full of resentment. Hate Chen Qiuyao, resent Zheng Yunqi, and even resent Chen Tian and Chen Long? Are they all laughing at her? Xiao, what kind of person am I in your eyes? Ji face was full of helplessness. What kind of person is he in Chen Qiuyao's eyes? Chapter 25. Why did she think he would fall for a vulgar woman who was full of greed and calculation? Xiao? Chen Tian's eyes flickered when he heard Ji call him that. He also knew your name. He would only call out when his elder brother and sister-in-law were still alive. It seems this is difficult. It really has a close relationship with Chen Qiuyao. But it doesn't matter. Looking at this man's aura, one can tell that he must be a powerful person. If the Chen family can use Chen Qiuyao to hook up with such a person, it would be a great blessing. But Chen Tian remembered Chen Qiuyao's attitude again, and his eyes became gloomy. If this girl becomes too independent and is determined to get rid of them, that would not be good news. Or let's talk about it later. Xiao? Who is this Mr. Yao? You have a fiancé, so you can't be unfaithful to your husband. Chen Tian spoke in a tone of admonition, with the condescending manner of an elder. As long as Chen Qiuyao still wanted to get close to this man, she knew she shouldn't offend him. The dynasty fell hundreds of years ago. Okay? Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes. In your heart, men are still superior to women? Besides, what kind of fiancé is he? Was there an engagement party? Was there any parental permission? Did both parties have a token of love? When my parents were still alive, I could remember everything, but I never heard them mention it. Can you decide it just because you said that this was decided by my mother and Madame Zheng before I was born? The more Chen Qiuyao spoke, the more she felt that her death in her previous life was not unjust. She believes whatever Chen Qiuyao says. She is a pure, naive, and innocent person. Chen Qiuyao felt that if she were them, she would be wasting God's gift if she didn't take advantage of such a stupid person. But it won't be like this in this lifetime. If you guys live a better life, I will be doomed. Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath and suppressed the deep regret in her heart and the embarrassment of crying because of her own stupidity. This was indeed decided by your mother before she died, but she died before she could tell you. Although he didn't have time to exchange tokens with Madame Zheng, I have already exchanged for you. For 5 years, the whole city knows that you are an engaged couple. You can't abandon him after having an affair. It's better for women to be loyal. Chen Tianyi educated him sternly. He had his own plans for cooperating with the Zheng family. At the beginning, he thought that instead of letting Chen Qiuyao marry into a family that he could not control with her shares, it would be better to find a like-minded family. Moreover, both parties are among the 4 major families in the capital, so this can be considered a strong alliance. After hearing what Chen Tian said, Chen Qiuyao only felt angry and disgusted. But Ji Yanli was almost furious, and murderous intent flashed in his lowered eyes. You are worthy. Chen Qiuyao's voice was cold and full of disdain. I'm your uncle. Now that your father is gone, you should respect me as a father. How can I not decide your marriage? Chen Tian took it for granted. Looking at the idiot in front of her, Chen Qiuyao was too disdainful to argue with him anymore. Whether in the past or now, I have the right to subvert his life. After all, with 40% of the shares left by my parents and official connections, it shouldn't be easy to change the chairman, right? It's all your fault because of your cruelty and greed, and also my own stupidity. Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath and looked at Chen Tian intently, the coldness in his eyes almost making him suffer a death by slicing. Chapter 26. Io, how could you betray Brother Qi? Just then Lin Yu tidied herself up. His face was pale with a slight flush that only occurs when suffering from heat stroke. Although he looked a little disheveled, the weakness and pity in his eyes complemented his expression. Make those who see it feel more compassion. She also untied the military uniform around her waist, revealing her fine curves. Lin Yu looked at Lin Qiuyao with an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good, and her eyes were shy and timid, as if she glanced at Ji Yanli inadvertently. She firmly believed that what happened just now was just an accident. The more noble a person's status is, the more he likes weak and docile women. With this pitiful look and the curve of the waist, it is a different kind of temptation. When you are useful, call me Brother Qi. When you are not useful, call me Big Brother Qi. Your name changes so quickly. Although the words were said to Lin Yu, the mocking eyes were directed at Zheng Yunqi. You guys? Zheng Yunqi was really about to explode with anger. You're also a fickle bitch. As he said this, he quickly stepped forward and was about to take action. Chen Qiuyao didn't even try to hide. How could she dare to commit suicide in front of 4 armed security guards in the Longquichin security room? If Zheng Yunqi didn't become a civ, it was their fault. Without the permission of our parents, without the words of a matchmaker, without a promise to stay together, and without an engagement ceremony, how can we talk about betrayal? Ji Yanli was very nervous and quickly grabbed Zheng Yunqi's hand. However, Chen Qiuyao was not moved. No matter with her current fighting strength or current form, there was no possibility of her getting hurt. Ji Yanli's so-called nervousness was purely a cat playing with a mouse. After decades in the last days, Chen Qiuyao was no longer an easy-to-please little girl. If one can be moved by this kind of hero saving the beauty, then her emotion is too cheap, right? But what makes Chen Qiuyao happy is that even when she saw Lin Yu's true appearance, Ji Yanli, she didn't feel moved at all. But yes, Lin Yu's appearance is just more than delicate. Coupled with her pitiful Balian temperament, it barely reaches an 8 point, and it is simply not enough to make people fall in love at first sight. How could he seduce the always wise Ji Yanli? Only then did Chen Qiuyao realize that her understanding was somewhat wrong. Ji Yanli was known as a monster in his previous life, so how could he be a love brain? Moreover, in his previous life, Ji Yanli was the first leader of the southern base, and his status was extremely prominent. If he really liked Lin Yu, how could Lin Yu give up on him and stay with Zheng Yunqi? Could it be that they are true love? But now it seems that is obviously not the case. So why? Chen Qiuyao thought deeply, but looking at the people in front of her, she suppressed her doubts. Let's find a place to lock them up first. They want to sneak into Longquan Mountain under the level 1 warning. Who knows where they are spies from? Chen Qiuyao said coldly. Want to enter Longquan Mountain? Sure. Longquan Mountain Underground Prison welcomes you. Under the current circumstances, once someone is arrested on suspicion of being a spy, it will take more than a month or two for him to be investigated. By then, the capital base should have been built for a long time. Chapter 27. Even if they were released, they had missed the best opportunity. What's more, this suspected spy experience would be directly recorded in their files. It would be impossible for them to enter the system in the future. They could only do the hardest and most tiring work. Ms. Chun is very understanding. The guarding soldier agreed without hesitation. Under the first level warning, according to the procedure, they should be sent for investigation. The reason why Chen Qiuyao was allowed to meet was because of the supplies donated by Li Changjun and Chen Qiuyao. Perhaps even if Chen Qiuyao didn't say it, they had to do it. What? Let me go. Chen Qiuyao, you bitch. Chen Long was the first to react and started cursing. You've really grown arrogant, but we are a family that will never be separated. You've done such a ruthless thing. Don't regret it later. Chen Tian was relatively calm, but the viciousness in his eyes could not be hidden. Io, why are you like this? We have been best friends for many years. Don't you know whether I am a spy or not? I really don't want to snatch Brother Chi from you. Lin Yu was also panicked. The tears came without warning, but her pitiful eyes were still looking at Ji Yanli, and she even reached out to hug his arm. Brother, please believe me, When Lin Yu saw this man for the first time, she knew that his identity was not simple. As long as he was willing to speak, she would not be locked up. Ji Yanli did not conceal the disgust in his eyes. He glanced over but still subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chen Qiuyao, we'll be in love with you for 100 days after being married for a day. Zheng Yunqi hadn't even finished his words when Chen Qiuyao slapped him in the face, causing him to stagger. His already red face swelled up into a red bun in an instant, and even 2 of his teeth were knocked out. Seeing this, Chen Qiuyao's eyes flashed with pleasure, and she quickly picked up the rag on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. You deserve it. Chen Qiuyao did not hide the disgust in her eyes. He said that there were hundreds of couples in one day. Please don't disgust her, okay? Now the only thing she was thankful for was that her face was destroyed in time in her previous life, so that she had never been married to this scumbag in both of her previous lives. Otherwise you will feel nauseous and vomit. Why don't you take me away to watch the show? A cold voice suddenly came. Su Minghan walked in slowly, wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing this, the guards grabbed their wrists one by one and dragged them away cleanly. Some people wanted to resist, but after seeing the guns behind them, they quietly calmed down. You are the sister Qiuyao that father mentioned, right? Is this strength innate? Su Minghan asked with a chuckle, with an imperceptible gleam in his eyes. The eldest brother of the Su family? Chen Qiuyao had never seen Su Minghan, but he and Su Mingxian were 80% similar. However, the 2 brothers have completely different temperaments. Su Mingxian is a sunny and handsome husky. Su Minghan, however, was a cold and abstinent person, and the genius boy looked down on everyone along the way. Chen Qiuyao had also heard Su Mingxian mention his elder brother, who joined the army without relying on his family's influence, but was about to become a department-level official before he was 30 years old. That guy is a ruthless person who has been able to catch spies since college. It's innate, but it doesn't match my status as the #1 socialite. My parents didn't let me tell you when I was a kid, so not many people know about it. Chen Qiuyao had thought about some of these questions carefully. Although she was not on guard against the eldest brother of the Su family because of Su Mingxian, she still told the lies she had to tell. Do you have any doubts? If you have any doubts, it's because I kept it a secret when I was a kid. Want evidence? If you want evidence, go down and ask my parents. Chapter 28. Brother Su, what's the matter with you coming here? I heard that it seemed like a group of spies had come, so I came to check on them for my dad. Su Mingxian adjusted his glasses. This man seemed to have a physique that was immune to cold and heat. Even in a high temperature of 50 degrees, his face was only slightly red and there was a little sweat on his forehead, which made people feel refreshed at a glance. Li Changjun is responsible for the security of Longquan Mountain, but the safety of the entire capital is in the hands of Su Changkong, so Chen Qiuyao didn't think it was wrong when Su Minghan said that. Although Su Minghan was in politics, he helped his father deal with some trivial matters during special periods, and no one could find fault with him. Well, you have to interrogate them carefully. Don't give me any face. Don't let any of them go. Chen Qiuyao had a sincere look on her face. Although 2 of them were her blood relatives, she believed that her information should have been thoroughly checked by the authorities since she first stepped into Longquan Mountain to hand in the nutrient solution a month ago. She was not afraid that Chen Tian would talk nonsense and drag her into the water. Don't worry, the Ministry of National Security will be on high alert. Su Minghan understood immediately. Is it normal for the review to be strict and take longer in this special period? Thank you very much. I will visit you again some other day. Chen Qiuyao was in a good mood. Talking to smart people was that simple. I have something to ask you. Would you like to have a cup of tea together? Ji Yanli, who had been watching silently, suddenly walked forward and walked side by side with Chen Qiuyao, his eyes full of ambiguous meaning. Some things are better to be said earlier. For some lies, it is safer to cover them up by two people than by one person. Okay, Chen Qiuyao also happens to have something to ask Ji Yanli. Maybe they really have a chance to turn hostility into friendship? Taking advantage of that life-saving grace, it would not be a bad idea to turn Ji Yanli into one's own helper. Wait! Su Minghan behind them suddenly narrowed his eyes and called out to them. Is there anything else? Chen Qiuyao turned around. Thank you for sending supplies to my family. Su Minghan took a few steps forward. The government has set up a research group on the end of the world. I heard from my brother that Miss Chun is also quite knowledgeable about the end of the world. I wonder if she is interested? In fact, Chen Qiuyao's action of building a fortress is eye-catching, but it seems reasonable if you think about it carefully. Chen Qiuyao did not hide anything. She built it openly, right under the official nose, and used official staff. Moreover, rich people always have creative ideas. Su Minghan's younger brother Su Mingxian is also a doomsday enthusiast. If he had money, he might make the same choice, but he has no money to put it into practice. From this perspective, Chen Qiuyao's approach seems reasonable. But there are always some smart people who like to doubt repeatedly and believe that the things that seem the most reasonable are most likely to be intentional. The so-called vested interests are the most suspicious. Of course, Su Minghan does not doubt that this end of the world has anything to do with Chen Qiuyao. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot use this great power to change the Earth's magnetic field. But would she know anything in advance? After all, Chen Qiuyao, a doomsday enthusiast, had just built the fortress, and the doomsday came not long after. It's really hard not to doubt. It's not really research, it's just a love of fun and showing off wealth. In fact, many well-known wealthy people in the world like to build a fortress for themselves. Then those who are a little younger and more imaginative will look forward to great changes in the world, the collapse of order, and they will rely on the weapons in the fortress and the stored materials to build achievements and dominate the area, and live a life that everyone looks up to, although their current life is enough for ordinary people to look up to. Chen Qiuyao shrugged with an innocent look on her face, but she was actually terrified in her heart. Chapter 29. But she knew that the authorities were always humane and orderly. As long as you don't reveal your true colors, they will catch you. So, what if you were suspected? She is the daughter of Su Qingqiu, a legitimate citizen of Dragon Country, and a philanthropist who has been commended by a big boss. No one dared to touch her easily. Achieve great achievements? All I saw were thousands of corpses. Su Minghan had a sad face. According to incomplete statistics, in less than 24 hours from last night to today, more than 100,000 people died in the capital alone, with the highest death rate among the elderly, the sick, children, and pregnant women. It is indeed sad news. Chen Qiuyao was a little dazed. She finally witnessed the cruelty of the end of the world again in this life. With tens of thousands of people at the beginning, how can the end of the world not be cruel? Now is just the beginning. Until the eve of dawn, until my death, there will be less than 1 million survivors among the more than 10 billion people on Blue Planet. Looking at the survival rate, you can tell that death was just a common occurrence at that time. The old, weak, sick, and disabled, they are all gone. In the early days, not many vulnerable groups, even precious children and pregnant women, survived. Only women who are strong enough to survive the virus and unlock their gene locks can have successful pregnancies and childbirths. And only children whose gene locks are unlocked can grow up in such a harsh environment in the apocalypse. Viruses are rampant and plagues are rampant. In addition to extreme food and clothing shortages and extremely high and low temperatures, the mortality rate for ordinary pregnant women and children is almost 100%. So, we need help. We need to find out as soon as possible why the Earth's magnetic field is disordered. Is this the end of the world? Is there any way to stop it? Su Ming looked at Chen Qiuyao steadily, trying to see something from her face. At this moment, his heart was full of anticipation. It would be great if there was someone who could predict the future. Oh, I'm sorry. I majored in fine arts in college and haven't graduated yet. I really can't even dream of such an advanced topic as saving the world. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes with a look of guilt. But in fact, my heart is indifferent. When you have seen the corpses scattered all over the ground and seen hundreds of millions of lives disappear, you'll get used to it. As for a way to stop the end of the world, there won't be one. Everything is just the Earth's self-salvation. Everything is caused by human beings' own destruction. Only when the virus is completely eliminated or contained can the disease be cured and the immune system be calmed down. Therefore, the arrival of natural disasters, the changes in the world, and the sacrifice of life are inevitable. All Chen Qiuyao could do with all her might in her rebirth was to protect more people by stepping on the bottom line of the Earth. Nutrient solution can solve food problems and even enhance physical fitness to a certain extent. This should allow more people to survive in the early stages of the apocalypse. When being screened by viral genes, the base number is larger, the physique is stronger, and more people can open the gene lock. By the time the disaster ends, just before dawn, there will be more survivors. It turns out that there must be at least 1 million people with 10 billion, right? Chen Qiuyao thought that with so many books and knowledge in her space, she would be able to help humans rebuild civilization. Chapter 30. I can only hope that future generations won't repeat their mistakes. Planets have never been dead objects that can be manipulated by humans. They can give birth to countless lives, and they can also destroy everything. If the development of civilization is based on damaging the planet that nurtures them, it would undoubtedly be putting the cart before the horse and seeking its own death. Just like the bacteria that parasitize on humans, they are so small that they are almost invisible to the naked eye, and humans never take them seriously. They even get used to their symbiosis because no one has ever been able to completely eliminate the bacteria on their bodies. But once they reproduce too much and threaten human health and become a threat to their presence, humans will definitely find ways to eliminate and contain them. Injections, medication, chemotherapy, surgery, all kinds of methods were used one after another. By the time humans recovered their health, bacteria and pathogens, although not completely eradicated, suffered a devastating blow. But if we think from the perspective of bacteria, how similar is their situation to that of humans today? The so-called cycle of cause and effect is that prosperity must be followed by decline, and the end of the world is inevitable. We can only try our best to survive. Miss Chen, Su Minghan saw Chen Qiuyao was in a daze again and couldn't help but remind her. I just felt that her emotions were a little strange, but I couldn't tell why. Chen Qiuyao came back to her senses, but was not worried about revealing her flaws. Even though he was in a trance just now, he still fits his character. How could a rich girl who has always lived in an ivory tower understand the heaviness and shock of life and death? It is normal to feel lost and dazed after being deeply saddened. With my ability, I'm afraid I can't get into the official research group, so I won't try to force my way in. But I also want to do my best. My family does have a lot of information related to the end of the world that can be donated to the research group free of charge. Chen Qiuyao had a sincere look on her face. Looking at Su Minghan's eyes that lit up, she could only sigh in her heart that he was too naive. Although she has been able to live in the apocalypse for so many years, she has never been a saint, and she will never do anything to benefit others at the expense of herself. The scope of help Chen Qiuyao can provide is based on the premise of not putting herself in danger or affecting her peaceful life. Don't you have anyone in the official department? You're staring at a little girl who just came of age. Why do you think 9 billion is not enough, and you must contribute all of it? Ji Yanli stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Qiuyao, looking at Su Minghan sarcastically. Master Ji, you're joking. Longwo will never forget anyone who has made contributions. Longwo will always remember the contributions Miss Chan has made to Longwo. Su Minghan seemed not to hear Ji Yanli's sarcasm and spoke politely. We are all the same age, but the differences between people are inevitable. He used to control almost half of Long Country's economy, so even the big bosses had to give Ji Yanli some face, including Su Minghan. Seeing this, Chen Qiuyao's eyes flashed towards Ji Yanli, who seemed unexpectedly useful. But why did Ji Yanli help Lin Yu in his previous life? If you don't think about this matter clearly, it will always be a knot. Xiao, there are always many smart people in this world. If you don't have the strength, no matter how good your honey is, it will be useless. No matter how much wealth you have, it will only be a source of trouble. Ji Yanli spoke first in the villa. What Chen Qiuyao is now just gambling is the conscience and humanity of the authorities. But as long as you gamble, you will lose. No matter how well a secret is hidden, it cannot withstand suspicion. Even if it has never been revealed, as long as there is suspicion, there will be danger. Chapter 31. Although the current official policy is to presume innocent until proven guilty, there are always people in this world who believe in the principle of presumption of guilt. Everything depends on benefits and whether it is enough. Without strength, everything is in vain. Ji Yanli knew that Chen Qiuyao was never a weak daughter who needed to rely on others. But unless a person was extremely powerful, it would be difficult for him to resist a force. She would need her comrade Ji Yanli to believe that she was a smart person. Chen Qiuyao did not answer Ji Yanli's words. She knew he was right. Although he had a warehouse full of supplies and weapons, he could not use them easily unless he wanted to break off relations with the authorities and become the focus of public criticism from the whole world. Don't underestimate human greed. Anyone who ignores this will end up dying a miserable death. But can he be trusted? Not necessarily. Ji Yanli, what reason do you have to allow you to indulge someone without any bottom line? You or your parents' generation. Is there anyone you need to make amends with? A favor you need to repay no matter what? At least you have to protect that person for the rest of your life. No one except you. Ji Yanli said without hesitation. A lifetime is too long and too heavy. No favor can last a lifetime. There will always be a day when it will be exhausted. Unless it is a devout and passionate emotion catalyzed by the interweaving of grace and love. Hearing Ji Yanli say this, Chen Qiuyao suddenly felt as if the fog had cleared. What if we assume that all the tragedies in our previous life were caused by ourselves? Chen Qiuyao only felt a buzzing in her head, as if someone was hitting her hard with the thigh. What if Ji Yanli indulged and protected Lin Yu in his previous life because of me? Chen Qiuyao thought carefully, and it seemed that she had accidentally told Lin Yu about the kidnapping incident when she was a child. Then there is the lost peace locket. What if it had always been in Lin Yu's hands? They met by chance, and Ji Yanli recognized the peace locket. When he was testing her, Lin Yu noticed it and deceived Ji Yanli with her acting skills and what she told him. Chen Qiuyao carefully considered her guess. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Otherwise, how to explain Ji Yanli's completely different attitudes towards Lin Yu in his 2 lifetimes? How to explain that Ji Yanli would allow rumors about the 2 of them to spread everywhere, even though he didn't like him at all? But they are all constraints of gratitude. But they're all a kind of protection. With Lin Yu spreading this rumor, repaying the favor once and for all. But everyone thought that Ji Yanli was too in love with Lin Yu. And Lin Yu could get countless benefits and protection through this. In fact, Ji Yanli did not lose anything except some reputation. And in the end times, reputation is really worthless. Being able to repay a life-saving favor with a piece of gossip that does not affect one's dignity is simply a deal with no cost and the most profitable thing possible. After Chen Qiuyao figured it out, her heart was filled with regret, and she felt a mixture of emotions. It turns out that her death was really her own fault. If she hadn't been so stupid and told Lin Yu everything. If she hadn't been so careless and lost the peace locket her parents gave her. If she hadn't been so stupid and accidentally revealed the space to them. If she hadn't been so stupid and let them trick her into leaving the more familiar northern base with a strong backer. Chapter 32. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Chen Qiuyao didn't try to hide her sadness, which was about to overflow. Ji Yanli naturally noticed that something was wrong. Nothing, I just think the brain is a really good thing. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes and sighed softly. It was a pity that she didn't have it. How much do you know? What do you want from me? Chen Qiuyao asked frankly. Chen Qiuyao still maintained a certain degree of vigilance, but was willing to give trust first. Ji Yanli of the Dawn of the End Times base is a man of gratitude, and his word is as good as gold, which is well known to everyone in the end times. Judging from his indulgence of Lin Yu in his previous life, he should at least not be an ungrateful person. I do have some guesses, but I won't delve into your secrets if you don't want me to. My life is very valuable. Ji Yanli chuckled, but did not directly answer Chen Qiuyao's last question. What do I want from you? Of course, to catch this ray of morning sun that breaks through the darkness. That was what he wanted to do the first time he saw him as a teenager. However, Ji Yanli knew that Chen Qiuyao might have experienced something, and she was very wary of her feelings and was in a closed state. If you act too hastily, it may backfire. Want to go back? I mean the south. That's where the Ji family's roots are. In response to Ji Yanli's promise, Chen Qiuyao did not make any direct response. She just looked at him quietly and suddenly asked, because Chen Qiuyao suddenly thought, if Ji Yanli could be her backer and ally in this life, then he should go to a higher place to be more valuable, right? Besides, if he was farther away, this clever guy wouldn't be able to find out his secret. Another thing is that if one day I can no longer stay in the northern base, the southern base might be a good retreat. If it's possible, of course I would like to do so, but now all the power systems and transportation vehicles related to electricity are damaged, and I'm afraid it will not be easy to travel these thousands of kilometers. Doesn't Ji Yanli also want to return to the south? Most of his power is in the south. Now that the world has changed, someone might take advantage of the opportunity to create chaos. But nowadays, the most convenient means of transportation is probably bicycles. Riding a bicycle across thousands of kilometers may be possible in peacetime, but in such high temperatures, it is probably seeking death. The shutdown of the power system is only due to the chaotic magnetic field. It will not last too long. Those machines that have not been turned on in the chaotic magnetic field will not be damaged. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes and said some practical things lightly, and then used her mental power to sense Ji Yanli's emotions and every move. The mental power is ready to go, which is one of Chen Qiuyao's trump cards. After being nourished by the spiritual spring water in the space, Chen Qiuyao's mental power has become much stronger than before. Now she can control the mental power to barely launch some attacks. She had tried it with the animals in the space, attacking the brain area and turning the opponent into a fool in one go. It's a pity that this ability can only be used once every 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, your mental energy will be depleted too much and you will be the one in trouble. Although using spiritual spring water can speed up recovery, it is not inexhaustible and its output is limited. Taking 10 drops a day can only be used for half a mental attack at most. Moreover, even with the help of spiritual spring water, the number of such attacks is limited, at most 3 times a day. Otherwise, it is easy to get a splitting headache and be unable to think. Chen Qiuyao was somewhat disappointed when she thought of this. If the limitations of this ultimate killer move were not so severe, she probably wouldn't have to be so afraid of everything. Ji Yanli keenly sensed the danger and looked at Chen Qiuyao thoughtfully. But there was no such anger as being on guard. Chapter 33. After all, those who trust others easily are fools, and their trust is actually worthless. Is that so? He gave a knowing smile. I will always remember Xiao Xiao's kindness to me. Ji Yanli's voice was magnetic, and it seemed to have a hook when he deliberately did it. Coupled with his sincere eyes, it is really touching. But it did not easily move Chen Qiuyao, whose heart had almost turned into ice in her previous life. After witnessing so many life and death experiences and experiencing one yourself, one will either become a madman or get used to the impermanence of life. But Chen Qiuyao was indeed very satisfied with Ji Yanli. Through subtle mental observation of Ji Yanli, she could detect emotions such as greed and malice. Perhaps he would really be a good partner. In my previous life, I pushed such a person towards Lin Yu, and it was not unfair for him to die. If you like, you can stay here. I have something else to do. We'll talk later. The temperature outside has exceeded 50, but it is still very cool inside. Because Chen Qiuyao was so extravagant that she placed several large buckets of ice in every corner of the study. An ice cellar was built when the house was constructed, so she wasn't worried about being exposed. Although the villa of Ji Yanli has been built in a high temperature of 50 degrees, it is probably not enough to store ice yet. Although there are fabrics that are impervious to cold and heat, they are unlikely to be very effective against such high temperatures. You can tell from his pale and bluish face that he must be feeling bad. Chen Qiuyao didn't mind making him feel more comfortable. As for Ling Quan, let's not think about it for now. Her relationship with Ji Yin is not that level, and she doesn't want to challenge the greed of human nature. Anyway, this guy probably lived to see the dawn in his previous life, so he shouldn't have died so easily in this life. Then go ahead. Ji Yanli looked at the slowly melting ice around him and saw what she was thinking at a glance, and couldn't help but smile. The smile was so sudden that it dazzled Chen Qiuyao. From the end of the world to now, what Chen Qiuyao felt most was misery, despair, and depression. A smile that is so obviously filled with joy and hope is rare and very contagious. Let me read a book. Ji Yanli took out a brand new book, The End of the World Fallacy, from the bookshelf. This was what Su Mingxian bought according to Chen Qiuyao's list. It is indeed brand new, with the new page not even turned yet. I want to find some books and supplies to send to the Su family. Do you want them? Chen Qiuyao suddenly thought of it. Although she could implicitly remind Ji Yanli of some things about indifference, she didn't want to say too much as this would reduce the mystery and increase the danger. Always keep people from seeing through you and always be cautious. This is what a smart person should do. Otherwise, there are some books, and you can let him look up and guess on his own. It saves trouble. Okay. Ji Yanli agreed after hesitating for a moment. It was not that he coveted Chen Qiuyao's things, but the main thing was that the boy from the Su family had them. So why shouldn't he want them? Chapter 34. Because someone was there. Chen Qiuyao didn't enter the space either. She just packed a bunch of books about the end of the world in the study room, including serious scientific research, romance, science fiction, zombies, natural disasters, alien invasions, nuclear radiation. Maybe it really is art originating from life, and it takes some effort to extract some useful information from it. For example, there are natural disasters in the end times, such as high temperatures, extreme cold, viruses, heavy rains, floods, typhoons, heavy snow, and hail. This is all written in the books. If we raise our awareness and make preparations earlier, we may be able to save many people. Among that pile of novels, there were also ones about the protagonist traveling through time or being reborn. Chen Qiuyao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not pick any of them out. The books were bought by Su Mingxian, so there was no way he didn't know what was in them. It seemed a bit deliberate for him to pick them out specifically. Besides, without the book, they wouldn't have such speculation. Or what if they had speculation? In the last life, even in the end times, the officials had always been very disciplined and tried their best to maintain order. There is no need to be afraid until there is solid evidence and you are not caught by them. It is not impossible for me to hide in a space and stay there for a while when they're not paying attention and then escape. Electricity can be restored, but communication is not so easy. After all, although the magnetic field has become stable 3 days after the apocalypse, it is still there. It won't affect electricity, but it will still affect the signal, and communications will be paralyzed forever. In the last decades of the last world and the previous life, human communications and human mail delivery had always been the norm, which meant that the authorities had no control over the southern base, which was a little far away. The result is chaos everywhere. Even human experiments have been carried out. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao paused and hatred surged in her eyes again. That group of demons must die. When the end of the world approaches and becomes stable, entering a small ice age and no longer experiencing frequent natural disasters, Chen Qiuyao will definitely make a trip to the southern base. It would be difficult to get rid of the hatred in Chen Qiuyao's heart unless she killed them. Draw blood, cut flesh, peel skin, and break bones. Chen Qiuyao suffered all kinds of torture in that hell. It's a pity that by that time, my mental energy was exhausted and they found a way to contain it, so I couldn't even enter the space. In this life, Chen Qiuyao has learned a lesson. She must reserve some mental power, no matter what, at least enough to enter the space. She couldn't let herself be careless and end up in the same situation as in her previous life again. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao glared at Ji Yanli, who was reading a book. If it weren't for his poor management, how could such a tragedy have happened? Ji Yanli felt like he was being criticized and felt a little confused. How had he offended this girl? Women are really fickle. How do you feel about human experiments? If it can end the apocalypse and save humanity, would you do it? Chen Qiuyao suddenly asked. Her fists were already hardened. If this guy gave a wrong answer, he would get a lesson he would never forget. No matter what the reason is, that kind of experiment is anti-human. If this experiment is really done and that hole is opened, can that person still be considered a human being? Ji Yanli turned around and said in a serious tone. Besides, as for ending the apocalypse and saving humanity, the authorities are still in place, so it's not my turn to be a hero. I've never been able to reach that level. Not everyone wants to be a hero. If one day human experiments are really the only thing that can save humanity, then the person who makes this decision is either an extremely selfish beast or a hero who is really ready to sacrifice himself. Oh! Chen Qiuyao breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at him with disappointment. Chapter 35. That is a question of capability and system. Do you think anyone would dare to conduct human experiments in an official base? After Chen Qiuyao prepared the books, she picked out some candles, cooling patches, disinfectant, protective clothing, and some compressed biscuits and instant foods from several warehouses. This one is yours. Take it back and read it. Maybe there will be a surprise. Chen Qiuyao smiled. It was really hard to imagine someone like Ji Yanli seriously reading the apocalyptic romance novel she gave him. Thank you. Ji Yanli called Ji and Ji Air. He never had to do some chores himself. How about I accompany you to the Su family? Ji Yanli's eyes flashed. He still remembered the scene of the handsome man and beautiful woman smiling at each other a few days ago. Perhaps even a cold-hearted person cannot refuse a fool who is as warm as the sun. Compared with Su Minghan and Ji Yanli, I feel that Su Mingxian is more threatening. After all, when there are so many secrets, you won't want to find a smart person. No need. Chen Qiuyao looked at him strangely. It seemed that they were not that familiar with each other yet. Besides, the Su family is not a dangerous place. At least Su Mingxian and Su Changkong are both good people and have never doubted her. No matter what Su Minghan is like, he can't do anything to her in his own home, right? Sui Sui Pinyin, don't sleep. Go out for a walk with Mom. The weather is just like a big steamer. The two little guys, Sui Sui and Pinyin, are really hot like dogs. Chen Qiuyao gave them a separate room on the second floor as their nest and put plenty of ice in it. After that, the two guys never stepped out of the room again. But the end of the high-temperature era is still a long way off. At least we have to adapt to it. High temperatures accompanied the entire half of the apocalypse. Heavy rains, floods, and even typhoons could not drive them away. It wasn't until the day of the blizzard that it was considered a real farewell. But that was also the beginning of a period of extreme weather known as the Little Ice Age. Even the so-called indestructible cockroaches couldn't hold up, as most of them fell into a deep sleep due to the extremely low temperature. Only a small number of them went out to look for food to support the entire colony. It is precisely because of this that the end of the world has not been completely occupied by this group of disgusting guys. Sui Sui was still the first to take the lead and was very jumpy. He slammed the door open and wanted to jump into Chen Qiuyao's arms. However, when he saw Ji Yanli, he subconsciously shuddered and slammed on the brakes, falling heavily to the ground. Whoa! Sui Sui looked aggrieved, which made Pinyin, who walked in calmly behind him, roll his eyes at him. In comparison, Sui Sui seems to have the upper hand in husky bloodline, but Pinyin is more like a wolf, usually very noble and cool. But he has a strong obedience to Chen Qiuyao. Look how scared you are of my son. Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes at Ji Yanli. This guy then used the murderous aura he had gained from killing terrorists internationally to intimidate a dog. It was unexpected that he could think of doing that. I guess people who know him would be disillusioned if they knew about this. Isn't your son growing up too fast? Ji Yanli felt helpless. His wife hadn't even caught up with him yet, but she might have 2 sons already. And the last time I saw these two, they didn't seem that strong or that tall. Is this because the food is too good? Chapter 36. Chen Qiuyao paused, a barely perceptible trace of regret flashing across her face. The golden locks that Ling Quan opened for the 2 little guys had indeed grown too fast. 2 days ago, they were almost up to her calves, and now they are not far from her thighs. It has only been a day or 2. It seems that the amount of this spiritual spring will have to be reduced in the future, and it has to be done gradually. They are still children, they are just growing. Chen Qiuyao did not lie. When she took the picture of the 6 little guys, they were only half a year old. It was so small that it could easily fall down when walking, but after enduring the baptism of the spiritual spring, it grew faster and faster every day. Fortunately, no one in Longquan Mountain saw the dog when it was brought in a few days ago, so she can say whatever she wants, right? Lin Qiuyao put on the leash and let the 2 little guys pull a wooden cart and set off. But it was really troublesome during the first-level martial law period. Even if you are from Longquan Mountain, you still have to go through various registration and checks if you want to get in. However, thanks to the more than 9 billion worth of materials, most people in Longquan Mountain know her and are quite polite. Hey, Sister Io, your dog is really handsome. The one who came to pick people up was Su Mingxian. As soon as he came, he was attracted by Sui Sui and Pinyin who were pulling the cart. Because of their wolf blood, the 2 little ones are indeed much more handsome than ordinary huskies. There is a kind of sharpness and domineeringness of a bird of prey. Oh my God, why do you bring so many things? You're so polite. Su Mingxuan's eyes were then attracted by the full load of supplies on the small wooden cart. Do you think we'll be short of supplies in our house with me here? As a doomsday enthusiast, when I was at my worst, I still haven't finished eating the supplies I bought until today. He almost had his legs broken at first, but now he is praised again and again. These in my hands are the gifts for you. The things on the dog are the materials donated to your apocalyptic research team. Chen Qiuyao shook the big bag in her hand. It was the pastry she bought in the south when she was traveling around the country. I heard that Madame Su is from the south. I guess we won't be able to eat these southern specialties when the end of the world comes. Hey, if you say so, then it's really timely relief. What kind of research group are we? We are just a group of idle second-generation people who volunteer to help look up some information and handle some chores. Not only do we not get paid, but the venue is my own home. Su Mingxian rolled his eyes and complained bitterly. Although it is said that every citizen has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of a country, we cannot let them do it in vain. The key is to just do it. No one has ever taken these young people seriously. I feel like it's just nonsense. In the past, they also felt that they were not doing their job properly by talking about the end of the world every day, but now the end of the world has come, hasn't it? A bunch of experts are researching this, but they haven't come up with any rules yet, right? The end of the world has come. So what's the point of talking about science? Even if it's just a guess, as long as there is a 1% possibility, we have to prepare in advance. Is it so miserable? Chen Qiuyao was silent for a while. Then why could Su Minghan speak so grandly? He is still doing it as stated above. He is definitely testing her. With Su Changkong's status, his family was also allocated a small villa. It was not luxurious, but it was decorated very warmly. There's a rambutan tree rack in the yard, but unfortunately, it has almost been killed by the sun. Is a Yao here? A gentle woman in a purple sleeveless cheongsam was holding a round fan and fanning herself constantly, but she still looked very elegant. Chapter 37. Her voice is the authentic Wu dialect, and you can feel what gentleness is as soon as she speaks. Do you still remember, Aunt Rin? I held you in my arms when you were a child. Mrs. Su's name was Rin Qingyu, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at Chen Qiuyao. It seemed like another old friend of Su Qingxiu. Hurry up and sit down. It's so hot out here. I heard from my old man that this might be the end of the world. How come the world has become so unscientific? There are fruits on the table. If you want to eat, take them yourself. Annie won't treat you. Just treat this place as your own home. Ren Qingyu picked up the book from the sofa as she spoke. She was reading the exciting part. Su Mingyao looked closely and saw the title was Spiritual Energy Revived. I Fall in Love with Blue Star. She couldn't help but remain silent. This was different from the well-educated and gentle aunt she had imagined. Art comes from life. The imaginations of these young people are wild. Perhaps one of them has hit the mark? Seeing Chen Qiuyao's somewhat disillusioned look, Ren Qingyu just chuckled heartily. It would be great if the end of the world could be like what is written in this book. The so-called end of the world is nothing more than the planet's evolution and spiritual energy revival, and humans can directly go to heaven and earth. The real end of the world is far more cruel than what is described in novels. It is not the evolution of the earth, but the punishment of the earth. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes and didn't say anything to spoil the fun. He just sat down on the sofa next to Ren Qingyu and watched with her. If my mother hadn't died, if the end of the world hadn't come, if I hadn't suffered the pain of my previous life, I would have been so carefree. She was only 18 years old in this life, and her parents had been gone for less than 10 years. But when the two lives were added together, the happy days when her parents were still alive really seemed like a lifetime ago. If it weren't for the photos, Chen Qiuyao would no longer remember what they looked like. So it was a rare opportunity for her to meet an old friend of her mother's, and she wanted to know about her mother's past. Mom, is this how you entertain guests? Su Minghan came down from upstairs with a helpless look on his face. Xiao Yao is not a stranger. I did the same when Qingxiu was around. Ren Qingyu didn't care. Although she was in her 40s or 50s, she still had the heart of a little girl. It was obvious that she was very well spoiled. Chen Qiuyao smiled kindly to show that she didn't care. She could feel that this aunt really didn't consider her an outsider. So there are no specific rules or etiquette. This casual and natural attitude is actually quite heartwarming to a certain extent. Chen Qiuyao just didn't understand how such a simple person could give birth to a son like Su Minghan, who was so scheming. It is obvious that she and Su Mingxian are like a real mother and son. Thank you for the supplies. Su Minghan made a cup of tea for Chen Qiuyao and then thanked her helplessly. He adjusted his glasses. Wow, what she bought was really comprehensive. The information she mentioned was exactly the kind of novel that seemed hard to describe in a few words. However, this style is very consistent with an 18-year-old girl. It seemed that nothing was wrong, but Su Minghan just felt something was wrong. His sixth sense is extremely accurate, and his heartbeat, which was accelerated by the magnetic field disorder, has not yet recovered. Su Minghan believed in his intuition that this girl must have something on her. Otherwise, why did the apocalypse come just a few days after her fortress was built? Why is the only one with candles lit in her villa except the one with bright lights on New Year's Eve? Are you aware that magnetic field disturbances can affect the electrical system, and are you afraid of harming yourself? After all, when the magnetic field was disordered on New Year's Eve, several households' electrical appliances really exploded, injuring many people. Chapter 38. As long as it's useful, you're welcome. I have Mingxian to thank for the villa. But I heard from Mingxian that the research team was approved by the higher authorities. Why is it so miserable? Chen Qiuyao looked at Su Minghan with a smile. This was done by the second generation together, and the big boss has also heard about it. It was indeed approved by the higher-ups, and in special times, talents can be used in a flexible manner. Young people are more active in thinking than the older generation, and they just read books, look for information, and brainstorm for the serious research institutes above. This is not a difficult matter. It is difficult to apply for funding before there are any results. Su Minghan looked calm. But if this thing can be used in any way, the future of this group of people will be much easier. After all, Long Kingdom has never treated its heroes unfairly. Miss Chen, do you want to join us, or do you have any ideas? Su Minghan was still determined to get her to join. He had also seen this sister when he was a child, and it would be best if he could get something from her using a gentler method. Why call her Miss Chen? Call her Sister Io. When you were little, you said you wanted this sister to be your wife. Ren Qingyu, who was reading a book, gently patted Su Minghan on the back with the book. Su Minghan paused and looked at Chen Qiuyao. Whatever. Chen Qiuyao smiled and did not spoil Ren Qingyu's fun. She saw another life in her. What kind of gifted child would I be if my mother hadn't died? Maybe I really will be childhood sweethearts with this group of kids from the compound? Io's sister. Su Minghan seemed very uncomfortable. Seeing that you spent hundreds of millions to build a fortress, I knew that you also particularly liked doomsday culture. What do you think? Su Minghan asked again. Go, do your own job. It's not enough that you've harmed your own brother and mother, but you're also trying to drag your sister Io into the conspiracy. It turns out that Ren Qingyu read these not only because she liked them, but also because she wanted to help Su Minghan. But looking at her, I found she was quite happy. I have some ideas. Chen Qiuyao paused and suddenly pointed at the book in Ren Qingyu's hand and said half-jokingly, maybe Blue Star really is life like the book says? The so-called doomsday may just be that he is sick, has a cold and a fever, and needs injections and medicine. This statement is the most generally accepted version by everyone in the late days of the end times. It is also the version that best explains the end of the world. But Chen Qiuyao knew that not many people would believe it, because although humans often say that they should be humble, they are inherently superior to everything else. How could they admit their insignificance? How could they admit that there is another life that is thousands or tens of thousands of times more powerful than them? To put it nicely, they're just passengers in this life, and to put it bluntly, they are parasites in this life. When the host of the Blue Star feels that the human parasites are dangerous to itself, the end of the world will come. Look, how much does the extreme heat disaster of the last days look like a human fever? Endless rainstorms and floods are like medicine injected into the body when humans are sick. Humans evolve because of viruses. Just like when the flu hits, the virus uses its genes to split into a new generation of viruses that can adapt to vaccines. Chen Qiuyao shuddered, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Chapter 39. Human beings are so arrogant. The so-called cycle of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. What our ancestors said has always been valuable advice. However, as technology becomes more and more advanced, people have long since abandoned the caution and humility of their ancestors. It would be great if there was life on the blue planet. It would be even better if it was a love-brain person. What kind of ultimate enjoyment would it be to be loved by the entire planet? And if that were the case, no one would have to be afraid of the end of the world. Chen Qiuyao's face was full of longing, just like that of a real 18-year-old girl. With that stunningly beautiful face, even the hardest-hearted person couldn't help but feel pity for her. At least Ms. Ren Qingyu couldn't help but put down the book and held her in her arms for a kiss. Yes, our Xiaoyao is pretty and well-behaved. If Lan Xing could really become a human, he would definitely like you. Chen Qiuyao was a little confused when she was pressed into his arms, but such a warm embrace, such a doting tone. Even though her heart had been frozen as ice for thousands of years, she couldn't help but be moved and greedy. If my mother were still alive, she would definitely do what Aunt Ren did, holding her in her arms and saying that her Xiao Xiao was the best person in the world and deserved to be loved by everyone. Su Minghan also stood there in a daze, partly because of her beauty that few people in the world could match, and partly because of Chen Qiuyao's serious tone and innocent expression. At this moment, she seemed like a child who really believed that there was Ultraman in this world. But before that, he had clearly felt the vicissitudes of life and indifference to life in this girl. Su Minghan has always been someone else's child since he was a child, and his sixth sense has never been wrong. It was for this reason that Su Minghan began to notice the unusualness of Chen Qiuyao. She acted so calmly that she didn't feel the panic of the end of the world at all. But to say that she was looking forward to the end of the world because she was an apocalypse enthusiast, that would not be right. Su Minghan did not feel excited about Chen Qiuyao either. There was only a sense of heaviness and indifference, as if the girl had known that the end of the world would come at this point in time. Wow, it's rare that Xiaohan would be in a trance. Is he mesmerized by the beauty of your sister Xiaoyao? Ms. Ren Qingyu had a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with undisguised ridicule and excitement. Her son has taken after his father since he was young. He is self-disciplined and precocious, which makes Ren Qingyu feel that his son is not very fun and lacks the sense of participation and accomplishment that a parent should have. This is how Su Mingxian came into being. Then Ms. Ren Qingyu turned her gaze to Chen Qiuyao with a look of kindness and an Annie smile. Annie likes pretty girls like you, and I've already told your mother that I want to arrange a marriage for you. But your mother said that your life is yours and you cannot use her wishes to make any major decisions for you. But now you have met the two brothers in your aunt's family. One is as cold as the moon and the other is as warm as the sun. See if they're satisfied? Pick one you like, okay? Ms. Ren Qingyu started promoting her son on the spot. He stared at Chen Qiuyao with burning eyes, but there was only encouragement in his eyes, without any other emotion that would make people feel uncomfortable. Mom! Su Minghan was very helpless and subconsciously adjusted his glasses, but his ears turned red. Chapter 40. I'm only 18. It would be a shame to talk about marriage so early. Chen Qiuyao declined tactfully. The end of the world has come, and it's already difficult to live comfortably. How could she have the mood to fall in love? 18 is the best age to fall in love. Why don't you try both of them? If in the end you don't like either of them, it means you have gained some experience and you won't be easily swindled by some bad men out there. Ms. Ren Qingyu was very open-minded. She said this as if those two were not her sons, but pieces of pork waiting to be selected in the vegetable market. Cough, cough. Mom, please don't teach the little girl bad things. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Su Minghan, who had been helpless, suddenly burst into a thunderous cough. He had known for a long time that his mother preferred sweet and soft little girls to naughty boys like them. But he had never expected that it would be this kind of girl, whom he disliked so much that he could pack her up and send her away immediately. Even someone as calm as Su Minghan couldn't help but ask, "Is this a biological child?" Okay, let's stop talking about those nonsense. It's late, time to eat. I'll go call Mingxian. What do you want to eat? Su Minghan almost ran away and nearly sprained his ankle when he went up the stairs. As expected, the people who are most likely to break down are one's own relatives. Chen Qiuyao did not refuse and brought gifts with her. If she didn't have a meal with him, they would think that I had some prejudice against their family. Although he really didn't like Su Minghan, who was as cunning as a sieve, he had a good impression of other people. But why is Mingxian the one cooking? Chen Qiuyao has good eyesight. Although the kitchen and the living room are not close, she can still see Su Mingxian wearing a cartoon cat apron through the glass door. The nearly 1.9-meter tall figure, dark complexion, and slightly silly face really don't match the cartoon apron. Holding a small pink pot seriously, I really feel like Lu Zhishan getting up early to berry peach blossoms. Oh, the men in our Su family are all capable of both housework and cooking. Minghan almost got angry because he was not particular about food. But although the taste is average, it's edible. Ren Qingyu couldn't help but explain by winking when she saw Chen Qiuyao was a little surprised. Look, a good boyfriend who is very kind to others. Are you attracted to him? Mingxian likes pink. Although Chen Qiuyao also knew that color could not define gender, the same thing still applies. With his 1.9-meter tall stature and slightly dark skin, he looks like Lu Zhishan holding an embroidery needle, which is hard to describe. No, that belongs to my aunt, but she went back home for the New Year holiday, so I guess she won't be able to come in for a while. After looking at it for a while, Ren Qingyu felt it was a bit irritating and simply turned away. It's New Year's Eve. You can't stop people from having a family reunion, right? Besides, it feels better to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner yourself. But who knew that the end of the world would come before we even finished the New Year's Eve dinner? All of a sudden, the entire Longquan Mountain entered a state of combat readiness. Not to mention a nanny. Even a fly would need a warrant from the big boss to get in. The meal was ready in a short while. Most of them were cold dishes, such as smashed cucumbers, cold cherry tomatoes, stewed beef, cold sausage, fermented fish with wine, and sour plum soup. Su Mingxian was sweating profusely, but the dishes he made looked really refreshing and appetizing. Let's eat first. There's no need to wait for Uncle Sue. He's been as busy as you these past 2 days and has passed by his home 3 times without entering. Just ask Minghan to bring him some food on the way. Ren Qingyu first took out a lunchbox and put some food in it, then invited everyone to come to the table to eat. Although the end of the world may be approaching, thanks to the fact that they have an apocalypse enthusiast in the family, they don't have to tighten their belts and go on a diet for the time being. It was just a 50-degree weather, and Ren Qingyu, who had always lived a pampered life, really had no appetite. It's called a meal, but in fact it's just accompanying guests. The main reason is that I want to fight for my 2 stupid sons. Chapter 41. It's not easy to find a good girl. If it's the end of the world, it will be even harder to find one. Come on, have a taste of your brother Mingshuan's cooking skills. Ren Qingyu diligently picked up some food for her. Chen Qiuyao accepted everything that was offered to her, but when she tasted the pot of stewed beef brisket, she asked a question, but still ate it subconsciously without changing her expression. Having eaten cockroach meat for decades in the last days, Chen Qiuyao has developed a habit of not wasting food. She had tasted all kinds of strange flavors before, and it was just a piece of salty meat. In the previous life, it was a good thing that even the top leaders of the base would scramble for. Su Minghan, who was well prepared, saw this scene with a gloomy look in his eyes. The bowl of beef was so salty that even a grown man like him would have to spit it out. How could Chen Qiuyao, a spoiled rich girl, eat it without batting an eyelid? However, he still ate his meal in silence. After all, if he made trouble at the dinner table, he would be beaten to death by Ms. Ren Qingyu. But Su Minghan didn't touch the bowl of stewed beef at all. However, his action was not obvious because he did not touch any of the meat dishes. If you don't like women and don't eat meat, why don't you just become a monk? You're still picky about food at this age. It's shameful. Ren Qingyu seemed to be used to it and just laughed and scolded him. It's okay, Mom. If my brother doesn't want to eat, I'll eat. Su Mingxian, who had finally finished feeding the 2 dogs, came to the table to help. Bah! Why has my meat become so salty? Who added too much salt to my meat? Unfortunately, Su Mingxian, a meat lover, set his eyes on the bowl of beef as soon as it sat at the table. The result is predictable. Is it salty? You stewed it for the dog, and I saw that the pot was almost dry, so I added some water. I was afraid it would be too bland, so I added some salt. Maybe I added too much. Su Minghan said calmly, as if nothing had happened. But Chen Qiuyao still felt something was wrong at the first moment. She has a high level of mental power and an incredibly accurate 6th sense. You didn't just add a little bit. It's so salty that it tastes bitter. Su Mingxian drank the water frantically, thanking Ms. Run for wanting a poetic and pastoral life. In addition to the rambutan vines, the courtyard also had an exquisitely decorated well, which was usually used for decoration, but was of great use now. Otherwise, it might be difficult to even drink water in this hot weather. Yes, Chen Qiuyao finally realized what was wrong. She was raised by a wealthy family, so how could she swallow it without changing her expression? You are always causing trouble for your brother. Ren Qingyu glared at Su Minghan. She was just talking about Su Minghan, saying that his cooking was average but eatable. The result is now a slap in the face. It's so salty that it tastes bitter. Looking at the way Su Mingxian keeps sticking out his tongue to drink water into his stomach, at least half a can of salt must have been added, right? Is this what you call edible food? It's almost the same as not being able to tell the difference between the 5 grains, right? You probably haven't been in the kitchen for a long time, so you made such a fool of yourself. You should cook the meals for the next few days. Although your cooking is average, as long as it's edible, Mom won't mind. Ren Qingyu's words determined Su Minghan's position as a house husband for the next few days. Chapter 42. Hey, that's great. Cooking in this hot weather is simply torture. Su Mingxian looked happy. In a 50-degree heat, who would be willing to get close to the stove? It's just that in their family, it has always been the men who cook. His mother has never done housework, and he doesn't dare to order his brother, who has a cold face, around. So he settled down by the stove. It's really a good thing that we can have a few days off now. As soon as Sister Yao came, she helped him escape from the sea of suffering. Sister Yao is really his lucky star. Too salty to taste bitter? Really? I think this dish is just right. The others are a bit bland. Chen Qiuyao picked up another piece of beef and ate it calmly, ignoring their stunned looks. It's quite simple to put this circle back. With a high temperature of 50 degrees, isn't it normal for people to feel dizzy and have loss of taste? Could it be that your body can't stand the high temperature and your sense of taste is damaged? Ren Qingyu also picked up a piece of beef, then immediately spat it out and drank water frantically. Then he stared at Chen Qiuyao with an indescribable yet distressed look. My goodness, how hot is this girl? Your sense of taste is impaired because of the heat? I don't think so. I see that Sister Yao hardly sweats, and her face isn't red, and she's not out of breath. Su Mingxian came out to disrupt the show, causing Chen Qiuyao's body to actually stiffen for a moment. She had indeed forgotten this important issue. Lingquan had opened the gene lock in advance, allowing Chen Qiuyao's tolerance and recovery abilities to be raised to a higher level. The temperature in the late extreme heat apocalypse almost broke 80 degrees. Almost 9 levels of ordinary people and animals who did not open their gene locks died. During that period, the stench of rotting corpses was everywhere, and the plague was rampant. It was a paradise for cockroaches and a hell for humans. Until the extreme cold apocalypse came, most cockroaches fell into hibernation and the virus became milder. This enabled more people to withstand the virus, opened the genetic lock, and prevented humanity from becoming extinct. This is the special fabric that the head of the G family gave me. It is said that it can withstand cold and hot weather. Now it seems that the effect is really good. Chen Qiuyao secretly cursed this troublemaker, husky, 800 times, but her face remained calm. She really wasn't lying. What she was wearing today was the dress that Ji Yanli gave her on New Year's Eve. There is some effect, but it is mainly because Chen Qiuyao has a good physique. Master Ji, forget it. Looking at his smiling face, I know that his things are not so easy to get. Su Mingxuan's eyes lit up at first. He really needed the treasure that could not be changed in cold or hot. But when he heard that it was Ji Yanli's thing, he immediately wilted. Since childhood, Su Mingxian has been most afraid of so-called other people's children. But Ji Yanli is the best among them, and his aura is not much different from Su Changkong. Even if you were chatting and laughing with someone in a gentle and polite manner the previous second, a glance from him the next second could make that person freeze in place. It seems like a sense of danger that comes from deep in my bones. Young Master Su, can you tell me why I am smiling, but hiding a knife behind my smile? Ji Yanli's voice came. Although he was very gentle, Su Mingxian was petrified immediately. He turned his head stiffly and saw Ji Yanli and Su Changkong, who was almost turning into Diyu, had already walked to the gate. Ji Yanli still had a faint smile on his face, but Su Changkong glared at Su Mingxian fiercely. Talking bad about people behind their backs is already very wrong, and being caught in the act is simply, Xiaoji is here? We're having dinner now. Come over and eat with us. It was Ren Qingyu who broke the awkwardness. She is a woman as gentle as water. No matter how noble your status is or how powerful you are, in his eyes, if you are still unmarried in your 20s, aren't you just a child? And he is a child whose parents died at a young age. Chapter 43. He is much more handsome than those two brats in her family, and really makes people want to love him. Entren. Ji Yanli nodded slightly with a smile on his face. No one can refuse an elder who is gentle, kind to you, and does not interfere with you. Neither can Ji Yanli. No, I've eaten, and am here to pick someone up. Xiao Xiao, come here. Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao with a smile. But when Ren Qingyu saw this scene and heard her name, she looked thoughtful. Xiao Xiao. She seemed to have heard Qingqiu say that it was Io's given name, right? When did a Yao recognize the Ji family and become so familiar with him? But Ren Qingyu looked at this, and then at that. Ji Yanli could indeed be described as being as beautiful as jade and unparalleled in the world. A Yao also had bright eyes and white teeth, a beauty with a natural fragrance, and was extremely gorgeous. The two of them can really be described as a perfect match. At least in terms of appearance, there should be no one more suitable for them. As Su Qingqiu's best friend, Ren Qingyu automatically put herself into the role of a mother and thought about how good-looking the child born to these two people would be. However, since I am putting myself in the role of a mother, I can't help but be picky. Ji Yanli is a good person. No matter his family background, appearance, or personality, there is nothing to criticize. At least before today, Ren Qingyu liked this young man very much. But she felt that it was not enough to match a Yao. What a pity! This young man is good in every way except his health. Looking at his pale and bluish face, even in such a hot day, Ren Qingyu felt cold for him. If she really marries such a person, let alone having children, I don't know whether a Yao's happiness for the rest of her life can be guaranteed. Ren Qingyu's mind was wandering, but she still said nothing, although she used to be best friends with Chen Qiuyao's mother. But today was the first time he and Chen Qiuyao had met in all these years, and their relationship was not that deep. Even if it's just a well-intentioned reminder, saying it too much will annoy people. So I'll bring it up again when we get to know each other better. What are you doing here? I have my own hands and feet. I don't need you to help me. Ever since Ji Yanli came, he has keenly felt that everyone's eyes are a little strange, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Besides, the relationship between them is at most that of collaborators, barely friends. Is there a need to talk about their intimacy? Besides, I am not a 3-year-old child who needs someone to pick me up when I visit my neighbor. So in Chen Qiuyao's opinion, Ji Yanli's behavior was definitely confusing. It's just a walk along the way. Ji Yanli didn't get angry, but spoke in a good-tempered manner. He could feel that Chen Qiuyao didn't hate him. She just didn't understand romance. It didn't matter. He had plenty of time to wait for her to understand. Take a walk, you. Are you sick? After hearing what Ji Yanli said, Chen Qiuyao's eyes were filled with confusion. It's 50 degrees and my heart is still aching, but I still have the mood to go out for a walk. Chapter 44. Although Chen Qiuyao was a little speechless about Ji Yanli's idea of taking a walk, she still went with him. She didn't have to go home after all. The Su family was very welcoming. But since using the spiritual spring to open the genetic lock, Chen Qiuyao's appetite has increased greatly. Now that the end of the world has begun, every family has a limited amount of food. She is not short of it, but it is not appropriate for her to eat too much of other people's food. 2 people were walking on the road, each holding a dog. The handsome man and beautiful woman really looked like a young couple taking a walk. If there are no patrol troops walking around with guns. As soon as he got home, Sui Sui rushed upstairs and returned to his nest. The speed was so fast that it seemed like a ghost was chasing him. How come he fell into the hands of this evil spirit today? It's getting late. Aren't you going home yet? Chen Qiuyao raised her eyebrows and looked at him, not understanding why Ji Yanli was staying here. Is it because he wants to stay cool? Wait for me to get some ice, and ask your 2 subordinates to take it back. Chen Qiuyao was not so stingy about this matter. There is an infinite amount of ice in her space, and there is solar power, gasoline power, and diesel power generation in the space, so even if it is used up, she can freeze it whenever she wants. Besides, it's not a waste if the ice melts into water. Although you can't drink it, it's very convenient to use it for bathing or washing vegetables. Okay. Ji Yanli did not refuse, but just rolled up his sleeves gently, walked to the well, and fetched a bucket of water. Although he is a little weak physically, he is quite aggressive and his martial arts skills are also quite good. Without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to become the world's largest arms dealer. He would have been killed long ago. What are you doing? Chen Qiuyao was a little confused. Although there is no well in his villa, he shouldn't be short of water, right? After all, the high temperature has only lasted for 2 days, and Longquan Mountain is a mountain with many hot springs and mountain springs, so there will be no shortage of water sources in the short term. Don't you need to water your vegetables? Ji Yanli easily carried the bucket to the backyard. There were several neatly cultivated plots of land, planted with a bunch of small cabbages, small tomatoes, small radishes, small peppers. After several days of high temperatures, it was almost dying. Second Master I. Seeing this, Ji wanted to step forward to help. After all, their second master's hands had always been used to hold guns and admire jade. So how could he have ever done any real work? But before he could say anything, Ji dragged him away. You are such a tactless fool. The second master is trying to court the girl and still needs your help? I really forgot. Chen Qiuyao slapped her head. These vegetables were planted by the soldiers who had nothing to do because Su Mingxian had asked them to help. After Chen Qiuyao came back and took a look at them, she was very satisfied and put them out of her mind. It's okay normally. After all, Chen Qiuyao is rich and has installed an automatic irrigation and water exchange system for the entire yard. But isn't there a power outage? People will die in the 50-degree heat, let alone the food. Stop watering them, and I'll pull them all out. I have better seeds. Let's plant them again. Chen Qiuyao looked heartbroken. These vegetables have been growing for almost half a month. But there is no way. Looking at its half-dead state, there is not much left to grow. She has some heat-resistant and drought-resistant seeds. If you soak them in diluted spiritual spring water, they will probably grow well without much care. As for why, this crop does not need to be rescued with spiritual spring water. It has grown into this state and came back to life overnight. Do they think others are fools? Besides, using spiritual spring water to soak seeds is definitely more economical than using it directly to water the ground. The landlord doesn't even have enough surplus food for such a precious thing as the spiritual spring. Have to use it sparingly. Soaking the seeds in diluted spiritual spring water will prevent the nutrients from being taken away by weeds. Chapter 45. With a high temperature of 50 degrees, there is no need to worry about weeds and insect pests. Because it's so hot. Then I'll help you, Ji Yanli said gently. Don't! Chen Qiuyao shook her head repeatedly. Ji Yanli's face turned pale and blue, and it looked like he was about to die at any time. Even Zhou Paopi doesn't dare to order him around. But even in this situation, he still had the mood to water the fields. This kind of perseverance is truly unmatched by ordinary people. No wonder he could survive the virus with such a weak body and unlock his gene lock to become a big boss in the apocalypse. I just want to do something for you. Ji Yanli looked a little melancholy and hurt. It looked as if Chen Qiuyao had really let him down. Chen Qiuyao. Ugly rejection. Unacceptable. If someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Just tell me what's going on. She held her forehead with her hand. Your villa is so big. How about renting me a room? Ji Yanli's face was pale, but his eyes were shining. It's only been a few days, and you're already thinking about entering the inner circle. It's inconvenient for a single man and a single woman. Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes. Private territory should not be violated. Moreover, having an extra smart roommate means your secrets are at greater risk of being exposed. Can I still enter the space and play properly? After transportation and electricity are restored, I will give you a batch of materials that are impervious to cold and heat. They have good heat absorption properties. Whether it is cold or hot outside, with some assistance, the temperature difference between inside and outside can reach up to 50 degrees. Make a deal. I won't bow down for a few pieces of rice because they are too little. Although Chen Qiuyao also spent a lot of money to build a greenhouse with similar functions, its effect was limited due to material problems. During the most extreme heat, the temperature exceeded 80 degrees Celsius, and during the Little Ice Age, the temperature could reach minus 100 degrees Celsius. It was all extreme weather, and the 50-degree temperature difference at that time was really rare. If it's extremely hot, put some ice in it. If it's extremely cold, burn some charcoal or coal. By taking good care of fruits and vegetables, you will have a stable source. Otherwise, it would be very annoying to have hundreds of billions of supplies, but not be able to eat them openly. Why do you want to live in my villa? Chen Qiuyao asked seriously. Now they were alone together. He finally realized that this guy might like her. But they had met less than 3 times in their lives and had known each other for less than half a month. Is love really so cheap? Or is he eyeing something else and wants to win over her psychologically? This is so disgusting. The resistance in Chen Qiuyao's eyes was almost written on her face. Ji Yanli, fearing that it would backfire, did not dare to reveal his feelings easily. You live more comfortably here, don't you? Chen Qiuyao's house was really cleverly designed. Although the 2 layers of eggshells that wrap the villa in the yard are more convenient to operate electrically, they can also be opened and closed manually, because it incorporates ancient mechanical techniques. Once both layers are opened, the temperature difference with the outside can reach almost 20 degrees. However, Chen Qiuyao usually only opens the layer of glass because the other layer is made of new steel. It has great resistance to impact, but not a single ray of light can get through it. Someone is already eyeing your villa. If it weren't for the joint efforts of the big boss, the Su family, and Ji Yanli, those high-sounding people would have already arrived. Chapter 46. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiuyao's expression darkened. She had known that this day would come. After all, an ordinary villa in her previous life was still coveted, not to mention this doomsday fortress, which was full of supplies. But I didn't expect it to come so early. Disaster is indeed the most destructive thing to human nature. We have actually started building the base here, but we can only use manpower to keep up with the progress. However, once the base is built, it will definitely accommodate many disaster victims. Although Longquan Mountain will not allow ordinary people to enter, more people will definitely be allowed in. This piece of land halfway up the mountain is very coveted. Once the traffic is restored, I will bring a team to build a wall to enclose the 2 villas. How about that? Just build it like your house, using the temperature control materials I just mentioned. Ji Yanli said seriously. Are you going to give up the south? Chen Qiuyao frowned when she heard his words. If it really is the end of the world, I plan to move my center of gravity to the north. After all, unity is strength, but one person cannot support the whole country. No matter what the official is, it is still the official. Even if the end of the world comes, a lean camel will still be bigger than a horse. The people's hearts are gathered here. If we ask which base is most likely to lead the people through the end of the world, no one except the official base would dare to agree. Besides, the altitude in the north is slightly higher than that in the south, and it is not too close to the sea. If there are other natural disasters, the possibility of overcoming them will be higher than in other places. In the official base, you, the head of the G family, dare not take the lead alone. Chen Qiuyao said carefully. The first leader of the southern base in the previous life actually wants to move the focus to the north in this life. This butterfly effect is too big. What about the southern base? In the face of numerous natural disasters, how long can they survive without Ji Yanli, who is as wise as a demon and can turn the tide? With great power comes great responsibility. It is not easy to be the leader in the end times. Ji Yanli smiled. If it was just a military rebellion, with his ambition, he would have been one of the most powerful warlords. But this is the end of the world, a battle for the survival of the entire human race. Even if one is the leader, one cannot have too much selfishness because this is related to the inheritance of mankind. Once something goes wrong, one will be a sinner for all eternity. You have to work hard and not have any selfish thoughts. If you calculate it this way, you'll be losing money. Ji Yanli is a businessman, not a saint, and he will not do anything that will lose money. The honor of being a leader hero who leads mankind through natural disasters is too great, almost like a shackle, so let's give it to the official. Ji Yanli is a common man. As long as he ensures his own strength, it will be enough if no one dares to bully him in the end times. That's good. Chen Qiuyao was silent for a while and figured it out. Whether there is a southern base or not many people will be able to live to see the dawn of the end of the world. Perhaps in this life, the gathering of great gods in the capital base will be more cohesive and able to save more people. Besides, Chen Qiuyao felt that Ji Yanli was right. In the end times, sticking together for warmth is the best way to survive. Multiple bases are really no match for unity. So by the end of the world, almost all of those small bases were destroyed, and only the official Spark base and the Dawn base in the south survived to the end. Now that Ji Yanli has decided to move north, perhaps the southern base, without him and its leadership, will not survive until the end of the world. But who can be sure that more people can't be saved than in the previous life? Moreover, if only the official base is left at the end of the world, there will be less trouble and intrigue when it comes time to rebuild their homes after the apocalypse. Okay, let's just encircle the entire hillside. Then you can move more people over to occupy the space and shut up certain people. Even after the end of the world, the people who could live in a place like Longquan Mountain must be people of some status or their families. If you don't have some strength and just occupy so much space, you will definitely cause trouble. It's not very lethal, but it's very disgusting. Chapter 47. It's better to bring more people. The greater Ji Yanli's power is, the more say he will have in the northern base. Although he said he did not intend to fight for power or take responsibility, he cannot be without a say. Then my room. There's an empty room on the first floor, but there's nothing in it. You'll have to clean it up yourself. Although there was a guest room on the second floor, it had long been converted into a doghouse by Chen Qiuyao. How could someone live next to her room? Was she afraid that others wouldn't know her secret? The empty room on the first floor was originally reserved for growing hydroponic vegetables, but now it is just right for Ji Yanli to use. Because Chen Qiuyao used the second floor as living space and the first floor as a storage room when she was drawing the blueprints, there is a thick iron door in the stairwell. Although they are a single man and a single woman, they can still avoid disturbing each other once the door is closed. Good. I'll ask Ji and Ji Air to move things. Ji Yanli said. He definitely brought more than just these two people, but these two were his most trusted subordinates. And he knew that Chen Qiuyao probably didn't want too many people intruding into her space. There's a lot of space there. You can squeeze in and live there together. Chen Qiuyao did not comment. One more Ji Yanli is enough, so it doesn't matter if he has two more subordinates. But I locked the room, and you are not allowed to go there. As long as the traffic can be restored and the cars can be used, I won't be greedy for your money. Ji Yanli laughed. Haiqin Group is involved in all fields, and even its usual material reserves are unexpected. If all of them were transported here, they could fill up half of Longquan Mountain. By the way, if I want to renovate my villa, what should I pay attention to? It's resistant to falls, beatings, heat, cold, and viruses. Chen Qiuyao said casually. She really didn't sense any malice from Ji Yanli, so she wasn't so defensive. Since the two of them are allies, it's naturally a win-win for everyone. She exchanged information for his protection. It was a fair deal. By the way, we also have to be on guard against cockroaches. Chen Qiuyao built a thick cold storage under the villa to store supplies. It was sealed tightly with several layers of cement and steel plates. After all, she didn't want to wake up one day and find that the warehouse had become a paradise for cockroaches, and the whole house was at risk of collapse because the ground was hollowed out. Thinking of Xiaoqiang, Chen Qiuyao shuddered violently. The animals that survived the virus had their genetic locks activated, and their body size became at least 2 or 3 times larger than before. Have you ever seen a cockroach the size of a palm that can cover your entire face when it flies? They always come in swarms like locusts passing through, eating people without leaving any bones. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao paused. Otherwise, before the virus started, she should research the special insecticide in the name of Ji Yanli. It's better to kill cockroaches as soon as possible, and it would be best if they were eradicated from Longquan Mountain. Cockroaches that eat people are both scary and disgusting. Chapter 48. Amazing. The second master has entered the family now. It seems that we will have a second mistress and a young master soon. He was in the room on the first floor, tidying up while muttering quietly. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Now I just hope that this magnetic field chaos will pass quickly. Unlike Ge, who looked excited, Jier has always been more rational. It's the end of the world. The base of their power has not moved here yet. Eri didn't bring too many people with him. This place is under official control. Even if he gets married and has children, what's the problem? It's probably hard to protect his wife and children. Tomorrow you should talk to your superiors and ask them to clear out the animals in Longquan Mountain first. In the living room on the second floor, Chen Qiuyao was wearing a nightgown and a long coat. There are several large tanks of ice placed luxuriously around, so even though the temperature outside is over 50 degrees, it is still very comfortable here. You have a point. Ji Yanli seemed to have just washed up. His hair was slightly wet, and his shirt was loose at the collar, making him look very sentimental. His pale face made him look a bit weak, weakening his strong aggressiveness and adding a different kind of beauty, which made people feel pity for him. With such high temperatures, people die one after another, let alone animals? Ji Yanli frowned slightly as if he was thinking. Longquan Mountain is a mountain after all. Although it has been developed, some parts of it have been preserved. The soldiers in charge of security only cleared out the aggressive large animals and left the small animals alone. After all, the security here is tight, and there are soldiers patrolling all the time. When there are a lot of people, snakes, insects, rats, and ants generally avoid it. But with such high temperatures, those small animals that are originally harmless have become hidden dangers. There must have been many people who died from the high temperature. Under such high temperatures, the bodies would have been almost rotten in just one night. If it is not cleaned up, it may cause an epidemic. In fact, ever since Chen Qiuyao opened her gene lock, her facial features have become more sensitive to a certain degree. The high temperature started early this morning, and within 24 hours, she could already smell a faint odor. If it is not cleaned up in time, like in the previous life, when the authorities only remembered this matter and freed up manpower to deal with it after the power system was restored, I am afraid that the entire Longquan Mountain would have been filled with flies. Flies need suitable temperature and humidity to hatch, so whether it is high temperature or high heat, it will be a devastating blow to them. In their previous life, they were one of the first species to become extinct, but their final madness was disgusting enough. Have you ever seen a scene where the bed, the floor, and the walls are covered with flies? If you make the slightest noise, they will be startled and will fly all over the sky. Fly to you. Fly into your eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. Many people even died of suffocation due to the damage to their throat and trachea. When their bodies were dissected open, densely packed dead eggs were found. Tens of thousands of them, occupying every blood vessel and every layer of flesh. Unfortunately, it still doesn't help. The first plague at the end of the world is their most magnificent farewell to this world. They didn't even survive until the rainstorms came, and were completely wiped out in the extreme heat and drought of the first month of the apocalypse. They took away tens of millions of humans to be buried with them. It was not until later that heavy rains brought out the ancient virus that had been dormant for a long time under the ice and slowly devoured the plague. But it has pushed humanity into another abyss. Chapter 49. What's wrong with you? Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao's face, which suddenly turned pale, and asked worriedly. It's okay. Chen Qiuyao closed her eyes and forced down the nausea rising in her throat. When did I become so pretentious? Just some insect eggs. However, we can prepare the insect repellent potion now. It will take at most 1 day for the army of flies to arrive at the battlefield. It was a desperate madness. The tiny flies seemed to have intelligence. In the high temperature that was enough to exterminate them, they frantically attacked humans in a suicidal manner, just to lay eggs and hatch them in their bodies, giving them a chance for the continuation of their race. I still have several thousand sets of protective clothing in my warehouse, and I will try my best to persuade the higher-ups to bring more people into the mountains, said Chen Qiuyao. It's not that she's a saint, but these soldiers who went up the mountain were protecting Longquan Mountain, which was also indirectly protecting her. That's why Chen Qiuyao, who didn't want to go up the mountain and face the army of flies, made this decision. After all, they are the cutest people, so the lesser the death, the better. When the ancient virus that can actually open the genetic lock arrives, it is these well-trained and strong soldiers who survive the most. Other ordinary people with subhealth and average willpower cannot escape the screening of the virus, even if they can escape the high temperature, heavy rain, and flood. But unfortunately, these people who are likely to survive the virus and complete their evolution are also the ones who sacrifice the most for the beliefs in their hearts and to save the people. Chen Qiuyao thought that if the decision had been made to protect them instead of ordinary people, perhaps there would be many more people alive when the dawn came. But this was just a fleeting thought. Having abandoned their faith, even if they have a healthy body, do they really still have an iron will? Can we really lead mankind until the dawn of dawn if we give up on the people? Although those sacrifices are sad and regrettable, they are inevitably meaningful. When I came here, I brought a group of about 20 or 30 elites. Let's let them go up the mountain together. Ji Yinli said, "Are they your group of enthusiastic subordinates who are building houses despite the 50-degree heat?" Chen Qiuyao knew them. The Ji family is an ancient family that has been standing for nearly 1,000 years. Even though they have kept a low profile since the founding of the country, they still cannot be underestimated. Ji Yanli has a security team of 100 people under his command. Perhaps in ancient terms, it is more appropriate to say Dark Guard. They have gone through the most rigorous selection and have extraordinary abilities. Each of them can rival the Special Forces King of Dragon Country. Even with the most stringent selection and evolution of the virus, their survival rate is frighteningly high. Ordinary people make up a few hundred of them, but among 100 of them, more than 80 of them succeed in evolving and surviving. It became Ji Yanli's invincible White Tiger Regiment, and was also one of the assets that enabled him to compete with the official Spark base. It is said that during the most difficult period of the Little Ice Age, the White Tiger Regiment sacrificed themselves to hunt the giant beasts that had also survived natural disasters and purification and dominated the area, thus saving the Southern Dawn base. It's a pity that out of the more than 80 people in the White Tiger Regiment, only less than a quarter were able to see the light of day in the end. Why do you feel that I'm too shameless? Ji Yanli raised his eyebrows. No, there's nothing we can do about it, right? Maybe working in high temperatures will become the norm in the future. Chen Qiuyao said sincerely. Chapter 50. Woo. As the two were talking, Sui and Pinyin finally couldn't resist and ran out of their little nests, breaking the serious atmosphere. Come here. Ji Yanli stretched out his hand towards Pinyin with interest. According to the love manual, if you want to win her over, you should first win over his family, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. It's a pity that Chen Qiuyao is alone with only 2 newly adopted sons. Ji Yanli was always upset, but reality forced him to give in. Who made my wife like him? He is just a son, and they're all great contributors to catching up with my wife. Among the 2 dog sons, Ji Yanli prefers the handsome Pinyin. Not only does he look like a wolf, he is also more ferocious and aloof than a wolf. It's much better than its silly brother who just giggles and acts like a spoiled brat all day long. Do you like Pinyin too? Chen Qiuyao smiled. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk, and she actually likes Sui more. Although he often does stupid things that make people laugh and cry, and is a 5th-tier loser, he can always bring a little joy to this depressing doomsday. Pinyin is my little sister, but she doesn't like people teasing her like a dog, and she is very wary of strangers. Chen Qiuyao smiled and said that Pinyin might have the upper hand in terms of wolf blood and wolf arrogance. Unless in special circumstances, Pinyin rarely even lets himself be masturbated. She didn't believe that Ji Yanli could conquer him easily. Really? Ji Yanli was chatting and laughing when he moved as fast as lightning and grabbed Pinyin's neck. I think wolves are easier to train than dogs. Ignoring the chest in its eyes and the threatening growl in its throat, the momentum that was forged amidst the hail of bullets suddenly burst out. Then use your other hand to stroke its back again and again. Ping kept making threatening growls from his throat and stared at Ji Yanli with alternating fierceness and fear in his eyes. But in the end, he didn't dare to swing his claws, and the threatening growl in his throat turned into a comfortable whimper as he stroked him. As for wolves, the first thing they learn is to obey the strong. The difficulty lies in how you make it recognize your status as leader. But how can a wolfhound that has never seen blood and is just acting out of its nature defeat a person who has emerged from a hail of bullets? Are you childish? Chen Qiuyao was a little amused. The dignified head of the Ji family was bullying his own dog and child? This scene was really funny, very different from his usual serious self, and even had a childish gentleness. The invisible barrier between the two of them was somewhat melted away. Let's be friends. We'll live together in the future. Ji Yanli smiled slightly, and his slightly cool hand stroked Ping'an's fur. When Ping'an heard Chen Qiuyao's voice, he came to his senses, his body stiffened, and he subconsciously buried his head in his chest. After evolving with spiritual spring water, its IQ is roughly comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. Although it has the arrogance of a wolf, it also has the loyalty of a dog. After drinking the spiritual spring water, it had identified itself with Lin Qiuyao, but now it had surrendered to another person without knowing why. The confusion and guilt almost overwhelmed the poor little guy. Really? Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes and also stroked Sui Sui, who was almost as cowardly as a quail. They are just two dogs, and ordinary people don't take them seriously. How come they easily caught Ji Yanli's attention? Chapter 51. Maybe it's because I love the person and the people in him? Chen Qiuyao had very sensitive senses, and she could hear every word of Ji and Ji Air's whispers downstairs. Like love, this kind of thing can sometimes be very touching, just like her parents. But in Chen Qiuyao's eyes, it is not a necessity. Love is too difficult to understand and too fragile, and most of the time it is a loss. Chen Qiuyao, who had suffered a loss once, didn't want to fall into the same pit twice. It's already difficult to survive when the end of the world comes. How can you have the time to think about love when there are thousands of corpses floating around? It would be more cost-effective than bundling emotions, gratitude, trust, and interests. So Chen Qiuyao decided to play dumb to the end. After her rebirth, she knew Ji Yanli better than anyone else, how arrogant and decisive he was. A relationship that goes unrequited for a long time will not last long and will end in failure. Without saying it explicitly or bringing up the issue, there will be no embarrassment if it ends in nothing. The two can still be partners and friends who survive together in the apocalypse. Ping'an, come here. It's time to go to bed. Chen Qiuyao called Ping'an, who was in a dilemma and was about to bury his head in the crack of the floor. Su Mingxian only fed them 2 beef bones for dinner. How could they survive when they were still evolving and growing? I guess he came out because he was so hungry. Normally at night, Chen Qiuyao would let them go into the space to hunt on their own to cultivate their ferocity. Although Sui Sui is a bad and cowardly 5th-level warrior, Chen Qiuyao still hopes that he can be her battle pet and partner, rather than just a pet. You sleep in the same room with them? Ji Yanli paused. He hasn't even caught up with her yet, and his son of a dog can get into bed with her? It's very comfortable to hug something furry, isn't it? Chen Qiuyao raised an eyebrow. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Sui Sui, Ping'an, Tian, and Ling Quan being very clean. It's okay. Ji Yanli comforted himself that the fact that he would place his affection on his pet proved that Chen Qiuyao's heart was still soft and lonely. Although she may have been injured and is on high alert, nothing is impossible if one sets his mind to it. It's better to be a little indifferent. At least you don't have to be afraid of your beautiful wife and attract a bunch of love rivals. Have a sweet dream. Ji Yanli felt relieved immediately after thinking this. I was very conscious of saying goodbye. Things have to be done step by step. Meals have to be eaten bite by bite. Even if you want to get closer to someone, you have to do it slowly and not get carried away. Wait, wipe your hair before going to sleep, Chen Qiuyao said with a little concern. Before Ji Yanli completed his evolution, he was a contradictory person who was both strong and fragile. He is a man of great martial arts skills and willpower, an indestructible cockroach. However, due to his congenital deficiency in poison, he gets sick from time to time. In the current temperature, you won't catch a cold if you go to bed without drying your hair, but you will definitely get a headache due to the moisture. Since she has decided to believe that Ji Yanli treats him as a friend, Chen Qiuyao must hope that he lives as long as a turtle. After all, if when the end of the world comes, there is not even a friend around to share your joy, how sad that would be. Okay, Ji Yanli couldn't stop smiling when he heard that, and there seemed to be stars in his eyes. Even though there is nothing romantic about it, the fact that she cares about him is a good start. Most relationships start with letting go of one's guard and becoming friends. Because no matter what kind of feeling it is, once it enters your heart, it is hard to forget. If you try harder, pure friendship can change. Chapter 52. Chen Qiuyao was awakened by the fragrant smell of rice. By then, the ice in the room had almost melted and the temperature had risen. But the evolved Chen Qiuyao had a very high tolerance for temperature and could barely be said to be immune to cold or heat. She woke up so early because she was really hungry. This smell seems familiar. Chen Qiuyao paused and quickly changed into a simple and cool outfit. She quickly washed up, released Sui Sui and Pinyin from the space, and prepared to go downstairs to find out what was going on. At this time, the watermarks on Chen Qiuyao's face had not yet dried up, and her skin was as bright and shiny as jade. She could truly be described as a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally, without any embellishment. Are you up? Come down for dinner. Ji Yanli's short hair, which originally looked very delicate, was now a little messy. She was wearing a valuable white shirt but a pink lace apron. Her long sleeves were rolled up high, and she was holding a plate of pancakes in her hands. Seeing Chen Qiuyao coming down the stairs, his eyes were gentle, with a flash of surprise in them, and his tone was familiar and natural. Just like they're a married couple who have been together for many years. Chen Qiuyao paused and looked at Ji Yanli, who was holding a pancake and looked virtuous, and felt that this world was magical. Chen Qiuyao once saw him killing people without being noticed while chatting and laughing. I've seen him stab the mutant beast's heart with a clean and sharp knife, causing blood to splatter all over his face, but he remained calm. I've seen him and the head of the northern base confronting each other, and he was so domineering. But I never expected to see this god of death wearing an apron and washing his hands while cooking soup. Chen Qiuyao thought that something must be wrong with this world. What are you standing there for? Come down and eat. While Chen Qiuyao was in a daze, Ji Yanli had already brought all the breakfast to the table. Even the porridge has been served. Although it is century egg and lean meat porridge, it looks unexpectedly good. The slightly brown porridge is dotted with green vegetables, chopped green onions, and yellow shredded ginger. In addition to century egg porridge, there are also pancakes, fried dough sticks, and soy milk on the table. Chen Qiuyao was stunned for a moment when she saw this. Then she lowered her eyes and just quickened her pace to go downstairs. I really didn't expect that Chief Qinlong's hands, which are used to holding guns and cannons, could also pick up a spatula. Chen Qiuyao sat down at her own dining table, which was covered with a floral tablecloth. He said jokingly while gently stirring the slightly thick porridge in the bowl. Xiao Xiao, if you like it, I don't mind doing it every day as payment for the rent. Ji Yanli smiled, looking gentle. Although the book of 36 strategies of love that Ji gave me was a bit exaggerated, it was not completely useless. Ji Yanli deeply agreed that to capture a person's heart, one must first capture her stomach. No matter how cold-hearted a person is, how can she withstand the all-around, well-intentioned, and meticulous care of another person? Chen Qiuyao didn't answer, but just drank the porridge in silence. Chen Qiuyao is actually not very good at rejecting other people's sincere kindness and care. She also vaguely understood Ji Yanli's purpose, but if that layer of window paper was broken, both sides would have no way out. Then I can only wait for him, because I gave up silently, because I didn't get a response. Warm water can cook a frog, but it cannot cook ice. At most, it can only melt into a pot of cold water. But as Chen Qiuyao was drinking the porridge, she was stunned. The rice inside is almost melted, and it tastes thick in the mouth but still flows well. Chapter 53. In addition to onions, peanuts, vegetables, and meat, some chopped mushrooms are added to make the taste richer. There is almost no salt in the porridge, and the flavor is enhanced by a little seasoning from the marinated meat. The taste is very light, but it is very memorable. The aroma of meat and sesame oil are perfectly combined and paired with shredded ginger to relieve greasiness. You will never feel sick of it even if you drink a lot. This bowl of porridge tastes delicious, but for Chen Qiuyao, what she values more is the familiarity of it. Even if it's only 80% or 90% similar, it's the smell of her mother whom she has been away from for 2 lifetimes. Look at the other things on the table: fried dough sticks, pancakes, and soy milk. When I was a child, I preferred to eat fried dough sticks with porridge. The salty and fragrant taste was incomparable. But my mother prefers to eat fried dough sticks with soy milk, saying that the slightly sweet taste of soy milk is the most homely taste of her childhood. Dad doesn't help either and can eat a little of both, but actually his taste is a bit heavy, and meat is indispensable for all 3 meals a day. So in order to make things easier, his mother would always make him pancakes with pure ham slices in the morning. You, Chen Qiuyao suddenly felt her eyes a little sore. Those ordinary and simple happiness have been away from her for a long, long time. A grandma I found by chance told me. Ji Yanli never intended to hide the fact that he had investigated Chen Qiuyao from her. But I won't say it so casually. I will say it in a very vague way so that those who understand will understand. Oh. After 2 lifetimes and decades, Chen Qiuyao could no longer remember the nanny's name. I only vaguely remember that there was a nanny in my family who was quite old but very efficient at work and could always make home-cooked meals. Mom is sometimes very busy, so she will tell Grandma about her specialties and some of their eating habits. Because of the addition of the smell of fireworks, the similarity of taste can always reach about 90%. But I didn't expect that she was still alive and was found by Ji Yanli. Thank you. Chen Qiuyao's voice was a little hoarse. It was quite sad to try them one by one. The taste was still the same, but there was always a slight difference. It was the taste that belonged to my mother. In fact, they both knew martial arts during the past 2 years, so the portions they ate were much larger than those of ordinary people. Even though Ji Yanli had tried his best to cook more, the food was still eaten up by the two of them. Let me do it. Chen Qiuyao stopped Ji Yanli, who was about to wash the dishes. He cooked the meal, so it is only right that she should wash the dishes. I'll go with you. Ji Yanli did not refuse, but he was not idle either. What a great opportunity to cultivate feelings. The temperature remains high, and the rushing water carries a sense of warmth. Therefore, washing dishes has become a lot easier. Although the kitchen was not small, and the two of them were squeezed together by the sink, even though the King Xiang was interested and the goddess was temporarily ruthless, the air was a little hot. One was washing, and the other was wiping. The two of them really looked like a couple who had been married for many years. The atmosphere was plain, but with warmth and tacit understanding. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Qiuyao's ears are now very sensitive. This is the sound of gunfire. And the gunfire was quite intensive. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiuyao realized that perhaps the authorities were really afraid that people would start clearing up the hidden dangers on the mountain. Only, how early did you get up today? Now the action has begun, and the prerequisite is, of course, that Ji Yanli reported it early. Chapter 54. I just did it when it was still light in the morning. With his status, these two things would not be a problem for him to meet the big boss. It's a pity that in just one day and one night, the boss's hair, which originally had a little gray, turned completely white. There were bruises under his eyes that couldn't be covered up, and the fatigue was evident from the bottom of his heart. There is no sign of the sun until dawn today. Perhaps this really is the end of the world. Maybe it was yesterday. The high temperature coupled with the power outage has claimed countless lives. Hospital street, residential buildings. The bodies of the people were everywhere, and new lives were being lost every moment. The high temperature has accelerated its decay, and it is now crawling with mosquitoes. It is inevitable that natural disasters will be accompanied by plagues because of the rotting corpses and the flies that fly everywhere and spread the virus. Fortunately, well-trained troops finally came out and took away most of the bodies, putting them in a big pit for burning, and only then was the situation under control. As for whether this method is inhumane and disrespectful, the boss has no time to care. It can't be burned out. It really can't be burned out. The black smoke starts at dawn and goes up to the sky without stopping. Looking from Longquan Mountain, its outline can be vaguely seen. Every little bit of it turned into a haze in the boss's heart. On his desk lay several reports about the end of the world. Although they said they were just speculations, even if they were just speculations, what was written on them was shocking. Every possible natural disaster mentioned in the report would be a devastating blow to the people today. In particular, although Su Mingan's report was a bit fanciful, it was very comprehensive, listing almost all possible natural disasters overnight. The collection of these wild and imaginative ideas almost gave the boss a heart attack. Even if not all of the natural disasters described above come true, but only half or 1/10 of them do, it will be a devastating blow to the entire human civilization. In other words, the absence of electricity, an important energy source, leads to a series of adverse effects. When natural disasters strike at the future of humanity, it is simply twice the result with half the effort. All electricity-related auras are almost unusable, and the difficulty of rescue has increased more than 100 times compared to before. When Ji Yanli arrived there, the boss's mouth was so anxious that he had blisters. He was so focused on all parts of China that he had completely forgotten about his own side. Thinking about it now, I broke out in a cold sweat. Longquan Mountain is the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom. 80 to 90% of the important leaders are here. If the plague spreads here, the entire leadership team will be paralyzed. Then the Dragon Kingdom will be in even greater chaos. Therefore, they urgently pulled out 1/10 of the already extremely tight military force and rushed up the mountain to exterminate the animals. At this time, I don't care whether it is cruel or not. Even if we don't mention the plague, the end of the world has already come. What if it mutates? Then wouldn't all the people living under Longquan Mountain be trapped in a jar? That girl from the Chen family is quite far-sighted. At this time, the big boss also remembered Chen Qiuyao, who donated 9 billion worth of supplies to him. All those supplies were purchased by the boy from the Su family according to the requirements of the end of the world. The practicality rate is naturally extremely high, and there are tens of thousands of protective suits. As for whether he would have any doubts, his sixth sense as a superior told him that something was wrong. But as the top leader of the country, the boss has to be cautious in every move, and he cannot disappoint the people who have made great contributions. Chapter 55. Besides, some people have abnormal brain circuits, so they might just stumble upon it by accident. Isn't Su Mingxian one of them? The big boss has heard about this boy's rebelliousness. The supplies purchased a few years ago, because of belief in the doomsday prophecy, were distributed by Su Changkong to everyone in Longquan Mountain. Maybe this kind-hearted little girl has the same amazing brain and good luck as the boy from the Su family? The big boss vaguely convinced himself and continued to devote himself to other things. He is really overwhelmed now and has no time to waste. If this magnetic field and high temperature continue for a period of time, humanity will be in danger. With such high temperatures, pregnant women and children are among the most likely to die. They are the future of our country. In the jungle behind the mountain, who knows who will clean up the small animals? So there are not only soldiers, but also Ji Yanli, the secret guard bodyguard who comes for friendly assistance, and a young man who is full of blood to protect his homeland. Okay, be careful. Don't use guns if you can. Save the ammunition. The commander-in-chief this time was the one who was responsible for protecting the big boss Xiaoyang. He had a strong sense of being prepared for danger in times of peace. If this is really the end of the world, then guns and ammunition will become non-renewable resources. Who knows what disaster will happen next? It would be foolish to waste these precious things here. Everyone, change into cold weapons. You're all well-trained soldiers. You can fight without guns and still be invincible. Yes, all the soldiers were well-trained and quickly put on 3-edged bayonets. A murderous aura was overwhelming. However, the 28-member security team, led by G.E. and G.Air, were carrying bows and crossbows and daggers. All of them have a fierce aura. Team 1 is responsible for the south. Team 2 is responsible for the north. Team 3 is responsible for the west. And Team 4, and I will be responsible for the east. Xiaoyang made arrangements quickly. As for Mr. G's team, just help them to deal with the fish that slipped through the net. Okay. He had no objection. They didn't come here to attack, but to help and show their attitude. Less work, more fun, and more relaxed. What about us? The boy and girl led by Su Mingxian were a little anxious. Their quality is much worse, but because the world is in chaos, they were arranged by their elders to come here to help and train. Of course, you have to find a good place to dig the hole, Xiaoyang said seriously as he had everyone equipped with a military shovel and a large backpack. Your mission is to dig pits and burn the rotting corpses to stop the spread of the plague. At the same time, you should spray pesticides everywhere to kill the mosquitoes that spread the plague. Xiaoyang had never intended to let these second-generation people who had not received systematic training do anything important. Although they are not living a life of luxury, how can they compare to real soldiers? Look at the 50-degree weather. I just climbed the mountain once, and I'm already panting and looking like I'm about to die. If Xiaoyang really wanted them to kill those animals, he was worried that some people would be too pretentious to do it. If they encounter wild beasts in the mountains, the soldiers may have to protect them. So it's good enough that they don't hold back and do some logistical work. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Su Mingxian was a clear-headed man. Seeing that some of his companions were about to refute, he quickly came out and agreed. His status among the second generation is high, so he expressed his opinion first. Even if some people have similar opinions, they can only be angry but not speak out. Chapter 56. Very good, Mingxian. Keep an eye on them. He patted Su Mingxian on the shoulder. Although these ancestors were trained and in good physical condition, many of them were spoiled. Xiaoyang didn't expect them to be able to really help, so he just sprayed the special insecticide in his bag and dug the hole. Because Longquan Mountain was turned into a sanatorium resort by various bigwigs, it has been cleaned up several times and is cleaned up regularly every year. There is also a protective net blocking it. Even if you go deep into the cave, there will definitely be no large animals. Some are just small or relatively docile animals. To carry out such a massacre would be a sheer waste of the army's resources. But this place is big, so if we want to ensure that there are no survivors, we have to search carefully. So Xiaoyang only left them with a dozen soldiers. Entrust Su Mingxian to assist in management. After all, there are quite a few second-generation people who are arrogant. Ordinary soldiers really can't control it. Fortunately, we have Su Mingxian, a man of high status and good skills, as the leader. And take good care of my sister for me. Xiaoyang said this in a private capacity. It was obvious at first glance that there was no dangerous training this time. Almost all the second generation who could come came, both men and women. Times have changed, and none of them are qualified to be parasites under the wings of their parents anymore. Don't worry. Su Mingxuan's face hidden under the protective suit looked a little helpless. Who doesn't know that Miss Xiao Mingyue is spoiled? But the world has changed. If they don't change, they will gradually be eliminated. Thank you. Xiaoyang nodded, turned around, and looked serious again. Action. All teams must coordinate the cleanup and transportation as planned. The freshly caught ones must be sent down the mountain, and those that have rotted and become infested with insects must be piled together and burned. No. I'm really going to get heat stroke if this continues. It's so hot. Why are you wearing such heavy protective clothing? Are you afraid you won't die quickly enough? It's wrapped like a rice dumpling, heavy, hot, and so ugly. As expected, the second-generation team was here purely for experience and to hinder the team's progress. Even if most of them are okay. After all, the kids from the rich families under the big bosses knows dare not behave in a disrespectful manner. But there are always a few guys who have been spoiled. Although they are not that bad, they are neither good at literature nor martial arts. In such hot weather, they might suffer from heat stroke and sudden death if they just lie at home. Now they're wearing thick protective clothing to climb the mountain. A few of them fainted halfway, but Su Mingxian was already surprised that so many people could persist. But it looks like the rest isn't far away. Look at them complaining, they're starting to speak weakly. I'm afraid that Xiaoyang told him to take this group of second generations to do some logistics, but in fact he just paddled to adapt to the weather. Most of the work still has to be done by the dozen or so well-trained soldiers left behind by Xiaoyang. Quiet. Su Mingxuan's voice was also hoarse. Keep going, hurry up. No matter what, just keep going as long as you can survive. The world is changing. I believe you all know this. If you can't even bear this little bit of hardship, then you might as well die sooner rather than later. It would save you from suffering. Although Su Mingxian usually looks silly, he is quite impressive when he is serious. That mouth is extremely sharp. Chapter 57. This group of second-generation people may look okay, but in fact, including Su Mingxian himself, they are all delicate flowers in a greenhouse. They have never experienced, at least not alone, the wind and rain. They're the ones who are said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. That's why the big boss told these young masters and young ladies to take this opportunity to gain some experience. Most of them will be the future of our motherland. They will be the successors. If they don't grow up quickly, what hope is there for humanity? Yes. After hearing Su Mingxuan's cold and ruthless words, no one dared to complain anymore. After all, this time it was the big boss who gave the order. If I fail to do it well, it would not be as simple as having my pocket money deducted. At the very least, I would have my legs broken. The potential was indeed forced out. After walking for more than an hour, they had already entered the interior of the forest, and only 2 people fainted. They found some prepared soldiers, tied one on their backs, and held another in their arms, and took them away. Oh my God, it stinks. A smell of corruption came from the air. There were actually few people living in the central area, except for some small animals. Although their adaptability is sometimes much stronger than that of humans, many of them have died. After a day and night of fermentation, the taste is so intoxicating even through the protective clothing. I finally understand what this protective suit is for, but I should still wear a gas mask, someone complained. What's that buzzing? It's a bug. All the bugs that disappeared outside are probably inside. Hurry up and get the insecticide. Bugs are the nemesis of most girls, but fortunately, the second generation, who have undergone militarized management, are much tougher than ordinary girls. At least they knew there were a lot of bugs, so their first reaction was not to scream, but to think about solutions. How disgusting. Ugh. With the insecticide and the soldiers clearing the way, the crowd moved forward a little further. But the accident happened at this moment. It was the carcass of a small deer, which had almost rotted away in just one day. It was covered with layers of maggots and flies. It immediately broke down the defenses of many people with weak minds. I accidentally startled them. Now, a large group of black flies carrying rotten meat flew towards the crowd. Although they were just flies and had no killing power, the sight of thousands of insects approaching them still made the group of people lose their defenses, and panicked screams rang out one after another. Several people fell down one after another, both men and women, and Xiao Yang's sister, Xiao Mingyue, was among them. What are you afraid of? Flies are not aggressive at all. We have put on protective clothing. No one can get in. Su Mingxian shuddered when he saw this scene, but quickly calmed down. Bunches of flies are just disgusting to look at and can break the defense. They have lethality, but their attack power is 0. Wearing protective clothing, they don't worry about flies getting into their bodies at all. Are you stupid? Spray the insecticide. I tell you, if we don't get rid of them today, they will fly into our house tomorrow. Fly into your mouths, ears, and nostrils, and drill into your bodies to use as a delivery bed. Su Mingxian has a sense of crisis. With so many of them, even flies would probably have an impact on Longquan Mountain. Now that they have food to eat, they stay in the inner area. But they can fly, and I'm afraid they'll be able to fly to the outskirts, to Longquan Mountain and the villa area in a few days. If there are so many flies on one animal carcass, what about countless flies? I'm afraid what he just said is true and may come true. Chapter 58. There was massacre and collapse in the mountains and forests, but in the villa area, the atmosphere had not yet reached its most tense point. At least Ji Yanli still has the mood to pursue his wife. How about going out and playing? After breakfast, Ji Yanli suggested to Chen Qiuyao, who looked a little bored. It's so hot. How can your body bear it if you don't stay at home? Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes at him. What are you playing at? From Longquan Mountain, you can see the thick smoke from the burning corpses in the city and a faint burnt smell wafting in the air. Chen Qiuyao, who had sensitive senses in the back mountain, also smelled the stench of the rotting and fermenting corpse. What are you doing out there? Are you looking for trouble? Are you dissatisfied with your breakfast and want to throw up? Go to the other end of the training ground, and I'll teach you how to use a gun, said Ji Yanli. No need. I can. Chen Qiuyao refused subconsciously. Those who could survive to the end of the world in their previous life all had some skills. Except for the children, almost everyone turned into a sharpshooter. But there was nothing that could be done. The stored ammunition did not last until the end. The last few days of the apocalypse were the most difficult. We wore layers of rags and ate wild grasses that had evolved to be as rough as trees. Even cockroach meat was a rare delicacy during that period of time. As for the evolutionary beast, forget it. Perhaps the blue planet really doesn't like humans. Although humans have evolved, the speed and degree are far slower than those surviving animals. Animals that can survive to that time are generally extremely powerful. Without the help of firearms, relying solely on cold weapons, even evolved humans would be wiped out if they tried to hunt them. At that time, the number of humans had already reached a certain level, and each one was very precious. One more meant one more hope of passing on. So even if they were starving, no one dared to attack those evolved beasts. People at that time were the last hope of the human race, and they would even feel guilty about dying. Are you sure? Ji Yanli raised his eyebrows. As expected of a Xiao Xiao, she was also very cute when she was being silly. No, let's go. Chen Qiuyao finally reacted. In her previous life, she was a sharpshooter who would never waste a single bullet. But in this life, I am a rich girl who has never touched a gun. No matter how powerful they are, they dare not show it without a reason, unless they want to be dissected again. Just stay in your nest obediently. I'll put enough ice for you. Don't tear the house apart. Otherwise, you won't have any sweet water to drink. Chen Qiuyao went upstairs first and found Sui Sui and Ping'an. Ouch! Ouch! The two little guys looked up at him and whimpered twice to show their agreement. Although it is said that huskies are energetic and prone to destroying things, this is definitely not the case with these two little guys. After all, they are at a critical moment of evolution and growth, and their energy is being consumed rapidly. A few sheep a day can no longer meet their daily needs, so they are trying to hunt buffaloes. Fortunately, When Chen Qiuyao traveled around the country, she bought a lot of cattle and sheep on the prairie and put them in the space. Otherwise, with their appetite, the sheep would have been eaten to extinction long ago. Get up quickly, it's 50 degrees outside, and they're still wearing fur coats. Although they are evolving, they are not yet evolved, and the two little guys can hardly bear it anymore. It is said that your husky, who was originally full of energy and used to destroy things every day, has become a husky who likes to stay at home. After all, it's cool at home, and Chen Qiuyao has never treated them badly, providing them with enough ice and food. Chapter 59. After Chen Qiuyao settled her son, she changed into a specially customized tight combat uniform and went downstairs. She was a little worried. She was not a beginner, but a veteran. If she was still pretending to be young, she might reveal her flaws if she was not careful. Let's go! Ji Yanli also changed into a tight-fitting outfit with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and perky hips, and her figure was also top-notch. On the way, Ji Yanli quietly glanced at Chen Qiuyao's face. Seeing that she was as calm as usual, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It seems that the 36 strategies of seducing with sex have no effect. Perhaps because of the current shortage of manpower, the training ground, which was once bustling and never stopped, is now extremely deserted. All of them went to carry out their missions, leaving only one soldier who was in charge of the venue and the guns waiting there. Maybe he had received the notice from above a long time ago, so his attitude towards Chen Qiuyao and Ji Yanli was surprisingly nice. He brought the two of them to the warehouse and took out various types of firearms. He also offered to help debug the teaching, but was politely declined by the two. Come, I'll teach you how to load and debug the gun first. In keeping with his promise to perform well, Ji Yanli quickly disassembled a pistol and then slowly reassembled it after explaining the details. Then there are sniper rifles. Chen Qiuyao already knew how to do it, so she naturally learned very quickly. But in order not to appear evil, he would make mistakes on purpose from time to time. No, you see, this is done the wrong way around. Ji Yanli smiled knowingly, but did not miss the opportunity. He gently walked behind him, bent down, and gave him instructions. Chen Qiuyao's body stiffened, and she felt uncomfortable all over. To say this is offensive is a stretch. After all, Ji Yanli was helping out of kindness, even though the two of them were very close and their postures were ambiguous. But in fact, Ji Yanli knew his limits. The two of them always kept a certain distance between their bodies and were not too close together. During the teaching process, there was no deliberate touching. Even though he was trying to be close, there was indeed a feeling of politeness and distance. You need to have sharp eyes and steady hands, and don't be impatient when shooting. The training ground is semi-enclosed and there is no wind, so you don't have to consider the wind speed. Ji Yanli explained the essentials of shooting, picked up a gun that was more suitable for a novice, and motioned for Lin Qiuyao to try the feel of it. Bang! I hit 5 rings on the 100-meter target. Okay, not bad. You dare to challenge 100 meters at the beginning, and you haven't missed the target yet. Ji Yanli, with a smile on his face, looked at Chen Qiuyao, whose hands were as steady as a rock. She was not affected by the recoil of the shooting at all, and praised her. Chen Qiuyao. She has already restrained herself. But in order to avoid exposing her flaws, she still shot some 10-meter and 20-meter targets. Without exception, of course, no misses. With her mental cheating, she can hit 10 rings every time at a 500-meter target, let alone a 100-meter target. But that would be too shocking. Buzz! Bang! A blue bottle flew into the shooting range. Chen Qiuyao narrowed her eyes and fired a shot. The fly exploded on the spot, but the blood splattered in the red center, but was not obvious. Let's go back. Chen Qiuyao frowned, put down the gun, and stretched her muscles. Chapter 60. This Ji family master is really good at shooting. A long time after the two men left, the soldiers who came to clean up the area looked at the fly that was only half left on the target and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know the truth and just thought that the shot was fired by Ji Yanli. Look at the target that is getting bigger and bigger all over the ground. There was also a flash of admiration in his eyes. Then Miss Chun is also quite talented. The two of them really seem like a perfect match. But how can an orphan compare to Miss Xiao from the commander's family? If you don't want your house to become a fly nest tomorrow, get someone to spray this. As soon as Chen Qiuyao returned to the villa, she went straight into the warehouse. Take out a specially customized insecticide from it. It is specifically targeted at flies and mosquitoes. It is colorless and odorless to humans and is non-toxic. However, flies and mosquitoes hate this smell. It's just like when people smell shit, they generally won't go near it. The temperature is extremely high now. The corpse will rot and become infested with insects in just 1 or 2 days. Although there are people working on pest control in the back mountain, the effect has only been minimal. How big is the capital? Even if the army burns it all the time, some fish will still slip through the net. Plague and insect plague are now unavoidable. But perhaps if we take precautions in advance, the situation will be much better than before. When Chen Qiuyao came back from outside just now, there were traces of flies along the way. Even though her little apocalyptic fortress was enclosed, the daily entry and exit still gave some insects an opportunity to take advantage. Chen Qiuyao, who had mental strength and sensitive bones, had already heard the familiar, disgusting buzzing sound in her own yard. Flies and mosquitoes are rampant. They are having their last carnival. Fortunately, in addition to mosquitoes and flies, another major pest, cockroaches, naturally hate hot and dry places. Otherwise, the hordes of cockroaches would probably be enough to overwhelm the currently understaffed Longquan Mountain. Anyway, I don't live there now, so it doesn't matter if it's later. I'll help you spray it first, Ji Yanli said very bluntly. The main villa on his side had been constructed, but only half of the other buildings were visible. Although infrastructure is ingrained in the hearts of the people of Longwa, Ji Yanli had high requirements and only had 20 days, so naturally they did not dare to complete all the repairs before the end of the world. As a result, Ji Yanli now feels both regretful and fortunate. Although it is not completed, it is convenient for renovation. Although there are similarities between building a fortress that can withstand the end of the world and building a villa with a high safety factor, there are still huge differences between the two. I'll go spray the yard. By the way, this should be non-toxic to animals and plants, right? Ji Yanli was very tactful. Don't bother, I can do it faster by myself. If you have nothing to do, just go and notify the higher-ups. Pest and disease prevention are equally important. Chen Qiuyao shook her head helplessly. The people above are probably really too busy. With such high temperatures and so many rotting corpses, they still haven't made any arrangements for insect and disease prevention. But when Chen Qiuyao thought about it, she found it understandable. There really is not enough manpower left. Not only do they have to be responsible for the security of Longquan Mountain, they have to arrange people to build a base, and they also have to arrange people to search for and burn corpses in the urban area to maintain public order. Now they have gritted their teeth and assigned a team of people to go to the back mountain to block and kill the corpses. Maybe they really can't squeeze out any more people now. Chapter 61. Oh, most disinfectants seem to contain alcohol. I'm afraid they can't be used at such a high temperature. I have a prescription for pure Chinese medicine. It's very effective. You can take it with you. If the nest is overturned, the eggs will be broken. If Longquan Mountain is occupied by insects, then my villa will not be far behind. So Chen Qiuyao was not stingy in sharing it. This was a prescription she found by a highly respected old Chinese medicine doctor when she was traveling around the country. This potion is effective against other insects, except for the cockroaches, which have strong vitality and cannot be killed by nuclear radiation. You are so kind. Ji Yanli did not refuse, but he knew that this prescription might not be used, because medicinal materials can always be considered strategic materials. Now that the world is out of power, all Western medicines have stopped production. I'm afraid that those traditional Chinese medicines that were not popular among the people will soon be taken seriously. Use it to repel insects? No way. Ji Yanli walked out of the villa and slowly stopped. He covered his chest and breathed slightly, his face pale and his forehead covered with sweat. In such a high temperature, it was hard to tell whether it was hot sweat or cold sweat. Ji Yanli took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, quickly poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them raw. Not a normal and healthy person can withstand the pressure of high temperature and magnetic field, let alone Ji Yanli, who has been sick since childhood and has a heart disease. Although he has good martial arts skills, he still cannot change the fact that he is in poor health. It's just that Lei Lingfeng is used to being strong and powerful, and most of the time, many people will subconsciously forget about this. And this is exactly what Ji Yanli wants. He doesn't need anyone's pity. Especially in front of Chen Qiuyao, he simply rejected the self-torture strategy in the 36 strategies of love. How can a battered body be a plus? How could the care that comes from pity be the kind of emotion he wants? Therefore, Ji Yanli would never show his vulnerability in front of Chen Qiuyao. He can be gentle and caring, but he must be able to plan strategically. This scene was seen by Xiao Huaimin, who was rushing to the infirmary to find his daughter. He hurried forward to help, but Ji Yanli recovered in an instant. Apart from his slightly pale face, it was really hard to tell that he was in pain. "Don't bother my cousin, I'm fine," Ji Yanli said in a cold voice. He and the Xiao family in the capital city do have some indirect connection. Whether this relationship is big or small depends on how the parties involved see it. His mother is from one of the four major families in the capital, the daughter of the Yun family, and also the stepdaughter of the Xiao family. This identity is precious, but also embarrassing. But after all, he was a prominent family and had never treated me unfairly. It was just that the relationship between them was just a distant one. It wasn't until his mother married into the Ji family that the connection became a little closer. However, when Ji Yanli's parents died, neither the Xiao family nor the Yun family provided him with protection or help. So when Ji Yanli came to power, he only had face for them. After all, there was no hatred between them, and they were still nominal relatives. Chapter 62. You look so pale. Why don't we go to the infirmary together? Xiao Huaimin said with 3 parts of concern and 7 parts of calculation. The originally handsome face forced itself into a smile that he thought was friendly. Even in such a high temperature, his military uniform is still neat and tidy, and it can be seen that he is a person who pays more attention to form. Your cousin Minghua is sick. She loved following you around when she was little. Come with me to see her. She will be very happy. I have something to ask the boss, so I can't keep you company. Ji Yanli refused with a smile. Did he go to Xiao Mingyue's happiness? Perhaps Xiao Mingyue's happiness was bought at the cost of his unhappiness? Thinking of that extremely spoiled and self-centered girl Ji Yanli, I feel a headache. At that time, he was still young and inexperienced and had to tolerate the eldest lady, but now the status quo has been reversed. Ji Yanli will naturally not let himself be wronged. Looking for the big boss? Then go ahead. Xiao Huaimin paused and didn't force him. But after Ji Yanli turned around, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, the temperature is already over 50 degrees. Even though Xiao Huaimin was a special forces king when he was young and he never forgot to exercise over the years, he is old after all. He is no longer as strong as before, but after being exposed to the desert for a whole day, he was still able to kill 8 opponents and win. Goodbye. Although he knew that he had something to plan for, Ji Yanli still maintained the most basic courtesy. Ji Yanli originally had no plan to look for the big boss. After all, in this year of disaster, the big boss is extremely busy with all kinds of affairs. But when talking about Xiao Mingyue just now, Ji Yanli suddenly realized. Those second generations are also a good labor force. Even if they need to exercise, they have to do it step by step. In such high temperatures, asking them to go up the mountain and follow the army to pick up leaks and do logistics at the beginning will most likely only be a drag. Just half a day later, young ladies and gentlemen were carried down one after another, and you will know. As the saying goes, teach students in accordance with their aptitude. If you want them to grow quickly and do something practical, you have to start with the simple things. For example, it would be a good idea to spray the entire Longquan Mountain with insect repellent and disinfectant. Rather than gritting your teeth and withdrawing some troops from somewhere, it would be better to make use of the waste and let this group of young masters and young ladies do the work. They dare not be careless about this matter. Otherwise, when the insect plague comes, they will probably be the ones to collapse. Dad! Xiao Mingyue was extremely beautiful, with phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, crescent-shaped eyebrows, and skin as white as jade. But her arrogance and contempt for everyone in her made her originally beautiful appearance diminish a little. In addition, his face was pale and his hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to his face in a messy manner. He looked extremely embarrassed, but her expression was not at all proud or pitiful, so he was just embarrassed, without adding any sympathetic temperament to him. My precious daughter has suffered. Otherwise, how can he be called her biological father? Seeing Xiao Mingyue like this, Xiao Huaimin felt so distressed that it was like a surging river. Don't go up the mountain with him tomorrow. Our Mingyue should be held in the palm of your hand. Even if it is the end of the world, your father will definitely find a good person to take care of you for the rest of your life. No, I only want Brother Yin. Xiao Mingyue's face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. Her lips were even cracked and peeling, but she still couldn't let go of her pride. Chapter 63. You know that Ji Yanli is in poor health. Dad is not unwilling to help you. Isn't he worried that you will become a widow, right, after getting married? Xiao Huaimin admitted that he had also set his sights on Ji Yanli. After all, he is powerful and influential, and is the kind of person who can protect his precious daughter and ensure that she will not suffer any grievances in her life. Plus, my daughter likes it too. But when he saw Ji Yanli looking pale and weak today, this idea was immediately shaken. His body is so weak that not only can he not recover in the future, but also the big question of whether he will die young is a big issue. After all, they are related, so he knows Ji Yanli's true physical condition when he was born. I heard before that he was in poor health, but he has always been a self-centered person and never shows his vulnerable side in front of anyone. Xiao Huaimin thought that this was just fake news he released to confuse people. But looking at it again today, suddenly I remembered Ji Yanli, who is a person with heart disease. If I marry my daughter to him, not only will I become a widow, but even her wedding night may become a problem. Moreover, now that it is the end of the world, the probability of survival for the weak and sick is becoming increasingly lower. Even if he had a huge force before, so what? The end of the world has come. The power system is paralyzed, the transportation system is paralyzed, and the communication system is paralyzed. Ji Yanli is in the north, but his influence is in the south. If the disordered Earth's magnetic field cannot be restored, I am afraid that 90% of the capital he brought with him will be wasted. If you think about it this way, this guy is not worthy of your daughter. No, Brother Yin is so powerful. Xiao Mingyue retorted subconsciously. Such a handsome and imposing man. He should be God's favorite. How could he die so easily? He's not simply born weak, he has a heart disease. If he's well taken care of, it won't be a big deal. But now it's the end of the world. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't avoid extreme natural disasters. How long do you think he can hold on? Parents love their children with far-reaching plans. Xiao Huaimin truly loved this little girl who had lost her mother since birth, so he broke down the whole story and told it to her. Liking someone is precious, but you can't get through life just by liking someone, especially now when the world is destined to be in chaos. If Xiao Mingyue doesn't want to suffer, she should find a man who can protect her. I believe that with Brother Yan's intelligence and wisdom, he can make a name for himself even in the end times. Xiao Mingyue was not much older than Chen Qiuyao and had just reached adulthood, which was the rebellious age. Plus, she had been spoiled too much and was proud, so she liked to go against others. So even though Xiao Huaimin tried his best to persuade her, it only strengthened Xiao Mingyue's determination. Xiao Huaimin, but the most important thing is that he doesn't like you. My precious daughter is so noble. Why would she revolve around someone who doesn't like you? Ji Yanli's attitude was actually very obvious, but it was precisely because of this that Xiao Huaimin was annoyed. What parent would be happy to see their daughter trying to please others and suffering from injustice? But I just like him. Apart from Ji Yanli, who is handsome, rich, and powerful, who is worthy of me? Who else is worthy of me? Chapter 64. Now he has no money and no power. I'm afraid all he has left is his face. His computer, phone, and car are all broken. Do you think his influence in the south is still effective? Xiao Huaimin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Xiao Mingyue said. Fortunately, his daughter cared more about her status and face, so there was room for change. Then I want him too. Xiao Mingyue paused and thought of Ji Yanli, that stunning face and that otherworldly temperament that was like a god descending from heaven, and said with a blushing face, now that he's not that powerful anymore, he won't dare to reject me. I've liked him for so long, I can't end up with nothing. Xiao Mingyue couldn't tell how much love and obsession she had, but she knew clearly that she wanted that man. Xiao Huaimin. That's hard to say. With Ji Yanli's personality, he probably wouldn't betray himself, even if he fell into poverty. But Ji Yanli already lives with a girl. What do we want to do with such an unclean man? Xiao Huaimin still tried to persuade his daughter. Although he knew that some people would not turn back until they hit the wall, how could his own daughter just watch him turn around and get her head broken and bleeding? What? When Xiao Mingyue heard this, her face twisted for a moment. She was so angry that she was about to prop herself up and sit up. Xiao Huaimin was shocked. Hey, be careful with the needle. Just be quiet and wait until the injection is over. Even if you are angry, go home and get angry. It's cool at home. Xiao Huaimin was shocked when he saw this scene. How could my daughter be so fierce? She is even sick. It was a very hot day, but fortunately there was a largest ice storage in Longquan Mountain, which stored ice every year. Considering his level, he was able to get a lot of it. At least it can ensure that this girl lives comfortably. Who is it? Who dares to snatch my Xiao Mingyue's man? Xiao Mingyue's eyes were almost bursting with anger, but she had to continue lying down. Otherwise, if her hand was misplaced, she would be the one who suffered. She's an orphan with no power, but she's rich. She donated more than 9 billion worth of supplies, which made the big bosses remember her. Xiao Huaimin couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous when he mentioned Chen Qiuyao, but he didn't have any malice. After all, this guy donated so many supplies. They can be used in the end times, right? Our little manhwa would never pick up secondhand goods that have been used by others. Just throw that sickly thing to her. Xiao Huaimin coaxed her in a low voice. How about the eldest son of the Su family? He is also a good match, has a bright future, and looks good. However, the conversation between the father and daughter made the doctor in the infirmary roll his eyes. I really didn't expect Xiao Huaimin to be such a person. No wonder Xiao Mingyue has a reputation for being arrogant and domineering. This is something I have never failed to get since I was a child. Xiao Mingyue looked unwilling. It's not that she has a problem. She has the mentality of not allowing others to pick up my things even if I throw them away. But since she has never had Ji Yanli, she naturally can't bear to give it up. Besides, how can Su Minghan compare with him? He is obviously much worse. Although the two people have somewhat similar temperaments, Ji Yanli is someone who can make the big boss give him some face. Can Su Minghan do it? It was another morning when Chen Qiuyao was awakened by a buzzing sound. Although her doomsday fortress had noise-proof glass, she didn't use it. Chapter 65. Because if you rarely hear the outside world, you might miss a lot of things. Chen Qiuyao stood in front of the French window and could see the glass cover above the courtyard. There are countless flies and mosquitoes swarming together. Although it is not a complete black mass, even if there are only a dozen of them gathered together, it is disgusting enough. The apocalyptic insect plague has officially begun. Fortunately, Chen Qiuyao's yard was covered with glass, and most of the ventilation holes were sealed early on. She also sprayed a lot of insecticides nearby to keep flies and mosquitoes away. So not a single fly had managed to break through the defenses in her villa. Only a small number of flies survived the disgusting smell and landed on Chen Qiuyao's glass cover. But just looking at those swarms of flies still gave people goosebumps. If I don't have anything to do today, I won't go out, Chen Qiuyao said to Ji Yanli after breakfast. Wait until there's electricity tomorrow. Chen Qiuyao stopped talking halfway. They had kept everything in mind before and hadn't said it clearly, but she blurted it out today. Maybe she was really beginning to accept Ji Yanli, so she was subconsciously letting her guard down? Chen Qiuyao shook her head fiercely. Wasn't the lesson from her previous life enough? She felt sorry for the man and wished him bad luck for the rest of his life. But so many flies and mosquitoes are scary enough. If you are not fully armed in this situation and go out for a walk, I'm afraid your body will become a breeding ground for flies. Although they cannot be hatched, there is no doubt that they will be infected with bacteria. In the previous life, many people died from this infection. Their bodies were filled with densely packed fly eggs. Just looking at them gave me goosebumps and was so disgusting. But it will be fine as long as they can survive this batch. The lifespan of flies is generally not long, at most a month. After this batch dies, there will be no more. After all, new fly eggs cannot come out due to the high temperature and dryness. Tomorrow, Ji Yanli murmured to himself, not knowing what to think. But since he will resume tomorrow, he should make preparations early. Lend me a set of protective clothing. I should arrange everything. After all, it is important to seize the initiative, isn't it? Ji and Ji came back early this morning. The animals and corpses on the mountain had been almost burned to ashes, but the insect plague was coming from almost all directions and could no longer be controlled. Therefore, Xiaoyang made a prompt decision and began to retreat. First, I really need to rest, and second, Longquan Mountain probably needs support. However, swarms of flies were already flying all over the sky in the morning. Ji Yanli did not dare and could not open the door without Chen Qiuyao's consent. The heaven wants to destroy us humans. The boss's temples are already gray and his eyes are a little dull. His face is visibly showing signs of aging. Flies are insects that have no killing power at all, but when they appear in swarms and combine with viruses or plagues, they can definitely cause a lot of headaches. Longquan Mountain does have a stockpile of protective clothing, and with the tens of thousands of pieces donated by Chen Qiuyao, at least the people on Longquan Mountain don't have to be afraid. But the capital is so big, and there are so many people and soldiers. Power outages and high temperatures have claimed more than 100,000 lives in the capital overnight, and now flies, a pest, are combining with the virus plague. I'm afraid that there will be quite a lot of people dying. They are the future of Dragon Country and even mankind. Chapter 66. In the end, Chen Qiuyao opened the door and let Ji Yanli go out. Naturally, some flies and insects took this opportunity to fly into the yard, but Chen Qiuyao was not afraid. By drinking hot spring water every day, my mental strength has been increasing, even if it is just a little bit. But now using it to deal with these little bugs is like using a butcher knife to kill a fly, but it's also a good opportunity to practice. Chen Qiuyao counted them, and including the ones that flew in from the vent, there were a total of 18. As expected, there are indeed some fish that slip through the net among those non-toxic medicine packs and potions. However, Chen Qiuyao did not want to use highly toxic substances such as paraquat in her own villa unless it was absolutely necessary. It lasts at least half a year after one use. It not only kills insects and weeds, but also vegetables. Its main feature is that it does not discriminate against any relatives. It is estimated that if it is found in these lands, there will be no chance of seeing anything like it within half a year or a year. If the animals raised by Chen Qiuyao accidentally touch it, they will probably die. It is only a matter of time. The poison is so strong that there is no antidote. But precisely because of its strong toxicity, it also comes in handy when the cockroach army comes out during the rainy season. Most of the cockroaches that are not afraid of nuclear radiation can be poisoned by wankaku. There's also a small number of them that awakened and survived, and they actually gave birth to offspring with antibodies. After that, paraquat was no longer so effective. But Chen Qiuyao is not afraid. He has an insecticide that was specially developed based on cockroach DNA. Since paraquat is useless, he will use this one. If Xiaoqiang wants to produce antibodies, he must eliminate that section of DNA. This is more difficult than producing new DNA. It is estimated that Chen Qiuyao will be able to use this until the cold season comes. Although cockroaches were still troublesome at that time, they were no longer a concern. The overlords are instead the evolved animals. They began to evolve from the rainstorm in the middle of the apocalypse. Not many can survive, but each one will become an overlord. White tiger, snow wolf, polar bear. But what impressed Chen Qiuyao the most was a fox, a pure white snow fox that actually had a second tail. It didn't look scary, but it was somewhat similar to the nine-tailed fox in the classic of mountains and seas. Unlocking the genetic lock will lead to the phenomenon of homeownership. Perhaps the classic of mountains and seas is not a myth at all, but a history book. The mythical beasts in it might have really existed, but perhaps they became extinct like the dinosaurs. Extinction from the earth. But humans are never like that. Human beings' faith is enough to enable them to survive any natural disaster. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. Future generations should all know the tolerance and ruthlessness of Blue Star. You should also know that seeking convenience and happiness by harming the blue planet is courting your own destruction. Just like the relationship between humans and bacteria, if it is harmless, it is not impossible for them to coexist. After all, no one would be crazy enough to bother with creatures that cannot be seen by the naked eye, and no one can bother with them. But once these things begin to harm the body, they must be resolved or at least controlled. Human beings should take this as a warning. While Chen Qiuyao was daydreaming, she was considering whether to donate a batch of herbiquat to eliminate the flies in Longquan Mountain. As for whether it will hurt the plants, except for a few lucky ones, plants and trees cannot survive under high temperatures. The trees transplanted here, like those from Longquan Mountain, are not native and have a history of several years or even more than 10 years. The trees died due to the high temperature and drought in the early stage of the apocalypse. Chapter 67. But after thinking about it, Chen Qiuyao gave up the idea. Can some land on Longquan Mountain still be used to grow vegetables during the rainy season? Although not many can survive the high temperature, at least there is water and they can have something fresh to eat. It would probably be ruined if we use herbiquat. Besides, looking at the flies flying all over the sky, Chen Qiuyao said that she didn't want to go out. Although she was not afraid, she would rather avoid making herself feel disgusted than not. I've been disgusted enough in my previous life. While thinking, Chen Qiuyao used her mental power to send all the flies that broke into her villa back to the west. It's a pity that she didn't have good control over her mental power. She originally wanted to turn the needles into needles to kill them and leave their bodies intact, but now only blood foam was left. As expected, mental power is one of the most difficult things to control, and perhaps it will also be an important thing for humans to transcend. After all, there were always people on the internet saying that the body dies but the soul lives on. The so-called soul should refer to mental power. But in the previous life, only a few people were able to awaken their spiritual power. Chen Qiuyao only knew one Ji Yanli. And even if Ji Yanli lived to the end of the world in his previous life, his mental strength was not as good as it is now. If the neighbors want to use their spiritual power to transcend, it will be a long and arduous journey. When we truly understand spiritual power, we may be able to achieve eternal life. It was indeed like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. After Chen Qiuyao used her mental power to crush those flies to death, she also felt a sense of fatigue. But it's not unbearable. She returned to the room and covered herself tightly, then went into the space to drive the two dogs to hunt and took out the long steel whip she had made long ago. It's a thin strip, about the width of 2 fingers, but it weighs dozens of kilograms. It has barbs and 18 movable joints, which is why this heavy whip can be swung. Chen Qiuyao walked to an area specially designated for her to practice martial arts and began to swing her martial arts with great vigor. Every whip was filled with murderous intent and came with a sound of breaking through the air. Chen Qiuyao swung the ball towards the water surface, and occasionally, it would accidentally hit the land near the shore, and a deep gully would immediately appear. After swinging the whip a few times, I hadn't finished swinging it yet, but I caught a few more fish with one set of whip. Seeing this, Chen Qiuyao couldn't help but shook her head. This looked very powerful, but in fact it had not been fully practiced yet. When she can accurately control the size of ripples and splashes, her whip skills and control over strength will have reached the highest level. It's a pity that she practiced for half her life in her previous life, but still didn't reach that level. But the starting point of this life is very high, isn't it? At least in the last life, I didn't have such a good iron whip. All I had was an elastic rope tied with a piece of iron. Seeing Chen Qiuyao stop, the 2 little guys who had been hiding their heads beside her also jumped up happily. He bit Chen Qiuyao's sleeve and tried to drag her aside. It was a large buffalo that had been eaten in half. After the 2 little guys had eaten their fill, they finally remembered Chen Qiuyao, decided to offer the remaining food as offering. You two are really smart. When you couldn't eat the leftovers, you just gave them to me? Chen Qiuyao gave him a head-splitting reward. Because the insect plague started, the accumulated depression was finally relieved. There's nothing we can do about it, right? At least I am much better in this life than in my previous life. We should be content with that. Chapter 68. It was already late at night, but Chen Qiuyao was still waiting quietly. The sky was silent and dark, without any trace of starlight. Even though there is still day and night, there is no sun or moon. This thing that has been with them almost since the birth of mankind has disappeared, and the corresponding fate is that mankind is about to be destroyed. However, Chen Qiuyao has always believed that man can conquer nature. Otherwise, why would fate let her come back? 18, 17, she muttered to herself while stroking her dog, which had grown taller and was almost as tall as her thigh. This is the last day of the magnetic field world. If nothing unexpected happens, the chaotic magnetic field storm will completely calm down at midnight the next day. Although it still affects communications, the degree is not serious and it no longer affects electricity and electrical appliances. Finally, there's electricity. Chen Qiuyao breathed a sigh of relief as she counted. It's not that she couldn't stand the high temperature. After all, there was electricity in the space which was constantly making ice. The temperature in her villa never exceeded 20 degrees. But the chickens, ducks, geese, and cows at home can't take it anymore. Even though Chen Qiuyao reluctantly fed him diluted forest water, he was still half dead all day. It doesn't lay eggs or produce milk. Isn't that infuriating? Moreover, when the magnetic field disappears, Longquan Mountain can turn on the power grid to block the flies that fly in from all directions and cannot be killed at all. I believe that once electricity is available, order in Longquan Mountain will be largely restored. Moreover, with electricity and the assistance of machines and vehicles, the construction of the base will be faster and more manpower can be mobilized. Instead of being like now, because most of the manpower has been withdrawn to urgently build the base, the decisions made from above are always a step slow. 3, 2, 1. Chen Qiuyao counted silently with excitement, and then she felt a sense of relief all over, as if the unknown substance that had been pressing on her spirit had disappeared. She then counted silently for about a minute, then took out a high-power flashlight from the space and turned it on. The strong light suddenly illuminated the dark room. Whoa! The sleeping dog was startled, squinted his eyes, and suddenly jumped up, directly hitting Chen Qiuyao's chin. Don't be afraid of Sway and Pingyan. We have survived a natural disaster, a magnetic disaster. The magnetic disaster and the extreme heat disaster combined to claim at least 100 million lives in the Dragon Kingdom in just 3 days. It truly achieves equality between the rich and the poor. Even someone as rich and powerful as Ji Yanli cannot open even a single fan with the best and most expensive engine. Most of those who died were the old, the young, the sick, and the weak. This was also the first test and screening of the world. The Earth will always have to do something for its own health, and humans will always have to pay the price for their actions. If they can survive the punishment of the Earth, everything will probably be written off. If not, I'm afraid the entire race will only exist in the history of future civilizations. But the reason why humans have been able to sit firmly on top of the Earth for so long with their weak bodies, apart from their clever minds, is probably their indomitable will. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will seize it. As long as there is a day when the disaster will stop, there will definitely be people who can wait until that day. Come on, Mom. Go turn on the generator, and we'll open a bottle of Sprite to celebrate. Chapter 69. Then Chen Qiuyao held up the flashlight and turned on the generator and the electrical valve of the villa. Because she turned off the magnetic field before it became chaotic, all the electrical appliances in the house are still working properly. However, after having electricity, Chen Qiuyao simply turned on the air conditioner and humidifier in a subtle way. Adding ice cubes to the air conditioner is much more comfortable than using it alone. With a humidifier, the air that is dry due to the high temperature also becomes softer. Because she didn't want to attract attention, she didn't turn on the lights but just lit the candles again. Under the flickering firelight, she took out 2 plates of roast pork elbows, for plates of lamb skewers, for plates of roast kidneys, for plates of roast beef and roast tenderloin, some vegetables, and chilled fruit wine and Sprite. Even the dog's plate had roasted meat bones with just a little bit of salt. Chen Qiuyao was no longer hiding her happiness in her heart. Under the bright firelight and accompanied by a cheerful mood, the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Come on, cheers! The air conditioning was cool, and Chen Qiuyao ate the steaming hot pork elbow and took some time to drink some ice fruit wine. The feeling of satisfaction and refreshing excitement is simply awesome. Sui Sui and Pingyan also started to nibble on the barbecue bones, taking a big bite, and then started to drink Sprite. After showing off, he burped for a long time. Even Pingyan, who was usually the coolest, couldn't help but get excited, and the 2 puppies started to dance wildly. After all, animals have keen senses. After being tense for 3 days, once they relax, they will go crazy if they drink a slightly stimulating can of Coke. Fortunately, Chen Qiuyao bought the kind of sugar-free cola that even puppies can drink. Maybe it doesn't matter even if there is sugar in it. After all, evolved animals are not that fragile. Puff! In the dim candlelight, Chen Qiuyao was enjoying the air conditioning, eating barbecue, drinking cold wine, and watching her 2 little ones laughing and playing. It was a rare moment when he showed a somewhat relaxed smile. The end of the world is indeed cruel, but it is not because of me, and I cannot change it. So don't put so much pressure on it. At least in this life, I have my own space, and I can live comfortably even under various natural disasters. Fate has been kind to me. I wonder what Ji Yanli is doing. Chen Qiuyao was eating when she suddenly thought of something. She missed her mother's cooking a little. These things tasted good when eaten in small amounts, but they always lacked a bit of flavor at certain special moments. Only the food cooked by Ji Yanli is somewhat similar to that cooked by his mother. Perhaps in just 2 days, Ji Yanli has made progress in the so-called to capture her heart. One must first capture her stomach. What are you thinking about? Who is Ji Yanli? Why would he come to cook for you, for no reason? Chen Qiuyao suddenly realized what she was thinking. Given Ji Yanli's status, if he wanted him to quit his job and become a cook, he would probably have to marry her. Chen Qiuyao was still somewhat resistant to this. On the one hand, she had been hurt too deeply by a man, and she planned to forget about men and just draw her sword naturally. Secondly, although Chen Qiuyao also knew that this was not his fault, Ji Yanli did play a role in her death in her previous life. There is always a sense of awkwardness when facing him. When Chen Qiuyao thought of this, she thought of Lin Yu. She didn't know how he was doing, but there was a high probability that he was at least alive and well. After all, Longwood did not support the abuse of lynching. But as long as they are alive, but I am not sure what kind of life they will live. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is very tough. They may treat prisoners well, but they will never treat criminals well. He was also a criminal suspected of being a spy during the first level of combat readiness. Chapter 70. However, Chen Qiuyao knew those people. It was true that they were bad, but it was true that they were not traitors. After all, they are not qualified. Who would hire such a stupid person to be a spy? So there is a high probability that they can get out safely. But it's of no use coming out. Most of the materials belonging to Lingtian technology should have been confiscated. In addition, having missed the best period, they can only struggle at the bottom and probably don't have much ability to climb up. As the saying goes, poor couples have many sorrows, and the same goes for poor relatives. Chen Qiuyao was waiting to see them fight each other. Death is too easy to make them deserted by their friends and relatives and feel that life is worse than death. Then they look up to and beg the people they once despised. This is the greatest spiritual revenge. Go get a desk lamp and put some batteries in it to see if it works. Ji Yanli in the villa next door did not sleep either. He sat in the study with his eyes closed to rest. The dim candlelight did not detract from his perfect appearance. That sharp and noble aura, coupled with his figure hidden in the darkness, made him look like a king who controlled life and death in the darkness. It is said that the Ji family was the descendant of the royal family thousands of years ago. The head of the family at that time knew very well that there was no eternal dynasty, so he did not think about restoring the country. The Ji family was only focused on developing the family, so after going through many ups and downs, they finally arrived at the new Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the chaotic magnetic field stabilized, Ji Yanli immediately felt it. Although the sense of danger was still there, the feeling of tight pressure on the chest and difficulty breathing had disappeared without a trace. The heartbeat that was almost overloaded before slowly slowed down. Ji Yanli immediately thought of Chen Qiuyao's words. Perhaps the chaotic magnetic field has become calm today. Yes, Ji, he was a little confused. He had high martial arts skills, but was always careless. Unlike Ji Er and Ji Yanli, he did not have the talent for awakening mental power, so he did not feel anything about the oppressive feeling brought by the chaotic magnetic field. But Ji Yanli never asked why, when he was told to do so. Second Master, in just a split second, something is different. Ji Er stroked his heartbeat, which was approaching normal, his brows relaxed. It's okay for him if he's better, but the Second Master has a heart disease. If his heart continues to be overloaded like this, it would be extremely dangerous. Grandpa, the light can be turned on. Ji came back with a small desk lamp in his arms, his face full of excitement. He didn't even care that there was a green-headed fly on his forehead. After all, Ji Yanli's villa has not been completely completed, so its protection is still not as good as Chen Qiuyao's small fortress. Even with the pesticides and flies donated by Chen Qiuyao, there is an endless supply. That's good. Ji Yanli breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had expected it. Go check how many cars in the warehouse are still drivable, and return to the south early tomorrow morning. Ji Yanli made the final decision. His sixth sense told him that this apocalypse would only get worse. Therefore, things like Foundation migration must be done as early as possible. Yes, I am just informing my brothers. Ji put down the desk lamp and moved as fast as lightning. With a snap, he got rid of the fly that was shitting on Tai Sui's forehead. It's getting hotter today. Ji Er saw that Ji Yanli was also sweating a little, so he immediately went out to start the backup power system and turn on the air conditioner. But like Chen Qiuyao, he did not turn on the lights. I believe they are not the only ones who can feel the changes in the world, so don't be the first to do so. Indeed, the official side also discovered the problem quickly. Chapter 71. The big boss, who had been suffering from insomnia due to his overloaded heartbeat, unknowingly slowed down his heartbeat. The boss, who was resting with his eyes closed, fell asleep unknowingly and woke up immediately in less than 2 minutes. He pressed his chest hard, realizing that this world must have undergone some other changes. Good or bad, but it cannot be changed. However, the heart that had been beating wildly and threatening to cause danger has slowed down, so the probability of a good thing happening is probably higher. Boss, you still can't sleep? Why don't you take some medicine? The orderly looked at the boss with a worried look on his face. After 3 days of sleepless work, the boss's face became pale and his eyes were dull and exhausted. The orderly was really afraid that if this continued, the boss's health would not be able to bear it. It's just that the big boss has been refusing to take sleeping pills for fear that something big might happen and he would miss it because of falling asleep. Go have someone check if the power system is working. The big boss gave the order while hugging his eyebrows. How can I not be tired? But he is responsible for billions of dragon citizens. Yes. The orderly was stunned for a moment and quickly did it. Soon, good news came. Boss, the power is back on. Although the previous power supply equipment was damaged, the backup power supply equipment can operate normally. Okay, okay. The big boss breathed a sigh of relief and stood up suddenly. If the power system is operational, it means that all electricity-related machines are operational. Cars can be used again, and the transportation system has been restored. There are so many things this can do, and it is so convenient. The car can start, but when the magnetic field is disturbed, the running circuits and electrical appliances are damaged. Hearing this, the big boss became even more excited, but after all, he had not had a good rest for 3 days and 3 nights, and his emotions were so excited that he staggered and was about to fall down. Big boss! The orderly was almost scared to death. Quick, go find a doctor. It's okay. The big boss was still sober. Go and notify everyone to hold a meeting. You are in this state. Why are you holding a meeting? It is a good thing that the power system has been restored, but a few hours of your time won't matter. You should take a rest. It would be a waste of time if you exhaust yourself. The Dragon Kingdom can't afford chaos right now. Finally, the big boss was silent for a while and agreed to this statement, but he was still uneasy while hanging on the water. Go tell them to transfer all the available machines to build the base. Today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. I will give them 3 more days to build the base and settle the victims. After the boss finished speaking, he burst into coughing violently. Right now, go and rescue Kyoto's power lines and distribute disaster relief food. But the boss's signal has been affected and communications have not been restored. All telephones, radios, and computers are unusable. Then let the army spread the word about picking up people when distributing disaster relief food, and bring over anyone who is willing to come to the Jingshi base. The big boss also knew that those people who had no place to live, no food stored, and were in poor health had probably already become a handful of ashes in a mass grave. Most of those who survived can still hold on. So the motivation was that he didn't push too hard. More haste, less speed. He would like to finish building it tomorrow, but is it possible? Chapter 72. So they only sent out the army to distribute disaster relief grain, and this so-called disaster relief grain was donated by Chen Qiuyao. While distributing food to save people, they also transported all the war reserve food stored in the warehouses in the capital to the new base. In the future, the people of the capital will probably live in the Spark base. The big boss named the unfinished base Spark. A spark can start a prairie fire. No one knew why this natural disaster occurred, and no one knew how long it would last. But no amount of disasters can extinguish the fire, and humanity will win. As for other places, let Xiao Yang lead the troops to the cities closest to the capital, count the population of the survivors and distribute food per person, and transport the remaining food back. If anyone is willing to come, the base will be brought back as well. The big boss voice was hoarse, and his brows were full of fatigue. If possible, he would not want to be so cruel, but communication is difficult nowadays, and the capital cannot manage the entire country. So the only option is centralization. There can only be one base near Kyoto, the Spark base. Let the Research Institute find a solution. We must develop a feasible communication method. If the country wants peace, communications must be smooth. Yes. Open all the lighthouses at the highest point of Longquan Mountain, so that as many people as possible can see them and feel at ease and have hope in their hearts. Yes. Turn on the power grid and make it denser. Although those flies and insects are not lethal, they can actually bring diseases. Medical supplies, masks, disinfectants, pesticides, and protective clothing should all be distributed. This is our home. Let's mobilize everyone. In the face of a major disaster, there is never enough manpower, and the soldiers cannot be wasted on such trivial matters. In addition to the necessary security, the boss plans to send all the soldiers in the capital to nearby cities. The casualties there must be much greater than in the capital, and an epidemic might have already broken out. So everyone who can use it should use it. Things like epidemic prevention and pest control are not difficult. As long as you can run, jump, and breathe, you can contribute. After all, this is where I live. Boss, Patriarch Ji is here to say goodbye. When Ji Yanli saw the lighthouse light up, he knew it was time. I decided not to wait. Although it was early morning, the temperature rose again after the chaotic magnetic field calmed down. It's approaching 60 degrees now, and maybe higher in the morning. So leaving at night might be the best option. It's a pity that I didn't have time to say goodbye to Xiao Xiao. Send him in. Boss, you should also take care of yourself. Changing generals right before a war is imminent will be a devastating blow to the momentum. If you add to the party disputes, it's unclear whether Longwo will win or lose this time. When Ji Yanli just came in, he saw that the boss had a pale face and was still handling things while on in 4 drip and dragging his sick body. He frowned and looked disapproving. I know, but most of the time it's not that I don't want to take care of it, but that I simply can't. With my old bones, I'll have to fight for one last time. From now on, the world will belong to the young. The big boss didn't care about Ji Yanli's harsh words, but just smiled bitterly. If possible, who wouldn't want to enjoy his old age? But isn't this just in time? Since the victory of the war, Longwa has enjoyed peace and stability for hundreds of years and has been in a period of rising development. If such a powerful country was destroyed in one move by him, he would be a sinner for all eternity. Chapter 73. What's the point of living those extra years? Will you come back this time? The big boss said while coughing. Kumebek, isn't it time for us to unite as one in the face of a disaster? Ji Yanli said firmly. The South needs you. The big boss was silent for a while and sighed. Many places are beyond the reach of natural disasters, and the South needs someone with ability, skills, and bottom line. The big boss believes Ji Yanli. I admire heroes, but I never thought about being a hero since I was a child. You know, my body can't bear to be overworked. Ji Yanli still politely declined. Who can't Blue Star turn without? There will always be someone willing to take on the responsibility. It's not like the people in the South can't survive without him. Ji Yanli. You have been so smart since you were a child. He is unwilling to take any loss, but the big boss cannot deny that being a leader in the face of a major disaster is indeed a thankless job. Just look at himself, and you will know. Although he was willing to devote himself to the people, he had no right to force others to do the same. What about the Ji family? Can you bring them all to the north? The South will probably collapse. The Ji family has occupied almost all of South, perhaps even more. Once they give up or take the South away, the South will collapse in an instant. Boss, you're worrying too much. I won't do anything so drastic. I'll only take my trusted followers and the core material industries with me. There will always be side branches willing to stay and take control of the situation on their own. Besides, this is better for the South, isn't it? If the government is out of reach, it's better for several parties to stand together than for one party to dominate alone. Ji Yanli made a promise. If he were an ordinary big boss, he would not have failed to think of this. But now it seems that he may be really tired and his brain is confused. Of course, it is also possible that this is to guide Ji Yanli to make this promise. You won't be so free and easy when you go to the north. The boss laughed. In the South, the Ji family is the well-deserved emperor. Even the mayor sent by the government cannot be compared with him. But in the north, at least at the Spark base, no second voice is allowed, nor will anyone be allowed to establish themselves as king. If you declare yourself a king in troubled times, you can still get some rewards. But if someone steps forward to take charge of a global disaster like this, he will probably die of exhaustion before he gets any benefits, Ji Yanli said bluntly. Those who want to take advantage of the end of the world to gather a force and establish themselves as kings are probably ordinary people who have ambitions but no abilities in peacetime. None of those who hold high positions of power in normal times are stupid. The entire human race is in danger in the end times. Fighting for power and profit? Only a fool would do that. What they are fighting for is not just power, but also responsibility and pressure. So, what if you win? Your enemy, your opponent, is a natural disaster. If you accidentally fail at that time, you will become a sinner for all eternity. In his previous life, Ji Yanli had no choice, but in this life, he had someone he wanted to protect, and he also wanted to live a long life and grow old with her. So he wanted to choose another path. I just want that piece of land halfway up the mountain. I just want to live a stable life. I'm not interested in anything else. Okay, Spark Base welcomes you. The big boss finally figured it out. It would be a good idea for this guy to come to the north. By then, the southern base will be weaker and the northern base will be stronger. In case of a natural disaster, the pressure on the authorities to retake the south will be less. Although the big boss doesn't know whether he can live to see that day. Chapter 74. Ji Yanli did not take all the people away, but left Ji Er and a small team to look after the house and help him protect Chen Qiuyao. Now that we have electricity, construction can continue. It doesn't matter what the villa is, just build the wall first. After all, now that transportation has been restored and the base's progress is fast, Longquan Mountain probably won't be quiet for long. Even though he bought this land, and it was certified by the big boss himself, when housing becomes tight, someone will definitely take advantage of it. Although I'm not afraid of it, it's still troublesome to have flies all the time. With him standing in front, Chen Qiuyao will have less trouble. Second Master, why don't you stay here? Ge, and I will take the brothers back. Jier looked worried. The temperature is extremely high now, and there are dead people everywhere. I'm afraid there will be a plague. With the temperature approaching 60 degrees and the plague, Ji was really worried whether Ji Yanli's body could withstand this long journey. Besides, with Miss Chen's beauty, if you leave for a while, seeing that Ji Yanli was unmoved, Ji brought up Chen Qiuyao. Do you think you can calm those old foxes? Can you calm those panic people? This time we have to move most of our forces to the south. Although Ji Yanli likes Chen Qiuyao, he is not a love-brain person. Sometimes necessary separation is also for a better reunion. Without strength, how can he protect her? How can he give her a better life in this cannibalistic apocalypse? Besides, what if I choose a few more rivals? They were always no match for him. A secret is no longer a secret if more people know it. Ji Yanli knew very well how defensive Chen Qiuyao was. If Ji Yanli had not intervened in her life with his absolute strength, if he had not relied on his clever mind to vaguely see the clues of her secret, if he had not relied on the trust brought by the life-saving grace he gave her back then, I'm afraid there will never be a chance for him and Chen Qiuyao in their lifetime. For someone with Chen Qiuyao's personality, love and human relationships are not her focus at all. There is no way to take her down except by binding her with interests and boiling her like a frog in warm water for a long time. It's our incompetence. Ji and Ji looked ashamed. Okay, put on your protective clothing and set off now. The earlier you go, the earlier you can come back. Miss Qiuyao. Ji knocked on Chen Qiuyao's door early the next morning. Because of Ji Yanli's extremely high emotional intelligence, the distance between Chen Qiuyao and him has shortened a little after he has lived here for 2 days. At least the address changed from the unfamiliar Miss Chen to the more familiar Miss Qiuyao. This was also the result of Ji's deliberate actions. Sooner or later, she will become the mistress of the Ji family. Wouldn't it be nice to win some favor as soon as possible? He's gone. Chen Qiuyao brought Ji a glass of ice water. In such hot weather, no matter how expensive the tea is, it is not as precious as a glass of ice water. The second master left last night, but he left some people behind. Miss Qiuyao, if you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. The daytime temperature has reached 61 degrees. Can people and cars really bear it? Chen Qiuyao was a little worried that the temperature would explode. Ji Yanli, if you die in a place like this because of the butterfly effect, it would really be a laughing stock. Chapter 75. Miss, don't worry. All cars are specially customized. They are fine even in temperatures of 70 to 80 degrees below zero or 70 to 80 degrees above zero. In fact, Ji Yanli has a better RV, which is probably the same as the one specially customized by Chen Qiuyao, but it is more advanced. In addition to being capable of operating on land, water, and snow, it is also equipped with a propeller. In critical moments, you can fly at a low altitude for a period of time. Although the time is not long, it can save your life. It's a pity for Ji Yanli. He thinks it consumes too much energy and is pretentious because of its speed. He is not sick and can't use it. This time, he uses an off-road vehicle. Chen Qiuyao. It seems that there is indeed some gap between me and the big family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Look at what others and subordinates use on a daily basis. They're all the ones that I specially customize for the end of the world. It's okay, you can go. Cars can be used now and traffic has been restored. I'm afraid Longquan Mountain won't be quiet for too long. In order to avoid trouble, let's build the wall first. Ji Yanli, in addition to his own villa, almost owns the entire halfway up the mountain. It would be strange if such a spacious place did not arouse envy. If a real commotion breaks out and there are too many people involved, it will be difficult for the big boss. Miss Chen. There was another knock on the door. Judging from the loud voice and the ups and downs of the tone, it was clear that it was a soldier. Chen Qiuyao was a little confused. Who had come to see her? She had been in Longquan Mountain for so long, and the only people she had ever interacted with were the Su family and Li Changjun. But if it is these two, in order to show closeness, they should rarely let their subordinates pass on messages. Here he comes. She opened the door and saw a soldier with a gun on his back. It was a hot day, and flies covered his body, so that only a pair of eyes were left. However, one could see the righteousness in his eyes. Miss, come with me. The boss wants to see you. The big boss wants to see her? Chen Qiuyao frowned when she heard this, but still said, come in and wait. I'll change my clothes. Although I don't know why, but since the boss has asked someone to invite me, I definitely have no choice. But in the current situation, if you don't wrap yourself tightly before going out, you might go out upright and come back lying down. Chen Qiuyao went upstairs swiftly, put on her coat, mask, earplugs, and goggles, and wrapped herself up tightly to the point that even her own mother couldn't recognize her. If she didn't still respect the big boss, she would really like to wear a protective suit. "I'll follow Miss Qiuyao," G-Air suggested. "No need." Chen Qiuyao shook her head. She was not so afraid of meeting the big boss now. It's because mental power is really easy to use. If used in the right place, it can cover up the murderous intent and add a layer of soft and harmless buff to yourself. Make anyone who sees it feel good about it. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive. However, when Chen Qiuyao went upstairs, she drank a big sip of spiritual spring water to ensure that her mental strength reached the peak. As long as you control yourself and don't spend too much time with the boss, you probably won't be exposed. Lin Qiuyao just followed the soldier, and as soon as she walked out of the house, she was surrounded by countless mosquitoes. Without the help of the air purifier in the villa, the smell of rotting and burning corpses mixed together to form an indescribable stench. Echoing the flies all over the sky, the desperate and helpless scene of the end of the world was truly portrayed vividly. "Stop!" When they arrived at the door of the boss's villa, soldiers stopped them. The soldier leading the way in front took out a pass very quickly. Then the two people, who had been sprayed with insecticide and disinfectant, were able to successfully enter the gate of the yard. Chapter 76. No need to search me, just come in. As soon as I reached the door of the study, I heard the voice of the big boss. Chen Qiuyao silently took off her mask, goggles, and earplugs and handed them to the soldier who brought her here. "Boss!" The study was very simple, with bookshelves and the books on them taking up most of the space. The big boss has silver hair, a square face, and a kind look, yet a righteous look. "You look a lot like your mother. You're both very good children." The big boss sighed slightly. He had also seen Su Qingxiu, a talented girl of that era. "Su Minghan and Ji both mentioned you to me. They both said that you are an extremely intelligent person. Now it seems to be true." Chen Qiuyao was shocked when she heard this. "Su Minghan? What good could this guy do to her? But fortunately, the flaw I leaked is not that big, so I should be able to cover it up." Although her heart was in turmoil, Chen Qiuyao remained calm. "The big boss didn't come to me just to chat, right?" The longer Chen Qiuyao stayed, the more she talked, and the more flaws she would reveal. What's more, it was very tiring to use her mental power to cover her whole body all the time. It's the end of the world. There are many places that need talents. Are you interested in finding a job for yourself? How could a big boss who is so busy with his daily affairs care about whether a small person like me has a job? Chen Qiuyao raised her eyebrows, very puzzled. "You and your mother are not ordinary people. You have made great contributions to the country." Chen Qiuyao's mother, Su Qingxiu, was once an important national researcher and helped the country conquer cancer. However, Chen Qiuyao donated such a large amount of supplies at the moment of the end of the world, laying a good foundation for the country to cope with the end of the world. Both mother and daughter have made such great contributions to the country, and the boss has actually wanted to meet her for a long time. It's a pity that I was so busy with the coming of the end of the world that I forgot about it for a moment until Ji Yanli and Su Minghan mentioned it at the same time. Minghan thinks you can manage the mobilization of materials to assist in the construction of the base, but Xiaoji thinks you can follow in your mother's footsteps and work in the research institute. What do you think? Of course, this is not mandatory. If you don't want to bother, you can choose neither. The reason why Su Minghan made the suggestion was because he still believed that Chen Qiuyao had a secret, as if she could predict the future. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, he could no longer remain silent, but he also knew that he had no right to force Chen Qiuyao. So I found a roundabout way. Maybe if I let her step out of the greenhouse and see the miserable state of the world, she would change. And this is also mixed with some kindness. No one knows how long the apocalypse will last. Although Chen Qiuyao has a lot of supplies on her, if she just lives off them, sooner or later she will run out of supplies. So he helped her get the position of materials manager. This job only requires sitting indoors and writing and drawing, which is not hard and is the most suitable job for a young lady like her. But the big boss really hopes that Chen Qiuyao will choose the position of researcher. Anyone can take the position of warehouse manager, but a good researcher is too scarce, especially now in the end times. No matter how talented Su Qingxiu's daughter is, she can't be bad, right? Even if she is a newbie, she can start as an assistant. Researcher, my mother taught me some things when she was still alive. She said that I am very talented, and although I can't do independent research yet, I can be an assistant. Unfortunately, after her parents passed away, Chen Tian deliberately spoiled Chen Qiuyao, and she never had any contact with this kind of thing again. But those who can survive to the end of the world are either extremely lucky or are good at all decathlons. Chapter 77. At that time, the human situation had become difficult enough that people no longer cherish their own things. Therefore, some important research results are almost all public. It is to ensure that it can be passed down and not be cut off. Thanks to the foundation laid by her mother when she was a child, Chen Qiuyao learned most by rote with only a vague understanding. These things are mankind's most precious treasures. With their help, I will definitely have no problem staying in the research institute, no matter what else I do. As for why she made the choice, it was mainly because Chen Qiuyao knew that she could not live off her savings. Although she has endless supplies and the space can be used for cultivation, others don't know about it. He has been living off his savings while still having an endless supply of supplies. Doesn't this clearly tell others that there is something wrong with this person? Although she could use Ji Yanli as a shield, Chen Qiuyao didn't want to. I don't want others to think that I am a daughter or a canary that depends on him. She is herself. Good. The big boss was very happy to hear Chen Qiuyao's words. He sincerely hoped that the little girl would inherit her mother's talent, or even surpass her. I also sincerely feel sorry that this little girl has been delayed for so many years. After all, it seems now that she likes scientific research. How's my mother's research going? Chen Qiuyao asked. It has been a month since she provided the information. Has the research been completed? Don't let her down. We have researched it out. Both the normal version and the evolved version have been researched out. The big boss breathed a sigh of relief when he mentioned this. This thing is simply amazing for dealing with the end of the world. It can increase the nutrient absorption rate to 99%, which is amazing even for the ordinary version. 1 pound of whole grains, 1 pound of vegetables, half a pound of meat, and a little bit of miscellaneous items can be made into 10 nutritional supplements. One nutritional supplement can provide almost a day's nutrition for an adult. Of course, this is without doing any heavy work. Advanced nutritional supplements require the addition of some nourishing ingredients or medicinal materials. Long-term use can improve physical fitness and even cure some minor illnesses and pains. It can be used as a spleen-strengthening medicine. But this kind of feeling of fullness is just SOSO. Then why don't you distribute nutritional supplements? Nutritional supplements are much more cost-effective than disaster relief grains. Chen Qiuyao sincerely suggested that we should not rely on the fact that food is not in the most scarce period now. The end of the world will last for several decades. We should think about our descendants. The most important thing is the advanced version of the nutritional supplement. This is the information he specially provided. Wei's purpose is to help the Chinese people. If you drink this every day for a month or two, even people with subhealth will slowly recover their health, and healthy people will become even healthier. When the evolutionary virus comes, they will have a glimmer of hope of survival. When the end of the world comes, more people will be left alive. In the previous life, there were less than 1 million people in the world. How shabby is that? Chapter 78. However, when it comes to the evolving virus, Chen Qiuyao thinks of another important thing. Softener. When the evolutionary virus arrives, most people will die, some from the severe virus, and some from genetic collapse even though they have resisted the virus. The genes in people's bodies have been passed down for hundreds of millions of years and are even more ancient and mysterious than viruses. Once they become powerful, they can be more powerful than the virus. It takes strong willpower and physique to adapt to their evolution. If any one of them is missing, there will be death. At its highest point, the mortality rate even reached 98%. It was not until the advent of the buffering agent that the situation improved slightly, from 98% to 80%. Even if the probability is only 18%, it has saved many lives. If it were not for it helping many evolvers to overcome the most difficult stage, I am afraid that by the end of the world there might not even be 1 million people left. Chen Qiuyao was also one of the people who benefited from this. Shit. Chen Qiuyao suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something important. She had completely forgotten Yi Ziqing, the original creator of the demulcent. She survived because of the potion he invented. So in a rounded manner, he was her benefactor. But Yi Ziqing is not in the northern base. He became famous in the Dawn base in the south. But now a huge butterfly effect has appeared. We don't know whether the Dawn base still exists. I'm afraid that without Ji Yanli, the south will not be so peaceful. So will Yi Ziqing be as safe as in her previous life? Damn it. If she had remembered earlier, she would have asked Ji Yanli to bring Yi Ziqing back. What should she do now? Could it be that I was reborn, and by some mistake, I ended up repaying kindness with enmity? Chen Qiuyao felt dizzy just thinking about it. The fact that Yi Ziqing could develop a soothing agent proved that he was very capable. In this life, in order to save more lives, Chen Qiuyao would let He Huanji be born first, which could be regarded as taking his opportunity. The grace of saving my life, plus the cause and effect of seizing the opportunity. Chen Qiuyao thought about it and realized that she really owed Dr. Yi a lot. But due to communication blockage, I can't contact Ji Yanli now. The technology is not good enough, and we cannot produce in bulk. The big boss sighed. This thing is good, but unfortunately the current machines are not very precise, so it is difficult to achieve mass production. The part of light cell extraction is not something that can be completely replaced by machines. Give me paper and pen. Chen Qiuyao frowned, but suddenly said as she thought of something. Thank you for the generosity of all scholars after the end of the world. Chen Qiuyao had also memorized quite a few machine drawings. Hello? The big boss was puzzled at first. Then his eyes flashed. He found a stack of white paper from the drawer, took a pen from his pocket, and handed it to Chen Qiuyao. Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath, sat down at the small meeting table, and began to write furiously. Seeing Chen Qiuyao almost lying on the coffee table, the big boss opened his mouth several times and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. He knew that inspiration and concentration were the most important things for scientific researchers, and he was afraid of disturbing them. Time flies, and it is already afternoon. Even if it is just a copycat, those delicate parts are not easy to make. Chapter 79. Okay. After Chen Qiuyao finished the last stroke, she let out a long sigh of relief and threw the pen casually on the table. This is the machine for making nutritional supplements. In fact, there are not only nutritional supplements, but also soothing agents and various pharmaceutical preparations for treating diseases. This machine can more easily extract the essence and make the effect even better. Seeing this, the big boss moved his stiff neck and stood up from the chair. He walked a few steps to the meeting table, picked up the stack of drawings, and the more he looked at them, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't understand much, he had some idea. After all, any major scientific research project had to submit the report to him first. Over time, you will be able to tell whether something is good or not just by taking a glance at it. Me what? Could I be a spy? Facing the big boss's shock, Chen Qiuyao looked back with a smile. She didn't want to lie anymore. It is too difficult and tiring to cover up one lie with countless lies and to always be on the lookout for exposure. But Chen Qiuyao wouldn't do that. Only a fool would really reveal everything. After all, if people knew about the space, even the big boss would be unable to resist coveting it. After all, if a space is taken out, how convenient will it be to deal with the end of the world? And how much benefit will it bring to the people? At this point, personal opinions are no longer important. Chen Qiuyao believes that the big boss is not a bad person, and she also believes that what he said about people's privacy and respect is not empty words. But if this comes into conflict with huge interests and the interests of the people, the result is obvious. No, the big boss shook his head. He was still doubtful in his heart, but his expression was gentle. He believed that Chen Qiuyao was not a spy, or even if she was a spy, so what? There are so many spy bosses who care about China wholeheartedly everywhere. The boss is wise. You should know that there are some things that don't have to be explored, Chen Qiuyao said while using the mental power of psychological suggestion and hypnosis. All you need to know is that I was born and raised in Dragon Country, and I will not do anything that would harm the interests of my motherland. Chen Qiuyao's mental power is too low, and she cannot use it to control anyone directly. Even modifying or deleting the records is not possible. But you can use hypnosis and psychology to coordinate with it. This kind of induction and suggestion using mental power cannot directly control people's thinking, but it can increase the possibilities. Chen Qiuyao believed that the big boss was an upright person, and he had some affection for her because of her mother and the Tartar exchange material, so she used her mental power to magnify his integrity and affection for her. No matter what, she must ignore the fact that something is wrong with her. As long as the big boss gets through, your own danger will be greatly reduced, no matter how suspicious others are. But what can they do when the big boss is backing Ji Yanli and protecting him? If I can succeed, I can do more for China with confidence and justification. At least the boss life was saved. In the previous life, the big boss died from the evolution virus. Then the northern base was in chaos for a long time before it was barely controlled by the Su family, the Shao family who controlled the military power, and the Li family who controlled the political power, forming a three-way balance of power. But it's gone. The factional struggles suppressed by the big boss have become more and more obvious. Although they are just minor fights, the lives of the victims below have become obviously more difficult. Chen Qiuyao had deeply felt this feeling in his previous life. And it was precisely because he dared to think of all that the big boss had done for the people that he decided to take a gamble this time. If you fail, the slice probably won't work, but you may not be free in the future. Chapter 80. Perhaps it was because Chen Qiuyao's mental suggestion was powerful, or perhaps it was because the big boss had no bad ideas to begin with. In any case, Chen Qiuyao's progress was surprisingly smooth. Yes, the boss was in a daze for a moment, then regained his consciousness. You are indeed a good child. I believe you will not do anything to harm the Dragon Kingdom. As for the secret, the big boss paused. Everyone in this world has secrets. Why bother digging into them? I just hope you can be compassionate. When the end of the world comes, the people of Dragon Country and our compatriots will suffer. There's nothing I can do. Chen Qiuyao felt a splitting headache and dizziness due to excessive use of her mental strength, and she fell on the sofa in the meeting room. There was endless fatigue and sadness in his voice. The so-called end of the world and natural disasters, if you look at it from another perspective, it's easy to understand that the Earth also has life. If we are compared to blue planet bacteria and humans, Chen Qiuyao closed her eyes and endured the sharp pain in her head. As humans develop, they create pollution and damage the environment of the Earth, and the blue planet is sick. If this continues, sooner or later Blue Star and humanity will die. Lon Xian doesn't want to die, so he wants to kill the virus, which is why there is the doomsday and natural disasters. Chen Qiuyao's eyes were blurred. The person who came to this conclusion was a philosopher from a small country, or it would be more appropriate to call him a wise man. It was said that she had Mayan blood, but she committed suicide after making this revelation. It's terrifying to think about it, but this statement may be the closest to the truth. The so-called cause and effect will eventually make human beings pay the price for their arrogance. The suicide of that wise man was not because he accepted defeat or compromised the end of the world, but because he was martyred and atoned for his sins to the Earth. Since the Earth needs to be rid of viruses, we have to at least control the number of viruses to a certain level before the antivirus operation will stop, even if we don't completely eliminate them. So Chen Qiuyao has actually been in pain and confusion all the time. Is her rebirth, her help to Manhwa, and her idea of wanting more people to survive right or wrong? Will this be the end of the world extended, or will it never stop? Chen Qiuyao didn't know. She didn't know anything. So she is indifferent. Even after being reborn, he never announced the end of the world to anyone in any way. Manhwa, the motherland that raised her, is her only selfish desire. But her heart has always been confused, restless, and fearful. Although this statement is extremely reasonable, in the end almost everyone agreed with it. But no one has ever proven its authenticity. What if it is true? It is true that humans have let the Earth down. So what should humans do? Repent and be martyred like that wise man? What if it is fake? Just because I believe in a false prophecy, did I watch in fear as my compatriots died in a natural disaster and my motherland fell apart? Because of it? Because of the excessive use of mental power, Chen Qiuyao's spirit was very fragile. So the panic and confusion that had been buried deep in her heart took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. No, that's not it. It took Chen Qiuyao a long time to react. It was never her fault. Natural disasters will come whether she is there or not, and people will die whether she is there or not. This is unavoidable. Regardless of whether the advice is true or not, one should not bear the sin alone. If it is true, then let the dead atone for Blue Star's sins. Chapter 81. If it is false, then let it be regarded as mankind's atonement for the Earth. After all, whether there is life on the blue planet or not, it is a fact that humans have harmed the blue planet. It is said that thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all grace from the Lord. Human beings can survive on the blue planet as a blessing from the blue planet. Then you should get used to the Earth's capriciousness. As for those who died in the natural disaster, Chen Qiuyao could only express her condolences in silence. As for other people, everyone has to die since ancient times. Even those who have evolved cannot achieve immortality. The end of natural disasters cannot be changed. In an era when natural disasters are rampant, sometimes death is happier than life, and living is more difficult and painful than death. In his previous life, even Ji Yanli, the supreme leader of the Southern Army, that high and mighty, elegant and noble man, had to chew cockroach legs with a haggard face in the end, right? The best people alive in the last days do not live as well as the poorest people in peacetime. After all, in 2069, even the poorest people who can only live on the minimum living allowance can eat white rice every day and taste meat once every half a month. This is a government subsidy. But what about the end of the world? At first, we still had some food stored before, so at least everyone could get some rice soup and nutrient solution to drink. But what happened next? Most of the plants and animals became extinct. Even the nutrient solution that is so unpalatable that it makes people roll their eyes has no materials to make it. Although evolved animals are rare, they evolve much faster than humans. Those who could survive till the end of the apocalypse became something that humans could not afford to mess with. At the end of the world, cockroaches became a luxury. During the Little Ice Age, they didn't even like to come out in the heavy snow. In order to survive, humans can only eat the roots and bark of mutant trees and mutant grasses. But if something like that could survive the apocalypse, how could it be good? There were few non-toxic things, and they had no nutritional value. There was nothing edible at all. Even if it was roasted over fire and ground into powder and taken with snow water, it still couldn't be digested. Except for the evolvers who were about to evolve into stomachs of steel, ordinary people were suffocated to death. But even so, there are still ordinary people who continue to fight. Because dying of fullness is at least better than dying of starvation. And you'd rather die with a full stomach, right? God is going to destroy our human race. It's retribution. After seeing this scene and hearing what Chen Qiuyao said, the big boss was so scared that he almost died early. He does not believe in ghosts and gods, but he still maintains the proper respect for the history of Dragon Kingdom. Chen Qiuyao's state, full of energy one second and half dead the next, made her look like a prophet who had leaked the secret and was punished by God. The old man, who usually remained calm even when faced with a mountain collapsing in front of him, could not control his hands and feet from trembling with coldness and felt a black screen in front of his eyes and dizziness when he saw this scene. He almost fell to the ground. Although he held on to the table, he knocked over the teacup on the table. Big boss! The outside was actually soundproof, but the noise was too loud, so the soldier guarding the door pushed it open immediately. When he saw two half-dead people, he was almost scared to death and opened his mouth to call for a doctor. Get out! The big boss took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Everyone, get out of the yard! What they're going to say next is so important that even a little bit of it could lead to trouble. Boss, you... The soldier obviously hesitated. This is an order. Chapter 82. Yes. Then there was a long stare conference in silence between an old man sitting on the ground and a half-dead woman lying on the sofa. Are you a prophet? Or a savior born in the end times? Or an alien? Or an immortal cultivator with the ability to predict the world? The big boss has hope in his eyes. But Chen Qiuyao just gave a weak and bitter smile. You have a very rich imagination. You also call me a cultivator or a savior. Why don't you say that I am the Queen Mother of Heaven who has come down to earth, the reincarnation of manhwa? Chen Qiuyao's head was throbbing with pain. It was a kind of mental torture. She was in so much pain that she didn't care who was in front of her. She just confronted him first. But no matter how painful it was, Chen Qiuyao did not take out the spiritual spring to relieve the pain, even though it could be done by just casually touching her mouth with her hand. But she did not. She needed this half-dead state to help him accomplish some things. Just now, she suddenly had an idea and thought of a way to ensure her own safety, share the pressure with others, and provide more help to Nongwa. As long as her abilities are strong enough, rare enough, and she herself is fragile enough, she won't have to worry about other people's calculations and greed. For the future of mankind, they would beg him not to die. Things that cannot be explained by science have existed since ancient times. Science and theology seem to be clearly divided, but who actually knows where the boundary is? Some people say that the end of science is theology, while others say that science is actually a branch of theology, where humans use their intelligence and brains to master things that only gods can master. The so-called gods are nothing more than more powerful people or creatures. The big boss didn't even stand up. Instead, he sat down on the ground and talked to Chen Qiuyao, who was lying on the sofa. He looked very down to earth. The spiritual energy, immortality, and gods mentioned in those myths and legends can actually be explained by science. Perhaps the so-called fairy air is a gas and substance like oxygen. It is just that it is more advanced than oxygen, so the creatures living in the fairy air are stronger than humans. The big boss paused, took a deep breath, and finally recovered from his dizziness. He propped himself up and sat on the sofa next to him. The so-called cultivation of immortality is to use scientific and effective methods to absorb these powerful gases to strengthen oneself. Just like we eat ginseng and take supplements to stay alive, the so-called immortality is that when one absorbs too much of that substance, the genes undergo a benign mutation, breaking the boundaries of life and making the person more powerful and evolved. The big boss started laughing as he spoke, but only he knew how much sincerity and bitterness were in his smile. So theology and science can actually be two identical things, but each person and each race gives them different names and understandings. Just like you call me Big Boss, my wife calls me Lao Li, and my mother calls me Go Wazi. Aren't they actually the same person? Can I change my appearance based on how others call me? What you said makes sense. Chen Qiuyao was silent. She didn't expect that this big boss was also a senior philosopher. So you were suffering from backlash? What's the reason? Did you predict the secrets of heaven, or did you leak the secrets of heaven? I don't know. Anyway, I haven't cultivated immortality. Chen Qiuyao was weak. It would be great if she could really cultivate immortality. Who didn't have a dream of cultivating immortality when they were young? Even if the immortality was a life-threatening journey, who wouldn't want to give it a try? That's like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. It's so much better than this damn apocalypse. But first of all, P's spiritual energy was revived, which she hadn't seen for decades in her previous life. It can be seen that novels are just novels and fantasies are just fantasies. Chapter 83. Then do you know the future of mankind? The big boss didn't dwell on this, but went straight to the point. I don't know. Chen Qiuyao's eyes were empty. That was the look she often had in her previous life. I don't know what the end of humanity will be like. I only see endless disasters. Extreme heat, magnetic field chaos, insect plague, drought, melting glaciers, acid rain, heavy rain, tsunamis, floods, mudslides, ancient viruses, the evolution of all things, eternal night, thunderstorms, polar day, heavy snow, hail, blizzards. They treat all life equally, no matter if it is animals, plants, or humans. None of them will survive. The cold, hungry, and predatory evolutionary beasts. I didn't see the end of humanity, but perhaps humans won. The more Chen Qiuyao spoke, the more desperate he felt. If he didn't think about it carefully, he would have forgotten that he was actually very powerful in his previous life and had survived so many natural disasters. But is the dawn that I saw before I died in my previous life really the dawn? Although the temperature no longer drops and new natural disasters no longer occur, the Earth seems to have entered a stable period and is slowly recovering. But during the Little Ice Age, humans were short of food and clothing in the icy world. Few newborns were born and grew up, and there were also evolving beasts eyeing them. Is there really a future? If the change from extremely high temperature to extremely low temperature is applied to a human being, wouldn't it be like having a high fever and then getting cold all over? Is Blue Star's illness really cured? The thought was terrifying, and Chen Qiuyao shuddered. But it had nothing to do with her anymore. She had said all she had to say, done all she had to do, and done everything for her fellow human beings. So it was time for her to live for herself. Life is only a few hundred years long. Even if one becomes an evolved being, his lifespan is not extended by long under such harsh conditions. Chen Qiuyao didn't know whether Lan Xing was dead or not, but it was certain that she would die before Lan Xing. After Chen Qiuyao finished speaking, she used up the last bit of her mental strength to give the boss, whose psychological defenses were at their limit, a final psychological hint. As expected, the boss had a splitting headache and spat out blood. Being mentally exhausted is not pleasant. But the reason why Chen Qiuyao dared to be so cruel was that he had a trump card. There is not only spiritual spring, but also space. Even if her mental strength is exhausted or she feels uncomfortable, the presence of space will not affect her spiritual sea. At most, he will be unconscious for 10 days or half a month. There will be no problem with his life and brain. Someone come quickly. Seeing this, the boss finally came to his senses and shouted. However, no one responded. After all, the door of his study was soundproof, and everyone went outside into the yard. Help come quickly. Help! The big boss no longer felt dizzy, and his legs no longer hurt. He had never felt so good in the past few years. He stood up with a bang, walked quickly to the window, opened it, and shouted loudly to the people below. People can't die. This is the gift and vitality that fate has given to mankind. This girl is only 18 years old. Well, I'm glad that the windows of the boss study are not sealed and the gate to the courtyard is not soundproof. Chen Qiuyao, who still had a trace of consciousness, thought vaguely. Chapter 84. There are no problems with the vital signs and the internal organs are not damaged. At the boss's command, Chen Qiuyao, who fell into a deep sleep, was treated as a VVVP. The brain seems to have suffered serious damage, and there is a risk of brain death. The doctor's expression became heavier the more he examined. Specifications require more sophisticated instruments. A doctor who was over 50 years old and wore a white coat and looked very experienced looked at Chen Qiuyao lying on the hospital bed with a heavy tone. Unfortunately, when the magnetic field chaos began, almost all the large medical equipment in the infirmary was powered on. The moment the magnetic field became chaotic, all power devices were permanently damaged, without exception. Some of the equipment is extremely precious, and even in Longquan Mountain, where many bigwigs gather, there is no backup, so this medical room, which was originally capable of doing everything, can only fumble around. Change someone. The big boss, with completely white hair, was lying on another hospital bed. His voice sounded a little frivolous, but his tone was firm. Even if he dies, this girl cannot die. The pulse is weak, calm, and sluggish, and the pupils are dilated. An old man with gray hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit stroked his long beard in an enigmatic manner. But her pulse is weak but regular, and her heartbeat is slow but has its own rhythm. Although this girl is in catatonia, she has a strong desire to survive. There is still a possibility that she will wake up. Let's remove the ventilator first. Seeing the big boss's increasingly dark face, the old man smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic, talking about the good side. How can you remove the ventilator when the patient is dying? You are committing murder. The man in the white coat immediately refuted, and it was obvious that there were deep prejudices between Chinese and Western medicine. She has a strong desire to survive, and you can tell at a glance that she is someone with a strong character. Removing the ventilator can stimulate her desire to live. You see, her heartbeat is so slow that it seems to be non-existent. But has it ever stopped? The old man in the Zhongshan suit gave the doctor in the white coat a cold look. What a forgetful person. How can you feel noble just because you have some foreign knowledge? The old man never thought that Western medicine was wrong. Medical skills have always been about taking the essence and discarding the dross. But the things passed down by our ancestors have gone through thousands of years of vicissitudes, and only those that have survived are the essence. After drinking some foreign ink, how ridiculous is it to label the things left by our ancestors as feudal superstition? There was no Western medicine thousands of years ago. If Chinese medicine was really that bad, humans would have become extinct long ago. The white coat clearly didn't match his appearance, but the big boss was still there, so he didn't want to argue with the old man. How about you give her a few injections, Mr. Amo? The big boss gladly listened to the old man's suggestion and proposed tentatively. At least Chinese medicine can draw a conclusion when Western medicine has not yet come up with a result. In this respect, Chinese medicine is better than Western medicine. Moreover, although there are few Chinese medicine practitioners with superb medical skills, the effectiveness of the old Chinese medicine practitioners has been officially certified by the big boss. Otherwise, they would not be invited to the Longquan Medical Clinic. Moreover, with natural disasters rampant today and shortages of medical equipment, pharmaceutical devices, and Western medicines, traditional Chinese medicine may become the mainstream in the future. Let's take a look first. Mr. Imo looked at the pale-faced Chen Qiuyao on the bed with great interest. The guess by that ungrateful person was correct in one aspect. The girl's brain had been severely damaged, and she was at high risk of brain death. But Mr. Imo had never seen anyone with such a strong character and desire to survive. Her coma and loss of consciousness were not signs of life-threatening conditions. It was as if she had experienced great pain and her body had automatically entered a protective mechanism. Human willpower is a very magical thing. When Mr. Imo was taking Chen Qiuyao's pulse, he felt that there was a force protecting her body. He privately thought that this was the deepest consciousness of the body. So in his opinion, there is a high possibility that Chen Qiuyao will wake up, but there will definitely be sequelae. Slowness and forgetfulness are the most basic and smallest sequelae. Chapter 85. But when he looked at the big boss Missouri, who was lying on the other side and was about to die from a sudden heart attack caused by emotional shock and still had a worried look on his face, he chose not to say anything. Willpower is really a magical thing. Maybe a miracle will happen? As expected by Mr. Imo, after Chen Qiuyao took off the ventilator, her breathing became slower and weaker, almost to the point of dying. She was able to breathe on her own, and even her weak heartbeat seemed to be stronger. It was obvious that she tried very hard to survive. Come, get the medicine and boil a bowl of it. Old Mo took the pulse again, with surprise flashing in his eyes. While writing, he created a prescription, which contained all warming and nourishing medicinal ingredients. Mr. Mo thought that with Chen Qiuyao's willpower, they probably didn't need to worry too much and just needed to help her. Add more coptis root, he added at the end. Judging from her pulse, she should not have reached the point of desperation and can still feel the outside world. With so many points, it never hurts to have some external stimulation. Forget it, just slice the coptis chinensis and put it directly into her mouth. Maybe ginseng slices would work? The big boss suggested after a moment of silence. What effect can coptis root have? Besides being bitter, it can only clear away heat and detoxify. There are more bitter things than just coptis chinensis. Ginseng also becomes more bitter as it gets older. The big boss just happened to have a plant that was several hundred years old and was planning to donate it. After all, this girl suffered a work-related injury and her contribution is huge. Just give it a try. If you're lucky, you won't die. Old Mo's eyes were cold. Old ginseng is a good thing, but not everyone can use it. People who are too weak cannot use medicines that cannot be supplemented, and people who are too healthy cannot use medicines that have no place to supplement. Otherwise, the medicines will have a conflict with the body, and the body will have to expend more energy to consume them. Speaking of which, Mr. Mo has never seen anyone who is so healthy. Just like a little calf. Young people nowadays always have some problems due to environmental factors and their own living habits. But this girl didn't have any of that. Even though I'm lying here, except for the brain problem, everything else is healthy. If there wasn't something wrong with the brain, the heartbeat and pulse should have been incredibly strong. But ginseng doesn't nourish the brain, it only nourishes the body. But Chen Qiuyao's body is already strong enough to be replenished. Taking more supplements will only consume and damage it, which will hinder her performance. Come on, girl, don't blame me, an old man. After a while, Old Mo took out a set of half gold and half silver needles from his medical box like treasures. After putting them away, he took the medicine that had been left out for a while and poured it into Chen Qiuyao's mouth. Wait! The man in the white coat almost cried out loudly when he saw this scene and looked at Mr. Mo with a condemning look. The patient has lost consciousness. Are you trying to choke her to death? You are ignorant. No matter how powerful the machine is, it is not as powerful as you. Chapter 86. Old Mo rolled his eyes at him again, his tone disdainful. Although Western medicine is innovative, it still lacks some foundation. Although it can make seeing a doctor more convenient and faster, it will soon make doctors useless. Everything depends on machines. Without machines, even the most skilled doctors would be like a tiger without teeth, not to mention the novices. One family boy. Mr. Mo looked at the white coat meaningfully. Times have changed. These things are complicated to operate and require machine assistance. If they are not reformed, they will be eliminated sooner or later. It was just like the magnetic field chaos a few days ago. At that time, all the electricity-connected things were unusable and the Western medicine department was in chaos. Without the assistance of instruments, those novice Western medicine practitioners are like babies who have forgotten how to eat. Even common colds, fevers, and high blood pressure require the visit of a chief physician. Therefore, relying too much on external forces is ultimately not a solid foundation. The doctor in the white coat, Wan Li, looked unhappy after hearing this, but he could not say anything to refute. After all, it is the end of the world and natural disasters are rampant, and the deficiency of Western medicine and qi in blood is unavoidable. However, their Western medicine is different from traditional Chinese medicine, and they cannot make their own medicine. When seeing a doctor, it is inevitable to use equipment to assist, such as stethoscope, blood pressure monitor, thermometer. It's okay for old professors with decades of clinical experience, but for newbies, even if they have been working in the hospital for several years, once they are separated from these things, they will probably find it difficult to make any progress. Come, I'll show you the magic of our ancestors. Old Mo took out a spoonful of Chinese medicine and squeezed Chen Qiuyao's chin with a skillful force to force the medicine into her mouth. She didn't have to swallow it at all. She could just pour it in. Mr. Mo concluded that the brain damage was so severe that the body would not resist, and there was no need to worry about the breathing being inhaled into the trachea, given the weak breathing. As long as the person who feeds him the medicine has some sense and doesn't pour it into his trachea and choke him to death. What a joke! How many years has this thing taken for his old bones? If it can really choke the patient to death, he won't live anymore. Wan Li, big boss, Chen Qiuyao. What Mr. Mo said really came true. Although Chen Qiuyao really couldn't squeeze out a single drop of mental energy now, she still retained a trace of consciousness because of the protection of the space. Although I can't even think now, I can still feel the outside world. Then the Chinese medicine with several times more coptis root was poured in. Chen Qiuyao's already confused consciousness became even more confused. See, isn't this good? After drinking a bowl of medicine, Mr. Mo stroked his beard and smiled proudly. He estimated that after about a cup of tea, he picked up a short needle, warmed it over the fire, and then inserted it heavily into Chen Qiuyao's acupuncture point. She didn't look like she was saving anyone, but more like Rome Mama torturing someone. Big boss. Should he pray now? Can this girl feel the pain or not? Wanli, stitch by stitch. The old man is almost 90 years old and still very strong. But are you sure he won't stab the girl to death? Mr. Mo really did it on purpose. Having practiced acupuncture for decades, he naturally knew which technique was the least harmful to the body, but also caused the most pain. It hurts a little bit. For the sake of your health, you still have to stay aware of the outside world. As for whether this will be hated by the patient, Chapter 87. Mr. Mo said he didn't care. He really hoped that one day, this girl would wake up in anger because she hated him so much that she gnashed her teeth and felt heartbroken. It's the end of the world, and it's a time of trouble. Aren't there still a few deaths? Even the living cannot be well taken care of, let alone the living dead. If this girl doesn't wake up before her superiors run out of patience with her, she may never wake up. With one injection at a time, Master Mo guided the qi, blood, and medicinal power through the acupuncture points to supply the brain first. This might help the girl repair the brain damage faster. Chen Qiuyao did feel a little better, but only a little. The exhaustion of spiritual power cannot be compensated by blood and energy. It was just that by some mistake, while performing acupuncture, Mr. Mo directed the spiritual energy that had been digested by the stomach and hidden in the body into Chen Qiuyao's brain, slowly nourishing and restoring her exhausted spiritual sea. The effect was immediate, but it was not enough. How can the little bit of energy that is absorbed in the body and not fully absorbed satisfy the exhausted spiritual sea? So Chen Qiuyao's consciousness is still chaotic. I will definitely not play so big next time. The thought suddenly flashed through Chen Qiuyao's mind, and then she seemed a little puzzled, and the thought quickly dissipated. Hey, is my acupuncture so powerful, old man? The mental fluctuation at that moment happened to be noticed by old Mo, who was taking the patient's pulse after giving the acupuncture. Even he himself felt surprised and puzzled. He was very sure that what he used was not the 9-turn soul-restoring needle. How can it be so effective? In the end, it can only be blamed on Chen Qiuyao's strong desire to survive. She can grab even the slightest help. How is it? Any progress? The big boss's eyes lit up immediately. He was half leaning on the bed, but he suddenly sat up. Hey. Wanli was also very excited. The needle is crooked. The needle is crooked. Okay, he admitted that Chinese medicine is a little magical, but can their Western medicine be so casual? If the same punctures a blood vessel, well, even though it's not an artery, considering the boss's body has been injured every other day recently, I'm afraid he will have to drink a pot of wine. He seemed to have regained consciousness just now. Old Mo frowned as he felt his pulse. Although it was only a brief moment, this proves that the chances of waking up are very high. He stroked his beard and looked a little more relaxed. With decades of experience, he hesitated for a moment between believing in himself and making mistakes, and firmly chose to believe in himself. Maybe this girl is really different from ordinary people. Looking at her body, which is as strong as a calf, the probability of her waking up is probably much higher than that of an ordinary person. That's good. The boss breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back on the chair. The emotional excitement caused a sudden heart attack. Although it would not develop into a real heart disease with good care, it is still very serious. I was very excited just now, and now I feel dizzy and disoriented. You just be obedient. The Dragon Kingdom can't do without you, Wanli said unhappily. The man who was originally unfathomable and calm in the face of adversity was now filled with resentment. He removed the needle from the boss's hand and reinserted it into his other hand. He hesitated for a moment holding the needle, but ultimately did not take the opportunity to teach this disobedient patient a lesson. You only have 2 hands, so you'd better be careful. Otherwise, next time you'll be hit on the head like a 3-year-old child. Wanli sneered. Chapter 88. In Manhwa, probably only doctors can educate big bosses like this. I told you earlier to calm down. Stop working too hard and stop getting excited. Mr. Mo finally had time to take care of the boss. Do you still think you are a 20-year-old boy with plenty of life to squander? You are not afraid of a stroke. Big boss. Excuse me, Mr. Mo. The big boss laughed awkwardly. But look at the current situation. Can we not fight? This is more serious than the original fight against the Japanese invaders. If the human race doesn't fight, it will probably be exterminated. The big boss sighed. If this girl didn't fight hard and didn't want to fight for a future for the human race, she wouldn't be lying here now. Look at the fortress she prepared in advance for the end of the world. She could have lived very well on her own. I'm already old and weak. How long can I live? If I can fight for a future for the human race and the Dragon Nation, this old life will not be wasted. Mr. Mo, he was silent for a while, rummaged through his medicine box, pulled out a particularly well-preserved porcelain bottle, and threw it at the boss in annoyance. Eat it sparingly. I only have this little bit of the 9-transformation heart protecting pill left. I don't know if I'll have the herbs to make it in the future, said old Mo unhappily. It's 60 degrees. Except for a few extremely drought-resistant medicinal herbs that can survive, the others will probably be sunburned to death. A good cook cannot cook without rice. In a while, not to mention Western medicine, even Chinese medicine will run out of medicine. Miss G, please wake up soon. If you don't wake up, the 2 dogs will starve to death. G-Air had a sad face. 3 days, 3 whole days. G-Air begged and even lied to Ji Yanli that they were an engaged couple, and only then was he allowed to go into the infirmary to take a look. This sight almost frightened him to death. Did Miss Qiuyao go to see the big boss and suffer some kind of torture? How did she become a vegetable? If he can't wake up, how should I explain to the second master? I guess it's impossible to redeem it even if you die. The 2 dogs you raised are so hungry that they are almost eating the soil. The defense of the manor you built is too strong. You probably need to use small artillery shells. Ji-Air's voice was sad. In fact, he didn't care about the lives of the 2 dogs, but he hoped Chen Qiuyao cared. It is said that mother's love is the greatest power in the world. So please let a miracle happen. If you don't wake up, your son of a bitch will die. Well, dog. Chen Qiuyao's mental strength has recovered a little in the past 3 days, and her chaotic thoughts have become a little clearer. At least you can think briefly. May you be safe and sound every year. Chen Qiuyao was shocked. Yes, before she went to meet the big boss, she did not put them into the space, but left them at home. There were so many people there that there was no food left. Although there are chickens, ducks, and cows in the house, even their nests are made of top-quality materials. These are all left over from building the villa. That kind of steel is top-grade bulletproof material, and even a rifle shot can only make a dent in it. Sui Sui and Pingyan are still young. How can their teeth be stronger than bullets? Chen Qiuyao's heart started to panic, and she woke up completely, but she still felt a splitting headache, as if she was trapped in darkness and couldn't move at all. She tried hard to open her eyes and open her mouth to say something, but it was in vain. What the hell? What should I do? This is too much. Chen Qiuyao was extremely anxious. Was it true that Sui Sui and Pingyan were going to lose their lives because of her mistake? She bought these 2 little guys not long after they were born, and she personally fed them with Lingquan water and milk powder. What's the difference between this and your own children? Chen Qiuyao has been a family member to them for a long time. Ding, ding, ding. The ECG monitor, which had been extremely regular and steady like an old dog, suddenly made an explosive beep. Chapter 89. Puff. Ahem. Wanli and Mo Lao, who had been watching the show and drinking tea and didn't think Ji could bring any surprises, both burst out in anger. They threw the teacups away, pushed Ji-Air away, and rushed forward. One takes the pulse and flips up the eyelids, and the other measures the blood pressure with a stethoscope. The patient is conscious, the 2 doctors, who had never gotten along, said in unison. Hurry, hurry, get the defibrillator. Oh, move aside, and let me give her a few injections first. The 2 of them spoke in unison again. Are you going to wake up? The big boss, who was reviewing documents while hanging on in 4 drip, had a light in his eyes. I said she was blessed by fate. God has sent us here, and he will not take us back until the mission is completed. But Chen Qiuyao couldn't wait any longer and had already thought of a solution. Space. She was unconscious due to mental exhaustion, and the spiritual spring water in the space was the life-saving medicine. As she thought about this, she moved her mind and controlled herself, and with a little bit of mental strength she had just recovered, she entered the space. Then it fell to the ground in space with a thud. Fortunately, it was just my consciousness that entered, and the fall didn't hurt. However, with Chen Qiuyao's pitifully limited mental strength, she couldn't even teleport. Fortunately, she was thinking about the spiritual spring when she entered the space, and the place where she landed was not far from the spirit. Even if you just crawl over there, it won't take much time. And at this time outside, drop. The moment Chen Qiuyao entered the space, the tone of the ECG monitor suddenly changed. The line that originally had ups and downs also turned into a straight line. The patient has no vital signs. Save him quickly. Wanli didn't care about anything else. Pushed Mr. Mo away and quickly plugged in the defibrillator. Please help me with this matter of saving my life. Isn't Chinese medicine's acupuncture faster than Western medicine's electric shock? In the space, Chen Qiuyao had already crawled to the spiritual spring. She stretched out her hand and scooped up a handful of water from the shallow jade pool to drink. Suddenly, I felt a coolness in my head, and the pain that was tearing my soul was alleviated a lot. It was as if my hands and feet weighed 1,000 pounds, and they became light and powerful. Then Chen Qiuyao heard that her vital signs had disappeared and that a defibrillator should be used to rescue her. Chen Qiuyao. Her consciousness immediately left the space and returned to her body. She didn't want to be turned into a barbecue. Wait, she struggled to open her eyes. With the help of the spiritual spring water, she succeeded this time. But just one sentence took a lot of her effort. Chen Qiuyao thought she was shouting with all her strength. But in fact, it was just weak and as faint as a mosquito. I'm alive. Oh my God, what a miracle. You really love your son. Seeing this scene, the two doctors who were about to rescue the patient were stunned. It's good that you wake up. It's good that you wake up. Ji-er almost burst into tears. I knew that fate would still favor me. Ahem. The big boss felt dizzy and coughed again because of excitement. Chapter 90. Hey, little girl, you've gotten much better. Is this what they call a desperate struggle to survive? While feeling Chen Qiuyao's pulse, Mo Lao's hand on his beard paused heavily, and he almost pulled his beard off. Every respected old Chinese medicine practitioner has almost the same virtue, medical fanaticism. Come on, stick out your tongue. Let me check it. Do you mind if I examine it? Old Mo said as he was about to pull up Chen Qiuyao's eyelids. I'm so busy that I want to see everything. I won't die. Give me a bottle of rambutan candy first. Chen Qiuyao was full of resentment. She had to take medicine every day, but no one remembered to feed her anything to eat. Although the evolved Chen Qiuyao is less likely to starve to death, she also needs more energy replenishment. In short, her current half-dead state was half because she was really hurt mentally and was really weak, and half because of hunger. Although there are billions of supplies in her space, there are countless fruit trees on the mountain, countless cattle and sheep on the land, and countless fish and shrimp in the river. But she couldn't take it out in front of everyone. What's the use? No, give me the nutritional supplements. I want the advanced version. Chen Qiuyao suddenly thought of it. The advanced version of the nutritional supplement is more nutritious than any rambutan candy. You haven't even been examined for your near-death experience, so why are you drinking nutritional supplements? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to take the supplements? First, a bottle of rambutan candy. But unfortunately, Chen Qiuyao could not make the decision, and it was Mr. Mo who had the final say. Go, bring the dog to me first. Chen Qiuyao took some rambutan candy and felt a little stronger. He didn't even think about drinking the spiritual spring water again. After all, recovery must be gradual, and he still remembered his character. If I can recover in 2 or 3 days, then my sacrifice would be worthless. The password is 8684856. Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath. Then first do this, then do that. She was not afraid to tell others her password. After all, it can be changed. Chen Qiuyao designed several sets of password door locks alone. In addition to the password, you also need a key and the ability to unlock the mechanism. Okay, you wait. Ji-er is worthy of being the best assistant of Ji Yanli. Chen Qiuyao only said such a complicated method once, and he remembered it all. The other 3 people who heard the same thing were still confused. Wait, Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath and called out to Ji-er, who was about to walk out the door. Feed them first and bring them here. They love to eat meat. The refrigerator in the hall is full of their rations. This is really the case where whoever's child is the one they will feel sorry for. Because of the mistake, Sui Sui and Pingyan, who were in the growth and evolution period and needed a lot of food and energy, went hungry for 3 days. Chen Qiuyao felt that she was almost overwhelmed by guilt. Even if they were hungry for 1 more second, Chen Qiuyao felt that she could no longer accept it. Don't worry. Ji-er walked quickly and wanted to bring the 2 puppies over. This way Chen Qiuyao will get better faster. Girl, thank you on behalf of the Dragon Nation. The big boss was sitting on the hospital bed on the other side with a sincere look on his face. No, maybe I should thank you. Chen Qiuyao looked at the boss who was lying on the hospital bed with one hand hooked up to an 4 and the other swollen hand reviewing documents, and she felt awe. She really should pay tribute to him. Chapter 91. If I had not been the big boss in my previous life, my life would have been much more difficult at the Spark base in the early days of the apocalypse. If there was a way, Chen Qiuyao didn't want to lie to him deliberately, but her situation was too special. Rebirth after death, and also got a space to grow like the small world in the immortal cultivation novels. Once this gets out, countless people, whether hoping, despairing, or praying for immortality, will tear themselves apart and swallow themselves. But it's different for a prophet who has to pay a price. Just take the initiative and don't force it too much even if someone covets it. Otherwise, I'll just faint and be half dead in front of you. If you faint for 10 days or half a month, they will still try their best to save your life and beg you to say, I won't die. You. The big boss hesitated and finally said nothing. Forget it. Let's take a rest first. Asking is his responsibility to the people, and not asking is his love for Chen Qiuyao. Cough, cough. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes, looking weak. I don't know the exact time, but it won't be short. If you pour out everything you know at once, even if your contribution is great, your own value will be greatly reduced. Just like fishing, who puts all the bait in the water before making the nest? Don't you have to catch a fish before putting down a wave of bait? Besides, the drought is already going on, and the acid rain and heavy rain will take about a month to finish, so there is no rush. All right. Chen Qiuyao remembered that she had forgotten something. I want you to save someone. Who? The big boss narrowed his eyes. He had already checked that Chen Qiuyao's parents were no longer around, and her only 2 blood relatives, as well as her so-called fiancé and best friend, had all been locked up in the confinement room. Then the person Chen Qiuyao wants to save should not be related to herself, but to this doomsday, Nanfang Yeziking. Chen Qiuyao's thoughts flew far away. He was indeed a great man. The mitigating agent he developed not only increased the probability of successful evolution, but also gave ordinary people, who would have died if they failed to evolve, a chance to survive. He has saved countless lives. If there really were gods and immortals in this world, he should be full of merits. Although none of the ordinary people he saved survived to the end of the world. However, those ordinary people also made their final contribution to humankind reproduction. After becoming an evolver, reproduction becomes difficult, so 99% of new lives at the end of the world are conceived by ordinary people. Each one is a treasure of humanity. These children who were born at the end of the world and whose parents failed to evolve but survived have almost a 50% chance of becoming evolvers. Even at the end of the world, they are held in the palm of everyone's hand and raised like pearls. They are humanity's last hope. Perhaps only they can see true peace and light. Yi Ziqing. The big boss had actually heard of him, the 3-year-old prodigy from the Yi family in Nanchang, who could taste the conflicting properties of medicines. At first, everyone thought he would become a doctor and become an internationally famous player. But he chose to do scientific research, and his talent was comparable to Su Qingqiu's at the time, and was even better than his former self. Don't worry. When Xiao Ji left, I asked him to bring back some important scientific researchers along the way, and Yi Ziqing is one of them. Chapter 92. Whoa. Ouch. After a while, Sui Sui and Ping'an were taken to the infirmary. Perhaps the 2 dogs were able to resist hunger due to evolution, so they did not lose much weight in 3 days. But when I saw Chen Qiuyao, her tail was shaking like a propeller, and she was about to fly into the sky. As soon as he reached the door, he pounced. Hey, he's still a patient, be gentle. Seeing this, Mr. Mo quickly pushed Wanli, who had not yet reacted, out to block the 2 huge monsters. Bang! Ouch! Although he is still a cub, Sui Sui and Ping'an are now in a size and strength that are unmatched by ordinary people. The 2 dogs together knocked the unfortunate Wanli away, and he hit the table nearby. Be careful. This equipment is much more expensive than you. Mr. Mo rushed forward and hugged the shaky ECG monitor. Wanli's back hit the corner of the table. Dr. Wan, are you okay? Hearing the loud bang, Chen Qiuyao couldn't help feeling guilty. My own furry kid has gotten into trouble again. Get up! Whoa! Sui Sui and Ping'an shook their still dizzy heads and walked towards Chen Qiuyao with 3 swaying steps. The huge dog's head kept rubbing against each other, and a whining sound kept coming out of its mouth, as if it was complaining about its grievances. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Chen Qiuyao lay weakly on the bed, stretching out her hands to stroke the fur of her two sons to comfort them. "I haven't been home for 3 days, and I don't know if these two little guys think they have been abandoned." "Ouch! Go away, go away. Don't you know there's a plague outside? They just came in from outside and are so close. If you get infected..." Wanli's face was pale, and he was helped up from the ground by the nurse. He touched his almost broken waist with a look of resentment on his face. He usually gets annoyed by unreasonable family members, but he didn't expect that he could create an advanced version this time. Will he take revenge on this or not? Although my waist still hurt, as if it was about to break, it seemed really embarrassing to argue with these two beasts. There's already a plague out there. Chen Qiuyao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little sad and a little fortunate. Although it was still not prevented, the pace of the plague was finally slowed down for a few days. The scale won't be as big as in the previous life. After all, Longquan Mountain has been cleaned up, so there shouldn't be many sources of pollution. If they are dealt with, the plague can be controlled. Yes, some water sources on Longquan Mountain have been polluted. In addition, bodies were constantly being burned in the city, and the virus entered the air through the thick smoke, which is how it spread. The big boss looked worried. The virus is in the air. How can we prevent it? In fact, everyone has a set of protective clothing, and they can severely contain the epidemic by doing a good job of disinfection. However, those people on Longquan Mountain don't have to worry about protective clothing, because it's included in the supplies donated by Chen Qiuyao. Chapter 93. But if it's the entire Spark base, it's not enough. Even if the army collected some from outside, how could high-quality protective clothing be mass-produced except for those working in dangerous jobs? So it's still not enough. Even if it's just for the army, it's not enough. After all, the soldiers of the capital army are strong and have undergone special training. 80% of them survived, which means there are still 600,000 to 700,000 people. Not to mention the 20 to 30 million survivors brought back from various cities near the capital. If it weren't for Chen Qiuyao's donation, the Xingho base would probably be in a tight spot now with its billions of stored grain. But now with that batch of food, the entire base won't have to worry about food for at least half a year. Thinking of this, the boss looked at Chen Qiuyao with gratitude. It's just that humans are now trapped in a drought that has lasted for almost 10 days, and the moisture on the surface of the earth has almost evaporated. The Longquan Spring Deep in Longquan Mountain still has water, but it also has the plague virus. Normal. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes. Let's dig some wells. Dig a few more wells 1 or 200 meters deep like I did. They will be useful. The well that Chen Qiuyao dug was a 200-meter deep well that was dug at great expense. If there is no water in this space, then this well will be her life-saving thing for the next 1 or 2 years. Although heavy rains and floods are not far away, that does not mean there will be no water shortage. The water that overflowed from the rivers, lakes, and seas was full of dead fish and shrimps. Even after heavy disinfection, there was still a risk of infection. Even seemingly mild rain carries with it a large number of viruses and bacteria accumulated during droughts. And the ancient viruses brought up by the water vapor from the glacier. Add to that acid rain, and the water from natural disasters like rainstorms and floods. How can it be the source of life? It is clearly a deadly poison. At this time, only the water from deep underground that has been filtered through the Earth's crust is safe to drink. But this also has a time limit, at most 1 or 2 years. Even the water deep underground will be contaminated by the viruses that seep in. However, by that time the vaccine had already been developed and the evolvers had already appeared, so they did not have to die. We're already digging. Due to the good geographical location of Longquan Mountain, almost every household has one well. The base at the foot of the mountain also carefully selected 20 deep wells and assigned people to look after them. But the survivors plus the nearly 40 million troops were not enough. Plus, the series of natural disasters that Chen Qiuyao mentioned, the boss has established very strict rules and regulations for the control of materials and water. Almost everyone is equal. The only privilege is that those who have their own wells or stored grain at home will not be forcibly confiscated by the big boss. After all, most of the people on Longquan Mountain are people who have made contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, and they're not given any chance to live. The big boss glanced at Chen Qiuyao and said, "This is absolutely not allowed. Oh, by the way, this is your ID card." The big boss took out a golden bracelet. It's not quite appropriate to call it a bracelet. It's just a white rope with a small plastic-sealed gold chip connected to it. Chen Qiuyao looked at the flash of color. I had never heard of gold in my previous life, but this life is different. Every time in troubled times, there are rules for troubled times. Special matters should be handled specially. The big boss saw Chen Qiuyao's confusion and explained patiently. No matter what the cause of the natural disaster is, China will not abandon its people. But now that it has come to a life and death situation, it is ridiculous to continue to shout slogans about equality for all. The big boss is much more decisive than Chen Qiuyao. Those who are capable should work harder. This is a healthy thing. I don't want to divide people into different levels, but effort should always be rewarded. Chapter 94. Whether your body can recover or not, your contribution to Dragon Country is unquestionable. So your chip is the highest level, and I have put 100,000 contribution points into your chip. In addition, as long as you are alive, you will receive 100 contribution points every month. There are 5 levels of bracelets, namely gray, yellow, green, purple, and gold. Gray refers to those with serious criminal records, or those who have committed less serious crimes but have not yet completed their sentences. Yellow represents ordinary people. Green is given to those advanced people and some managers who have made contributions to the country and received commendations. The purple ones represent the top management of the base, such as the big boss and the deputy base director, as well as some meritorious people and important scientific researchers who have made important contributions to the country. Only one golden one has been sent out so far, and it is with Chen Qiuyao. Although Chen Qiuyao did not fully interfere in the rights of the base, the group rights and protection she enjoyed at the base must be the best. She used her contribution points to exchange for supplies, all of which had a 50% discount. She even has the right of first choice. Even if the big boss and she like the same thing, she has to give it up. Thank you very much. Chen Qiuyao breathed a sigh of relief. All her suffering was not in vain. Not to mention the contribution value of 100,000. The contribution value of 100 per month may seem shabby, but it is actually very valuable. One contribution value can be diluted into 1 liter of water or a tube of nutrient solution that can last for a day. If we ignore the quality of life, Chen Qiuyao will not have to worry about dying of thirst or hunger, even if she does nothing every month as she has the minimum living allowance. And with this golden bracelet, she is considered a privileged class in the base. Although she will still be punished if she breaks the law, she enjoys priority in other aspects. Moreover, this also represents the official commitment and importance. Even if anyone has doubts, they cannot make things difficult for her openly. According to your request, I have arranged a nominal job for you at the Research Institute with 500 contribution points per month. You just need to clock in. If you research something valuable, you will be rewarded. Then the big boss paused. The higher-ups don't force you to do anything, and no one will explore your secrets. Even if you don't do anything now, your contributions will still be recorded in the annals of history. But if you are willing to speak out, the higher-ups will agree to all your conditions that do not harm the interests of the human race. The big boss didn't say it explicitly, but his hint was obvious. He would not force Chen Qiuyao to contribute to the country at the cost of harming her body. But if she is willing to contribute to humanity, then her contribution will definitely not be ignored. By the way, your health will be taken care of by the higher authorities. From now on, your medical treatment and medicine will be paid for by the higher authorities. If you are willing, the 2 doctors who have treated you will also become your personal doctors, and the higher authorities can also provide you with bodyguards. Those who were able to take up a position in Longquan Mountain have probably had their background thoroughly investigated. It was precisely because of this that the big boss dared to mention the importance of Chen Qiuyao in front of them. Because these 2 national players have been assigned to Chen Qiuyao by default. The backlash of leaking the secrets of heaven. Who knows if there will be any special sequelae or even a shortening of one's lifespan. The big boss hopes to make up for it even a little bit. Everything is for the continuation of mankind. If I can, I will definitely not refuse. But I don't need bodyguards and doctors. You know my situation is special, and I don't like someone following me around all the time. Chapter 95. Chen Qiuyao sighed. It seemed that the boss had decided to do everything he could to save more people. As for whether this will lead to more severe natural disasters and human extinction, although this is very important, it is not a reason to sacrifice compatriots. But Chen Qiuyao felt at ease. If the higher-ups really decided to sacrifice most people's lives for the continuation of the human race, then humanity would probably be on the verge of extinction. Because how can one be called a human being if he has lost his humanity? Without the courage to fight to the end if God wants to destroy me, human beings may really be seeking their own destruction. But your body. I know my body well. I'll just take care of it. Isn't it just a matter of living a few years less? Look at my miserable life now. There's nothing to be sad about if I lose 10 or 8 years. Chen Qiuyao's words were half true and half false. Although her mental strength was exhausted, it was not to the point where her life would be shortened. But her subsequent feelings were real. Even if she could only live 10 years before the end of the world, she would not choose 100 years after the end of the world. I won't mention it in this life, but life in my previous life was simply not a life for human beings. Chen Qiuyao had thought countless times that it might be more comfortable to die in the underground. It's not that she didn't have the courage, but she still had a will in her heart that refused to succumb to fate. Until he was betrayed by his relatives and friends. Then you have to bring a few guards back. Your safety is very important, you know? The big boss also accepted that perhaps this level of injury really could not be cured by ordinary doctors. They can protect me in secret, but they can't enter my yard or appear in front of me. Chen Qiuyao finally compromised. She wanted to say that her martial arts skills were quite impressive, although she was a delicate lady before the end of the world. In her previous life, those who survived to the end had all become masters. Even the most ordinary person might be able to fight against the so-called Special Forces king in peacetime. However, Chen Qiuyao thought of her own character, a prophet who suffered backlash for leaking the secrets of heaven. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to play the pig for a while. In this case, it would be nice to have someone protecting you secretly. At least it can solve many troublesome problems. It's all up to you. There is a saying that goes, all the willfulness and quirks of capable people will be regarded as personality by others. Now the big boss is also so tolerant of Chen Qiuyao. She deserves this based on her contribution. Girl, do you really not want me an old man? Let me tell you, your brain has been seriously injured. If you don't take good care of it, you might have a stroke or Alzheimer's disease prematurely. Old Mo stepped forward to fight for it. As for being assigned to Chen Qiuyao, it was really his own will. This girl is a medical miracle. His body was so strong that even with such severe brain damage, he was still able to wake up within 3 days. It is not an exaggeration to call this a miracle. If I can figure out something about this, then maybe I can really be famous for all eternity. Old Mo is not interested in fame and fortune, and he actually has no obsession with immortality. But if the secret of Chen Qiuyao's strong body and strong recovery ability is figured out, then this old man would probably be proud in front of his ancestors even in the underworld. Chapter 96. By the way, aren't you worried about your son? We are all-rounders in variety shows, so it's no problem for us to check and take care of these little guys on a regular basis. Don't worry, I have absolutely no ill intentions. I won't cut your flesh, bleed you, or cut your hair. I won't do any experiments. Just let me stay by your side to check your pulse and your complexion. Seeing that Chen Qiuyao remained unmoved, Mo Lao took out her trump card. Then I'll pay for it. I have 2 ginsengs that are nearly 1,000 years old. If you're willing, they'll all be yours. They're life-saving stuff. They can at least save 2 lives. No. Looking at Mr. Mo's burning gaze, Chen Qiuyao firmly refused. His eyes are almost as bright as X-rays. If he stays around, all the secrets will be dug out. See, I'm just taking a look at you, girl. Why are you so stingy? Old Mo's face was full of regret, but he didn't feel angry at all. I don't think my condition is serious, and I can be discharged from the hospital. After Chen Qiuyao finished hanging a bottle of guava candy and had some strength left, she couldn't help but say so. There's no place like home. Besides, this infirmary is not as comfortable as the doomsday fortress she built herself. At least it is not that cool. Although we have electricity and the air conditioner is on, how can an air conditioner withstand the rolling heat wave? Although Chen Qiuyao is said to have a high tolerance to cold and heat, it doesn't mean that she really doesn't feel anything. You'd be crazy to stay here and suffer. It doesn't matter to her, but she just doesn't want to let Sway and Pingin down. The 2 guys were so scared that they didn't want to leave her for a moment. However, the temperature was so high and they had such thick fur that they soon started to stick out their tongues due to the heat. Don't worry. Let's wait for 2 days. Brain damage is no joke. You can become a fool if you are not careful. We need to observe carefully, Mr. Mo and Wanli said in unison. I don't know when the next time I can do such a legitimate research will be, so this time I have to keep this girl for a few more days. But Wanli's idea was more perverted. Such tenacious vitality may be the legendary evolution. If we can get some hair and blood and use machines to study it carefully, we will probably make some major discoveries. However, after watching his boss staying there for 3 days, Receiving in 4 drip and handling documents, he had to give up the idea. This girl must be really important to be able to make the big boss do this. I don't want to collaborate with the enemy and commit treason, so alas. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your uncle and his group have all been released. Your second uncle and your ex-fiancé's families both evaded taxes by selling inferior goods as good ones, so they got gray cards. But the girl surnamed Lin didn't have any criminal record, so she got an ordinary yellow card. The big boss looked at Chen Qiuyao, wanting to see how she would react. Of course, the big boss can let them all get gray cards or kick them out of the base, but there is no order without rules. If the trend of abusing power for personal gain spreads from top to bottom, I'm afraid the Spark base will be in chaos from the root. Oh, let them be. Chen Qiuyao didn't have any idea. It would be satisfying to avenge oneself. What's the point of asking others for help? As for Lin Yu, she has always been a timid person. Unless she can win with one strike, she really dare not do anything bad. It's just a moral issue when it comes to stealing someone else's boyfriend. It is still the early stage of the apocalypse, and the order has not yet completely collapsed. She has not found a backer yet, so she can only maintain her image as a gentle and innocent girl. Chen Qiuyao felt ashamed for being played around by such a person and was too embarrassed to blame others. So I plan to let them stay and jump around a little bit and feel the sufferings of the world. Lingtian technology supplies have also been directly confiscated by the government. In other words, Chen Tian and Chun Long's donation cannot be considered as a donation, nor can they be awarded as advanced philanthropists or receive compensation for their contribution. Chapter 97. That Lingtian technology is no longer the Lingtian technology that my parents owned. I have sold the shares, and its affairs have nothing to do with me. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea gets cold. That's all. By the way, the base allows pets, right? Or should we get ID cards for these 2 pups? In the late apocalypse, having an evolved beast as a combat pet and partner is indeed an enviable thing. Most of those who can do this are military dogs, because monarchy has a stronger physique and obedience. The most important thing is that they are not easy to betray humans. Even if they do, they will never eat humans. In the late apocalypse, there was a beast king named Storm, which was a breed bred by the Dragon Kingdom itself and used as a military dog. He had evolved, but the soldier he trained with had not. Storm's intelligence increased greatly, and he was unwilling to obey others, so he escaped from the base and wandered around. Because of the systematic training, its IQ is higher than all the beast kings in the apocalypse, and it has become the top one. It is also the only evolved beast that remains friendly to humans. It does not eat people and will occasionally save someone it likes. It is particularly caring for children and will save them if it sees them. This may be a mark left by the time when it was a police dog, but that's all. Without any restraints, it belongs to the Beastman clan and will never fight for the human race. Do you want to apply for an ID card for your pet? The big boss was a little hesitant. Is this an exception or a full opening? But today humans can hardly take care of themselves, so where would they have the extra energy and food to keep pets? It's great that most people don't treat their pets as food. Believe me, you will be surprised. Chen Qiuyao smiled mysteriously. Those military and police dogs are our friends, aren't they? Now the end of the world has begun, and the high-temperature doomsday has lasted for many days. Those who were in poor health and had no luck probably all died. Those who can stay are probably all chosen ones. By the time the evolution virus arrives, the possibility of them evolving successfully is really high. Maybe it refers to the blue planet, which really hates humans. The possibility of animals evolving successfully is much higher than that of humans. Humanity suddenly fell from the position of dominance of the Earth, which it had firmly occupied for thousands or tens of thousands of years. In the past, a large number of animals became endangered or even extinct due to human greed. This is just the way things have been. And our national treasure. Chen Qiuyao blinked at the boss. Since it's said to be a national treasure, we can't give it up easily, right? In the last life, at the end of the world, there really was such a group of people who were kept as national treasures. Although national treasures can only act cute in peacetime, their ancestors were noble iron-eating beasts. In addition, it has been designated as a national treasure and has been born and raised under the care of mankind. Chapter 98. The brutality in their nature did not overwhelm their kindness towards humans. Therefore, they are truly one of the few evolved animals that have good intentions towards humans. It really is like humans took care of them in the past, raising humans with all their heart and soul. It is said that there is such a base in Sichuan province where humans and evolved beasts live together. The base is not big, but the main force guarding and breeding the base is a group of national treasures. However, after being incorporated into the official base, those national treasures were no longer willing to be bound by the organization and went about making a living on their own. I don't know if they have seen the coming of dawn. If someone could have a ferruginous animal in this life, he would be really lucky. If the ferruginous animal happens to be a female, she can even help you breastfeed your baby. In my previous life, I heard from people in that small base in Sichuan province that even though the newborns of the mutated iron-eating beasts were still fragile, the mortality rate was extremely high. When a ferruginous animal loses its cubs, its favorability towards human cubs will increase dramatically, and it will be willing to let the human cubs drink its milk. Children who have consumed evolved beast milk since childhood are much healthier than ordinary children, and the probability of successful purification is directly increased by almost 10%. This probability is almost comparable to the mitigating agent carefully developed by Yi Ziqing. Chen Qiuyao didn't know if only the milk of the iron-eating beast had this effect, but she thought it might be worth a try. Children who drink milk and grow up with evolved beasts from childhood will generally have a much greater chance of being recognized by evolved beasts when they grow up, right? What if, as the purifying beast drinks, it becomes overwhelmed with maternal love and starts to treat the person as its own cub? Wouldn't that be awesome? You're right. The big boss seemed to understand something. His eyes sparkled, and he nodded at Chen Qiuyao uncontrollably. I'll ask someone to draw up a rule now, but I see you like the look of the national treasure very much. Do you want to adopt one? The big boss returned the favor. Forget it. Chen Qiuyao was a little tempted, but finally refused with great reluctance. Raising a national treasure is still too high profile, not to mention that he already has Sui and Pinyin. In fact, there is a sense of territory between wild beasts. It is best not to raise them together if they are not of the same species. Otherwise, sooner or later, one of them will become stressed and violent. Thinking about the terrifying fighting power of the iron-eating beast, Chen Qiuyao said that she still felt sorry for her own puppy and that she fed it bit by bit with the spiritual spring water she saved from her teeth. It's not necessarily worse than the iron-eating beast. Moreover, Chen Qiuyao had no plans to have children in this life. After all, giving birth in peacetime is like walking through the gates of hell, let alone in the end times. Even if there is a spiritual spring, what does it matter? The spiritual spring can't deliver babies or cure dystocia. If you were supposed to die, you will die anyway. Chen Qiuyao was finally reborn, and her life was much more valuable than that of that kid who was still unknown where he was. So the iron-eating beast will help take care of the baby's milk. So what if the baby is Chen Qiuyao doesn't need it at all? Infrastructure is ingrained in the hearts of the people of Dragon Country. After half a month of construction, the Spark base is now in good shape. Except for the roads and paths, the entire base is densely packed with small and low earthen houses. The overall shape is oval, and it doesn't look like a house. It looks more like a cave where humans lived in ancient times. In fact, it was not the official who cut corners, but they were forced to do so. Drought, heavy rain, floods, hail, lightning, mudslides. Chapter 99. A series of natural disasters almost scared the boss so much that he immediately had the design of the base changed. What kind of house are you building? You can live in a cave. It saves time, effort, and materials. We won't feel bad if it is damaged by floods, lightning, or hail. When the last little ice age comes at the end of the world, we can simply abandon the upper part and build underground caves to keep warm for a longer period of time. However, the big bosses were not so wasteful as to have the houses that had already been built demolished. Renting it to those who are capable will not result in waste. However, although the Spark base is very simple due to necessity, its gate is very majestic, almost 20 meters high, a height that can scare people with acrophobia to death. It is made entirely of bricks, stones, and steel plates. Even in the late stage of the apocalypse, we can still defend against the rampant evolved beasts. On the city wall was a row of straight soldiers. Although the sun had not risen since the end of the world, their uniforms were still soaked with sweat, and their skin was cracked as if they had been dried out by the extremely high temperature. Carrying new firearms, he guards the peace of the base diligently. His resolute face and unwavering eyes give people a great sense of security. Something's happening. Be alert. The weather-beaten scout on the city wall holding a telescope suddenly gave a warning in a hoarse voice. Because of the water shortage at the base, dry and bleeding throats are common. Someone stop the car? In the telescope was a long convoy. with a few high-clearance off-road vehicles at the head and large trucks following in an endless line behind. The scout was startled upon seeing this. Although he was not sure whether they had any malicious intentions, perhaps it was always a good idea to be prepared for a battle. "Sir, look!" Seeing the leader coming, the scout breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the telescope. It was such a big scene, and he, a small scout, really couldn't handle it. "What are you doing? Stop the car where you are and get out for inspection." The man was Li Changjun. He was holding a loudspeaker and started yelling. The endless convoy was estimated to be at least 200 or 300 vehicles. If it was just supplies, it would be fine. But if it was all people, this is not impossible. After all, when the end of the world comes, there are always some idiots who think they are the king and the savior. The end of the world is their stage for development, and there are many conflicts with the official base. But this is the first one who dares to come here like this. Fortunately, the worst situation had not yet occurred. The convoy on the opposite side heard his voice and slowly stopped. Only a few off-road vehicles at the head drove towards the gate of the base. "Be alert!" Li Changjun narrowed his eyes and looked at the off-road vehicles with an unfriendly expression. Based on his eyesight, he could sense a murderous aura from the people in the car, and this person might not be a good person. "Stop the car, get down, and surrender your weapons for inspection. I'll shoot if you come any closer." Li Changjun's eyes were full of murderous intent. After he finished speaking, he dropped the loudspeaker and snatched a gun from the back of his subordinate next to him. "Hey, Uncle Li, we are one." The one who spoke was the bold and foolish Ji. He was not even afraid of death and just stuck his head out. "What are you afraid of? Which enemy is coming with hundreds of trucks of supplies to bring you warmth?" Ji was really brave, but probably also because he knew Li Changjun. This person has always been steady. At least he is not the kind of person who wants to explode when he sees a head. "Put down your guns." He recognized Ji. After all, since Ji Yanli came to power, he has donated money, materials, and sperm to the country every year. The specific details are all handled by Season 1 and Season 2. These two men were like the good fortune boys sitting under the god of wealth. There was no military commander in the capital who did not recognize them. Chapter 100. You're back? How's the situation in the south? Ji Yanli was wearing a neat black battle suit, and his face, which was originally as gentle as jade, now looked a little weathered. In just over half a month, he has lost a lot of weight, and his jade-like face is beginning to show some angles. Even the big boss felt a little distressed when he saw it. Although this person is not a junior of his family, he is almost the same. Ji Yanli has indeed done a lot for Longhua. The Ji family, the Ling family, and the Shun family have formed a three-way balance of power and have basically stabilized and have established the Qinglong base. Mayor Lin, who was sent by the government, became the head of the base, but he was basically sidelined. "This is the letter he asked me to bring back." Ji Yanli took out a wax-sealed letter from his pocket. The big boss didn't shy away from it and took the letter and opened it on the spot. After reading it quickly, his face, it doesn't seem that serious. From ancient times to the present, troubled times have always been the thing that best fosters ambition. The big boss was well prepared, so it was not surprising. "Did you bring back all the people I asked you to bring back?" He became a little worried when he mentioned the big boss. "Everything else is not important, but now that something has happened to Yi Ziqing, we are at a loss. Did you bring back one of them, named Yi Ziqing?" Ji Yanli keenly sensed that the boss was in a bad mood, but he couldn't put it into words for a moment. "We brought back everyone on the list who are still alive, but unfortunately some of the older ones." Ji Yanli didn't say it explicitly, but those who understood understood. Yi Ziqing and Ji Yanli happened to know each other, and they were quite familiar with each other. The Yi family used to be a subsidiary family of the Ji family. He was one of those people who was highly valued, so Yi Ziqing appeared in the Yi family when he was very young. I have to say that this person is naturally good-tempered and treats everyone the same, even Ji Yanli, who was not in a very good situation at the time. So after Ji Yanli came to power, the two of them remained good friends. The saying, "the friendship between gentlemen is as pure as water," describes them. Oh! The big boss sighed and looked sad when he heard this. But he quickly recovered. After all, he had seen too many lives lost in these days. "Okay, go ahead." Yao must be waiting anxiously. The boss waved his hand and didn't ask any other questions. After all, how could Ji Yanli go back to the big boss in the south without sending someone to catch this ride? He trusted Ji Yanli, but something still required his own people to do. Therefore, just ask a few questions to show your appreciation. It's not him that the big boss really cares about. "Then the supplies I brought back, Follow the rules. Do you still expect me to help you through the back door? The big boss scolded with a smile. Well, I came all the way here to bring him back to you, so I have to charge you for the gas, right? Can't I charge you 10%, less than 30%? The big boss looked at him helplessly. In today's world, even the god of wealth has become stingy. In the past, donating money and supplies to the country was something we did without even blinking an eye. There were guns among the supplies I brought back. Ji Yanli said bluntly, the world is in chaos. If you don't have guns, you will be someone else's granary. There is no rule prohibiting guns in the base, but you are not allowed to shoot and injure people in the base. The big boss was very calm. Ever since he knew that there would be natural disasters such as evolved beasts, he began to make preparations. In such a chaotic world, if we still follow the old ways, then there will be no room for survival for humans. Chapter 101. Great! How about I donate 100,000 bullets to the base? Ji Yanli said generously. Before the end of the world, he was the world's largest arms dealer, and the supplies he brought were naturally not just the few hundred trucks that could be seen on the surface. The remaining weapons were moved to a place closer to the northern base and hidden. That place is impervious to water and fire, and it won't collapse even if there's an earthquake. You are really generous. The big boss was also surprised that he had so many arms. After all, he could donate so many bullets without blinking an eye. I'm afraid he might have 10 times more. It seems that this guy is not an ordinary person. This is a greeting to myself in advance. When the big boss thought about this, he thought of Chen Qiuyao, who was taking advantage of the situation in the research institute every day. It's not ordinary, right? In this world of cannibalism, it's really not easy for ordinary people to survive. What can we do with bullets but no guns? The big boss did not miss the opportunity to make money. The world has changed, and the god of wealth is no longer generous. Perhaps this is the last time. I'm giving 5,000 of the latest sniper rifles. Ji Yanli had expected this. He just spent money to avoid disaster. After all, he still occupies a large piece of land on Longquan Mountain. If we use the apocalyptic money calculation method, they are not losing money, but it is the apocalypse now. There are always some people who are not in their right minds. It is better to spend money to avoid disaster. This is just a drop in the bucket for him. Anything is better than getting into trouble with the authorities. Okay, take a good look at these rules at the Spark base. I'll have Shaoli take you to get your ID cards later. Since the land on the hillside has been rented to you, it will not be reclaimed. It is enough for your subordinates to live in. However, if they break the rules, I will treat them equally. The big boss made it clear first. Since you have chosen to join the northern base, you have to follow his northern rules. Some conveniences will certainly be given, but it is definitely impossible to make clouds and rain as easily as before. Of course, Ji Yanli did not object to this, but became curious about other things. Who designed this base? Why is it so simple? Ji Yanli couldn't help but ask. When he entered the base and looked around, he didn't see a normal building. Most of the base is semicircular, and some can even be called caves. Of course, there are more tents, and there are not even holes to live in. Is the Spark base really that poor? Not really. This is really too embarrassing. Fortunately, we now have the rudiments of natural disasters, and communication and travel are inconvenient. Otherwise, if other bases knew about this, especially the Qinglong base, then the authority of the official base would be destroyed. Why does it need to be so beautiful? Can it be edible? A house made of yellow mud is cool and breathable, and it doesn't require much time and materials. We won't feel bad if it is destroyed by a natural disaster in the future. The big boss didn't feel ashamed at all. How can you save face in this situation? Natural disasters really come in a queue without giving us a single day off. It would be best if the base is not built like Chen Qiuyao's Doomsday Fortress. Otherwise, it will be destroyed by a natural disaster sooner or later. In this case, let's change our thinking. If you can't make the strongest, make the simplest. This way you won't feel sad if it's destroyed, and no one will be killed if it collapses. Chapter 102. Brother, is this the official base? Everything will be fine once we get here, right? These scientific researchers have now been arranged to stay in the big boss's home, waiting for him to approach. It was a rare opportunity for a dirty girl to sit on a clean and tidy sofa, and she felt a little awkward. It really would have been like the end of the world here, if it weren't for the tents and caves. Are they going to live there in the future? It feels even shabbier than Qinglong Base. Can we really live well here? Sure, don't be afraid. A bookish and gentle man in white patted his sister's shoulder as if to comfort her. Although his white shirt was extremely dirty, I didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment from him, only calmness and composure. A pair of eyes that were clean and clear, filled with tenderness, as if they had never seen the sufferings of the world. Even though his face is weathered now, looking into his eyes, one feels as if being wrapped in endless spring water, so delicate and gentle that it makes one feel extremely at ease. It will be fine, little girl. Our country has never been without hardships. Its current strength was earned with blood and tears. We were able to win the previous times, and this time is no exception. The speaker was a middle-aged man with half-white hair and a thin body. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes and sorrow, as if the end of the world had come. In just half a month, he had experienced countless human sufferings, but the hope and strength in his voice could not be ignored. Thank you all for your hard work along the way. The big boss finally saw Ji Yanli off and had time to meet these people who had dedicated their entire lives to the country. Without exception, they all looked disheveled and exhausted, but there was an unyielding faith in their eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived until now. Thank you for the hard work, big boss. Those who can make the country not give up even at this time are all big names in various fields, and without exception, they can see the big boss from time to time. But when I saw the boss today, I found that he had changed a lot. His originally black and gray hair had all turned silver, and his rosy and healthy face had also turned dark blue. Even his slightly plump figure, which used to be due to lack of time for exercise, has quickly become thinner, and his cheeks are even a little sunken. It can be seen that the big boss has not had an easy time these days. At least I can sit here peacefully, drink tea, and enjoy the air conditioning. How can I say that my life is hard? The big boss sighed. This time we have encountered the biggest crisis since the founding of our country. If we can't overcome it, perhaps the entire human race will be wiped out of history, or even history will be buried in the endless natural disasters. The big boss voice was heavy. The future of mankind may be in your hands. It's our incompetence. After hearing what the big boss said, more than a dozen big names in various fields in the living room lowered their heads. It is still unclear what the cause of this natural disaster is. It's magnetic field chaos, nuclear radiation, alien invasion. Let's just think of this as Blue Planet's punishment for humanity. The big boss let out a long sigh, which contained too much helplessness and despair. The pollution on the Blue Planet has become extremely serious. Some scientists even predict that if it continues like this, the world will end in just 1 or 2,000 years. The Blue Planet will no longer be able to withstand the greed of mankind. But how can these calm down those greedy people? Human beings are only 100 years old, and 1 or 2,000 years is too far away. Foreign countries don't pay much attention to inheritance. Instead of worrying about future generations in 1 or 2,000 years, it is better to worry about yourself now. Therefore, even though Longwo realized that such continuous damage to Lan was a big problem, it was unable to stop it. Chapter 103. Because the Dragon Kingdom has no way to stop, they are also constantly causing damage and pollution to Blue Star. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Even if the leaders know that if this continues, mankind will sooner or later perish, there is nothing they can do. After all, if they don't do this, the Dragon Kingdom will probably perish soon. How much blood of heroes has created the Dragon Kingdom of today? The Dragon Kingdom cannot fall behind. But the big boss didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Perhaps Lan Xing also felt that if she continued like this, she would become terminally ill and incurable. So he brought down natural disasters, destroyed civilization, and wiped out humanity. This is the inevitable retribution of cause and effect. There is no room for maneuver. After all, humans are too small compared to the entire Blue Planet, just like ants. Can't even beg for forgiveness, because there is no ability to communicate with Blue Star at all. This is ridiculous. Perhaps. I've said it before, blindly destroying the environment is not advisable. Blue Star has finally shown its fangs. Voices came one after another, some in favor and some against, but in the end there were more in favor because Blue Star is a somewhat mysterious country, and they believe in cause and effect more. So, what can we do now? Even if this is Blue Star's revenge, what can be done to stop this natural disaster? Hundreds of millions of people have died since the end of the world, right? Should this be enough? Naive. How many rabbits and mice have been harmed by our experiments? Would you feel sorry for the lives of a group of ants that bit you, and then live together in harmony? Why? If humans don't put away their arrogance, such natural disasters, even if they survive, will definitely not occur only once. Okay, stop arguing. The big boss rubbed his throbbing temple and stopped this meaningless war of words. Perhaps this natural disaster is really retribution. We are powerless to stop it. All we can do now is to use all our strength and methods to get through it. The big boss said this and took a pile of documents from the assistant behind him. Some of these are speculations from other experts, and some are predictions from Chen Qiuyao. In order to avoid leaks and arouse suspicion, the big boss mixed them all together with half-truths and half-lies. Here are some of the expert speculations about the end of the world. Take them back and look at them. Then, come up with a plan to find a way to alleviate the problem. Then the big boss glanced at the crowd and saw Yi Ziqing, who was standing in a corner and looked a little at a loss. She waved at him and said, "I remember you were studying biomedicine, right? I still have some information left by Dr. Qingxiu. Yes, it might be effective in resisting the apocalypse. How about you continue to study her topic?" The boss has a kind face, but where is the information actually left by Su Qingxiu? This was the result of Yi Ziqing's hard work, and Chen Qiuyao didn't want to encroach on it. Chapter 104. But for the sake of saving more lives, there is not much time left, so I can only use my mother's name to come up with some key data and ideas as an excuse to let them come out early. Although Chen Qiuyao knew that with Yi Ziqing's character and moral integrity, as long as it was helpful to mankind, he would not care about false reputation, and there was no need for him to do all that. But there was a difference between information and a complete product. It is still difficult to make, so it would be faster if their creator Yi Ziqing did it. Dr. Su also has a daughter. Although she hasn't received systematic training in these areas, she is very talented. I will arrange for her to be your assistant. Please take good care of her. The big boss felt a little guilty as he spoke, but it was quickly suppressed. This is already the best way. As for the others, I will make up for it slowly. Okay. Yi Ziqing was stunned for a moment and agreed in a gentle voice. Every era has a person who leads the way, and before him, there was Su Qingxiu. Yi Ziqing has always admired him, and what's more, he is only passionate about research and doesn't care about anything else. Besides, he also believed that the decision made by the boss at this time could not be said to be completely correct, but there must be a reason for it. Good boy. The big boss smiled with relief. The country will never forget your contribution. The villa halfway up the mountain belongs to Ji Yanli, and it is almost completed. There were only a few finishing touches left, making the whole yard look messy. After Ji Yanli and others left, Ji was not idle either. He hired many strong refugees from the mountain to continue the construction. We didn't stop until we thought they were about to come back, and then we carried out comprehensive disinfection and sterilization. Did Second Master have a smooth trip? In the study room in the main building of the villa, a high-power air conditioner was running at a humming sound, and there were plenty of ice cubes placed around to lower the temperature immediately. However, Ji looked at Ji Yanli, who was so thin that his angular features were exposed, and a flash of worry appeared in his eyes. They grew up together, except for Ji Yanli, who went through the most difficult period of his childhood. He had not seen Ji Yanli so miserable since he came to power. He was thin and dusty, and his body was full of fatigue and weathering. My cheeks, which were originally pale due to physical reasons, turned a little red due to the high temperature. Fortunately, the thick fog blocked the sunlight, and there was no invasion of ultraviolet rays, so I didn't get sunburned. It went smoothly. I got back all my belongings. This is just a part of it. Ji Yanli also smiled with relief. It would be stupid to transport all the supplies to the base. The supplies transported to the base were not enough, and Ji Yanli took back only 1/10 of them. He also hid the rest of the weapons and supplies in various places. He was once the world's largest arms dealer, and that title was no mere talk. The reserves we have are enough to support an army of 10,000 people for 10 years. There are even some supplies that have not been transported away from the south. After all, who can be sure that they will never go to the south in their lifetime? Although he gave up the base in the south, Ji Yanli left many backup plans in the south. Has anything major happened at the base during the time I was away? Ji felt a little guilty. Your wife almost died. Does this count? Chapter 105. The base in the north had taken shape and was named Spark. Later, the boss somehow changed the design and turned the originally clean, spacious, and grand base into a refugee concentration camp. Later, for some unknown reason, they rescued many national treasures, designated a separate area to keep them, and even promulgated a law to protect pets. Oh, by the way, not long after you left, the research institute developed a new repair agent. I tried it myself, and it works especially well on deficiencies and hidden injuries. I've asked someone to give it to Mr. Bai and asked him to see if he can use it. Jier looked very loyal. He was really worried that Ji Yanli's health would deteriorate rapidly in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Big boss! Ji Yanli narrowed his eyes, which seemed even bigger due to his thinness, and his slender knuckles casually turned the ring. It seems that he has some doubts, but is not sure. What about Yao? Ji Yanli nodded and asked Chen Qiuyao. Although he had taken special care of her, the boss tone when he mentioned Chen Qiuyao just now was too intimate. Moreover, when he just returned to the villa, he could always feel vague gazes, as if someone was watching him in secret. Second master, please forgive me. Jier looked guilty. The day after you left, the boss sent someone to invite Miss Chen over. I don't know what happened afterwards, but Miss Chen seemed to have suffered a brain injury and was in a coma for 3 days. It is my fault that I failed to take good care of Miss Chen. Please punish me. Jier suddenly knelt down on one knee with a serious look on his face. Where is she now? Ji Yanli frowned tightly when he heard this, and his inner worry was about to overflow. If this is the case, I'm afraid something big has gone wrong. So is she okay now? What about her personal safety and freedom? Miss Chen recovered very quickly and is now fine. She is now working at the Research Institute on Longquan Mountain. She has to stay for a while every morning before leaving. Who are those people in the dark? What's their purpose? It seems that the situation is not the worst yet. Ji Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that with a Yao's intelligence, he would never let himself fall into a desperate situation. This seems to be the bodyguard who is secretly protecting Miss Chen. Jier was also a little uncertain. He noticed those people as soon as they arrived, but they didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. Chen Qiuyao also told him not to care. Jier couldn't tell whether this person was someone sent by the authorities to monitor him or a bodyguard. I hope so. Qiyan Nisikit. He had known from the beginning that Chen Qiuyao had a secret, and some of her flaws were exposed. However, I never expected that even though I was helping to clean up the mess, I would still be noticed by the authorities. Was she really ill during the 3 days she was in a coma, or did the authorities torture her? Ji Yanli didn't dare to think about it. He just wanted to see Chen Qiuyao immediately. Don't worry, master. Take a rest first. Miss Chen doesn't seem to have any serious problems now. She only stays at the institute for one morning every day, and she doesn't look sad. She shouldn't have suffered any serious grievances. Jier sincerely comforted him. Otherwise, if you look exhausted and tired, Miss Chen will be worried if she sees you. I'll go wash up. You and Ji arrange food and lodging for the brothers. Ji Yanli compromised. This time, he brought only 200 or 300 men to the northern base, half of whom were combat forces and the other half were logistical forces. The rest were arranged in bases in various places. Nowadays, communication is inconvenient, so we can only use the most primitive methods to test for intelligence. Yes, Master Air is also relieved. Chapter 106. When Chen Qiuyao heard the news that Ji Yanli had returned, she bumped into Ji Yanli at the door. It is now the 21st day of the apocalypse. The flies that were once rampant have all died out, and a vaccine has been developed for the plague, which has been brought under control. So apart from the high temperature that was hot enough to kill people, the apocalypse has fallen into a rare period of calm. However, Chen Qiuyao knew that all this peace was just an illusion, and it was just brewing a greater disaster. Even half of the land behind Chen Qiuyao was cleared to plant Chinese herbal medicines that are both insect repellent and drought resistant. Except for a few necessary ventilation holes and the main door, all the intersections leading to the outside were blocked by Chen Qiuyao. Even the toilet was temporarily sealed. Although the rainstorm disaster is the end of the world and will begin in more than 30 days, the cockroach plague is not. After the water content in the air reached a certain standard a few days before the rainstorm, they began to stir and slowly recover. It is different from the small and delicate flies that have almost no killing power except spreading diseases. They are aggressive. Swarms of cockroaches are almost invincible in a humid, dark environment. At first, it only gnawed on people's nails, then fingers and toes, and later, perhaps because it tasted human flesh, it began to gnaw on human flesh. A single cockroach may not be a big deal, but swarms of cockroaches are like a swarm of locusts. A living person can be eaten up in an instant without leaving even a bone. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was an eternal nightmare, an all-pervasive nightmare. At first, some pesticides and poisons may be useful, but they will evolve later. Although the probability of evolution failure of these small insects is as high as 99.99%, they can't resist the large population base. In just a few months, it became a serious problem and a dreadful threat to the human race. If the rotten fish and shrimp brought up by the rainstorm and flood were not more to their taste, and if Xiaobing and the end of the world were not about to come by the time they finished eating, forcing them into a dormant period, I'm afraid the entire human race would have become their meal in the end. You're finally back. Chen Qiuyao's first reaction when she saw Ji Yanli, who had lost a lot of weight, was not heartache but relief. If it was a few days later and happened to be hit by a tide of cockroaches, wouldn't that person have been eaten to a skeleton? Let's talk inside. The first time Ji Yanli saw Chen Qiuyao, he didn't feel happy to see her, but his face was full of solemnity. He turned around and glanced at the place where the secret soldier was with sharp eyes. What if I get discovered? No problem. We are bodyguards, not assassins. Why should we hide from the target and his guests? In a corner outside the villa that was not easily noticed, two plainclothes soldiers made eyes at each other, feeling helpless. Look at the bodyguards around the big boss and several leaders, and then look at them. Which bodyguard is as despicable as theirs? They're not even allowed to appear in front of the protected person openly. But the one being protected seemed to have discovered them long ago, but just turned a blind eye. I don't know if it's like this. What else is there to hide? Anyway, when will this thief-like life end? Why don't you take a good rest? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Although Ji Yanli washed up, the dark circles under his eyes could not be covered up. Chen Qiuyao sighed and served him a cup of fragrant hand-ground coffee. Chapter 107. He looks even more like a national treasure than a national treasure. What's going on with the people outside? Has your secret been discovered? Jier said that you were unconscious for 3 days some time ago and your brain was injured. Did someone do something to you? Ji Yanli's face was serious and the worry in his eyes was almost overflowing. Su Minghan discovered something and reported it. Chen Qiuyao said calmly after taking a sip of coffee. This was told to her by the big boss. Did they do anything to you? Are you hurt? Ji Yanli Wenyan frowned, with murderous intent all over his body, but the worry in his eyes was almost turning into reality. No, at least the official rules are followed when the big boss is in power. Chen Qiuyao shook her head to signal him to rest assured. Looking at his anxious look, she felt a warm current flashing through her heart. This kind of strong concern has not been felt for a long time. Then why are you unconscious? He was interrupted by Chen Qiuyao before he could finish his words. As for my coma, you can say it was my own fault, or you can say it was expected. Everything was planned by Chen Qiuyao. Is she fully recovered now? Will there be any sequelae? Ji Yanli was still worried. He felt sorry for whoever's wife was, even though he hadn't caught up with her yet. I have a headache occasionally, but it's no big deal. Chen Qiuyao has now found a way to train her mental power. She consumes it cleanly and then waits for it to recover slowly, and then it will increase a little bit. Over time, your mental strength will slowly increase. But with this kind of training method, hard work and headaches are inevitable. Why don't you ask me what my secret is? Chen Qiuyao said with a smile. She had decided a few days ago that although she couldn't tell Ji Yanli everything, he would definitely know what the official knew, and he could also know a little about what the official couldn't know for the time being. This is the sincerity of their cooperation. Are you willing to tell me? Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao steadily. He respected her, so he didn't try to find out her secrets, but Ji Yanli would be happier if she could trust him. Because of this, their relationship took a step further. Do you believe me if I say I can tell fortunes? Chen Qiuyao said half-jokingly. Compared with Western prophets, Chen Qiuyao prefers her own national culture. Then what? Ji Yanli's heart trembled, but he was not too shocked. He had guessed it long ago, but it was just a tacit understanding. Then he calculated the bleak future of mankind, and almost scared the boss to death. Xiao, calculating the secrets of fate like this will always have backlash. No matter what, I don't want you to exchange your health for that so-called future. Ji Yanli frowned, full of worry. Although his sixth sense told him that Chen Qiuyao must be hiding something, it didn't matter. Why bother to get to the bottom of it? She said he believed it. What are you afraid of? Maybe the so-called backlash is those 3 disadvantages and 5 shortcomings, which will make me live alone for the rest of my life. Seeing Ji Yanli, who had neither suspicion nor greed in his eyes, Chen Qiuyao smiled more sincerely. He even added a bit of sarcasm, hoping that Ji Yanli would give up when he saw the difficulty. Sometimes love is really tiring. In this end times, ordinary people have to try their best to survive. Chen Qiuyao used a cheat to have a little energy left, but she didn't want to squander it. Chapter 108. Master Chongqing said that I am destined to be an emperor, so I am not afraid of being cursed. How about we give it a try? A smile appeared in Ji Yanli's eyes, half joking and half serious. Chen Qiuyao paused and looked at his face, which was obviously much thinner. Scenes from this life and the previous life alternated back and forth in her eyes. Chen Qiuyao had also seen Ji Yanli in her previous life. Anyone who could survive to the end of the world, even the most useless person, would be trained to become an all-rounder. Chen Qiuyao was not one of the top gang members in the northern base, but she had made a name for herself with her ruthlessness. When he came to the southern base with a group of migrants, he also met Ji Yanli with the crowd. At that time, Ji Yanli was also so thin and capable, with a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's, but without much emotion. There are only some fluctuations when I see Lin Yu. Although in this life, Ji Yanli seemed to have fallen in love with her at first sight and was deeply in love with her. He even lowered himself and tried to please her. But is this really the case? Does he really like her? Or maybe what he likes is just the life-saving grace in his youth. Or do you like her bright face? Otherwise, I and Ji Yanli would have met more than once in my previous life. We also fought side by side when the evolved beasts attacked, so we could be considered comrades in arms, right? Why isn't he tempted? Besides, in his previous life, he died at the hands of Lin Yu, Ji Yanli. Even if he didn't know it at the beginning, would he never know it? Will he be as fair and strict as he says? Or will he let Lin Yu go because of the so-called life-saving grace? Chen Qiuyao had no answers to these questions and didn't dare to think about them too much, so she could only reject Ji Yanli's advances again and again. Although Chen Qiuyao actually felt very lonely and tired walking alone in this disastrous end times. Isn't it enough to just be grateful for saving my life? Why do you have to mix in other emotions? Chen Qiuyao refused again. Is she moved? Perhaps she was. When she saw that this high and mighty man was willing to cook for her, Chen Qiuyao was already slightly moved. But being moved and taking action are two different things. So-called love is also mixed with a lot of passion. But Chen Qiuyao's actual mental age has passed that passionate period. Loneliness does exist. No matter how good Sui Sui and Ping'an are, they cannot speak. Although they have evolved to have the IQ of a 10-year-old child, they cannot understand the complex joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness of humans. But when I am reborn, everyone else has a brain, so how can I regress? It's just that she's lonely. How can it affect her emotions? Even in peacetime, the relationship between men and women will still have many unstable factors. Not to mention that it is the end of the world now, and we are struggling between life and death every day. Besides, can Ji Yanli distinguish between gratitude and love? What does he care about, the life-saving grace or the person Chen Qiuyao? But you said at the beginning that you would repay me with your life in return for saving my life. Ji Yanli also felt a little confused and aggrieved. Can we just use the excuse of childish words to get away with things just because we are young? Then what's the point of his persistence for nearly 10 years? Should I repay a life-saving favor with my own body? Do you really think so? This time it was Chen Qiuyao who was stunned, her voice even trembling. If this is true, then in my previous life, yes, then you go ahead. Did he also marry that woman Lin Yu in his previous life? Chen Qiuyao couldn't accept it. But then I thought, what is her position? Apart from the life-saving grace, they don't actually have a very close relationship with each other, so there is no reason for them to interfere in other people's marriages. Chapter 109. Me what? Ji Yanli was a little confused. Why was Chen Qiuyao suddenly so excited? There was even some resistance and disgust in his expression. Is his feeling really worthless or even disgusting to her? Ji Yanli's face unconsciously darkened. How could things turn out like this? She is his like. How can she hate him? Chen Qiuyao was a little stunned when she saw this scene, but quickly came to her senses. This is what Ji Yanli really looks like, right? Cold, strong, and self-centered. All the gentleness before was just an act to achieve the goal. Nothing. I just want to be quiet. Why are you so resistant to me? Since the first time we met. Ji Yanli went straight to the point. Since boiling a frog in warm water doesn't work, let's just go straight to the point. Yes, from the first time they met Ji Yanli, she could feel the sense of familiarity, resistance, and disgust in his eyes. It's just that he has never wanted to think about it. Ji Yanli always thought that as long as he treated her sincerely, she would be able to get rid of her grudge no matter what the reason was. But now it seems that this gap is really deep. If they don't find a way to solve it, I'm afraid they will never have a chance in this lifetime. Then why do you like me? Chen Qiuyao asked back. Ji Yanli was stunned. If you like it, you like it. Because of the life-saving grace? Or maybe it's because you haven't forgotten it all these years. Chen Qiuyao lowered her eyes with a hint of sarcasm. Yes, the Ji family has been thinking about it all the time. If they haven't gotten it for so many years, wouldn't it be ridiculous? No. Ji Yanli was a little panicked, but he actually didn't know when this feeling started. If it was because of the life-saving favor a few years ago, but they were still children at that time. At such a childish age, did they really understand what love was? Maybe it was because of a promise that could be regarded as a child's innocent words? Or maybe it is because of the constant beautification over the years that it has formed an obsession. No, it's not. Ji Yanli shook his head. Although these things were mixed in, his feelings could not be ignored. Her interest in him probably started from that time when she made a move on him in Country Yam. The person he wanted to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him was just such a woman. Beautiful, strong, and confident. Rather than a vassal who only thinks about love and revolves around him every day. Add to that the life-saving grace and the promise made back then. Isn't this their destiny? Why are there so many twists and turns? Why is she so resistant? Is it because of his identity? But he has always been clean all these years, not to mention scandals. There is not even a female mosquito around him. Favors and promises are just icing on the cake, Ji Yanli said solemnly. It is precisely because the woman he likes is not an ordinary woman that he has to take more trouble. Moreover, she was the one who redeemed him first, and it was also the promise he made. So he deserves to pay more and make more concessions. I don't know where the love comes from. It's so deep, I can't really explain the matter of feelings. I can't really tell when I started to like you. But I think if we hadn't met, if you hadn't saved my life, if you hadn't made the promise, as long as we had met, I would still like you. Chapter 110. Yeah, my marriage is based on my heart and cannot be summarized by a favor. I hope so. But if you didn't like the life-saving grace, the promise, and the persistence of those years, what would you do? Chen Qiuyao asked. Then let's just say we are not destined to be together. That kind of thing can't be forced. She saved my life, so I will protect her for the rest of her life and find a good man for her to marry off with honor. This may be something worth recalling and making me smile when I grow old. Ji Yanli is very open-minded. I don't believe it. In the wealthy circle, there are many business marriages. If you can't find someone you like, I don't believe you will be lonely all your life without getting married, having children, or leaving offspring. For Ji Yanli, his family really has a throne to inherit. Sooner or later you will have to compromise with life. At that time, will you feel that even if there is no love, it would not be bad to marry Lin Yu according to the original fate and promise? Chen Qiuyao must be cautious. It's not like she can't survive. So why would she want to find a man who has been used by Lin Yu? Even though nothing has happened in this life, Chen Qiuyao still feels disgusted. I can't, Ji Yanli said firmly. He will not compromise with fate or give in. Even though he really had billions of assets and no one to inherit them, he didn't want to let those old guys from the Ji family get away with it. Either donate it to the country or adopt one. Does Ji Yanli really think that it would be okay to give part of the family property to the descendants of Ji Yi and Ji Heir in the future? In short, he would not sacrifice himself for a child. Didn't you say you can tell fortunes? Then you can tell the answer by just calculating it. Ji Yanli suddenly had an idea. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that Chen Qiuyao's resistance to him might be due to her having calculated something. What's the misunderstanding? Did my future self do something that made you hate me? Ji Yanli guessed. What if I say yes? Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes. You are blind and just happen to be protecting the person who killed my enemy. What is it? Maybe some misunderstanding? Did you see it with your own eyes or hear it with your own ears? Or did you hear it from others? Do you have any evidence? Why are you judging me for something that has not happened in the future? Ji Yanli had a feeling that it was as he expected, and he calmly asked questions one by one. Oh, I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. That was not something that would not happen in the future, but something that had happened in the past. What if your prediction is wrong? Maybe there is another hidden story? Can't you feel my passionate feelings for you? Ji Yanli felt a little aggrieved. What the hell is this? You are protecting a man who killed me. There's nothing wrong with that. Chen Qiuyao also spoke frankly with him. Since you are going to refuse, just refuse it directly. Now that she has the country as her backer, she doesn't have to cling to Ji Yanli. Although that bond was built on interests, wasn't it the same for her and Ji Yanli? Real benefits are much more reliable than illusory love. The human heart is unpredictable. Even blood relatives, uncles and cousins can push themselves into the abyss for their own interests in the end. If she trusts others again in this life, then fate must have been blind and chosen a fool like her. Why? Because you are blind. Maybe you are blind too, aren't you? Ji Yanli suddenly laughed. Chapter 111. It's Lin Yu, right? Ji Yanli has always been a perceptive person. He connected together several things that were not right with Chen Qiuyao and roughly figured out the cause and effect. Lin Yu killed you, maybe with the help of the human experiment you mentioned to me. As for why I protected her, Ji Yanli reached out and took off the peace locket from Chen Qiuyao's neck. Maybe it's because of it? No, that's not enough. Maybe you have even mentioned what happened back then to your best friend inadvertently. Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao quietly. Because the end of the world is coming and everything is destroyed, there is no way to trace the past, so I believed her, so she wanted to kill you, right? You. Chen Qiuyao opened his eyes, slightly wide in shock. He really didn't expect Ji Yanli to be so sharp. Maybe your ability is not prediction or divination, but maybe it is traveling through time and space. Ji Yanli smiled gently, but said something that made Chen Qiuyao's back chilled. The situation was tense for a moment, and Chen Qiuyao had subconsciously raised her mental strength. But why are you smiling? Ji Yanli suddenly felt a little sad, with his eyes slightly red. Why is it that it's clearly our fault, but I have to bear the consequences alone? I haven't done anything in my life, right? Chen Qiuyao fell silent as she looked at Ji Yanli's red eyes. The murderous aura on her body slowly dissipated, and the mental strength that had been ready to go also dissipated. Yes, it was clearly the fault of both of them, and even my own stupidity accounted for most of the cause. But he felt at ease and blamed everything on Ji Yanli. Perhaps it is the body's subconscious self-protection? People are selfish. A trace of guilt flashed through Chen Qiuyao's heart. But she still didn't answer Ji Yanli's question. She just asked, where did I reveal my flaw? Compared to love, this is the most important thing, okay? If it was just a prophecy, how could there be such a strong sense of sorrow and resentment, such a strong murderous aura, such a sense of vicissitudes that cannot be hidden, and such a sharp skill if it was not experienced personally? Ji Yanli arrived slowly. Chen Qiuyao's acting skills are really not that good, because it's the end of the world, and although it requires one to keep a straight face, there's actually not much room for her to hone her acting skills. People are almost dead. Why are there so many intrigues? So no matter how you look at Chen Qiuyao's temperament, there seems to be a strong sense of incongruity with his age. Although she tried her best to cover it up, she still couldn't hide it from some old foxes and some curious babies who wanted to find out everything. Take Su Minghan, for example. Chen Qiuyao. There are so many flaws, but fortunately Uncle Su and Uncle Lee are careless and have filters for her. Otherwise, he would be exposed in a matter of minutes. Fortunately, when I went to meet the big boss, I was fully prepared and my mental strength was put to good use. Otherwise, I might not be as free as I am now. What else? Chen Qiuyao continued to ask. What about the space? She didn't reveal any flaws in this, did she? This is the most important thing. Anything else? Ji Yanli asked back. It seemed that she had a lot of secrets. Nothing. Chen Qiuyao shut up instantly. What do you think? She asked after a moment's silence. What did he want from her after knowing such a big secret of hers? Chapter 112. Physical or emotional? It doesn't matter. Chen Qiuyao no longer cares about these things. Anyway, she must find a way to see the end of the doomsday and the dawn of light in this life. Once the news of Rebirth gets out, even if the big boss doesn't have any evil thoughts, what about others? In the last days, a large number of cultists may emerge, some of whom practice human sacrifice, some conduct human experiments, and some advise humans to accept their fate and wait for death to atone for their sins. So varied. A reborn person is such a good experimental material. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao suddenly became murderous again, and her mental strength was already ready to go. But is it true that someone like Ji Yanli doesn't have any secondhand preparations? Season 1, Season 2, or someone else? How many people do I have to kill to ensure that the secret does not leak out? It's not a big deal. Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao affectionately. I won't use him to threaten you or do anything you don't want to do. I'm telling you this just to clear up the misunderstanding and give us a chance. Did you see Lin Yu and I get married in your previous life? Ji Yanli asked. No. Lin Yu went to the southern base with great effort. The scandal between the two had been circulated for several years, and even spread to the northern base. But Ji Yanli was always alone, and there was not even a female mosquito around him except Ji Yi and Ji Air. Many people even speculated that Ji Yanli liked men. Otherwise, which overlord of the last days would not hold the power of the world when awake and sleep on the lap of a beauty when drunk? That's it. If it wasn't the person I loved, I would have lived my whole life alone and never wronged myself. The so-called life-saving grace and the promise of my body are only for you. Ji Yanli sighed and looked at Chen Qiuyao steadily. So Xiao, don't resist me. Give me a chance to make amends, okay? There's still a long way to go in the future. Chen Qiuyao neither gave a direct answer nor refused. I'll go cook. What do you want to eat? Ji Yanli was overjoyed when he saw this. The topic was changed naturally, as if there had never been any rift or quarrel between them. Chen Qiuyao hadn't reacted yet, but after a moment of confusion, he understood what Ji Yanli meant. Even though his own villa was built, and even though they had just had an argument, this guy still wanted to move in. But Chen Qiuyao couldn't push him too hard at this time. Otherwise, a desperate dog would do something desperate. Ji Yanli has been a self-centered person since he was a child. If he was really pushed to the limit, who knows what he would do? It's better to let it be. If he can really make me let go of my prejudices and be moved, that is his ability. If you can't, after a long time, you will probably give up. After all, they are all chosen ones by heaven. Who would be willing to compromise for a long time without getting anything in return? What about the rent you promised me? Chen Qiuyao asked. Since she couldn't evict him, she would try to be fair and impartial. I'll ask Ji Air to bring it over later. Good. Ding dong. Chapter 113. Before Chen Qiuyao could finish her words, the doorbell rang. Chen Qiuyao raised her eyebrows, thinking that this guest had come at the right time and interrupted the awkward atmosphere between them, so she felt a bit favorable towards him. I'm here. Chen Qiuyao opened the door and saw a man in white clothes with a gentle look. He was truly gentle and looked harmless. His eyes were as clear as the rippling spring water. The glasses only made him look more refined and bookish. Although he also wore glasses, he was not as cold and ascetic as Su Minghan. He only used glasses to cover his eyes that were about to overflow with emotion. You are. Chen Qiuyao was stunned for a moment. The man in front of her was really someone who could easily make people feel good about him. It's like a gentle spring breeze that is not tainted by the filth of the world, bringing bursts of warmth and refreshing the heart. My name is Yi Ziqing. I'm a new neighbor. I'm here to visit with my sister. Yi Ziqing smiled slightly, and his voice was gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. Because of Chen Qiuyao, the big boss also placed this future rising star near her. Because almost all of the land on the hillside was sold to Ji Yanli, a small courtyard was allocated for him further up. That place was originally a lounge for security personnel. Although small, it had all the necessary facilities. It was very suitable for Yi Ziqing and his sister to live there. Although Yi Ziqing is obsessed with scientific research, he is not completely ignorant of the ways of the world. He just finished packing and came to visit his neighbor without even taking a rest. Since he is not qualified for the one above, he can only look for the one below. And when he heard that Ji Yanli lived not far away in Yi Ziqing, he wanted to come and keep in touch with him. After all, although he was not so lazy and ignorant that he did not know the difference between grains, he did have some common problems among scientific researchers. He doesn't have many life skills, which would be fine if it was just him. But if he has a younger sister, Yi Ziqing has to think carefully. Ji Yanli is the most suitable choice. He knows that it is impossible for Ji Yanli to help him take care of the children, but there must be trustworthy people around Ji Yanli. Rather than hiring just any nanny, Yi Ziqing, he would rather trust Ji Yanli, his friend of many years. After all his subordinates are elites, even the nanny and cook. Yi Ziqing. Chen Qiuyao was a little stunned, but kindness emanated from her whole body. He was the one who saved almost half of the survivors of the apocalypse and also indirectly saved her. Chen Qiuyao really couldn't imagine that he would be such a gentle person. This is my sister Yi Shu. We live upstairs. Please take care of her. After hearing what Yi Ziqing said, Chen Qiuyao looked down again and saw a little girl who was probably less than 10 years old. She had a delicate and childish face and seemed to have not grown up yet. 1477, Chen Qiuyao exclaimed, and for a moment the shock, heartache and relief in her eyes almost overflowed. What? Yi Ziqing was a little confused when he saw Chen Qiuyao like this. How come this girl seems to know his sister? 1477? What is this? As a researcher, Yi Ziqing immediately thought of the number. Your sister looks a lot like an old friend of mine. After a moment of loss of composure, Chen Qiuyao quickly recovered. Lies come out of his mouth without any hesitation, but they seem very sincere. Isn't it an old friend? The old friend who worked in a lab with me in the previous life. Although she hasn't grown up yet, Chen Qiuyao is sure that she won't make a mistake. During those torturous days and nights, they comforted and encouraged each other. Almost everyone has the other person's outline engraved in their bones. How could I admit my mistake? After her rebirth, Chen Qiuyao no longer had to recall the unforgettable experiences in the laboratory, but she never expected that they would meet again in this place in this way. Chapter 114. Chen Qiuyao was naturally happy about this. Coming? Chen Qiuyao raised a smile and used the most sincere tone in her life. She thought maybe this was the beauty of fate. The elder brother accidentally saved her life, and the younger sister also accompanied him through the most difficult period by accident. But if she had a choice, Chen Qiuyao would rather never see her in the laboratory. Who would have thought that the girl who was deaf and mute in the laboratory was still gentle? And she was also so shy and cute when she was a child. It seems that she arrived much earlier than Chen Qiuyao and suffered a lot of torture. But the tenderness, kindness, and hope in his heart have not been wiped out. Chen Qiuyao was originally very puzzled, but when she saw Yi Ziqing today, she suddenly understood. Maybe they're just such gentle people? If she hadn't been captured, she would have been like her brother, loving and helping everyone tenderly. Is it Jingnu Qishu? Chen Qiuyao's eyebrows were curved, and there was a faint light in her eyes. Ji Yanli said that Chen Qiuyao was his light, but Chen Qiuyao herself was just a girl who needed to be illuminated by the light. Fate is like this, wonderful beyond words. Now Chen Qiuyao has found her. Although she is still young, perhaps this is a gift from destiny. She will always remain so carefree. It doesn't matter even if she always acts like a little rabbit. I will protect her all my life. Yes, the light in Chen Qiuyao's eyes and the bright smile on his face really dazzled Yi Ziqing, and he nodded blankly. Hello, sister. Perhaps because she felt Chen Qiuyao's kindness, Yi Shu also poked her head out from behind Yi Ziqing. Those clear and clean eyes twinkled like a little rabbit. She pursed her lips and smiled shyly, but Chen Qiuyao felt that this child was glowing all over, like an angel. Come, sit anywhere, don't be polite. Chen Qiuyao smiled brightly and completely ignored Ji Yanli, who was also in the living room. But when Ji Yanli saw this scene, he was stunned. When had he ever seen her smile like this? Perhaps this is the true joy, without a trace of gloom, just like a real carefree 18-year-old girl. Why? Ji Yanli narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Yi Ziqing following in from behind. The man on the street is as handsome as jade and unparalleled in the world. Yi Ziqing is dressed in white and has picturesque features. Just standing there makes people feel like they are bathed in the spring breeze, and he easily attracts everyone's attention. He and Ji Yanli, who came out of the darkness, was used to the sufferings of the world and had a heart as hard as iron, were two different types. This is the type that both young girls who are just beginning to fall in love and experienced girls will like. When Ji Yanli thought of this, his eyes became dangerous and his whole body was cold. Yi Ziqing is fine with this look, as her friends have gotten used to it over the years. Brother! But he really scared Xiao Yeshu. After all, the little guy is not even 10 years old yet, and he has never experienced any maliciousness except the end of the world. At this moment, his face, which was slightly red due to the high temperature, looked pale. You are going to die. It was at this moment that Chen Qiuyao suddenly remembered that there was an evil spirit in her home. And you scared the child? Yi Ziqing felt helpless. Can Ji Yanli change his habit of looking at people's faces anytime and anywhere? If there was no sun in the apocalypse, this face would be good enough to be a door god if it was a little tanned. Although he is not ugly, his temperament can ward off evil spirits. Chapter 115. Sorry. Ji Yanli suddenly realized that his behavior was childish. Love at first sight? Chen Qiuyao. No, he is a very cautious person. I don't want to tell my secrets to another person anymore. So if I want to find a partner, someone who knows his secrets would be the best choice. But Chen Qiuyao has always been a rational person. So you are really here? Yi Ziqing exclaimed. Just now, Jier told him that he didn't believe it. There wasn't even a female mosquito around him. Ji Yanli suddenly got it? He even went to a girl's house and entered her house? They haven't seen each other for only half a year. This development is really too fast. Have you decided on it? Congratulations. Yi Ziqing said this sincerely. Although he was also surprised by Chen Qiuyao's beauty, as a scientific researcher, the first lesson he had to learn was rationality. The so-called love at first sight is nothing but the work of dopamine, which is an irresponsible result. You misunderstood. Chen Qiuyao was amazed at her familiarity with the two companies, but still explained in a faint voice. We are just an ordinary cooperative relationship. Yes, now we're not even friends. Sorry. Yi Ziqing was surprised by Chen Qiuyao's coldness. We have developed to the point where we live in the same room. Why do you seem so cold? Is this a relationship problem? Or maybe it was his brother who was forcibly marrying her. Considering Ji Yanli's domineering personality, he thought it was really possible. Yi Ziqing looked at Ji Yanli, with worry and disapproval flashing in his eyes. If this was the case, it would be too inappropriate. He planned to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Ji Yanli about this issue. I absolutely cannot just watch Ji Yanli keep making mistakes. The power in your hands cannot be turned into capital to do whatever you want. Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli's face darkened. What did Chen Qiuyao mean by this? Was she afraid that Yi Ziqing would misunderstand? But he still silently swallowed his anger, because he knew that both of them were actually rational people. Yi Ziqing is a gentle and polite man. He believes that a brother's wife should not be bullied. He knows that Chen Qiuyao is his woman, and he would never touch her. Come, have some tea. Chen Qiuyao made a cup of the bitterest cuting tea that she had stockpiled for Yi Ziqing. In my previous life, I heard people say that Dr. Yi worked day and night for scientific research, and his favorite drink was bitter tea. Thank you. Faced with Chen Qiuyao's shining eyes and excessive enthusiasm, Yi Ziqing felt a little embarrassed. Here, this is yours. Put on your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Chen Qiuyao placed a cup of warm, sweet milk in front of Yi Shu. There are also countless snacks, candies, chocolate cakes, beef jerky. In the previous life, when I heard her tell stories about these things, her eyes would light up. Poor child. Before he even grew up, the end of the world came, and he was accidentally tied to a laboratory. He didn't get to taste much sweetness, but only suffered. This was not enough. Chen Qiuyao looked at the little guy with messy hair and found some clothes and hair accessories for children in the space. Oh my God, it's a good thing I acquired a few clothing factories. Is this loving the house and loving the dog? Looking at Chen Qiuyao's appearance in front of and behind the door, although it was just for a little girl, Ji Yanli's face became even more sour. Chapter 116. It seems that Miss Chen likes children very much. Yi Ziqing smiled as she looked at Chen Qiuyao, who was braiding her sister's hair. No. Chen Qiuyao shook her head. She didn't like children. It's just that in the end times, every additional child means more hope. Even if you don't like the child, you will subconsciously love him or her. So Chen Qiuyao also collected a lot of children's supplies in her space. I just think Shuer is cute. Chen Qiuyao lowered her head and continued to braid her hair, but this did not hide her gentle smile. Yes, in Chen Qiuyao's eyes, there is no child cuter than her. They went through the most difficult last period together in their previous life. And in this life, I saved her by accident. Maybe this is fate. Shuer likes her sister so much. Yi Shu's eyes were bright. The child was very sensitive to good and evil. She could clearly feel Chen Qiuyao's kindness and love for her, which was like a quilt in winter, making her feel warm and safe. Then come and play more often. After all, our home is not far away. Chen Qiuyao wanted to lock Yi Shu up at home, but she also knew that was unrealistic. Yi Ziqing is still here, and you are stealing someone else's sister. Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? Wan Wu. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Just then, a wolf-like or dog-like barking sound came from upstairs. They were not vicious. Chen Qiuyao could tell that they were just complaining and urging each other. Now Chen Qiuyao doesn't often take them into the space. After all, they have to adapt to the end of the world and the high temperature. These days it is baked at 5 degrees of heat, and after a few days it will be time to add water and steam it. In short, in the early stages of the apocalypse, high temperatures are an inescapable nightmare. Is this a puppy? Yi Shu, who was very shy, suddenly had sparkling eyes on the sofa. She has loved cats and dogs since she was a child, but unfortunately, Yi Ziqing is slightly allergic to cat hair, so the sensible Yi Shu had to give up reluctantly. Yes, do you want to touch it? Don't be afraid, they are very well behaved. Chen Qiuyao was stunned for a moment, the doting in her eyes almost overflowing. Immediately, he went upstairs and brought down these two big guys that rarely showed up. At this time, Sui Sui and Ping'an were almost as tall as Chen Qiuyao's waist. They were huge in size, not like a husky, but more like a giant Alaskan. Wow! Yi Shu had two buns on her hair and was wearing a purple dress with a small cape. She was so adorable. Those big, bright eyes lit up like lights when they saw Sui Sui and Ping'an. Big dog! Shuer, be careful. Just when Yi Shu was about to pounce, Yi Ziqing stopped her. There were two large dogs, and even though they behaved really docilely, Yi Ziqing didn't dare to take risks with her sister. Besides, those two big guys were almost as tall as her. Let alone being bitten, even if she was pounced on, it would probably not be pleasant. Don't be afraid, they are very docile. Chen Qiuyao patted Sui Sui and Ping'an. The two little guys showed reluctance in their eyes, but they still lay down obediently. Is this your Alaska? Yi Ziqing was a little confused. If he was not mistaken, this should be a hybrid of a husky and a wolf, right? But why is it so big? Not sure, we'll check again. Maybe. Chen Qiuyao did not give a direct answer. It's hard to explain how a husky can grow so big so quickly, but it's okay for an Alaska. It should also have husky and wolf bloodlines. That's all Yi Ziqing could see. Chapter 117. After all, if it's safe, in addition to the grayish-white fur, it also has a faint silver tint. Dr. Yi has good eyesight. Lon and Husky's bloodline is real. As for Alaska, anyway, if she says yes, then yes it is. It's grown so big in an instant. Ji Yanli was also a little surprised. When he left, the two little guys were not even as tall as Chen Qiuyao's calves. He got so fat in just half a month. Did he take growth hormone? Whoa! Perhaps because he has grown up, Ping'an has become more confident. A pair of vertical pupils stared at Ji Yanli closely, making threatening, whining sounds. It always remembers that this person is dangerous. You've become more courageous. Ji Yanli smiled. He hadn't seen him for a while, and now his son was going to kill his father. Whoa! A man and a dog. One was calm and composed while the other was as if facing a powerful enemy. Before the fight even started, the winner had already been decided. That's enough. Chen Qiuyao patted Ping'an on the head lightly. He's not a bad guy. No matter what, he and Ji Yanli are still in a cooperative relationship. Do you want to ride it? Chen Qiuyao stretched out her hand to the little girl on the sofa, who was a little scared but still eager to try. Chen Qiuyao has always known that she likes cats and dogs very much. At that time, they were trapped in a laboratory and imagined that they would not be able to escape in the future. They were so daring that they wanted to catch a furry mutant beast as a pet. This way, it could be your partner in a fight, your bed when you are resting, and your mount when you are tired. It's really a pet with multiple uses. It's a pity that fantasy is just fantasy after all. They did not escape from the laboratory, nor did they survive, nor did they tame a furry mount. Fortunately, in this life, there is still time for everything. But, is it okay? The little guy pursed his lips, a little hesitant, but the eagerness in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Oh! Yi Ziqing was a little worried. After all, he had just seen the confrontation between Ping'an and Ji Yanli. Such a proud wolf. Dog. Would it really be willing to be ridden by others? Don't be afraid. Sui Sui has a good temper. If it were Ping'an, he might really not want to let anyone ride him except Chen Qiuyao, but Sui Sui didn't care. This stupid dog only inherited his father's stupidity and loyalty. He has none of the wolf's arrogance. He can betray himself with just a drop of spiritual spring water. Whoa! Sui Sui seemed to understand what he said, but he only raised his head slightly while his body remained lying down. It seems to be the default. After all, since they grew up, Chen Qiuyao only fed them spiritual spring water occasionally. How can Sui Sui, who has tasted the sweetness, be willing to accept this? Isn't it just letting a little girl ride on it? How much does she weigh? Sui Sui said that if Chen Qiuyao was willing to pay for the spiritual spring water every day, it would even be willing to carry the little girl for a walk every day. Chen Qiuyao picked up Yi Shu and put him on Sui Sui's back. Yi Shu was stunned for a moment, then burst into giggles. Sui Sui's hair was so long that Shu could even bury her face in it. Yi Shu, who was put on the dog's back, subconsciously lay down and grabbed its fur. But Sui Sui was not angry. Ping'an, who was standing by, saw this scene and just rolled his eyes at his stupid brother and didn't do anything else. However, this scene made Yi Ziqing and Ji Yanli marvel at it. Chapter 118. After all, this dog seems to be a little too smart. But after burying her head in the fur, Yishu relaxed after a while. I'm sorry, does it hurt? Let me blow it for you. When she came to her senses, she let go of the broken hair, her face full of guilt. I kept blowing on it out of pain, trying to blow the pain away. Sui Sui turned his head and rubbed her, looking dumbfounded. It wasn't intentional. How strong can a child's hands be? Look how much Shuer likes it. Why not get him a cat? It might be better for Shuer to have an animal friend that he raises from childhood. Chen Qiuyao suggested sincerely. She knew that Yishu had always wanted to have cats and dogs, but because her brother was allergic to hair, she never realized this wish until her death. Moreover, if she keeps a cat, when it evolves in the future, Yishu will have an extra layer of protection. As for whether the evolution can be successful, Chen Qiuyao, who uses the Lingquan cheating device, said it would definitely work. As for why it wasn't a dog, it was because Chen Qiuyao's family already had one. Xiao Yishu, just come to her house and play with her. No, I don't really like it. Yishu refused before Yi Ziqing even said anything. Because she has always depended on her brother. She has always been sensible and makes people feel distressed. Cats are cute, but brothers are more important. It's nice for her to be able to play with her dog here. Wrong. Yishu suddenly came to her senses and realized that dogs also have hair and can shed hair. Brother, are you okay? Yishu looked at Yi Ziqing nervously. Brother, it's okay. If Yishu hadn't mentioned it, Yi Ziqing, who hadn't sneezed the whole time, would have really forgotten about his hair allergy. It seems that these two dogs don't shed much hair. But Yi Ziqing thought about Yishu's cheerful laughter just now, and was indeed a little shaken. Because her parents died, my sister has always been a shy and timid child, and it seems that she has very few moments of happiness like this. He had to do experiments and didn't have much time to accompany her, so Yishu was actually always lonely. It's actually a good thing to have two little pets to accompany her. At worst, he can just wear a mask. If Shuer likes it, just keep one. It won't be a problem if you take care of it more frequently. Yi Ziqing touched his sister's head lovingly and was then hit down by her with an unhappy look on her face. You messed up my hair. Xiao Yishu pouted and was not happy at all. Half a month. For a whole half a month, she had been wearing a messy hair under her brother's care. The little girl also needs to save face, okay? Shuer is of course not happy that she has finally dressed up beautifully, but it is going to be messed up again. Oh, sorry. Yi Ziqing felt a little guilty looking at his sister's two loose little babies. It doesn't matter. If you like it, come to me again. I will braid your hair tomorrow too. Different braids. When Chen Qiuyao saw Shuer like this, her heart, which had been as cold as ice, was almost melted by her cuteness. Thank you, sister. Can you be my sister-in-law? The little girl looked at Chen Qiuyao, then looked at her brother, lowered her eyes, and pursed her lips shyly. She swallowed the second half of the sentence back into her stomach. Although she was young, Shuer knew that it was a bit presumptuous to say this when they first met. Chapter 119. But my brother is gentle and handsome, and many sisters pursued him in the past. I think Sister Yao will like him too. However, Shuer looked at Ji Yanli again. This brother is also good-looking, but he is too fierce and not as gentle as her brother. So she will definitely not be able to win. What are you doing? Chen Qiuyao just thought Shuer was so cute as she looked left and right. No, guess. I'm thinking about how to marry you as my sister-in-law. Shuer subconsciously wanted to deny it, but she remembered that her brother taught her not to lie, so she could only give an answer that was not really an answer. I guess you want to eat Sui Sui's ears. Chen Qiuyao's face was full of smiles. Shuer's hand had unconsciously reached Sui Sui's ears and was rubbing them vigorously. But the short hair on the ears is really nice to touch, and Chen Qiuyao likes it that way too. While Chen Qiuyao and Shuer were laughing and joking, Yi Ziqing had already finished a cup of bitter tea and was about to leave. They had just arrived, were penniless, and didn't even bring any gifts when they visited. How could they stay for dinner? If it weren't for the green cards issued to scientific researchers, which allowed them to receive a bottle of nutrient supplement every day and a basic contribution of 100, they would probably have starved to death when they first arrived. No way. Shuer took back her hand from the dog's ear guiltily, her eyes rolling around. Okay, Shuer, it's time for us to go home. Yi Ziqing put down the teacup and shouted with a smile. I'm sorry to bother you for so long. It's getting late, and we should go home. Yi Ziqing looked at Ji Yanli, his face gradually turning darker, feeling a little puzzled, but he still said goodbye tactfully. After all, it was really late. Are you leaving now? Shuer, who was half lying on Sui Sui's body, was a little reluctant. Her eyes were secretly staring at Xinjun, Gueo, and Ping'an. This one is even more handsome. She hasn't even touched it yet. Is she leaving now? It's getting late. Faced with his sister Yi Ziqing, who was obsessed with the furry body, he felt helpless. But he knew in his heart that it was not her fault. What's wrong if a kid just likes a furry thing? She's already very sensible. Or I'll give you a ride, and Shuer can ride the dog home, okay? Chen Qiuyao suddenly said, looking at Shuer, who was still unsatisfied. No, it's too much trouble. Yi Ziqing, looking at Ji Yanli's face, which was almost as black as the bottom of a pot, silently refused. This is indeed too troublesome, and now it is different from normal times. Going out in the high temperature of over 60 degrees is like fighting a war. If Yi Ziqing hadn't wanted to entrust Shuer to be raised at home today, he would never have brought his sister out. Although it's still very hot at home with the air conditioner on, it's better than suffering outside. Such a young child can easily get heat stroke if he is not careful. Shuer was very strong. Although she fainted several times, she managed to survive. Maybe she knew that she and her brother were the only ones left to depend on each other. What would happen to her brother if she left? It's not a problem. It's just on my way. I just happened to be going to the top of the mountain to see the big boss. Chen Qiuyao smiled slightly. She had been planning to tell him about the rainstorm in the next 2 days. She had to give him some time as a buffer, right? Otherwise, what was the point of his prediction? But if it can make Shuer happy riding on the puppy for a while longer, it doesn't matter if I say it today. Really? Shuer pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling. Riding the dog home? That's so cool. It's a pity that the weather is hot now, and everyone is staying at home, so perhaps not many people saw it. Chapter 120. Really? But can you go upstairs with your sister and change clothes first? Chen Qiuyao said as she glared at Yi Ziqing and shook her head. This person doesn't know how to take care of a child. Although there is no sun now, the temperature is so high. How can he not wear protective clothing? Look at Shuer's skin. It has become dry and red. Brother, the little girl, who was not even 10 years old, had no resistance to beautiful clothes. But she was very sensible. Although she wanted it very much, she did not agree immediately. Instead, she looked at Yi Ziqing cautiously. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Yi Ziqing politely declined. Although he did not sense any ill will from Chen Qiuyao, her enthusiasm was so overwhelming when they first met. It's not a big deal. No matter how delicately you treat a child, it's not a big deal. A child's skin can't withstand the heat or scald of an adult's. It's 60 degrees Celsius. If children go out for a walk without air conditioning, their skin will immediately become dry and red. Then thank you for your help. As expected, Yi Ziqing compromised immediately when this was mentioned. He can endure hardship, but he cannot let his sister suffer with him for the sake of so-called face. As for Chen Qiuyao's kindness, he will remember it in his heart and find a way to repay it. Anyway, they seem to be working in the same place, and Chen Qiuyao seemed to be his assistant. Yi Ziqing secretly vowed to take good care of her. Miss Chen seems to like children very much. Chen Qiuyao and Shuer went upstairs, and only Yi Ziqing, Ji Yanli, and the 2 dogs Sui Sui Ping were left in the living room. After all, he was Yi Ziqing's friend for many years, so he felt more relaxed. No, she doesn't like children. Ji Yanli knew Chen Qiuyao. Before the apocalypse, she was a spoiled and willful eldest daughter. After the apocalypse, she had experienced many hardships. Neither of these identities is a condition for her to like children. Chen Qiuyao will never be a good wife and mother who puts her children first. She just gets along well with your sister. Ji Yanli also noticed that Chen Qiuyao's look at Yi Shu was not that of a stranger. It's more like a reunion with an old friend. So as soon as she arrived, she captured Chen Qiuyao's heart and helped her brother as well. You're right. After all, my sister is so cute. Yi Ziqing smiled and did not refute. Maybe we really just get along well. After all, how could such great affection and goodwill come without any reason? You have never been someone who knows how to take care of others. If your sister follows you, she will probably have to eat coarse food. Ji Yanli smiled. Maybe this child will have some intersection with Chen Qiuyao in the future or in the past. It must be a life-or-death friendship. Otherwise, based on Chen Qiuyao's personality, it would be impossible for her to be so attentive and doting. Since Chen Qiuyao likes Yi Shu, Ji Yanli feels that he should like her too. After all, husband and wife are bound by one heart, right? Even though they are not now, they will be sooner or later. Don't we still have you? Yi Ziqing looked helpless. This good friend has really changed recently. He becomes jealous when it comes to relationships. Even a little child is jealous. Is there any reliable Annie who can lend me one first? Yi Ziqing was helpless, as he hadn't earned a penny from work that day. Chapter 121. Okay, let Ji bring it to you tomorrow. I'll pay you 3 months' salary first, and you'll have to pay the rest yourself. After all, they were friends for many years, and even though he realized that Chen Qiuyao might have a special liking for him, Ji Yanli did not vent his anger on her. Thank you. Yi Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter to him, but he felt wrong seeing his sister looking so dirty and having to drink the nutrient solution with him. But some things can't be forced. Miss Chen obviously doesn't like you. It's not good for a woman's reputation if you shamelessly move into her house like this. Yi Ziqing frowned slightly and spoke earnestly. If he had really refused firmly, I wouldn't be here now. Ji Yanli rolled his eyes at Yi Ziqing. If Ji Yanli had not been sure that his brother had always been such a self-disciplined, polite, and nosy person, he would have thought that he also had a crush on Chen Qiuyao and was trying to sow discord between them. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's true character. If you don't persist for a while, how will she know your sincerity? You gave up at the slightest difficulty. You deserve to be single now. Aren't you the same? Yi Ziqing felt helpless. Where was his cold, proud, and taciturn brother? How come you become such a bitch when you're in a relationship? It's hard for me to say, but I think if you really like someone, you should put yourself in her shoes and consider her wishes, instead of just doing what you want and acting on your own. Yi Ziqing patted Ji Yanli on the shoulder. In his memory, Ji Yanli had always been arrogant and self-centered, but he also had his bottom line and principles. I just hope that so-called love will not change him beyond recognition. As he was talking, Yi Ziqing secretly touched Sui Sui's ear, then quickly withdrew his hand and pretended nothing had happened. In fact, Yi Ziqing also likes furry things, but unfortunately he is really allergic to hair. Although it is not serious, sneezing one after another is always unseemly. However, I have been with the 2 dogs of Chen Qiuyao's family for such a long time today, and I haven't had any attacks. Maybe they are really different? Yi Ziqing looked at his hands, which were clean and hairless. Well, they don't seem to shed. If that's the case, then it really is Yi Ziqing's dream pet. Unfortunately, it's just a thought. As a gentleman, how can I take away someone else's love? Whoa! Aki, Sui, who was suddenly attacked, raised his head in confusion and shook his ears, sneezing loudly. Then he stared at Yi Ziqing, who attacked him, with a confused look. Pinyin, who was lying beside him, also raised his head and stared at Yi Ziqing with sharp eyes. This guy seems to be easier to bully than Ji Yanli. Sorry, little big guy. Yi Ziqing smiled guiltily, trying his best to show kindness. Your name is Sui, right? I have no ill intentions, it's just that you're so cute. Yi Ziqing's eyes were full of tenderness. Pick up the other one, this one is really silly and cute. I have to say that Yi Ziqing is really gentle and kind, so the magnetic field around him is also very peaceful. Once Yi Ziqing starts to show his kindness, there are really few small animals that can resist it. At least Sui stared at him for a while, then lay back down as if nothing had happened. Well, the owner's friend didn't feel any malice. After he began to show his kindness, Pinyin, who had been staring at him closely, also looked away. This person really has a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Chapter 122. Come on, let's take a bath and take care of our skin first, little one. As soon as Chen Qiuyao got upstairs, she pushed Shuer into the bathroom. The poor little guy was made messy and dirty by his brother's care. The water supply should have been restricted due to such high temperatures. Perhaps she hasn't had a proper bath in recent days. It must be washed thoroughly, otherwise it would be so uncomfortable for the child if he sweats so much and gets stuck with so much dust, right? No, this is such a waste. Shuer felt a little uncomfortable looking at the full bathtub of water that Chen Qiuyao had put. During this period of time, she has realized that water has become a very precious thing. Sometimes she couldn't even drink enough water. So how could she dare to be so extravagant as to use so much water to take a bath? It's not a waste. Have you seen my yard? Chen Qiuyao said as she stripped her naked and stuffed her into the large bathtub that could accommodate 2 adults. Yes, there are green vegetables, Chinese cabbage, green onions, garlic sprouts, chili peppers. Yi Shu, at this age, has actually been to school and knows a lot of things. Yes, after you finish taking your bath, you can give it to them to drink. It won't be a waste. Chen Qiuyao didn't want the child to feel pressured. In this hot apocalypse, where ordinary people would fight over a bowl of water, it is indeed a luxury for Chen Qiuyao to take a bath in a tub of water. But so what? She has space, lakes and seas, so she will never lack water. Besides, I don't want to use water now because later on it won't be usable and will be full of bacteria and viruses. Even after many evolutions and using all kinds of purifiers and test strips, it is still impossible to completely remove it. Therefore, in the later stages of the apocalypse, only the evolved can survive. After all, water is the source of life. If there is no water, how can ordinary people survive? The stripped little guy shyly sank his whole body into the water, leaving only his little head exposed. Chen Qiuyao looked at her amusedly as she gently applied the foam. It made her feel as if she was immersed in a bubble fantasy world. Yishu giggled and started playing with the bubbles involuntarily. At this time, she really looked like a child. Sister, why are you so nice to me? Do you like my brother? How about I give it to you? Yishu asked after she was silent for a while after laughing. This sister is exactly the kind of mother she wanted. Yishu wanted her to stay with her forever and treat him so well. So I chose to sell my brother without hesitation. There were sisters who were kind to her in the past, but they all did it for her brother, and none of them loved her as much as this sister did. Chen Qiuyao was a little dumbfounded. Yi Ziqing. Thinking of Yi Ziqing, Chen Qiuyao fell silent for a moment, which was rare. He is indeed a very good person, gentle as jade and bright as the moon. If Chen Qiuyao was only 18 years old, she would probably be crazy about such a man. After all, that kind of tenderness is what she, who is lacking in love, craves madly. But now his heart is no longer that of an 18-year-old girl. She has too many secrets, and it is not something he can just like. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao suddenly thought of Ji Yanli. Maybe they really are the same kind of people, but it is really impossible to accept Chen Qiuyao so easily. Feelings don't just come and go, and a stranger who breaks into your life can't be gotten used to just by saying so. Then take your time. If Ji Yanli has the patience to wait until the day she can accept it, then they are destined to be together. Chapter 123. If we are not destined to be together, that's okay. In this life, she has Sui Sui, Ping'an, and Shuer, so she will never be alone. After taking a shower, Chen Qiuyao blew Yishu's hair dry and changed her into a refreshing green dress. After she was dressed up, she took her to choose things to take back. Do you like these clothes? Can I give them to you? And these snacks, yogurt, cola, chocolate cake, potato chips, although they were all junk food, Chen Qiuyao couldn't help but take them again and again as she looked at the little guy's eyes that were getting brighter and brighter. What's wrong with junk food? What's wrong with children not being able to eat it? It doesn't matter. It will be time to start evolving soon. With the help of Lingquan, Shuer will definitely be able to evolve successfully. Not to mention a little junk food, even if it is competing with the iron-eating beast for iron. This might be a problem. Oh, and there's more. This is Huaxiang Jingqi water. This is a granule for clearing away heat and detoxifying. And this is cooling oil. Chen Qiuyao packed up a bunch of medicines that even children can use. It's such a hot day. It's really not friendly to children. Hasn't he come down yet? Is it so troublesome for a woman to go out? Yi Ziqing downstairs looked at the sky and waited and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. His face was full of helplessness. He had only heard that it was very troublesome for some female colleagues to go out, and it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to finish the work. I saw it with my own eyes today and realized that what they said was true. Why are you in such a hurry? Girls have to put on makeup when they go out. After Ji Yi's systematic teaching, Ji Yanli already considers himself to be an excellent boyfriend. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but look proud. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Yi Ziqing. Didn't you catch up with him? Why are you showing off? And brother, your image has collapsed. If your opponents or subordinates who are frightened and afraid of you saw this, wouldn't their eyes drop to the ground? May you be safe every year. Let's go. Chen Qiuyao held Yi Shu's hand with one hand and carried 3 huge bags with the other and walked down the stairs calmly. I'll do it. Ji Yanli hurriedly took it over. These are what I prepared for Shuer. One is clothes, one is snacks, and the other is medicine that can be used by children. This is too expensive. Yi Ziqing was a little uneasy. The value of that bag of medicine alone was quite high. It's not for you. Chen Qiuyao retorted calmly. Although Yi Ziqing could be considered her savior, Chen Qiuyao actually didn't like his dithering personality. No matter what, we have to find a way to make our sister live a good life first, right? As for the debts you owe, you can pay them back slowly in the future. In fact, as far as Chen Qiuyao is concerned, she wouldn't say anything even if the money wasn't returned. After all, one of them is her benefactor, and the other is her best friend. Thank you then. Yi Ziqing was silent for a moment, but finally chose to take it. But as soon as I started using it, I almost dropped the thing. These scientific researchers are all very fragile. Yi Ziqing was silent for a while, and a rare look of shame appeared on his face. Let me do it. Ji Yanli tried to hold back his laughter. His brother was good in every way except for his poor physical strength. All the time is used for scientific research, and there is no time left for exercise at all. Chapter 124. It was getting dark. Ji Yanli and Chen Qiuyao were each leading a giant dog with a little baby sitting on it. If there is a brilliant sunset and you ignore the background, it would be such a beautiful picture to see Yi Ziqing carrying a huge package. They look like a loving family of three. But it is a pity that we have not seen the stars and the moon since the end of the world. Under the ravages of high temperature, everyone is wearing thermal insulation clothing, which makes them look very bloated and ruins the atmosphere. However, this did not affect Yishu's good mood. Even in the scorching heat, giggles filled the air all the way. In fact, the child is still in the growth stage. He is strong at the same time and fragile at the same time. In fact, Yishu has survived several times in the past half-month, and her body is slowly adapting to this temperature. Even if there is no virus to open the genetic lock, as long as one can survive in this extreme environment, the body will gradually adapt and evolve. But this time is too long. Oh, we're here. Yi Ziqing's yard was indeed small and desolate. There were only 2 houses and there was no kitchen. But Yi Ziqing felt that it was enough. It was enough for him and his sister to have a place to stay. As for the issue of eating, doesn't the base have a cafeteria? And even if there was a kitchen, he wouldn't know how to cook. You can at least dig a well in your yard. At least the water problem will be solved. Chen Qiuyao inspected it and then said. She was determined to create the best environment for Yishu and even thought about letting Yishu live in the villa. However, this idea was ultimately rejected because Chen Qiuyao knew that Yi Ziqing would not feel comfortable letting her sister live in her villa alone. Besides, children speak without restraint. Chen Qiuyao has too many secrets now, and it is not suitable for too many people to live here. I can give you 2 air conditioners. I'll have someone bring them up and install them for you. In such hot weather, water and air conditioning are life-threatening. It is really magical that Yi Ziqing can still be so optimistic even though the place he lives in has neither of these. Thank you. This time, Yi Ziqing did not refuse the favor. He already owed the favor, so he didn't mind owing more. Moreover, with the temperature being so high, if there is no air conditioning to cool it down, not only my sister Yi Ziqing herself would not be able to bear it, but when Yi Ziqing thought of the cave built in the base, he knew that the authorities must have done their best. Compared to ordinary people who only have a narrow cave, I at least have a yard and 2 rooms. You're welcome. How about I leave the dog here with you? I can take it away when I come down later. Looking at Yishu, who was hugging Sui tightly, Chen Qiuyao said helplessly. She's going to see the big boss and probably won't be back soon, so let the little one be happy for a while. However, in such a high temperature without air conditioning and ice, they are still obsessed with such a thick fur. I guess they are really in love. But in Chen Qiuyao's eyes, Yi Ziqing is her benefactor, Yishu is her family, and Sui and Pinyin are also her family. Therefore, it is impossible for Chen Qiuyao to give Sui and Pinyin to Yishu. I'll go up with you. No need. You brothers have finally reunited. Chen Qiuyao refused. Chapter 125. Have you forgotten that I was the one who brought him back? Ji Yanli looked at Chen Qiuyao with a smile. It seemed to be true, and Chen Qiuyao was speechless for a moment. It's okay. I won't go in, but I'll wait for you at the door. I'm worried about you being alone at this late hour. In fact, who doesn't have many aunts and uncles in their family? Although Longquan Mountain is heavily guarded, many strangers have actually come here. Ji Yanli was a little worried. Even though he knew that Chen Qiuyao would definitely have great fighting skills after her rebirth, as it was getting late, Ji Yanli was still worried about any accidents. And now Ji Yanli regards himself as Chen Qiuyao's partner. Isn't it the right thing to do to wait for his girlfriend late at night? In the end, Ji Yanli left with Chen Qiuyao, leaving only Yishu, Yi Ziqing, and the 2 dogs. At first, Sui and Pinyin were naturally unwilling, but when Chen Qiuyao became a little tougher, they had no choice. After all, they are all highly intelligent evolved animals who can understand human language and have excellent abilities to avoid risks and seek benefits. They dare not do anything that would really make Chen Qiuyao angry. Brother, why don't you learn something from me? Yishu was lying on the bed in the room, feeling a little drowsy. Her two furry friends were sticking out their tongues because of the heat. But everything is still within an acceptable range. What? Yi Ziqing was puzzled. Can I let Sister Qiuyao be my sister-in-law? She smells like my mother. Yi Shu looked longing for the saying that an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. In this way, Chen Qiuyao will always be so nice to her. That's your brother Ji's girlfriend. Yi Ziqing paused and educated seriously. Although Chen Qiuyao is very beautiful, her temperament is also distant and mysterious, which is very intriguing, and she is also very popular with her younger sisters. But Yi Ziqing grew up with Ji Yanli, and he really couldn't do anything like stealing his brother's girl. But just because brother Ji is still pursuing her, others can't pursue her too? Sister Qiuyao is such a good person. You must not regret it in the future. If you don't marry her, I will marry her myself when I grow up. Yi Shu was a little puzzled and disappointed. She felt that Ji Yanli, who was so fierce, was not worthy of Chen Qiuyao. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would be bullied in the future. Someone as gentle as Sister Qiuyao should be paired with a gentle guy like her brother. The world of a child is very simple. She feels that Chen Qiuyao is so good to her, so she wants to be with Chen Qiuyao forever. In this case, becoming a family is the best way, and they will never be separated. Yi Ziqing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that with Ji Yanli's identity and this handsome face that made people angry, he still couldn't win the beauty. But Yi Ziqing can persuade his brothers to obey the law and not to take things by force. But he does not have any stance and can pursue the woman his brothers like. Otherwise, isn't that a beast? Your brother Ji is my best brother. He is a cold-faced but warm-hearted man. He even bought you a doll. Do you remember? Because both of them were posthumous children, and both of their parents died when they were born, Ji Yanli was somewhat fond of his brother's sister. At least Ji Er had been asked to deliver toys a few times, such as on the full moon or birthday. They were all very valuable and loved by the little ones, but it was a pity that they were lost on the way of escape. But I also like Sister Qiuyao. Yi Shu hesitated when she thought of her own cat doll. That brother didn't seem so bad, but there was no way she would give Sister Qiuyao to him. I hope Shuer will grow up quickly. Yi Ziqing looked at her younger sister's innocent face and felt so soft-hearted. Chapter 126. The boss's villa was brightly lit, and all the security personnel were driven out and gathered in front of the yard. The atmosphere was tense. Girl, do you have any revelation? When the big boss saw Chen Qiuyao, he didn't know whether to be sad or happy. It is always good to foresee disasters in advance, but her appearance in front of him means that disaster is coming. Acid rain and heavy rain are coming soon. Chen Qiuyao was holding a cup of tea made by the big boss himself, sitting on the sofa over there with a serious expression. The slowly rising white smoke made her face look even paler. Thanks to the almighty mental power, one can temporarily compress blood vessels and even change the speed of the pulse and heartbeat. It makes Chen Qiuyao's pale face and frail body appear more natural. Preparations are already being made. The big boss handed the matter over to Su Mingxian and Su Minghan, who made the greatest contribution to the end of the world, and the others assisted from the side. The drainage ditch has been dug, the pumps are working nonstop, a large amount of water has been stored, and the herbs to prevent the disease have been prepared. We just need to boil them in a few days. As for the fact that acid rain would corrode buildings, it didn't matter. The city walls were built with the best materials, and the houses were just some worthless yellow mud. He wouldn't feel too bad, even if they were destroyed. There are ancient viruses in the rain. The evolution of all things begins from the moment the rain falls. Chen Qiuyao came back from the apocalypse, and apart from collecting supplies, she has been staying in her own fortress. I didn't see or hear anything, thinking that I could numb myself and forget about the horrific scenes. However, the moment evolution begins is the moment when the real test for mankind begins. The winners are the kings, the losers are the bandits, and the fittest survive. Too many people have died in great pain because they could not hold on or because their genetic chain collapsed, their immune system went on strike, their internal organs were in disorder, and they died. Some people die suddenly due to the collapse of their gene chain or suffer brain death due to the disorder of nerve cells. This is considered easy. Someone's immune system completely failed due to the collapse of the refinement, and the apocalyptic virus and bacteria unscrupulously treated his body as his home. When he died, pus oozes from his body and blood oozes from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs are all rotten. Some people suffer from cell mutation and body deformities due to the collapse of their gene chains, but these are all minor matters. Chen Qiuyao saw a person who was still alive, but his cells were dead. He was still conscious, but his skin was rotten, and you could even tear off a large piece of skin with your hands. There is also brittle bone disease. Has anyone ever imagined that the bones in their body were as brittle as calcified biscuits? What would that feel like? The slightest touch, even talking, walking, coughing, or even heavy breathing, can cause the bones to shatter. Chen Qiuyao shuddered whenever she thought of all this. Fortunately, in her previous life, before the virus completely arrived, Chen Qiuyao had already awakened the space. Even the most basic space enhanced Chen Qiuyao's mental strength and physical fitness, stabilized Chen Qiuyao's genetic chain, and allowed her to evolve and awaken without suffering. But Chen Qiuyao will never forget the tragic situation at that time. Chen Qiuyao told the boss all her picks and nitpicks. Perhaps you can refer to the genetic diseases caused by nuclear radiation or the collapse of the gene chain. Chen Qiuyao said carefully, "The two do have similarities, except that nuclear radiation is harmful and has no benefits, while ancient viruses are harmful in every way. However, there is also an example. It is humanity's despair, but also its rebirth. Without it, so many people would not have died in pain and despair, but without it, genetic evolution would not have been so fast, and humans' resistance and adaptability to extreme indifference would not have been so strong. Perhaps humans would eventually become extinct in those endless natural disasters." Chapter 127. After hearing what Chen Qiuyao said, the big boss fell back on his chair with a thud. I had only heard Chen Qiuyao talk about natural disasters and their sequence before, but she had not described them in such detail. Now, I was listening to her description of the shocking human tragedy and the scene of corpses floating all over the ground. Even from Chen Qiuyao's dry words, the boss could hear endless despair and desolation. Just thinking about that scene, the big boss can feel the pain of having to watch the guillotine of death fall. What's the success rate? I would say the mortality rate is about 80%. Two voices, one trembling, the other indifferent, but both were talking about earth-shaking events. Most people nowadays live a comfortable life, lack exercise, and even become subhealthy, facing the menacing ancient virus. Chen Qiuyao could only say that the 80% mortality rate was raised thanks to the mitigating agent developed by Bing and Yi Ziqing. Is there any way to stop it? Protective clothing is useful in the early stages, but in the later stages, the virus is still in the air, and even a gas mask cannot completely filter it out. The dim light reflected the desperate atmosphere, and the boss remained silent for a long time. Is humanity really going to go down a strange path? The future can actually be seen and changed. At least now, it is much better than the pre-apocalyptic period I saw. More people have been saved, and we can even hear the laughter of children. Chen Qiuyao comforted dryly. In the future, you see, are there any drugs that can inhibit or delay it? The big boss looked hopeful. Because of Chen Qiuyao and Yu Yin, he has met many Buddhist and Taoist people recently. It is said that if one of the 49 elements of heaven is eliminated, the big boss doesn't believe that mankind will have no chance of survival. Otherwise, there would be no Chen Qiuyao. Yes, Yi Ziqing, a delaying agent. Chen Qiuyao paused here. But the 80% I mentioned already takes into account its effect. This is all thanks to a group of strong soldiers who raised the survival rate. If it were ordinary civilians who were mostly subhealthy, the mortality rate would probably be as high as 90% or more. After hearing Chen Qiuyao's words, the boss felt a buzzing in his head and had difficulty breathing. His heartbeat in his chest was so clearly visible. He seemed to have anticipated it and picked up the medicine that had been prepared on the table. But when he wanted to get the water, he found that his hands were shaking and he couldn't pick it up after trying several times. Just throw the medicine directly into your mouth, chew it raw, and swallow it dry. Endless bitterness filled his mouth, but the boss was unaware of it. No matter how bitter the medicine is, can it be as bitter as he feels in his heart? Can the people suffer more during natural disasters? Fortunately, the pills made by Mr. Mo are made of pure traditional Chinese medicine and are very effective. Even chewing it raw and swallowing it dry did not affect its effect. After a short while, the boss recovered. Then we can continue to research and optimize to come up with second-generation buffers, third-generation buffers, and fourth-generation buffers. Chapter 128. Do you remember the information about the palliative agent? Remember, put everything into a book and give it to Yi Ziqing in your mother's name. But, no buts. Humanity has reached a point of life and death, so there's no need to be so clear-cut. His contribution will be recorded in the book, and if the human race is not extinct, it will be passed down. Let's do it officially, in the name of humanity. Chen Qiuyao really didn't deserve these. He couldn't shamelessly claim them as his own, even if it was just a reputation. Let's do as you say. The big boss had no intention of arguing with Chen Qiuyao about this, and he also admired her sense of justice. Also, compile all the information you can write down about things that can help fight the apocalypse into a book and hand it in. No matter who did it, the authorities will remember their deeds and record their identities and contributions in top-secret files. One day, they will be known and worshipped by the public. The big boss finally made a decision. Humanity is almost extinct. Why are we still worrying about intellectual property rights? Are you okay? After saying that, the boss finally remembered to worry about Chen Qiuyao's health. Because of the mental suggestion and Chen Qiuyao's good acting skills, the big boss has always believed that Chen Qiuyao can predict the future. Predicting the future, revealing the secrets of heaven, will backfire. Okay, Chen Qiuyao did not refuse. But it's not unlimited. The scenes I see become blurrier and the time is shorter. Perhaps one day, this ability of mine that is blessed by fate will disappear completely. Chen Qiuyao didn't know what the future of mankind would be like because she died decades later, just when she saw the dawn. Chen Qiuyao really had no idea what would happen after that time point, so he had to take precautions in advance. I understand. The boss was stunned for a moment and then quickly felt relieved. It would be strange if such a supernatural power could be used infinitely. You've lost weight recently. The boss looked at Chen Qiuyao with guilt. She is also one of the people he wants to protect, but can you tell me what the price of peeking into the future is? Maybe its lifespan? Chen Qiuyao said calmly. Only lifespan is illusory and yet the most valuable, and the final right of interpretation is in your own hands. Maybe I have a long life? I could have lived to 120, and even if I lost 30 or 40 years, I could still live to 70 or 80. By the time the big boss realizes that something is wrong, many years may have passed. My child, the boss's guilt was almost overflowing. In such an environment, long life is not necessarily a good thing, and short life may really be a relief. If she had died of old age, or died of illness or disaster in her previous life, even if she did not see the dawn of doomsday, perhaps Chen Qiuyao would still not have any regrets. After all, who has not died since ancient times? Some people are destined not to see the scenery of the future. Just like the ancients in the past did not understand modern prosperity. But Chen Qiuyao died from the betrayal of her closest people. This made her very upset, so she wanted to do something in this life to make this rebirth more meaningful. Chapter 129. It is the country that lets you down. No! Chen Qiuyao shook her head. He was sorry for the country and those sincere people. Even if she was reborn, she would still be selfish and unable to sacrifice everything, including her own life and even her freedom for the future of mankind. But she knew that there was a group of people in secret who were like the big boss, and they could. Therefore, every time Chen Qiuyao met the big boss, she felt inferior. It doesn't matter, your lifespan will be extended after evolution. Looking at the guilty boss, Chen Qiuyao comforted him with a guilty conscience. Even if my fate changes after evolution, I can at least live to be old, right? That would satisfy me. In fact, Chen Qiuyao didn't know how much life would be extended after evolution. But she remembered that there was a legend in the apocalypse, a one-armed veteran. At the age of nearly 80, his willpower stimulated his body's activity and made up for his body's deficiencies, and he managed to survive the evolution by relying on willpower. Chen Qiuyao was over 100 years old before his death, but I heard he was still full of energy. Chen Qiuyao really doesn't care how long her life is, as long as she can see the future of mankind, as long as life has meaning, and as long as it is not the result of other people's calculations. What if you, the big boss, stopped talking halfway, with guilt deepening in his eyes? The several predictions must have hurt her body. What if she can't make it through? Didn't you say that I'm the savior? A gift from fate? Have you ever seen a savior who can do things so easily? Chen Qiuyao said with a hint of sarcasm. She's evolved, okay? The virus is no longer a problem. What happens after evolution? Do you think there will be superpowers? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder and lightning, space, prophecy, time, healing? The big boss's eyes flashed. Obviously, these speculations were included in Su Mingan's report. The big boss sometimes thought that maybe Chen Qiuyao was that kind of evolved mutant. In the future that I see, not like that. At most, you'll be stronger, run faster, see farther, hear more clearly, recover faster from illness. and have a higher tolerance to cold and heat. All of these can be determined by genes and are somewhat reasonable. Chen Qiuyao paused here. As for the predictions of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, space, and time that you mentioned, these are supernatural. But as a human being, we should always have hope. Maybe one day we will get them. Maybe one day the spiritual energy will revive and we can cultivate immortality. Chen Qiuyao was half joking. She was reborn, and she really had a space, and she also had the so-called spiritual power in the novel. However, this was obviously brought to her by the space, and it cannot be mass-produced. Speaking it out would only make her guilty of possessing a treasure. Moreover, there is no so-called immortal cultivation technique in this space. She also didn't know how this space came about, and how it became their family's ancestral ring. Chen Qiuyao thought that maybe this planet really had an immortal cultivation civilization. If you think a little more creatively, maybe their planet is not a planet at all, but a giant beast egg? When a divine beast is hatched one day, they will enter a new world. After a pause, Chen Qiuyao was amused by her own thoughts. If this idea is true, then mankind is really facing a catastrophe. If the divine beast is to be hatched, the egg must break. If the egg breaks, won't the world be gone? If the world is gone, where will human beings be? What a pity! The big boss's eyes were filled with endless pity and yearning. How great would it be if the end of the world was not the end of the world, but a new life? Like the revival of spiritual energy written in your young people's novels? It was obvious that the big boss, led by Su Mingxian and Su Minghan, also started to behave unprofessionally. I wonder how he finds time to read novels when he is so busy every day. Chapter 130. Who said it wasn't? Chen Qiuyao shrugged helplessly. If it is really the revival of spiritual energy, then a space has reiterated, I am the undisputed protagonist. But it is much better than that crappy apocalypse. The revival of spiritual energy represents rebirth, while the apocalypse represents suffering. Although the two are similar, they are completely different. Boss, I stored some things in the warehouse before. Chen Qiuyao also bought a large number of supplies for herself openly. That was a batch of supplies that would make everyone in the 9th level of the world jealous. Of course, Chen Qiuyao's own home definitely can accommodate her. Thanks to the relationship between Su Mingxian and Li Changjun, it was transported to a state-owned warehouse. The fact that we were able to use this backdoor was all thanks to Chen Qiuyao's 9 billion worth of supplies. It's a pity that it's easy to send things in, but difficult to take them out. Naturally, there are people who are jealous, and some even want to use justice and so-called morality to force Chen Qiuyao. Although he may not want to embezzle it, but just want to use it for rescue. Chen Qiuyao has done all the work, and the rest belongs to her personally. He can keep these things in his heart and not give them voluntarily, but others must never covet them or even try to snatch them by moral blackmail. So, what if we are in a righteous position? What is righteousness? In fact, this cannot be defined. It does not mean that whichever side has more people is the more righteous side. When a person decides to sacrifice the interests of a small number of people for the benefit of the majority, then the majority of people become that person's selfishness. It is admirable to sacrifice oneself for one's beliefs, but it is not admirable to sacrifice others for the sake of so-called justice. They want to embezzle the money? The big boss was silent for a moment. It's all about persuasion that appeals to people's emotions and reason. What do you think, big boss? Chen Qiuyao said with a hint of sarcasm and uneasiness. She wanted to know when the interests of the majority, the minority, or even one person collide, what choice will the big boss make? But Chen Qiuyao felt that there was no answer, because there is only one outcome. To offend a profit boss for some supplies is just because you are old, not stupid. The people are our responsibility, not yours. Kid, you've done well enough. The big boss stood up, took a few steps forward, and patted Chen Qiuyao on the shoulder. What if I don't make predictions from now on? Chen Qiuyao suddenly asked. She knew that it was unwise to ask such a question. After all, prophecy and divination was her value and the capital she could use to negotiate with the authorities. Of course, kid, this is your right, and no one can force you. The boss was stunned for a moment, seemed to hesitate, and then spoke. Even if this will lead to more deaths or the extinction of humanity? Chen Qiuyao asked back. You are still just a child that the country needs to protect. The future of mankind must be fought for by ourselves. If the future of mankind is achieved by forcing a child to sacrifice, then this future has no value. The boss's words stunned Chen Qiuyao. Chapter 131. Yes, she has just turned 18 in this life, but Chen Qiuyao has long forgotten this fact. The boss words really touched Chen Qiuyao. Although I don't know if what the boss said will still be effective when that time really comes, and I see humans on the verge of extinction with corpses everywhere, but at least at this moment the boss is sincere, and that is enough. I'm willing to trade half of the supplies in the warehouse for some guns and ammunition. Chen Qiuyao's supplies filled 2 large warehouses. Although it was a drop in the bucket for the entire human race, it was indeed enough to solve the urgent problem. Because none of her supplies are waste, they are all essential needs in the end times. There are medicines, life jackets, submarines, cold-proof clothing, heat-insulating clothing, compressed biscuits, capsule water, and some sugar and salt to make up for the number. In short, Chen Qiuyao was well prepared and was determined not to show up, which caused the embarrassment of wanting to use it, but having no reason to take it out. You can ship the rest back and let Xiao Ji keep them for you. The big boss nodded and agreed, then suggested. The boss knows Ji Yanli's character and financial resources, and what kind of relationship the two have. It might be safer to take the remaining supplies back than to keep them in the warehouse. I understand. Chen Qiuyao thought about it and agreed. Her little fortress was already full. Chen Qiuyao wanted to ask the boss to open up another piece of land, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. When the flood comes, it is estimated that all the survivors will move upwards, and there may not be enough land. Chen Qiuyao should be thankful that the land is not occupied by Ji Yanli and her own yard. As for whether her yard would be flooded when the flood comes, Chen Qiuyao is not really worried. Longquan Mountain is one of the highest mountains in the world and is located inland. The so-called flood is only caused by heavy rain, and the water will slowly recede after the rain stops. So even if it was just halfway up the mountain, it wouldn't be flooded. At least Chen Qiuyao had never been flooded to this extent in her previous life. Moreover, when she built the villa, she deliberately raised it and even designed a certain slope to facilitate drainage. It can't be flooded. As for blizzard, when the blizzard is at its worst, the snow can be dozens of meters thick. If you don't want to abandon your house, you can only be diligent and sweep the floor every day. She couldn't handle it all by herself, but Chen Qiuyao thought about the nearly 100 men living in Ji Yanli's big yard and felt that saving him was not a bad thing. At least Chen Qiuyao was really envious of the group of death squads trained by Ji Yanli, which was later renamed the White Tiger Group. Sure enough, the real background is different from that of a nouveau riche. Even though Chen Qiuyao's parents are favored by heaven, the Chen family is also a famous family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. But it is different from the family that has survived thousands of years of ups and downs. Before, the reason why the Chen family could become the richest family in Dragon Country by relying on Chen Qiuyao's father was simply because the Ji family was too disdainful to compete. At least, no matter how much Chen Qiuyao's parents loved her, she didn't have the so-called death warrior. There are only some bodyguards trained by the family. If you ask them to die unconditionally for Chen Qiuyao and Chen Jia, there are really few people who are willing to do so. But Ji Yanli can. Not to mention the other zodiac animals he raised, but those 100 death warriors were real, and they could die because of his life's orders. In the previous life, they were the ones who preserved the Dawn base during the apocalypse. In the end, most of the 80 or so surviving evolvers were killed or injured, and they could be counted on 2 hands. If there is anyone who can hold on to the end and see the end of the doomsday and the coming of dawn, it would probably be Ji Yanli, besides the head of the official base. Chapter 132. When she walked out of the big boss's residence, Chen Qiuyao was still melancholy. Humanity is suffering. As the saying goes, everything that goes up must come down, and perhaps humanity is heading towards its end. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. As long as humans can survive this lowest period, there may be a day when they will become glorious again. After all, although the virus has harvested countless lives, evolution is also a benefit, isn't it? Although the sky was as dark as ink without a trace of light, the entire Longquan Mountain was as bright as day. The night, when the temperature is slightly lower than the daytime, is the time when humans are active. So the big boss had people install these thermal energy lamps everywhere in Longquan Mountain. They are similar to solar lamps in that they can absorb heat energy and convert it into light. He wanted to turn Longquan Mountain into a lighthouse for mankind that would never go out, replacing the sun and moon that had now disappeared. The boss wish in his previous life had indeed come true. Even though he did not see the dawn, the lighthouse on the top of Longquan Mountain was getting brighter and brighter after repeated reforms. It became the symbol of the northern base, an array of warm light in the hearts of the survivors. Chen Qiuyao had also looked up at that lighthouse several times, letting it dispel the despair and confusion in her heart. It's a pity that at the end of the world, she went to the southern base and died there, and never saw the lighthouse again. Seeing Chen Qiuyao walk out silently, Ji Yanli, who was waiting at the door, smiled slightly. Coming out, he walked forward like a husband waiting for his wife to come home. Let's go and pick up Sui Sui and Pinyin. Chen Qiuyao nodded. Although she cannot accept Ji Yanli now, she does not want to fall out with him. Chen Qiuyao thought that they should take it slow, and if they could eventually develop feelings for each other, they could become a couple that respected each other as equals. If not, it would also be nice to have a business marriage like I thought about before. After all, not all friends are married, and not all married couples are lovers. When Chen Qiuyao and the others arrived, Yishu had already fallen asleep. More than half a month of travel was still too much fatigue for a child who was not even 10 years old. So even the extremely high temperature and the sweat all over her body did not stop her from falling asleep. Because Chen Qiuyao had been delayed with the big boss for some time, Ji Yanli had someone install the air conditioner. However, an air conditioner doesn't have much effect in this night with a temperature of almost 50 degrees. Even with the power turned to maximum, the indoor temperature was still around 30 to 40 degrees. Did you use the talcum powder and cooling oil I picked on her before going to bed? Chen Qiuyao felt very distressed when she saw the child who couldn't sleep peacefully. When she was taking a shower today, she discovered that Yishu had a lot of prickly heat on her body, and some parts of her body were even peeling because she was bathing too much. How could Yi Ziqing, a grown man, know how to use those skincare products? Forget it. You have to start work tomorrow. I guess you won't have much time to take care of the child by then. Why don't I take care of the child for you? Chen Qiuyao thought about what she had said to the boss today and felt deep sympathy for Yi Ziqing. This guy's free time would probably end tomorrow. Chen Qiuyao decided to pick out some of the information she had prepared long ago and hand it over to the boss tonight. For the future of mankind, Yi Ziqing will work himself to death as long as he is not busy enough. Chapter 133. As for Chen Qiuyao, she herself has not studied systematically, and she is actually just a dabbler in the field of biomedicine. I spend half a day at the Research Institute every day saying that I'm going to work, but in fact I am just slacking off and using the air conditioning. So she doesn't have to worry about being affected by the busy Research Institute. After all, in the big boss's mind, Chen Qiuyao has always been a glass person with poor health due to the prophecy. She would never be asked to take on an idle and laborious job. Even though Chen Qiuyao also has another identity as Yi Ziqing's assistant, she can live a freer and more leisurely life than her boss. Thank you for your help. Yi Ziqing did not refuse. Although he and Chen Qiuyao had only known each other for one day, he felt that she was a generous and kind person. It's not an unconditional trust, but isn't Ji Yanli still here? Now that it's already been established, handing it over to Chen Qiuyao is actually no different from handing it over to Ji Yanli. Yi Ziqing thought about what happened during the day and felt that perhaps it would be better to leave the child to Chen Qiuyao rather than Ji Yanli. And my sister likes it too. Although I am nominally your assistant, I have not studied biomedicine systematically, and I don't know anything. It's just that for some reason, the big boss stuffed him into the Research Institute to slack off. So if you really want someone to help you, you'd better choose one yourself. Chen Qiuyao said this without blushing. What's wrong with her getting paid for nothing? With all that Chen Qiuyao had done, she felt that she had a clear conscience. Besides, it doesn't bother others. Yi Ziqing can have only one assistant anyway. It doesn't matter. Ever since the boss mentioned her during the day, Yi Ziqing knew that Chen Qiuyao must be a relative who was forced in. After all, which laboratory assistant would be a half-baked person who has not received systematic training? But Yi Ziqing did not have any resentment. Dr. Su Qingxiu made such contributions to Longhua, and even after his death, he left behind a large number of research topics that can continue to shine for the end times. With such a great contribution, what's wrong with taking care of his only daughter? Isn't it for the safety of their loved ones that they serve their country? Yi Ziqing was not afraid that she didn't know anything, nor was she afraid that she didn't want to learn. As long as she didn't pretend to know everything and interfere, it would be fine. He can worship it as a lucky charm. Now it seems that Chen Qiuyao may indeed be a qualified mascot. I'll pick up Shura tomorrow and take her to the market at the base to pick out a pet. You should be ready. Chen Qiuyao notified him in advance. After all, it was a fact that Yi Ziqing was allergic to animal hair. There are a few bottles of anti-allergy medicine among the medicines I packed. You can try them. Chen Qiuyao didn't just care about Yi Shu's wishes and ignore the lives of others. After all, Yi Ziqing was his savior. But her heart is completely on Yi Shu, even if she and Ji Yanli come against each other in the future. After all, how can a man be as attractive as a best friend? Although her best friend in this life is still a little kid, Chen Qiuyao thinks it doesn't matter and she will support her. The little baby might be a luckier thing for Chen Qiuyao. After all, meeting her when he was still young, pampering her, protecting her, and making up for the regrets of his previous life. Isn't this also making up for Chen Qiuyao himself? Chapter 134. After seeing Yi Shu arrange tomorrow's schedule, Chen Qiuyao took her dog and left. Although it was not optimistic, the bright lights in the dark night sky was also a nice scenery, so Chen Qiuyao slowed down her pace and was not in a hurry to go home. After all, it's a rare opportunity for Sui Sui and Ping'an to come out. No matter how good our home is, there is only 1 acre and 3 mu of space on the top floor for the dog to exercise and train. As for the space, Chen Qiuyao rarely let them go back. After all, how can you survive in a world with extreme weather when you're used to blue sky and white clouds and a space with moderate temperature? It would be nice if there were stars. Ji Yanli, who was walking closer and closer to Ping'an and Chen Qiuyao, but never holding hands, suddenly said. The quiet night coupled with the starry sky and moonlight creates just the right atmosphere. If you are thick-skinned, you can hold hands with them, right? It's not like now. When you walk under the incandescent light, it's not hazy at all. It dispels all the atmosphere. Whoa! Chen Qiuyao didn't say anything, but the 2 dogs seemed to understand. They were walking with their heads down, but after listening to Ji Yanli's words, they looked up at the sky. It was pitch black, without a single star. In fact, even during the day, the sky has a thick grayness that seems very depressing. The moon that always guarded the blue star has also disappeared. Just as the 2 were silent, a woman in a red halter dress came towards them. She is bright and outgoing, but her eyes carry the innocence that is unique to young girls. Brother Yin, she walked up to Ji Yanli excitedly as she saw him. You're finally back. As she said that, she was about to hug Ji Yanli's arm. As for the man and 2 dogs next to her, they were completely ignored by her. Xiao Mingyue. Ji Yanli frowned and pulled Ping'an in his hand to the side to move away. This dog is really heartless. He has been fed so many times, but he still doesn't know how to block the peach blossoms for him. It's me. You haven't forgotten me after not seeing me for several years? Xiao Mingyue was very surprised. Yes, I heard from my cousin that I will be able to attend your wedding soon. Where's Su Minghan? Didn't he accompany you? Ji Yanli looked distant. His future wife is still here, so don't cause any misunderstanding. It's just an arranged marriage. You know I don't like it. You will help me, right? We are childhood sweethearts. Xiao Mingyue looked reluctant, then looked at Ji Yanli with hope. This man usually looks as cold and calm as the moon, with a sense of detachment from the world, but he actually hides an air of dominance that looks down on the world like a king. The combination of 2 completely different temperaments, coupled with Ji Yanli's 1 in a million face. It made her look like a god who was high above but detached from the world. It makes countless women with lustful hearts want to desecrate it. Xiao Mingyue is one of them, and also the most persistent one. Xiao Mingyue, who is young and spoiled, actually doesn't understand what affection and love are at all, and doesn't understand what kind of feeling she has for Ji Yanli. But she just needs to know that this is the man she wants. From childhood to adulthood, there was nothing Xiao Mingyue couldn't get that she wanted. If you get it and find that it's not that good and you don't like it anymore, just throw it away. Chapter 135. But the prerequisite is that she must get it. Besides, he is the emperor of the south, and she is the princess of the north. After all, neither the big boss's family nor the Su family has a daughter, and there is probably no woman with a higher status than him in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Who else could be more worthy of him than her? Miss Xiao, is this serious? Su Minghan came over from afar, wearing a royal blue suit, carefully groomed short hair, and myopic glasses, looking like a gentleman, but a villain. But there was an indelible fatigue and vicissitudes in his eyes. Even the exposed skin on his shoulders looked a little rough, which showed that he had been very tired recently. If Chen Qiuyao thought about it, even if it was like this, she still had to find time to go on a blind date, and the one she was going to meet was such a young lady. What kind of suffering was this in the world? The Su family has never forced us. If you don't like it, just say it. Why do you have to do this to slander our family's reputation? Those who don't know would think that our Su family is a group of people who bully men and women. I have to trouble you, miss, to ask the Ji family for help. Su Minghan's voice was slightly cold and contained a strong hint of sarcasm. However, this is a blind date in marriage, which can be regarded as an exchange of interests. Xiao Mingyue doesn't want Su Minghan, but she doesn't seem to be very happy about it. Since no one likes this marriage, just call it quits. Why create the impression that the Su family is forcing her to be the only one? This marriage was first proposed by their Xiao family. They were really stepping on the Su family to build their own reputation, which Su Minghan could not tolerate. As for the fact that the blind date partner changed his mind on the spot and got close to another man, which was detrimental to male dignity, Su Minghan didn't think it was a big deal. Dignity and face are earned by oneself, not given by others. If you really feel ashamed, it is only because you have done something wrong, not because of others. Xiao Mingyue was speechless for a moment when she saw Su Minghan's slightly cold gaze. Even though the temperature was around 50 or 60 degrees, she couldn't help but shiver. She knew he was a smiling tiger. Dad is really something. If she really marries him, won't she be plotted to death? In fact, Ji Yanli is more powerful than Su Minghan, but Xiao Mingyue is not afraid of him. Because her love and admiration are always mixed with subtle disdain and arrogance. Because she had seen him at his most miserable state. Even though he later rose to a high position and was feared by everyone, she still remembered his most miserable state deep in her heart. Subconsciously, Xiao Mingyue still felt that Ji Yanli was not as good as herself. After all, I have always been high and mighty while he was once lowly. Therefore, Xiao Mingyue always put her own will before Ji Yanli's will. If she likes him, then he must agree and must like her. She was going to get it whether he wanted it or not. As for Su Minghan, Miss Xiao never liked him. Or maybe it could be said that neither of the two brothers of the Su family is liked by the eldest daughter. It's because Xiao Mingyue, because of the Xiao family, is actually the one who is pampered and indulged in the entire second-generation circle. Men pursue women, and women please them. In short, the eldest daughter is always at the top of the pyramid. But there happened to be these two anomalies. The elder one was as cold as ice, and no one was allowed to approach him. Even though the eldest lady condescended to show her goodwill to him, she still failed to succeed in bringing him into her circle. The little one is as stupid as a husky and can't understand what people say. He is just like his ice brother and won't hold her in high esteem or give in to her. The only two setbacks in the eldest lady's life happened to them. Chapter 136. So when Xiao Huaimin proposed a blind date, Xiao Mingyue did not resist much and agreed reluctantly. Although she didn't like it, the young lady also wanted to try the feeling of being flattered by that ice cube. But she would definitely not marry him. When he fell in love with her, she would dump him as revenge for Su Minghan's ignoring her love in the past. However, Xiao Mingyue did not expect that even on a blind date with Su Minghan, he was still so cold. Not to mention being attentive and trying to please her, he didn't even say a few words. This is different from what she imagined. So when the parents of both sides asked them to go out for a walk to cultivate their relationship, Xiao Mingyue left Su Minghan behind and walked away quickly. She, Xiao Mingyue, was born proud and wanted her to bow her head and please him first. Dream! What Xiao Mingyue didn't expect was that she met Ji Yanli at this inappropriate time. For a moment, she even forgot that she had a blind date. As for Chen Qiuyao, she was also completely ignored by her. She is just a woman who is not presentable enough, not even worthy of making Xiao Mingyue jealous. In Xiao Mingyue's opinion, her father could make this woman's life worse than death with just a finger, so she didn't deserve to be taken seriously by him. Why bother to be jealous of her and ruin the impression of the person you like? These two men and one woman are quite exciting. Chen Qiuyao, who is not taken seriously by someone, pulls sway and quietly takes 2 steps back. Prepare to quietly eat some melon. It seems that Ji Yanli has a lot of bad luck in love. I didn't agree to him right away, and it was indeed a wise move to confirm the relationship. Otherwise, you'll have to wear a green hat every now and then, and if a love rival provokes you, won't you be angry to death? We don't want people who attract so many women. Thinking of this, Chen Qiuyao reduced Ji Yanli's score by several points in her heart. But the collision between 2 proud sons and a proud daughter. Even someone as cold-hearted as Chen Qiuyao couldn't help but become interested. After all, gossip is human nature, and although she has experienced many vicissitudes of life, she has not lost it. On the contrary, the desire for gossip in my bones has become even more serious. After all, in my previous life, I had tried my best just to survive, and there was really no entertainment. Listening to storytelling about love, hate, and vengeance became her only entertainment. Who could know that beneath Chen Qiuyao's cold and numb face, She had a gossipy heart. Ouch! But what Chen Qiuyao didn't expect was that her move would trigger a chain reaction. Pingyan, who was originally being held by Ji Yanli, broke free from Ji Yanli after seeing Chen Qiuyao's actions and came to Chen Qiuyao and Sway. It seems that this guy really remembers who his master is. Xiao Mingyue was startled by the big dog that suddenly lost control. After seeing that he did not pounce on her, she breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes followed his movements and moved to Chen Qiuyao. I got angry when I saw this. Chen Qiuyao is not that sensitive to high temperatures, but she also likes coolness. So today she is wearing a green sleeveless long dress dotted with gardenias. Ji Yanli was also wearing a green gown, and his figure was tall and graceful, like a straight green bamboo. Chapter 137. Ji Yanli is now a little more gentle and a little less fierce, with a kind of elegant and graceful temperament, which makes Xiao Mingyue even more moved. But Ji Yanli actually wore couple outfits with another woman, and there was a feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Moreover, because of the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, Chen Qiuyao's skin is as white as jade, and her delicate facial features look even more beautiful and charming. The whole person seems more elegant because of the years of experience after rebirth, and seems more confident and calm because of the failure and the plug-in of space. Just like the snow lotus on the top of a 10,000-meter high snow mountain, weathering the wind and snow and looking down at all the other flowers. She was wearing a blue dress, but it gave her a cold and ethereal feeling. Even though Xiao Mingyue was proud of her looks, she couldn't help but admit that she was outshined by her. What a pretentious vixen! Xiao Mingyue was furious in her heart and didn't show any mercy with her words. So what if you look beautiful and have an extraordinary temperament? In fact, aren't they just the same as those vulgar women who have to rely on seducing men to make a living? He is still pretending to be noble here, but who knows how dissolute he would be behind closed doors. Otherwise, how could Brother Ian live with her so easily? It's shameless to live with a man before getting married. Whoa! Feeling Xiao Mingyue's malice towards Chen Qiuyao, Sway and Pingyan made attacking gestures and made whistling warning sounds in their throats. Two little beasts. Looking at their huge bodies, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but take a few steps back and cursed with malice. Watch your mouth, or you'll bear the consequences. Chen Qiuyao had no intention of arguing with a spoiled love-brained boy, but she got really angry when she heard her call him a beast. What? You dare to let him out to bite me? Although Xiao Mingyue was still a little scared, she refused to admit defeat. If I lose even one hair today, these two beasts won't have to wait until tomorrow tonight to be turned into dog meat hot pot. You two beasts are big enough to treat the entire Longquan mountain to a meal. Xiao Mingyue's words had just fallen, and before Chen Qiuyao had time to get angry, Sway and Pingyan understood first. The thinking of wild beasts is simpler. If they are enemies, they must be killed with one blow. Their pupils were filled with ferocity and murderous intent, and their bodies were crouched and tense, ready to strike. As long as Chen Qiuyao loosened the dog leash and gave the order at such a close distance, Xiao Mingyue would be covered in blood in less than half a second. Inhuman beast, come if you dare, and see if you are faster or stronger. In fact, there are snipers hiding on Longquan Mountain and not far from the boss's residence. There's more than one. This is also the reason why Xiao Mingyue is fearless in the face of such a ferocious beast. As long as Chen Qiuyao loosened the rope, they would be killed immediately as long as they had the intention to attack. Don't be angry with her. Remember to stay away from her next time you meet her to avoid being infected. There is no cure for this disease. Chen Qiuyao obviously knew that there were snipers around because she had mental power. Therefore, even though she was burning with anger, Chen Qiuyao did not choose to let go of the dog leash, leaving the little guy to take revenge and complain on his own. Puff! Su Mingyan's cold face couldn't help but break when he heard that. When he was a child, he thought Xiao Mingyue was probably sick. Proud like a peacock spreading its tail, it is constantly courting and enjoying the process of being pursued and admired. But the two families were old friends after all, so even though Su Minghan couldn't stand it, he didn't say anything and just quietly stayed away. Chapter 138. There is no cure for either princess syndrome or stupidity. They are truly incurable. You vixen, why are you so arrogant? Do you really think Brother Yin will stand on your side? You are just a woman who is not presentable. Xiao Mingyue's face turned red with anger, and her extreme contempt was almost overflowing. In her eyes, Chen Qiuyao was probably no different from those women working as prostitutes in clubs. If you can't speak, just don't speak. Chen Qiuyao touched the heads of Sui Sui and Pinyin, adjusted to them calm down, then quickly let go of the dog leash, stepped forward, and slapped them. You don't even have an emperor anymore, and you still think you're a princess? Look at you. You can't live without a man. Chen Qiuyao was not angry because she was scolding herself. After all, when it comes to jealousy, even if she is forced to be the protagonist, if she doesn't mind it, she can just treat it as fun. A vixen who shamelessly relies on men? What a joke. What era is this? Women no longer care about the 3 chastities and 9 loyalty. Don't say that she has no interest in Ji Yanli now. It's all that bastard's wishful thinking. So, what if it's interesting? Being promiscuous and having women everywhere is always considered a compliment for a strong person. If that day really comes, it will be she, Chen Qiuyao, who will vote for Ji Yanli. So Chen Qiuyao didn't take Xiao Mingyue's meaningless insults seriously. After all, would the world's richest man be angry because he was scolded for being heartless and not understanding love, and that he deserved to have changed girlfriends one after another and could not grow old together? It's a joke. But Xiao Mingyue should never have insulted Sui Sui and Pinyin. This really touched Chen Qiuyao's sore spot. They were all raised by her with every sip of milk and sip of spiritual spring water, and they are family members in her heart. No one can be insulted, still want to kill and eat meat. She is looking for death. Chen Qiuyao had the murderous intent in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. One reason is that her identity might really be a trouble. Killing her would bring endless troubles and affect his peaceful life. It was Chen Qiuyao. She didn't want this crazy woman who had great malice towards herself, Sui Sui, and Pinyin to die so peacefully. Second, a rainstorm is about to come and the virus is about to appear. That is an extremely painful and undignified way to die. Wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't experience it? If I kill her now, I will help her get rid of her worries. But I can't be so saintly. As for whether Xiao Mingyue can make it through, a delicate lady wants to eat fart? To become an evolver, one must first have a strong physique and secondly, have amazing willpower. Even the most lucky person must have at least one of these. Which one does this spoiled young lady have? The moment the virus arrived, she was doomed to die. Ah! Xiao Mingyue screamed, spat out a mouthful of blood with teeth, and her face quickly swelled up. This was the result of Chen Qiuyao trying her best to hold back her strength. Chapter 139. Otherwise, the evolved Chen Qiuyao could really flatten her head with one slap. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Mingyue, who had never been beaten since childhood, felt the pain on his face and mouth and fell into madness. But after making such harsh words, she did not continue to make trouble. Instead, she covered her face and ran home. This young lady looks arrogant and domineering, but in fact, her down-to-earthness all comes from others' fear of her family background. Once this method failed, seeing Chen Qiuyao's extremely high fighting power and her 2 big wolfhounds, Xiao Mingyue didn't even have the courage to pounce on her and tear off her hair. After saying these harsh words, he ran back to complain. In Xiao Mingyue's opinion, she didn't need to do it herself or it would dirty her hands. With the power of their family, Dad would have 10,000 ways to make this arrogant woman kneel down and lick her shoes. She will definitely torture him severely when the time comes. Oh, her teeth. Oh, I'll wait for you. Looking at Xiao Mingyue's gradually receding back, Chen Qiuyao responded casually. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Everything happened so fast that Su Minghan, who was known for his quick thinking, only reacted now. He looked at Xiao Mingyue's back with a big buck tooth clearly visible in the blood. It took him a while to find his voice. Although Xiao Mingyue is domineering, she has the capital to be domineering. She is the only daughter of Commander Xiao Huaimin. Even big bosses have to give her some courtesy. Su Minghan did not mean to blame her, but his tone was worried. Chen Qiuyao is rich and has made contributions to the country, but all these combined are not as much as Xiao Huaimin alone. Even if Ji Yanli wanted to protect him, the end of the world has come, and Ji Yanli is no longer the same as before. It is obviously an unwise choice to confront the Xiao family directly. My mother has been talking about you these days. Why don't you come to my house and stay for a few days? Su Minghan took a deep breath and decided to help. Although today's events were mostly caused by Xiao Mingyue, Ji Yanli, and Chen Qiuyao's impulsiveness, Su Minghan believed that he also bore some responsibility. Commander? Is he the national commander-in-chief? Chen Qiuyao asked with great interest. In the end of the world in her previous life, she had never heard of Xiao Huaimin and Xiao Mingyue. They were probably gone in the early days of the end of the world. Only one person named Xiao Yang could be as famous as Song Wenyan, who later took power in the northern base. He is the commander-in-chief of the 3rd military region of the capital. Su Minghan shook his head. Commander-in-chief of the whole country, what's going on? The commander is the highest commander of an army. How can he achieve national unification? Don't be afraid. They still can't compare to the Su family. Su Minghan comforted. Although both families have military power, the Su family is obviously superior. Su Changkong is a marshal and has the right to mobilize all troops under special circumstances, including Xiao Huaimin's 3rd military region. Since your family is better, why do you have to put up with that young lady instead of him praising you? Chen Qiuyao was not afraid at all. She asked a soul-searching question with a face full of curiosity. Under the big boss, your family seems to be the second in command, right? Do you still want to get married? What for? Do you want to usurp the throne? This has nothing to do with status. Our two families have known each other for many years. My mother, who had no daughter, also lived in my house for a while when she was young, but as she grew older, Su Minghan held his forehead helplessly. There is a mother who misses her daughter so much that she wants to sell her son when she sees a pretty girl. What can she do? Mercy. Chen Qiuyao patted Su Minghan's shoulder sympathetically. She understood. It was probably because before special circumstances, the power of the two families was actually similar. Then the two families had a relationship, and Xiao Mingyue was the only daughter who was loved by both parents. So even though the Su family has a higher status, Su Minghan has to tolerate Xiao Mingyue most of the time. Chapter 140. You don't have to worry about this matter. Since I was the one who hit him, I will naturally take responsibility for it. Chen Qiuyao said seriously. She and Su Minghan did not have a very deep friendship, and the same went for the Su family. She could not wantonly waste the affection left by her mother. Besides, what does it matter if the Xiao family is powerful? As long as the big boss is alive, who can compare to the Song family? In this situation, if the big boss wants to give the Xiao family 3 points of courtesy, then he must give himself 6 points of courtesy. It was just Xiao Mingyue. She only knocked out one of her teeth and didn't take her life. Considering her contribution to Longhua, it wouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Xiao is right. We will solve her problem, and you don't need to worry. Ji Yanli said this with great domineering attitude, and he did have the capital to say this. He is not just the Ji family whose influence is spread all over the world. Although those people abroad are unlikely to return, there are still many people in China. The 100 or 200 people who were brought back to live in the manor this time were just a cover-up. He has already notified everyone, and there will be more people saying that people will continue to come to the Northern Spark base in the guise of ordinary beings. It is said that troubled times are a good time to be king. Ji Yanli, I feel that in times of peace, people can already jokingly call me the Emperor of the South. Now that it is the end of the world, I can't be doing worse than before, right? Although he doesn't want to be the one in power and do the thankless job, he won't allow others to bully him. Xiao Mingyue is not the only one in the Xiao family. Although her cousin loves her daughter, he doesn't put his brain into it. In that case, I won't force you, but if there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate. The Su family won't delay. Su Minghan's eyes deepened when he saw the confident smile on Chen Qiuyao's face. Does she really have a trump card? He waited and saw. Warehouse manager is a good job. Why don't you come? Su Minghan paused and asked Chen Qiuyao. In this Xingho base and Longquan Mountain, a brick falling down can kill several powerful people. If Chen Qiuyao relies on herself, it is probably impossible for her to find a better job than this. But if it depends on Ji Yanli, Su Minghan felt that this woman didn't seem like someone who would depend on others. Therefore, it would be safest to use the favor of donating tens of billions of supplies to exchange for a job as a warehouse manager. This way you won't end up eating up all the resources, nor will you waste all the favors you have with your superiors. And if it weren't for this, it would be difficult for Su Minghan to uncover Chen Qiuyao's secret. After all, Chen Qiuyao had been staying in Longquan Mountain and had not come out while Su Minghan was busy at the Xingho base downstairs. The two of them haven't seen each other for more than half a month. How can they explore the secret if they can't even see each other? I went to work at the Research Institute. My mother studied this before. Don't you know? Chen Qiuyao was a little surprised. Su Minghan. Didn't he even know that he had confessed and reached a cooperation with the higher-ups? But if you think about it carefully, this is indeed no problem. After all, he is still young, and his level is not high enough to be exposed to such content that needs to be kept confidential. But maybe Uncle Su would know something. Chen Qiuyao decided to find time to go to the Su family and test it out. In terms of rank, the Xiao family is actually of a high rank. If the big boss tells the Xiao family about his own affairs, it will be a bit troublesome. Then, congratulations! Su Minghan was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that Chen Qiuyao's mother had indeed made great contributions to the country. Chapter 141. If she uses the connection she left behind, entering graduate school would be a good option. But does this little girl who just turned 18 really understand what scientific research is? Su Minghan also narrowed his eyes when he thought of the direction they had just gone. You just came down from the big boss? Logically speaking, after he reported Chen Qiuyao's abnormality, there should have been no action taken by the higher-ups. No, Chen Qiuyao wanted to deny it and use Yi's Ziqing as an excuse, but then she thought there was no need. If I don't explain it clearly, this guy will probably always want to find out my secret. Although Chen Qiuyao was not afraid, the feeling of having to be on guard at all times was really bad. When did your relationship become so good? Su Minghan felt that the recent orders from above were a bit strange. First, all the design drawings of the base were modified, and the originally spacious and simple base was turned into a slum with buildings that looked like tombs. Then he found many so-called Taoist priests and monks. Later, when humans were unable to take care of themselves, they spent a lot of manpower to rescue some rare animals and build a zoo. Finally, the daily disaster relief food was replaced from porridge and cabbage to nutrient solution. The boss's orders are getting stranger and stranger. The Spark base, which was originally under basic control, has now become a place where people are in a panic and restless. If there is no explanation, there will probably be a big mess. His intuition told him that it was all because of Chen Qiuyao, the girl who was full of secrets. Okay, you don't have to beat around the bush. Aren't you tired of calculating so much every day? Don't you know that curiosity kills the cat? Chen Qiuyao rolled her eyes. Because there are very few people left at the end of the world, less than 1 million. So humanity is unprecedentedly united, and there are really not many people who would play tricks, so Chen Qiuyao prefers to be straightforward after her rebirth. It's really tiring to be on guard everywhere. Otherwise, some secrets would not be revealed in the name of prophecy. If you want to know anything, ask your father. If he can tell you, he will tell you. If he can't tell you, don't ask. Are you a lotus root spirit? Are you so cunning? Chen Qiuyao's face turned slightly cold. From the very beginning, he didn't like Su Minghan, who was as cunning as a fox. He likes to explore other people's secrets, but as the person whose secrets are discovered, he feels very disgusted. You! Su Minghan was stunned. He had indeed never encountered such a straightforward response. Working in the department, everyone had their own thoughts. Some things are tacitly understood, and one has to savor the words in a roundabout way to understand their meaning. To be able to be promoted to this position at this age, in addition to the influence of the Su family, Su Minghan is also really good at understanding people's hearts. The more distinguished a person is, the more he cares about his appearance. No one has ever told him so bluntly not to be so cunning. This was indeed a very novel experience for Su Minghan. Sorry, I'm used to it. Su Minghan subconsciously adjusted the pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Although he was a little uncomfortable with Chen Qiuyao's straightforwardness, he did not seem angry. The Su family does not have such family education. Chapter 142. After walking the dog, Chen Qiuyao returned to the villa, washed up, locked the door, and started thinking, the virus is here. What should I do? First of all, the big boss must be rescued. This is one of the supports that allow Chen Qiuyao to live a peaceful life. Then Yi Shu and Yi Qing could not be left behind either. One of them had once depended on each other, and the other was his savior. Then there are Su Mingxian and Ren Qingyu. One is a friend she truly treats, and the other is her mother's former best friend who is like a daughter to her. Chen Qiuyao thought, if only 1 million people could survive the end of the world, they must be among them. Otherwise, if you are reborn, you will still be alone. What is the meaning of rebirth? The spiritual spring can save them, but how can they get it out? Lingquan is not plain water that doesn't make you feel anything when you drink it. Instead, after drinking it, you'll feel refreshed and healthy immediately. Even if I give it secretly to that idiot, he will find out something is wrong, right? Moreover, this kind of thing is most likely to arouse other people's greed. Chen Qiuyao never wants to test people's hearts, so she must find a suitable method. A method that no one else would doubt. Maybe it can be secretly added to the mitigating agent that has been researched? But the immediate effect cannot be concealed, even if it is attributed to the medicine. They are all from the same batch of medicine. Why are the results made by others mediocre, while the results you make are so good? Is there something hidden? In the face of a major disaster, the so-called copyright awareness is nothing but empty talk. The method cannot be hidden just because you want to. It involves the lives of hundreds of millions of people. If Chen Qiuyao's forest springs were endless, perhaps she would really consider using them to benefit mankind. After all, if the resources are inexhaustible and can be used endlessly, there is no need to worry about people being greedy. The country is never vague about these things that are to be used for the people. Terrible. I am afraid that the less suffering will be unequally distributed. Chen Qiuyao's spiritual spring only has 10 drops a day, let alone supplying the entire dragon country. If it weren't for the half pool accumulated in the space before, even if she raised a few more pets, it would not be enough. Then what should we do? Chen Qiuyao had a headache. She had no time left. About a month after the apocalypse, the virus arrived along with acid rain. If they are not given the medicine in time before they are infected with the virus, even if they're saved, they will have irreversible sequelae. Just like my disfigured self before. Even if genetic evolution survives, there will be some irreversible sequelae. Leaving scars on the body is the lightest thing. Some people even had deformities, some were blind, some were deaf, some became dumb, some were lame. Various sequelae meant that even if humans successfully evolved, they would still suffer a lifetime of pain and disability. This is also the reason why later humans could not compete with evolved beasts. Human genes may have evolved to the most perfect state at this stage, so a great price has to be paid during evolution. But animals' genes are not like that, so they will become stronger as long as they go through purification. Otherwise, Chen Qiuyao thought about it and looked around. Suddenly, she saw an ancient little box on the shelf in the room. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and entered the space in a flash. The space was filled with blue sky, white clouds, green grass, herds of cattle and sheep, the fragrance of flowers and fruits, and a sense of relaxation. Chapter 143. It's completely different from the oppression outside. Apart from the absence of the sun and the moon and the changes in daylight, this space is actually not much different from a small world. This is also the reason why Chen Qiuyao has been restraining herself from entering the space more often recently. If she develops a habit, it will easily reveal her flaws. This is one of the reasons. If you stay there for a long time, you will really become dependent on the sight of the space. There is no chaotic magnetic field, no pressure of survival, no endless natural disasters. This is a paradise on Earth, a paradise that belongs to you alone. If the space only allowed Chen Qiuyao, one intelligent creature, to enter, perhaps she would really select a group of relatives and friends to come into the space. With Chen Qiuyao's supply reserves, it would be more than enough for them to stay there for the rest of their lives. Isn't this better than the inclement weather outside? Cockroaches, rats, high temperature, rainstorm, virus. It's not an exaggeration to say that the world at the end of the world is the 19th level of hell, right? Unfortunately, there is no if, and the space only allows Chen Qiuyao to enter. But humans are social animals after all. If they are alone, they will go crazy. Moreover, the time difference between space and the outside world is not very large, only 2:1. This is 1 day outside, 2 days in space. This made Chen Qiuyao a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. We shouldn't be too greedy. At least if we grow food and rice in space, we can harvest them in about 2 months, right? It was a rare opportunity for Chen Qiuyao to come in, so she didn't rush to do anything. Instead, she enjoyed this hard-earned quiet time. The temperature in the space is always the most suitable, warm like spring, not too dry, and not too hot to appear cold just because of turning on the air conditioner and putting ice cubes in it. This was the ordinary natural temperature before the end of the world, but it made Chen Qiuyao feel as if she were in another world. There is green grass under your feet and the clear blue sky when you look up. You can see cattle and sheep in the distance. And if you look closely, you can see small flowers swaying in the wind and fruit trees hanging on the branches. Chen Qiuyao first used her mental power to harvest most of the ripe food and placed it in the underground warehouse of the courtyard. Although time stands still for inanimate objects no matter where they are placed in space, Chen Qiuyao, who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, still likes to put them in the warehouse. There are rows of custom-made shelves with various foods placed in different categories. Rice, wheat, apples, pears, radishes, cabbages. After doing all this, Chen Qiuyao collected the mountains of eggs into space and killed thousands of rabbits that were about to become an overpopulation. Then she milked the cows and went to check on the rambutan wine she had been brewing recently when she had nothing to do. Finally, she finished all the things that had accumulated over this period of time at once. Feeling a little tired, she came to the courtyard next to the spring. She reclaimed dozens of acres of land and planted medicinal herbs, ranging from Ganoderma lucidum and Polygonum multiflorum to fennel, yam, and Isatis indigotica. I always thought that being next to the spiritual spring would help me absorb more of its spiritual energy, but now it seems to have no effect. According to the time in this space, these herbs have only been planted for less than 3 months. Most of them are still just seedlings, swaying in the wind, looking full of vitality. If Chen Qiuyao had not had absolute control over this space and sealed off this area, these people would have been hard to escape the vicious bites of the rabbits that were all over the mountains. Chapter 144. The ginseng that is about to be entrusted with an important task by Chen Qiuyao is now just a tiny seedling that has just hatched from the shell. It looks very pitiful and cute. Chen Qiuyao took out a fine measuring cup, took a deep breath, and scooped out a shallow layer from the bathtub like a treasure. It looked like only 5 drops were enough for half a day. He selected the best-growing ginseng and poured it down, then watched it intently grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Chen Qiuyao knew the characteristics of ginseng, so when dividing the medicinal garden, she reserved a large area for ginseng and planted each ginseng at least 10 meters apart. There is no need to worry about the 2 ginsengs fighting for territory. After waiting for a while and seeing it stop, Chen Qiuyao walked around it and observed it carefully. The branches had grown several inches taller, the leaves were emerald green and full of vitality, and the fruits were bright red. Then he used his mental power to observe the ginseng under the soil. The tiny roots were densely spread out for several meters, and 2 main roots had grown out that looked like human hands. This ginseng already has the shape of a human. A few decades after the end of the world, Chen Qiuyao was fortunate enough to have a surviving Chinese medicine practitioner teach her some medical knowledge in her previous life, and she also read a lot of medical books in this life. It can be roughly recognized that this star is at least 200 years old. She probably used about half the daily dose of 5 drops. By this calculation, 1 drop of spiritual spring water can make a person live 40 to 50 years. But that's not enough. Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath, endured the heartache, took out about 2 milliliters, about 40 drops of spiritual spring water from the pool, closed her eyes, and fed it all to the ginseng. She needs a 2,000-year-old ginseng to complete her plan. As expected, not long after the spiritual spring was handed over, the ginseng began to grow rapidly. The branches and leaves exposed above the ground become thick and full of fruits. The roots below continued to spread, and in addition to the initial body, from main roots resembling human limbs were grown. After it stopped growing, Chen Qiuyao took a deep breath and picked the fruits growing on its branches and leaves. The bright red fruits are so tempting that Chen Qiuyao counted them and found there are more than 40 of them, which means that 1 fruit is produced every 50 years. It looks extremely precious. After all, if ordinary ginseng had a lifespan of 2,000 years, it would probably have descendants all over the world. But this one is different as it is ripened with spiritual spring water. It only produces 40 fruits in 1 season. Although it is pitifully small among ginsengs of the same age, they are all concentrated essence. Chen Qiuyao thought about it and only took half and placed it in a specially customized jade box and planted the other half back in the medicine field. After all, the seeds produced after being watered by the spiritual spring are enough to stand out from the crowd, and it would be a pity not to keep the seeds. Then came its branches and leaves. Chen Qiuyao did not waste any of them. She arranged them neatly, one by one and in sections. These were not as good as the ringing sounds, but they were indeed touched by the spiritual spring. Then comes the highlight. Although Chen Qiuyao doesn't know how to dig ginseng, she has a mental cheat device and can perfectly control the entire space. So even if the ginseng has an unusually developed root system and is extremely difficult to dig up, it is just a matter of thought for Chen Qiuyao. But when Chen Qiuyao dug out the whole ginseng, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "This life is worthy of having the word person in it." The 2,000-year-old ginseng is almost thicker than Chen Qiuyao's arm. The size is really similar to that of a newborn premature human baby, with 4 well-developed taproots, just like the baby's limbs. Chapter 145. The roots were densely distributed all around, And when Chen Qiuyao used her mental strength to count them carefully, she found that there were more than 3,000 of them, and the longest one was almost 3 meters long. Chen Qiuyao did not calculate the combined length of all the roots, but the weight of the entire person was probably comparable to that of a human baby. Although it is only 1,000 years older, Chen Qiuyao's ginseng is far superior to the 2,000-year-old ginsengs given to him by the boss. If you saw this shape late at night, you would be scared to death. Chen Qiuyao used her absolute control over space to absorb all the moisture from the freshly picked ginseng. Makes him look like a processed ginseng. Then, in order not to destroy its perfect root system, Chen Qiuyao quietly went to find a small wooden box. The jade box she customized was not of this length. Chen Qiuyao solved the problem, but on the other side, the Xiao family was brightly lit and full of anger. Dad! Xiao Mingyue's face was swollen, and she looked at Xiao Huaimin with anger and grievance in a crying voice. You have to make the decision for me. That bitch, Herzing. Because the fluctuation on her face was so great that it affected the wound, Xiao Mingyue gasped in pain. I subconsciously reached out to cover it, but then remembered that I was applying medicine on my face. And Brother Yin, and that good Su Minghan you mentioned, they all stood on the side of that bitch and watched her beat me. You have to make the decision for me. And the two beasts looked so fierce that they looked like they were going to pounce on people and eat them. When did Longquan Mountain allow such ferocious beasts to be raised? Where did she get the right? Isn't that bitch a treasure? Then I will make those two beasts in a dog meat hot pot, and let them be cut into pieces without a complete corpse. Xiao Mingyue's face was full of viciousness, but because she was under the medicine, she didn't dare to make any big expression. She could only talk and stamp her feet to express her excitement. She even knocked out one of my teeth. Woo! Xiao Mingyue cried with tears in her eyes. Given the current situation, could she still put it back in? I'm going to knock out all her teeth. Xiao Mingyue didn't intend to take Chen Qiuyao's life. Firstly, these second-generation people who grew up in Longquan Mountain have received strict discipline, so no matter how domineering they are, their hands have never been stained with blood. Second, the batch of supplies that bitch relied on has already been registered with the big boss. If this person is killed, and what she did is too much, I'm afraid her family will also be punished. Besides, what's the point of dying all of a sudden? She wanted to make her life worse than death. And we're going to take over her fortress too. Why? She's a bitch whose parents are both dead, but she lives better than the rest of us. Okay, we'll knock out all her teeth and make her suffer a fate worse than death. We'll rob her villa. Before Xiao Huaimin could say anything, a middle-aged woman in a purple nightgown with long curly hair and a beautiful face hugged Xiao Mingyue lovingly. Then he looked at Xiao Huaimin, who was sitting at the top with an angry face and a flash of viciousness in his eyes. This is Xiao Mingyue's mother Zhouya. Mom! Xiao Mingyue hugged Zhouya tightly and cried heartbreakingly in her arms. It hurts so much, my tooth. Old Xiao, please say something. Are you just going to watch that little bitch bully our daughter like this?